Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat and welcome to Valorant Masters Tokyo 2023. We are here on day 1 of the league and we have the top 12 teams from around the world here to fight it out to see who is the best and who claimed the championship title of Valorant Masters Tokyo. But again, here with me on the panel today, ang kasama natin ngayon, I see Riku, ang analyst number 1, and ang analyst number 2 natin, I see Fluffy02. So, kumusta naman kayo guys?
Gusto ko lang sabihin. Ready ka na?
I'm speechless ako eh.
Okay.
Ito na. Okay. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Wow.
Wow, that's our Japanese word of the day. Would you like to explain kung ano yung meaning nun?
Ang daming meaning actually ng yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Kasi pwede mong gamitin pagka ano tawag mo dito, kakasimula nyo palang mag-meet o kaya bago kayo magsimula ng project or trabaho that day. So marami siyang uses na pwede mong gawin. Pero usually naririnig natin yun sa simula o kaya paminsan when you wanna ask a favor or may gusto kang like, oh Fluffy, pwede naman pakuha ng tubig, gano'n, yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Parang gano'n. Parang gapas.
So, alam ko sa mga anime, it's usually, onegai. Please.
Onegaishimasu. Yeah.
Speaking of, would you guys like some tea? Kasi,
Yes, please.
part of the set, I think, like, they went so far with the set. Like,
It's so
ganda.
pretty.
Like,
Ang ganda.
you wanna have some, like, Easter eggs dito. We have some Valorant and manga panels over there. And I think over here as well, may manga. Nandito si Neon as well.
Where's Neon?
Si Neon here.
Yun pala!
Yeah, ang daming manga panels. It's kind of cool. Yeah.
Sa anime.
It's like so perfect. Tapos, like my anime theme din tayo sa intro natin.
Yeah.
So,
I like that. Like the sakura-like flowers on the basket. Like
True.
really
Ang
cute.
ganda talaga ng set. And speaking of, would you guys like some tea? Kasi, we do have a long day of games today. So,
Oh, yeah.
Yes, please.
3 series?
Okay.
Tatlong series tayo
Tatlong
today.
series. Okay. Tayong-
Okay. Arigatou gozaimasu. I'm shaking.
This action.
Tapos natapon na.
You got this?
Tell me.
Okay.
Sabihin mo pag stop.
Okay na. Okay. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. Hey. Daijoubu. Ayan.
Thank you.
We practiced yung tea ceremony.
Okay.
Expert na siya.
Yarn.
Wow.
Ang cute naman ng
Pwede
little
na.
gathering natin dito for
Ang ganda ng
Valorant
pagka-pour
Masters.
niya, in fairness.
Expert.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. Now, speaking of, before, again, welcome guys dito sa Tokyo, Japan. Before we get into things, I think we should talk about our teams because ang daming teams ngayon. We have 12 and I think it's good that we talk about them because they've all qualified from their respective regions. So, mula sa Americas, tatlo yung representing teams nila. We have Loud, NRG, and Evil Geniuses. Sa EMEA naman, 4 naman yung teams natin thanks to that slot that Fnatic secured back in lock-in. So, we have Team Liquid, Fnatic, Foot Esports, and Navi. Tapos para naman sa Pacific,
Woo!
Pacific Pride, let's go Pacific!
Pacific!
We got to witness these guys firsthand. So nandito tayo ulit with Paper X, DRX, and T1. And lastly, from China, we have EDG and Attacking Soul Esports. So, ang dami
Ang dami!
nila. Yeah. So, let's go by region. Let's talk about Americas. We have Loud, NRG, and Evil Geniuses.
For me, nakaka-excite na naman kasi nakikita natin on the land stage, international stage, we're talking about maraming energy pagdating sa, again, going against different regions. Kumbaga, syempre, yung gusto natin i-highlight para naman sa akin, syempre si Loud. Alam naman natin kung gaano kataas yung energy nila pagdating sa mga LAN tournaments. Nakita din natin recently, especially pagdating sa lock-in. So, excited ako na makita sila this tournament.
Although hindi nila natapos yung lock-in as that first place against Fnatic, they were still able to put up a really good fight.
Yeah, and I think, going up against, back now that they won a VCT Americas, this is, this could be their second chance to get that second international trophy or third, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yun nga eh.
Tapos sa EMEA naman, we have 4 teams again. So we have Team Liquid, Fnatic, Foot Esports, and Navi. So I think it was like another reverse sweep. This time, it was Fnatic that was just so short of the grand title, diba?
Oo nga eh, kasi parang I think sobrang close ng competition, especially pagdating sa top 2, pagdating sa EMEA. Again, 4 yung slot nila, di ba? Yung nakuha nila. Busy na. Si Revy, focus sa pag-pour ng tea. Pero yun nga, dahil sa naipanalo ni Fnatic dito pagdating sa lock-in, kaya sila 4 na slots. And I feel like sila talaga yung ano tawag dito, focus or titingnan ng maraming mga players and fans. Kasi kung titingnan natin not only through teams, pero yung mga yung talents nila, yung individual players nila, sobrang nakakatakot nila tingnan.
I mean, speaking sa mga players, pag mo yung team na Navi, I think
Sina!
maraming tao talaga nakafocus doon kasi I don't think they reached the expectations a lot of people had for them back in the previous tournament. So, ito yung parang pambawi din nila in some way.
Exactly, and I'd also want to, put out the fact there na Team Liquid, this is the first time a team ever has beat Fnatic in their current configuration. Because again, Fnatic has been on this really crazy winning streak, and this is the first time na, again, Team Liquid has, they didn't have the longest run in lock-in because they were beat by Team Secret, but coming here and seeing just how strong they were to beat Fnatic, this kind of shows na EMEA, the scene has definitely been shifting around a lot. Pero speaking of shifting scenes, sa Pacific naman tayo because we got to witness the reverse sweep of PaperX and DRX. Again, DRX just shy of the grand finals, but again, we have PaperX here and T1. So how are we feeling about sa tatlong teams natin?
Syempre confident. Especially nakita natin na kung gaano ka competitive yung region na Pacific. I mean, sinabi mo na mismo to, Reby, yung DRX, syempre, ang ganda ng simula nila, di ba? Like, undefeated up until Team Secret. But then again, yung SCA style talaga, yung flavor na dinala ni PaperX. Excited ako yan makita na ibigay, no? Tikman nyo ang SCA style pagdating dito sa Valorant Masters natin.
Yeah, medyo iba talaga yung playstyle ng PaperX kasi unlike other structured teams, minsan they just somehow get away with these things na parang impossible to win situations pero nanalo pa rin sila.
That's right. And I think, lastly dito sa China naman, we have EDG and Attacking Soul Esports. So I think we have a lot of, EDG, parang staple din sila sa international scene as representatives from China. But we now have Attacking Soul Esports who, again, like a little bit of a history lesson na they haven't had the best scene back in China, but this has kind of been their redemption year after they've just had this new player. We'll talk about him later, but it's Life. And they've been said to kind of match EDG in terms of power. So, going back on these two teams, how do you think our two representatives of China are doing?
I think yun yung interesting sa kanila, 'di ba? Lalo na tong si Attacking Soul Esports. Kumbaga, I think they're coming in with a clean slate, kumbaga, kasi sila yung parang potentially the rising stars pagdating dito sa China. So napaka-exciting tingnan because we don't know what to expect from this team, and I think that's why it's super exciting to watch them.
I mean, for EDG din, nakita din naman sila dati in lock-in in the previous tournament. But also, they didn't go that far into that tournament. So even though may parang element of surprise yung ASE, I don't think it's something that you can necessarily rely on palagi.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I think yung kay EDG naman, no, parang at that time, siguro bumubuela pa sila. Nag-aayos pa sila ng kumbaga ng synergy nila. So hopefully this time around, pagdating na dito sa tournament na to, solve na yun.
Yeah, in fairness that, expected yan for lock-in because a lot of these teams are still experimenting with their new rosters. And now, further into VCT, we're just seeing these teams kind of come together even more. And we're seeing a lot of role changes, especially here in Valorant Masters. So, more on our Pacific teams, but we'll get into that later. So, going into our bracket, so, just so that you guys have an idea of kung paano turn out yung tournament na to. So, unang-una, Masters will begin with a group stage, which will be from June 11 to June 14, followed by an 8-team double elimination bracket. All matches will be a best of 3, except the lower bracket finals and grand finals, which will be a best of 5. And the 12 teams who qualified for Master Tokyo will be split into 2 groups. So, my Group A tayo and Group B. And the 3 teams who finish their international leagues will be placed directly into the double elimination bracket. So that is Loud, Fnatic as well, PaperX, and Team Liquid, right?
Yes.
So yeah, those are our 4 teams. Tapos, the remaining 8 teams will have to battle it out through a double elimination group stage where each group will play through a 4-team double elimination bracket with 2 teams emerging from the 2 groups. So that's going to be 4 teams in the end from these next 4 days. So we're going to see a lot of teams going home pretty early, and whoever wins in the end will be crowned the Masters Tokyo champion. So medyo intense already yung first 4 days natin. We're going to see a lot of teams going home, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Ito parang on the get-go, usually, di ba, pag nakakita tayo ng mga usual tournaments, di ba, parang you get a chance to ramp up. Pero pagdating dito sa format natin, medyo parang ruthless. You have to make every game count or else, you get eliminated. Konting games lang. I believe it's just 2. So it's very, very scary na isipin sa position nila. So 4 days. 4 days. They gotta make it count.
Pero in fairness, compared to their previous international event, this one with a double bracket system, at least may chance kayo makabawi. Kasi dun
That's
sa
true.
lock-in, once natalo kayo,
Yeah.
goodbye.
Oo, no? Single elims kasi last time yung sa lock-in.
Yeah, and in fairness, ang daming teams back there, back in lock-in. And, going with our schedule for today, ang first 3 series natin is Foot versus Evil Geniuses, DRX versus Attacking Soul Esports, and EDG versus T1. So, we have 2 games from ang ating Group B natin. And then for the last game, we'll be having Group A. So, this is gonna be pretty exciting. I think yung isang highlight dito is definitely gonna be Foot versus EG. I think that this is a very, parang silang, yung parang, ano tawag ng sleeper teams. Like,
Yeah.
these teams do not get a lot of highlighting on them. Kaso, they do a lot of damage in every tournament they participate in. And I definitely think na having these two started off, I think this is actually the biggest match dito sa group stages natin.
Oo nga eh. Parang yun nga may magsaset ng tone kung anong itsura ng 4 days natin especially. Kasi syempre, given na bias na tayo pagdating sa Pacific teams later, DRX and T1. Pero I feel like yung classic EMEA versus pagdating Americas na region, I think that's a very, very solid opening.
Yeah, especially because both of these teams, pag tinanong mo yung pro players mismo, yung mga coaches, the realm of esports, they always say na Dark Horse team always has that potential. Pero, like you mentioned, hindi siya na ganun ka-covered in terms of media, like the presence-wise. Maybe not the most popular teams, but for sure they are one of the stronger ones.
Exactly. And speaking of one of the stronger ones, let's highlight, I think, our players here, especially because, again, starting with EG, this is parang they had a miracle. They almost didn't make it sa playoffs dyan sa respective region nila in VCT Americas, but MIBR did beat 100 Thieves. So that by the law of bracket points, pumasok sila sa playoffs, and they went on a hot streak. They had a Cinderella run thanks to Demon 1, and I think siya talaga yung isang player dito sa Masters, sa Valorant Masters that we really have to look out for.
Yun nga eh. I think yun yung napansin na when we look at EG, Evil Geniuses back then, na parang meron kulang, parang meron pa silang pwedeng maibuga, pero ang kulang pala ay pagdating sa roster. Kagaya ng sinabi mo, si Demon 1 yung isang naging solusyon para ma-activate itong team na ito. Especially, kasyang-kasya ito sa shot calling ni Boostio, syempre. So at this point, parang yun yung ini-expect ko mamaya sa match nila.
I mean, speaking of him as well, may chance nga na yung story niya hindi mangyayari kasi may point, I think, a couple weeks ago na baka hindi siya abot sa Masters, baka hindi siya makapunta. But
Oh, yeah.
thankfully he's here.
Visa diff.
Diba? Kasi parang yun yung nakaka-worry, diba? Parang you don't know what's going to happen. So parang isipin mo, anong gagawin natin? What's our plan B? How
Exactly.
Pero actually, meron akong tanong kay Fluff. As a Fluffy, as a person,
As a
Fluffy
fluffy.
02, as a person who, does coaching and stuff like that, looking at the format, kumbaga, because this format is very brutal, di ba? Sa tingin mo ba, advantages pa rin magtago ng strategy or kailangan mo na ilabas? Kasi usually, di ba, tinatago mo yun for playoffs, di ba?
I think for yung mga teams na naka-advance, it's fine. But for every other team, dapat yung focus nyo is how you play your game. Tas medyo mulang ka masyadong pake sa how other teams play. Like,
Yeah.
mamaya na yung adaptability. Just make sure that you can play your game.
Exactly.
that makes
Pero
sense.
In the sense that, again, this is a double elimination, and if you do lose two games in a row, you are out. Ano yun, like, when do you draw the line on where you have to sacrifice? Oh, we have to give up this strat. Like, this is the time.
I think when you're losing,
When you're
it's pretty good.
That makes so much sense. But yeah, I really do like that. Yung, kumbaga, yung focus lang sa sarili nyong strategy and sarili nyong mga kakayahan as a
Self-growth.
team.
Exactly. And I think,
Self-growth.
like, saktong-sakto yan kay Demon 1, because if he ever doesn't make it, again, we do have Reformed, yung sub nila, and I think, although, Reformed is pretty good, we've seen him do good before, pero it's not the same because we doesn't bring that same firepower that Demon 1 has on that
Oh,
jet,
yeah.
because we do see Reform play very well, but on more of that supported role, yung Fade talaga. So it doesn't look too good in terms of the power shift. But, before we get into that, moving on, we have Foot, of course. And again, we talked about this kanina, na sila yung second team to ever qualify for Valorant Masters. And they are like they're the second Turkish team to ever do that, and they are definitely one to dominate the Turkish scene. So, going against now Demon 1 being so strong, do you think na Kiwi parang head to head, these guys, do you think that these guys will have like some interesting interactions maybe.
Napaka-exciting nga nun eh. Kasi kung titingnan natin yung playstyle nila, medyo may pagkaparehas, di ba? Aggressive naman tong si Demon 1, ganun din naman si Kiwi. Pero parang meron isang certain signature, kumbaga si Kiwi, di ba? Tinatawag siyang road runner of Valorant, di ba? Beep, beep.
Beep, beep.
Ewan mo bakit, every time I do that, every time I do a line, titingnan ko lagi si Fluffy kasi yung mga reaction niya sobrang priceless. The cringe, he's like, I'm out, I'm out. Pero diba, parang nakaka-excite na, syempre Demon 1, Jet, pero syempre si Neon din yung aabangan natin kay Kiwi, diba? Even though he doesn't get the kills, pero ang malaki pa rin yung impact niya kasi he gets to create chaos that really fits the foot playstyle.
Exactly, and I think he just further enables like the rest of them because we have Cracks, we have At the Captain, and I think na him on that on that Neon, on that Jet, on that Race, like he just enables them so well. And again, that's just the thing that we have between Kiwi and Demon 1. And just speaking of Demon 1 and the rest of EG, just looking at the rest of their lineup again. Demon 1 being that enabler here, and again, like you said, kanina, Boostio, under his guidance, I think na they just seem to jive so well.
Yan nga, I think yun yung missing piece si Demon 1 talaga para ma-fit yung style ng shot calling, kumbaga ni Boostio talagang swak na swak, kumbaga. Ayos, drink tea. Ako rin. Cheers. Cheers. Clink, clink. Yes, exactly. Yung pag shot calling ni Boostio. And there's a lot of expectations, especially coming again, a rookie IGL coming into this tournament. So again, very exciting yung first match natin today.
I mean, I feel like my point that you said a bit earlier about the Demon 1 comparison na their playstyle really got better nung nakakuha sila ng duelist na obviously mas madali yung round kung opening start pa lang, they get 1-2 picks early. Pero a part of being able to get those picks, I think, is yung sanayan sa sarili mong region and yung playstyle ng ibang teams. So now na nasa international stage ka, which Demon 1 is not super familiar with, edi baka mahirapan din siya to do the things that that he's known for.
Exactly, and I think na sinabi mo rin na like you were talking about those round differentials, and on top of that, I think si Kiwi, going back to, or I think let's go back to si Demon 1 again. These are two players now. We have to see who's going to come online first, because we have seen them have really di naman terrible games, but when they can't come online that fast, you have seen them have these really rough starts. And again, EG just barely made it through. And again, they can't rely on miracles here. Like you said, we are in the international scene, and this isn't the time where you can like have these little mess ups. You can't take too long to come online. You need to start like right away.
I agree. Ito talaga yung mahika ng format na to, diba? Parang wala ka talagang time mag-ramp up. Yung ramp up mangyayari within the series and within the game. BO3, very important. Kaya kagaya ng sinabi mo, again, all the duelists are going to be very pivotal pagdating dito sa series na ito.
Yeah, I mean, I agree too. There are some teams like, kunwari all the teams, not necessarily today, but kunwari Paper X, in-game, round per round, parang umiiba sila. But there are teams like DRX na maybe one round they kind of throw, not gonna lie, but bawi sila for the next two.
Yeah,
so,
and usually followed by a timeout, especially.
Exactly.
I think DRX have some of the best timeouts as well. You always very fruitful outcomes in the end. But we've talked about them a lot. We have Kiwi and Demon 1. I think these are two players now we definitely can put to head because these two teams revolve around these two players so much. And again, it's that round differential that really makes a difference here. They have, I think, just after Durka, I think Demon 1 or I think Kiwi came second after Durka in terms of first kills per round, and that makes such a huge difference, because if you start your round very strong, again, the enemy team is down one player, and that just makes such the difference.
I mean, especially in Valorant, because obviously yung util is linked to certain agents. Once that's out of the picture, that's it. So kulang sila ng tao, kulang din sila ng options.
That's right. I mean, like, in the end, again, just because, lesser people, less options, it's just that firepower that they really bring that, again, these two, Kiwi and Demon, they're so crazy. Like, I was watching, I literally spent last night, it's the reason why I can't put it into words is like, I watched them, the way they played that last night, especially si Demon 1. I know that they did have a bit of a Cinderella run and things weren't looking so grim for them, but just seeing what he can do, the firepower he has alone, I just hope that he's able to do this against Kiwi, because Kiwi, he does have the rest of his team. He has Cracks, and Cracks, it's 2v1 here, and it's going to be really difficult for Demon 1 to come online and bring the rest of his team with him.
Yun nga kasi yung stats, di ba nila, halos very, very similar. So we expect a possible, what do you call this? Again, na mainit na labanan pagdating dito sa dalawang duelista na ito. Pero feeling ko, again, yung pinakamalaking difference, kagaya na nakita natin, kagaya na mention mo, I think ikaw yun, yung first blood difference, syempre in favor pagdating kay Kiwi, pero Demon 1 naman, pagdating sa headshots, mas mataas siya. So at that point, parang clutch ability perhaps, or opening pick, what do you value most?
I mean, obviously, opening pick, I think, kasi early momentum. But can you do it? Yung pinakamalaking tanong sa isip ko ngayon. Kasi now that you're playing on a bigger stage, obviously, my nerves din.
Oh, yeah.
And compared to the rest of
Yep.
the EG roster that has played and locked in, at least doon may medyo experience sila sa malaking arena. But Demon 1, different story. Can he still do the same performance? Yun yung question.
That's true. And I mean, like, again, I think also speaking of like that international experience, we have Potter here, who I think was very pivotal in terms of how the rest of EG just came through dyan sa playoffs nila in VCT Americas. So I kind of think na in terms of, I think here we have Foot, which I think seems more rounded as a team, where we have EG, we have Demon 1 as kind of that spearhead, and I think Potter just rounds them out so well in terms of like strats and things. So it's kind of just going to be this battle of who, I don't know how to, like, parang,
Yeah,
you get what I mean?
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Because it's like, okay, they have we have similar head-to-heads for sure. But when we look at it, the parang bird's eye view, parang Foot, sabi mo, as a cohesive unit, kumbaga na parang everyone. But at the same time, Evil Geniuses will definitely rely on Demon 1 as their core, kumbaga, to win some of these rounds.
That's right.
I mean, EG, I think as a whole, though, kailangan talaga nila mag-step up because I think the last international event that they did play, they lost 0-2 against Talon, which is not something that a lot of people expected. So, sana makabawi sila ngayon.
I mean, in fairness, I think that was also when we saw Talon kind of at their peak, right? This was during lock-in, and we had such high expectations for them. And it's great that they came back during VCT Pacific. So it also just shows like how much these teams have changed throughout the season as well. And again, I think it's been 6 months since we've last seen them. And again, they didn't have the most successful run in lock-in, but seeing as how far they've come in Americas, it just shows that they're definitely the top of the top, right? Again, I think they were third seed, I believe, right?
Yeah, they're third. Kinumpain ko na talaga lahat. They were third seed. And again, siguro it's one of those things na kinailangan lang talaga nila polish a few things, solve ko ano yung mga issues and stuff like that. Kaya malaki actually yung jump pagdating sa when we look back in lock-in and yung form nila ngayon pagdating dito sa Valorant Masters. Kumbaga malaki din talaga din yung expectations pagdating sa Evil Geniuses.
Exactly. How about you, Fluffy? Any, maybe last
okay,
thought?
bro?
It's making me cry.
It's making you cry.
Kasi ang lapit, tama nga si Rico, yung first, second, lahat na nahalo. Kasi sobrang close talaga ng mga ibang teams dito. Not just in Pacific, pero pagdating yung ibang regions, I think marami din mga upsets that happen. So, I think overall, momentum early is really big because if you don't drop below, then you don't have to play from behind. It's a lot less pressure than the players.
That's right. Well, I think we did discuss a lot of our teams, and again, there's still so many that we haven't talked about. But again, we don't have enough time because we are just about to, series number 1 is just about to start. So mag-throw muna tayo sa quick break muna. So wag kayo alis, grab some breakfast, and we'll be back with our first series of the day: Foot versus Evil Geniuses.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect
旅はどこから始まるのだろう。失敗から。
It's a story that Fnatic knows all too well. Fnatic swept in the finals.
Just not good enough yet. Not good enough.
What would it take to lift the trophy?
They pull off the impossible.
幾度となくつまずきながらも世界王者となったフナティック。そして今彼らが踏み出さんとするのはより険しい道、頂への挑戦だ。今同じ道を歩んだ12チームがランクアップを目指して東京に集う。
한국에서는 레전드라고 불리고 싶지. 잠을 자지 않고 2시간 정도만 자고 연습을 계속 해야 될 것 같아.
DRX 不屈の精神力で自らとその地域の名を高めてきた彼ら。今こそそのたゆまぬ努力を実らせる時だ。
아니야, 지는 거는 중요하지 않아. 이기거나 배우거나 win or learn. Okay? Let's get it.
나비、それぞれが栄光を手にしてきたが、チームとしては未だ無冠。その手に栄光をつかむには想定外を受け入れなくてはならない。マスターズでは良き破壊者がその名を轟かせる。そしてかつてのライバルたちが戦いの歴史に新たな章を刻む。すべてのチームに物語がある。それは彼らを駆り立て 夢へと向かわせる
Coming to Masters Tokyo feels like a redemption story.
So coming into this, FUT is going to be the higher seed. So you'll pick Team A or Team B? Team B. Okay, so that means EG, you will be Team A. And so are both teams familiar with the current pick ban process?
Yes.
Good to go. Okay, so we will start with the first ban from EG.
Ban bind.
Ban bind. Your ban FUT.
Fracture.
Fracture. Map number 1 is going to be from EG.
We'll pick split.
Okay, side on split.
Defense.
Defense.
Yes.
Map number 2.
Lotus.
Did you say Lotus?
Yes.
Lotus, okay. Side on Lotus.
Defense.
Okay. And so we are going to go into our next set of bans, starting with EG. You have Ascent, Haven, and Pearl.
We'll ban Haven, please.
Okay. And then your ban, you have Ascent and Pearl.
Ascent.
Ascent, okay, so that is going to make map number 3 Pearl, side on Pearl.
Defense, please.
Okay, so I'm gonna run through this really quick again, make sure everything's right on both sides. First set of bans, we have EG with Bind, FUT with Fracture. Map number 1 is going to be Split with FUT on defense. Map number 2 is going to be Lotus with EG on defense. Next set of bans were Haven and Ascent, which makes map number 3 Pearl with EG on defense. Okay,
Cool.
sounds good. Good luck to you both. EG, you're up.
Yep. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Okay.
Magandang umaga ulit sa inyong lahat and welcome dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo! So, we're just gonna go into the stage open right away and if you just saw the video, yung anime opening in parang yung
Hi.
teaser, ang ganda!
Ang daming pwedeng pag-usapan doon. Grabe. From the anime teaser into yung mga teams na nag-uusap and like especially when we looked at Loud, di ba? Looking at Fnatic sa Shibuya Crossing. Napakalaking impact. Ramdam na ramdam mo na they're here and I'm so excited to see them, you know, duke it out again if meron man chance.
Oo nga, tama yung sinabi nyo kanina while we were watching it na parang na-capture nila lahat ng mga aspects ng Japan in general.
And I think like ang ganda talaga ng cinematography, the narration, yung story behind each team. Navi. There was the drama and I feel like ang ganda, it gives justice to the storylines of each team coming here to Valorant Masters and I'm just so happy with the way that it all came together and looking at these teams, they seem just ready to go.
Yeah, kung titingnan natin kanina, 'di ba, yung map, it's very intimate yung setup, 'di ba? Like magkaharap kayong magkaharap kayo team by team, tapos pipili kayo ng magma-map dito kayo, pero it's so intense. And I want to point it out real quick, 'di ba? Kita natin na parang nakuha ni Foot yung mapa na gusto nila, 'di ba? Again, yung isa sa mga specialty nila, syempre, yung mga three site maps, Lotus and Haven. Hindi man lang nila nakuha yung Haven, pero nakuha nila. I could be wrong. My memory's bad. Nakuha nila yung Lotus or yung Haven.
We did. So we got Split with Foot on defense, Lotus naman with EG
Ayun.
on
I never
defense,
doubted
and
myself.
Pearl with EG on defense. And I think that, again, we did get Split, pero you said this was a good Foot map, diba? Pero I think it's also the same case for EG because they are great on attacking. They have a really, they win a lot on Split, and I think that this is gonna be a very, very interesting first map and a really great decider to set kung ano yung tempo and what to expect out of this series.
Nakaka-excite nga eh. Grabe yung set table setting ba yun? Tawag doon. Hinanda yung table. Tapos nakita natin yung appetizer, nakita natin, what goes after appetizer?
The entree.
Entree. Dessert agad. TBH,
there's
parang ganun,
no...
Ang sarap lahat. Yeah. There's no order. Alam natin, masarap yung kakainin natin na breakfast ngayon sa papanoorin natin between these two teams.
Exactly, and I think that again, like Fluffy said again, we could have breakfast. I wouldn't mind having dessert first, especially if either Foot or EG manages to take this away in 2 games. But I think now with Split being the first map, this is going to be a really difficult. A really difficult decider, and you know we're just about to head into our Prime Gaming Agent Select, and it looks like we have a really interesting comps coming from both sides.
Double controller naman pagdating sa EG, pero they will go for a Cypher pagdating dito sa Foot Esports. So, napaka-interesting na kanilang approach.
I mean, this is very interesting because na-try din nila data yung Killjoy for Foot. But I think overall, they haven't done the best on this map. So it's smart that EG wants to take advantage of it.
That's right, and I think, you know, again, we were talking about these 2 players. We've got Demon 1 on that jet with Kiwi as well on the other side. And I'm so excited to see as well, you know, si Busio, si Ada Captain as well, and to see how this all comes together. We have a lot of mirror matchups here, so it's just really gonna be a duke out of kung sino talaga ang better team dito.
Yeah, nakaka-engganyo nga isipin yung pwedeng mga, kasi malaking difference itong dalawa, di ba? Parang kita natin double initiator naman, talagang dalawang ini partners ang pwedeng gamitin, kumbaga, ni Kiwi dito pagdating sa mga opening picks niya at mga opening entries niya.
Yeah, I think especially sa double inning side, since one of them is yung KO, malaking bagay yun into the double controller that EG is running because they have the setup to really suppress them.
That's right. Anyways, I think oras na para simulan ang laban. So, ipasa na natin sa ating mga casters for today. The Mods, kayo na.
Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat at kami nga pala ang The Mods live here sa Tokyo.
Omsim! Nandito na nga kami para ihatid sa inyo ang mga laban natin para sa araw na ito. At nakita nyo naman, yung first series pa lang natin dito, mukhang mainit na agad. Magandang mala-anime battle natin today.
Yun nga eh. Actually, kung napapansin na guys, ngayon nyo na ako nakita mag-follow shirt. Grabe naman talaga.
Saan tayo magsisimpa later, Dad?
Sakto Sunday ngayon, di ba? Kaya
tama.
kailangan ganito ang suotan natin ngayon. At kitang-kita nga natin, syempre, start the morning right, start the day strong, start VCT Master strong, at dito natin makikita ang Foot Esports versus Evil Geniuses na maglalaban-laban ulit live here sa Tokyo, Japan. Medyo malungkot lang din talaga kasi walang Zeta Esports. Pero mas malungkot tayo kasi walang Team Secret.
Tayo yung PH rebroadcast eh, diba? So mas malungkot tayo kasi wala tayong Pinoy team doon. Pero ang importante, nakita pa lang naman natin, mula intro pa lang, ang lupit na nung anime battle natin.
Sobrang pogi.
Sobrang na-believe din ako eh. Pagdating dun sa intro ng show natin mismo, no? The effort.
Tapos sa dulo eh, no? Parang coming in shows.
Tapos nandun pa sila sa gitna sa Shibuya Crossing ata yun. Nakatingin pa sila sa duck na gano'n.
Si Sadak. Si Stax na
nandun na siya sa
Crisis.
Tokyo, edi Sadak ako na siya.
Sadak ako na siya. Kaya yung mga TV dyan, baka lumabas sa bigla.
Baka biglang lumabas sa screens natin dito si Sadak. Dahil nasa Tokyo na nga sila. But nakikita nyo naman si Coach Potter, pati na rin ang coach ng kabilang team. Yung kabilang team, hindi na kilala.
Wala akong pakialam sa kabila, kay Potter lang, di ba?
Si Coach Potter lang tayo. Ay, nako. Siya lang kasi yung nag-iisang babaeng coach din natin dito, di ba?
Siyempre. Long time no si Bes,
Oo nga eh. Parang
natin hindi nagkita eh.
Iba ang kapartner mo ng mga nakaraan.
Oo. Mga kabayas.
Mga kabayas yung kasama
pero
mo.
Pero kami ang totoong bias talaga dito nga. Pero, wala ang Team Secret. Pero Uy,
wow!
Grabe naman!
The anime slice!
Battle, man!
Next! Parang sayang, no? Sayang talaga. Japan! Marami! Yun talaga ang hanap nilang mga buff dito. But anyway, without further ado, simulan na nga natin yung ating game number 1 on the pistol round itself.
Ito ba si Jano Gibbs?
Si Jano Gibbs?
Si Mr. Fallen.
Think I'm fallen. Yun ang sabi nila pagdating dito. At eto nga, Trailblazer muna, panimula para sa side ng EG. as of right now. And Bustio, on the other hand, nag-aantay lang din kung meron ba siya makikita dito towards mid. Mid control ang nais ng EG agad-agad.
Mid control din talaga, and masaya nga ako partner kasi at least di ba mga cast natin yung mga nanalo sa EMEA and lalo sa Americas kasi syempre talagang hawak natin sa Pacific, and at least ito yung mga variety nga na meron sila. But the players of EG, hindi pa talaga kung saan sila pupunta. At least they have the mid control already, and sasabihan to ng mga players nga dito sa may garage. Pero kailan ba to lalabas? Kailangan nilang flash if ever na ilalabas nga ni Ethan if ever. But Demon, gonna push in already. That's a dash, pero ano meron sa harap niya? Craxis, doon na sa may rafters, but Demon getting the trip position, will catch one. Kiwi, wala pa siya nakita kahit isa, pero putting ito a 4v3 in favor of EG.
Spike planted as of this moment para sa kanila. It's gonna be a retake bound to happen, pero Jogemo already getting 1 kill. Papunta nga kay Moj. Naghahanap pa na pwede mapatay dito si Kiwi. Again, a retake bound to happen mula nga dito sa side ng Foot. It's still a 4v2. So kahit pa paano, napakahirap pa rin ito kung sakasakali man. Pero angle isolation na magiging puhunan nila. In the end, hindi pa rin talaga sapat.
Yeah, if ever papasok dun si Captain, mahirap nga kasi maganda yung cross na ginawa nga nila. Meron tao dun sa may backhouse, meron tao dun sa may backside. So this is gonna be a really hard situation nga sa harapan niya. But at least, yung pag-swing na lang din talaga nung tao sa may backhouse, at least nakapitas na lang isa, napatay nga si Captain. Well, dito naman sa ginawa nga ng Foot, at least na halos hindi na nila naubos yung EG, pero the damage has been done. Napatay nila siguro 2 to 3. And for EG, they have the firepower already. And Demon, ito nga sana yung muntik nang hindi makalipad.
Oo, kasi literal humabol. Kumbaga, yung visa niya, literal, no? Pagdating dito. So, actually, yung practice nila, hindi pa tayo sure, no? Yung mga scrims nila beforehand, pagdating nga dito sa Masters Tokyo, kung nakasabay nila si Demon or yung sub nakasama nila. But, again, good for him na nakasama nga siya dito sa ating first initial match pagdating sa Masters Tokyo. Lalo na for the side of EG. Meron silang advantage. Nanalo sila sa pistol na yan kanina. So, hawak-hawak nila ngayon dito yung mga Bulldog Guardian, pati na rin yung kanilang mga Spectre.
Wala nang dash si Demon dito, so this can be a really hard take na pwede nilang gawin. Pero at the end of the day, sila naman talaga may lamang dito ng firepower because of the Spectre and the Bulldog and a guard nga na dala nga ni Demon ngayon. And Besa, dito minsan yung mga players dito, sobrang bilis na take sa split lalo na sa second round pa lang. Pero ngayon, sobrang systematical ng galawan nila. Talagang ito yung respeto kasi we can say na this is the first time na naglaban sila.
Totoo. And lalo na pagdating dito sa Masters, napakadaming bagay yung kailangan mong i-factor in, lalo na sa mga teams na hindi pa nagkakatapat. Jogemo, pasok na sila dito sa side. They tried to open it. Walang lumaban mula dito sa side ng Foot Esports. Makakapag-plant na rin sila ng spike as well. Onto the classics, pati na rin Sheriff.
Players of EG is inside already, pero for Foot, at least sama-sama lang sila. Pwede sila magpakamatay nga dun sa may spike, pero at least if Fallen nakaisa na, Boostio, wala siyang no choice kung hindi mag-spray and pray through that smoke. At least, gonna get this damage on towards the players of Foot. Pero this is the discipline nga na meron sila. Sama-sama silang mamamatay, sama-sama silang mawawala, pero sama-sama silang papatayin ng mga players nga ng Foot ngayon. But Calm, with a push already, will catch 2. But this is gonna be 2v4 situation na gagawin nga ng Foot ngayon. Moj and Kiwi, wala silang no choice. Pwede silang mamatay dun sa spike. And might as well get that one tap na rin talaga kasi nga si Moj nakakasik lang din naman. And with that Sheriff on hand, one tap, not gonna be able to connect. And 2-0 already for the players of EG. Kitang-kita mo, starting this game strong but good na eco pa rin pagdating nga sa Foot.
I mean, at the end of the day, lamang pa rin talaga o yung advantage nasa side nga ng EG dito. Lalo na sila yung nakakuha ng first pistol round natin. In the end, malinis na round mula nga sa EG for the meantime. And Foot, ito yung magiging official buy round nila finally going up against EG. When we look, pagdating sa kanilang mga orb as well, yung kanilang mga ultimates, not much for the side of Foot. Hindi sila nakapag-ipon dito, hindi sila nakakuha ng majority of the kills as well dahil nga malilinis yung rounds na nakikita natin. Especially mula kay Jogemo sa mga entry niya.
Grabe naman talaga yung entry nga na ginawa niya with a satchel in. Will catch one dun nga sa may taas at parang basang-basa niya kung nasan si Kiwi. Parang alam, well, kung di man nila nabasa, at least nakapit na siya agad ng isa doon sa reaction time nga na gagawin na niya. And now, Captain, at least meron siyang pang-cross dito. First contact, if ever, si KO, si Craxis. Then bigla mag-swing ngayon si Captain, if ever. But right now, here in mid control na ulit ang gamit nila. And ito yung hirap talaga pag pag hinahayaan na lang nila yung mid. Reaction na lang sa mga site ang gagawin nila. Or maybe, yung Retake if ever.
Kaya rin naman nila kinukuha yung mid-control dito is, to say the least, para maiwasan din yung mga traps ng Cypher kung mamimili sila ng kanilang papasukan na side. Pero mukhang si Kyoraxes ata ang mamamatay muna dito. He gets 1 kill, pero mabilis na trade-off yung kayang i-provide ng EG agad-agad.
It's all about trade-off. Sama-sama lang sila na at least if ever na napatay nga yung isang mga players nga ng foot dito, well, 4v3 on a bonus round. Good bonus round na agad to pagdating nga sa side nga ng Evil Genius. About 25 seconds in mga kaibigan. Si Moj ang mag-a-anchor dito. Single-handedly will anchor a site already. Pero yun nga, bes, masyadong mataas yung Cyber Kids kung napapansin mo.
Sinadya talaga yun. One way naman siya.
Oo.
Kaso nga lang, kailangan or makakapag-crouch yung kalaban mo. Moj, on the other hand, he's still not yet done pagdating sa pagkakontrol ng site. He managed to pull off 1 kill bago nga mawala. It's still a 3v1. Again, bonus round lang to para sa side ng EG, bes.
Captain, the
Si
only man
Kapitan.
remaining, ito si Kapitan. Si Kapitan.
Huwag mo na ito. Naisip ko yung susunod mo. Kilala na kita masyado. Alam ko yung susunod mo. Huwag mo na ituloy.
Ito na si Kapitan 3. Ay, alam mo sino yan?
Sino?
Sino ba yung direct natin sa PH, di ba? Si Tantan.
Ay, nako.
Si Kapitan Tantan.
Pero ito nga, ang bilis makapag-react ng EG din kasi dito eh. Once na gustong may mag-swing out, tapos once na may gustong makapatay, hindi siya makaget over. Kita mo yung tsura ni Blaze.
Oh, wala siyang
Pinipilit niya hindi ito ba?
Oh man, shoutout nga pala kay Kapitan Tantan. Nananahimik ako.
Nananahimik din ako. Huwag ka maingay.
Oh, demon.
Shotcaster ka pala.
Ito na yung demonyo. Ay, wala. Sunday ngayon, bes.
Sunday ngayon,
wala.
babay tayo.
Mahina yung demonyo ngayon.
Mahina ngayong araw na ito. 5v4 situation. Again, after that bonus round win mula sa kanila, EG, sila nga yung may upper hand na naman dito. The advantage really towards them. May showstopper pa sila dito. But on the other hand, i-clear pa nila si Puscho. They actually check on the corner. Makakapita sila ng isa, makakapulot pa ng Vandal.
Si Jano Gibbs.
Si Jano Gibbs. Si Mr. Fallen. Ang sarap talaga pag may mga iba na ring mga teams, no? May mga bago na naman
Si
tayong...
Foot. Tsaka si EG.
May mga bago na naman tayong papangalanan.
Hirap yung kay Com eh. Pero yun nga, si Com TV. Sub sa inyo mga pa.
What's up sa inyo mga foot? Tama naman.
Oh, tama naman,
Kaso
diba?
tama naman. Tama, Blaze.
Tama. Di nga pala si Blaze, papakita namin sa inyo mamaya.
Kasi si Wendell, ano na,
Wala,
gumraduate.
bago na yung buhay ni Wendell. Ayun na dito sa loob eh. Nakalaya na.
Nakalaya na siya sa ulungan ng
Oy,
damods. Sino?
Si Jogimo, nakapag spike, and now Jano Gibbs. Meron pa siya mga flash? Wala. But Com, at least, nagpa-flag lang siya. Pag to cyber to, yun na.
3-0 pa rin to. Good on the kill is gonna be Com. Meron pa rin nag-aantay pagdating sa may screens, especially mula sa tatlong players ng Foot na gustong makapag-retake. Kaso nga lang, lahat sila magsiswing at the same time. EG,
Nililikuran na ni
handa
Viper.
sila.
Si Com, ayun na nga.
Walang pera eh.
4-0, wala
Walang
silang
baril.
pera. Pero best yet, kahit wala silang pera yung Foot dito, grabe yung disiplina nga na ginagawa pa rin ng EG. Hindi nila minamaliit masyado ang Foot na sobrang bagal pa rin nila kunin to. And kasi nandito ko pala sa punto na get to know each other. Actually, nangyari nga to sa Team Secret dati, di ba?
Bumalik na naman tayo sa TS.
Na hindi nga sila nakakakuha ng score, pero at the end of the day, kung alam nila yung capability nga ng kalaban nila, doon na sila babawi. And right now, for the players of Foot, wala silang no choice kayo kundi bumawi na.
Parehas nga silang may op, pero yung isa walang armor. That's actually towards QE na napakasakit nung snake bite na nag-connect sa kanya. Lalo na nga, wala pa siyang armor dito. 4-0 pa rin. Again, very small steps mula sa EG. Tapos saka silang magre-react.
Yeah.
At the same time, pagdating dun sa entry or yung satchel in play na ginagawa nga dito ni Jogemo, so far, malinis pa.
Fallen, pop flash, will connect, and the swing! Pero magandang reaction na ginawa nga ni Buso dito. At least mamba out siya na kahit siya alam niya kung saan siya pupunta. The players of EG, nag-aantay lang din talaga dito si Tropang Demon. If ever mag-push si Modge dyan, patay ka talaga.
Jogemo, umaamba pagdating sa may ramps or rather pagdating sa vents. No one really, aside from dun sa nasa kabilang side which is on the way or all the way up sa heaven ng A side. Nagpaparamdam lang sila dito from A papunta hanggang mid or rather B main papunta mid. But at the same time, wala pang certain reactions. Nagpe-play for picks pa rin eh.
Alam din ni Modge na medyo delikado if ever experience siya, pero at least meron ng one-way cage dyan. Fall, dito lang sa may baba ngayon. Well, actually, gonna go down to the hands of Jogemo. But Modge, yun nga yung wala silang ka-idea na meron pala tao sa may likod. And that is that camera nga. Tag na tag siya. Wallbang pa. 4v2 right now. Ethan is slow. Combo catch one. But Modge with that anchor.
Grabe.
Kuhang-kuha niya.
The anchor just doesn't dissipate quite fast at ganun na nga nakuha ng foot dito yung kanilang magiging first round. To say the least, yung hold talaga nung Cypher doon, yung isa sa mga naging pillar nung play na meron tayo dito. And we just saw na when it comes to the one-way, not only that, dahil nga natag din yung isa, I think it was a tripwire na tinatalunan o tinatakbuhan niya. Nakalimutan niya atang na-patch na yung dash. Nag-dash siya sa kawalan eh.
Oo, sa kalaban. Buti nga, hindi pa siya bumalik dun eh. Pero at least, yun na nga eh, yung pag-anchor nga ni Modge doon, na sobrang daming tao doon sa may rafters na nagkaroon ng space si Modge doon para maka-pick off. Wala silang idea na meron pala tao doon sa may likod. Pero satchel na ginawa nga ni Jugem will actually catch one smoker down at wala ng smoke at all ang mga players ng foot except Modge.
Still clean as ever, especially yung mga satchel in play nga dito ni Jogemo. Siya talaga ang nakakapagbukas ng site, especially for the side of EG here. To say the least, parang ang pinapakita nga natin dito si Demon yung kayang makapag-pop off. But so far, nag-show up talaga dito si Jogemo.
Sobrang solid ng pag-entry nga niya. Ginawa niya sa B, satchel in, napatay niya agad si Kiwi. And right now, dito naman sa A, parang you can actually expect that will happen sa mga susunod pang rounds sa pinapakita ni Jogemo dito. I mean, yes, if ever napapasok si Jogemi, biglang mag-follow up ngayon sa Demon para makabawi. And right now, at least si Jogemo, binibigyan lang niya ng enough space yung mga players ng foot dito na Demon, pumasok ka na.
5v4 pa rin to. Gaya na nasabi natin kanina, wala nang controller agent para sa side ng foot. So, to say the least, kahit pa paano yung mga entry nila dito, at least walang delay mula sa smoke. This operator shot mula kay Kiwi, hindi tatama for that first time around. Reset para sa kanila as Kiraxis was able to secure one. Ethan on the other hand, makakapag-indirect trade pa rin dito. It's still a 2v4. Mukhang mamamain nila si Kiraxis pero makakapatay pa rin siya. Ng pangalawa, hindi na dahil hindi siya papayagan ni Jogemo.
Okay na sana yung ginawa ni Kiraxis dito na denying that laser nga nilabas ni Demon dito. Pero wala na-overwhelm na masyado yung mga players nga ng foot. The fact na yung first shot ni Kiwi dito hindi nag-connect, nag-miss siya dun sa pag-dash in ni Demon eh. But at least, makabawi na sila, sa isa sila nawawala. Ito kung napapansin mo yung mga players nga dito sa may heaven, talagang na-sandwich sila eh. Binibigyan lang nila ng sariling space yung isa't isa. Una, yung ginawa nga ni Jogemo. Pangalawa, yung ginawa ni Com.
Tsaka mainit ngayon sa gatilyo kumbaga si Jogemo at the same time. Talagang every kill counts mula sa kanya. This pop flash towards mid, at least magkakaroon ng intel itong side ng foot na meron ngang sumusubok na naman mag-control. Kasi lagi nilang sinusubukan kunin tong mid-control eh. And again, in a map like Split, why not?
And knowing na itong composition ng EG is talagang, this is built na ganito na for attacking talaga eh. So kailangan talaga sila makabawi, yes, pero paano nila gagawin yon? Tamang body system muna ginagawa ni Kapitan tsaka ni Kiwi dito, pero mukhang alam na rin ata kasi narinig niya yung orb na kinukuha. Demon, meanwhile, dito lang sa may B, this is down the Cosmic Divide na ginagawa nila for them to get more space nga. But Demon, at least yung mga push nila, kalmado lang muna, popping that na chup-chup. Pero ito yung space na meron sila sa B.
Nakuha na naman nila yan. Again, the satchel in play with the help of that Cosmic Divide. Mabilis lang nila makukuha yung site. Ang tanong, kaya ba nilang hawakan to? Dahil mukhang nag-iinit na naman. QE on the other hand, back to the pistols. Kailangan nilang i-secure yung site. Demon, good for one. Pero kulang pa din. 1v1 to. Uy!
Wala siyang idea. Kanina pa si Com na sobrang layo lang din talaga for them to get that space nga. And
Lagi nang ginagawa yun. Kahit A-site plant nila, nakikita mo siya, nasa lurk siya eh.
Oh, nasa B-heaven siya kanina, kaya siya nakapatay ng halos dalawa. And kailangan nilang i-expect talaga eh. At kailangan lang naman din talaga na gawin ng EG dito is mapatay si Cypher. Para magkaroon pa ng space si Com na makaikot talaga. Let's go daw.
Sabi.
Let's go.
Let's go. Ginagaya ka, bes.
Let's go.
But to say the least nga, gaya ng sinasabi natin dito, so far, EG has been looking clean pagdating sa mga rounds na nakikita natin. Especially entries coming in mula kay Demon, not only that, kay Jogemo, not other than that, dahil nga napipitas nila dito yung mga very impactful players like the Astra, nababawasan nga yung capability nila to hold a site. Kumbaga na kay Modge, yung hawak niya ang bola din.
Oh, kasi nga yun, ano siya dun eh?
Anchor.
Cypher siya dun eh. Well, actually, pwede naman talaga mag-ikot-ikot talaga yung mga players ng EG dito. Kasi kahit buhay si Cypher, at least mababasig mo yung trip or mapaparanoid ka eh. Kasi hala, meron palang tao sa may likod. Hindi ko alam kung ano bang titignan ko. Kasi once na pumasok yung isa, matik, yung kabila na naglo-lurk, biglang sasabayan para mas mahirapan pa sila nga ma-anchor nga yung site. But for FUT Esports, at least, makapag-time out din sila. And with this buy round nga na meron sila, hopefully na makabawi sila. To the fact na si QE medyo delikado kasi nga 2-6 lang ang score niya.
Totoo. So far, yung dalawang duelist dito sa side ng EG, init na init kumbaga pagdating sa larong to eh. First game jitters, possibly for the side of FUT, but again, operator in play, in the hands of QE, kanina hindi masyadong nag-work out in his favor dahil nga din sa bilis ng entry nila. But maybe this time, na medyo slow-paced.
And walang ka-idea dito ng EG kasi nga yung wall papunta nga dito sa may A, but QE at least will catch one already. Captain, maganda po siya na really represent. If ever meron pumasok dito, at least first contact niya. Pero alam nila, pero wala silang idea kung saan pa talaga exactly yung mga players ng FUT ngayon. And with this dog, wala malalaman na.
Tamang angle isolate lang, especially mula kay Captain, repositioning himself. Merong kasamang gravity. Well, ang ganda ng flash! Saan nanggaling yun? Mula dito sa side ng B main. That's gonna be the KO helping out. Good on Kiraxis. Ang bilis niyang kumuha ng rest back.
Grabe yung support nga na ginawa niya kasi alam niya si Captain, literal na one and done na siya doon. Wala na siyang point of no return na yun. But sabi ni Kiraxis, at least andito ako with that flash, swing mo with a kill as well. But Jogimo and Com, wala, malayo nga sila eh. Si Com at least sinabi niya na sige, pasok na kayo dito sa A. Pero ang problema na dalawa pa ang tao doon, which is si Cypher at si Sky.
May Viper Spit naman silang pwedeng gamitin pero kailangan nila makakuha ng initial kill. Yun sana yung hinahanap nila pero Mr. Fallen hindi pa siya tapos. Makakakuha siya ng isa dito and all throughout. Anchoring the site again. Kung nakuha niya yung patay dun sa Sky, possibly.
Tama. If ever napatay ni Jogimo, it's gonna be a whole different story. Pero yun yung favorite ni Jogimo, yung mga satchel plays talaga, no? And at least, ito yung sinasabi nga natin. Shoot yung flash.
3 points eh, no? May kasamang foul eh.
Oo nga eh.
Ang ganda nung pagkaka-flash in nung KO doon. Perfect talaga. Lalo na nilabas nila yung gravity well. The pull was perfect as well, to say the least. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi talaga nila in-expect yung pa-flash na yan.
Actually, yung flash na ginawa niya, to the point na alam niya hindi dun sa pinakadulo yung flash eh. So, ma-flash lagi yung mga players nga dito sa may B main, but that is Captain already! Gonna go in, pero na-transfer me na what's up to the head kay Ethan!
Grabe mag-spray transfer to. 3v4 situation. They still have an operator in play para sa FUT. Bustio on the other hand, pinapaulanan ng bala. And that's gonna be the kill towards Modge.
Wala, na-stagger siya dun sa, nakongka siya dun sa dog niya. So at least alam niya na super slow nga movement speed niya. Demon and Com, let's see. 2v4, this is gonna be a really hard day for them. Demon, alam nila meron tao dito nga sa may rafters pero wala siyang idea if ever magpupush pa si Kiwi nga dun lang sa may main. But wala silang choice. They need to go in. Kiraxis, pwede pa siya magpa-flash dito as well.
May nade pa nga siyang pwedeng gamitin kung sakasakali man Pero mukhang it's gonna be the entry coming in. Alam nilang hindi lalabas agad sa smoke si Demon dito. Low on HP, 15 remaining para sa kanya. Nakita niya yung Cypher mula sa taas at kinlasik na lang.
6-3 already and at least Foot nakakabawi na rin kahit papano. And at least diba nakikita natin yung pinakamalakas nga na teams per region nga. Pero in terms naman dito sa Foot, at least sa Kapitan Tantan, nakakabawi na rin kahit paano yung spray transfer niya. Before, dun sa millisecond point, hindi ko alam na second, na tinransfer niya, nakapitas pa ng isa. Maganda yung reaction time nila.
Totoo. That fast reaction time really saved the day then mula sa kanila. And especially for the side of Foot right now. 6-3 yung scoreline natin at 3 rounds lang ang kailangang habulin dito. Actually, ng Foot. That's not too bad, to say the least. Lalo na, split yung mapa natin. Kahit mag-swap tayo ng sides as well, you just never know.
Si baby. Pero ito magkano na ba shorty ngayon? 300 na.
300 na ang shorty ngayon.
Anong patch to?
I think yun,
Live?
yung 300
na.
na shorty yung patch natin ngayon. We have to make sure. Pero as far as I know, yun yung magiging natin. Yun yung patch na lalaruin na nga natin dito.
Yun na yung live
Kung tutuusin for Foot, onting adjustment lang naman yung kailangan nilang gawin It's more like yung EG, talagang nauunahan lang sila, especially dun sa engagement pagdating sa entry. Kasi nga may operator setup ka through A main in the hands of QE, for example. Pero dahil nga dinadash outan siya o kaya naman sinasatchel siya, nafo-force siyang mag-reposition sa mga hindi niya, gusto niya pang mag-pick off sana
Yeah, pero nakikita mo dito kay Kiwi na lagi na nito napipita si Boostyo dito nga sa side nila. And for the side of Foot, at least dun sa last 2 rounds natin na nakita, kitang-kita natin yung value ng operator nga na gamit niya. But for Demon, at least got a Blazer Ball and he actually go in. Pop na talagang for him to pop everyone's head right now with the help of Jogimo with a showstopper or probably with that Seekers nga ni Ethan para alam niya syempre kung saan sila pupunta. And body system lang. QE, maganda naman ang read niya. Maganda ang magiging value ng operator if ever. Pero, ipitas.
They know better. Huwag kayo sisilip kasabay ng Trailblazer kasi may nag-aantay ng operator. They knew better. Alam nila exactly kung ano kailangan nilang gawin. On the other hand, not quite sure kung nakita pa rin siya ng Trailblazer doon. Probably not dahil tagon-tago siya. But in the end, EG, kala-half buy lang to mula sa kanila
Yeah, light buy lang meron sila. They have 4 ultimates up already. They can actually use it bago nga pumasok. Kung alam nila na wala ng knife si KO dito, so they can actually use that kahit kailan nila gusto. Pero yun nga, si Jano Gibbs denying that showstopper out of the bat.
Denied kung denied mula nga sa side ng Foot, especially yung showstopper 8 orbs down the drain. Yung datingan at saktong-sakto pa pagkakasilip dito ni QE. Good on the shot, 5v3 situation, meron knives si Demon, pwede pa rin siyang iwas-iwas, pwede pa rin siyang makakuha ng kill pero hindi niya makukuha yon dahil si Jano Gibbs ang mananaig.
Grabe naman talaga si Jano Gibbs. I think I'm falling. Sino ba asawa ni Jano Gibbs?
Ha?
Sino ba asawa ni Jano Gibbs?
Hindi ko alam kung yun pa rin. Marami akong...
Sino ba dati?
Si Bing Loizarka.
Nasa isip ko si Regine kay Ogie nga pala yun. Si OG.
Si OG.
Kapatid niya si EG.
Oh, tama naman. Tropa nila si EG, di ba? Sige, pilit mo na lang. Foot versus EG nga ang magkatapat ngayon, ladies and gents. 6-4. Official buy round na. Kung kanina nakahabol sila tuloy-tuloy and so far for Foot, nakahanap nila yung footing nila.
Tatlong ultimates down ngayon sa side nga ng EG but they still have that Viper Spit nga na magagamit nila. And for themselves, meron sila magandang pang entry na gagawin nga ng EG ngayon. But for the side of Foot, they need to repossession, they need to back away kasi alam nila na wala makakapigil nga sa EG if ever nagpush sila ng mid. And Jogimo, waiting if ever may babalik pa dun lang sa may ropes pero mukhang wala na ata. Mga players ngayon ng Foot, all they need to do is wait. But for EG, uubos oras, yes. They still have yung mga utilities nila, pero alam nila na hindi muna sila pwede pumasok kasi wala pang flash si Ethan ngayon.
They're being extra careful pagdating nga dito sa mga takes na ginagawa nila. Ang kaso nga lang when you play around time, laging nag-up na agad yung knife ng KO. To the point na after nung knife na gamitin, kung wala mo mahahanap, you have a guiding light na kasunod. Diba? So that double ini na naghahanap ng intel, nakakakuha ng intel, helps a lot pagdating sa side ng FUT.
That's true. At least yung mga players nga ng Foot ngayon na force out yung Seekers nga na ginagamit nila for the side of EG, they can actually reposition. But alam ba to ng Foot? Kiwi, nasa kanyang baso if ever makakapos pa siya ng isa, pero yun nga, Demon will actually fall down. Ethan as well. Craxis lang sa may Rams, pero nga lang Kiwi andun pa rin talaga sa position kung saan pa siya nakapatay kanina.
What?
Boost yo.
Hindi pa siya tapos, man. The thing is, for EG's side, I'm quite surprised na binagalan nila yung pacing na meron sila dito. Kasi it already works out in their favor. Yung fast-paced na galaw nila. They're probably worried pagdating sa utility play ni Moj, for example. But in the end, you have a Roomba, you have a Trailblazer na kaya makaspot ng mga players natin. Hindi lang yon, yung satchel in tsaka yung dash, kita mo hindi na gumagana sa op eh.
Yeah, maganda rin talaga yung mga off-angle play na ginagawa talaga ni Kiwi dito. Tingnan mo, bigla nang nakuha agad si Demon na...
Walang kaalam-alam.
Yeah, sobrang dry nun. Pwede sanang gamitin nga ni Ethan yung guarding light niya, pero wala, hindi talaga nangyari. And for Foot, at least they found their footing already.
Wow. Thank you. 5-6. Isa na lang yung puntos na kailangan gawin dito ng FUT. Makakahabol na sila. Nagsimula tayo kanina na sobrang one-sided. Ito exactly yung sinasabi ko. They have the Trailblazer to clear out yung mga traps na yun, yung mga tripwires na yan. Ang kaso nga lang kasi natatakot silang pumasok eh.
Yeah, nagkaroon na sila ng doubt nga, agam-agam sa pagsasalig. Kanina kasi wala eh. Ano yung score natin kanina? 4-0.
Oh,
Then
G lang,
that,
pasok lang.
Doon nawala. Nawala yung aggressiveness na pinakita nga ni Jagimo, which is ngayon, mawawala naman talaga kasi nga si Kiwi makakapatay ng isa. This is the last round of the first half nga. But the players of Foot, I mean, minamamano nila yung EG ngayon kanina, is the other way around. And kung ano yung ginawa ni Moj kanina, gagawin ulit niya. But sabi ni Ethan, alam ko na kung nasan ka. Kiwi from up top will fall in the hands of Ethan. But this is the Viper split they need to go inside for them to catch these players off guard. Shortly onto the head of one. 2v4 right now. Wala pang ultimate si Craxis ngayon at wala siyang choice kundi pumasok nga sila doon sa patibong ng EG ngayon.
May knife pa rin na pwedeng gamitin si Kiraxis though. Can give intel kung at least nasaan ba yung ibang mga players, saan malapit yung area nila. Ethan, makakahanap pa rin ng isa. Itong Viper Spit, napakalaking problema para sa side ng FUT. It's only gonna be Kiraxis. Makahanap pa siya ng Seekers dito. It's gonna be done and over and dusted mula sa side ng EG. 7-5 to close off the round.
Kanina pa yung Viper Spit ni Com ngayon, pero hindi siya makahanap ng perfect opportunity for him to use it. And at least dito ngayon sa last round nga na first half, they came inside. Dun nga sa B na to, B site, but wala na silang choice. Kung hindi gamitan lang din talaga lahat ng kailangan nila. But for this half, Bes, babalik ba tayo? Ayun, okay.
Sim, balik natin sa ating mga panelists. Rebby, please do take it away.
Maraming salamat to Vil and Terrar. So again, we have a very close series on our hands. Again, EG is known to be very, very good on split, especially on attacking. Pero humabol ang Foot. And I think here the question is, bakit bumagal si EG? Because they were doing so well. Again, like they just, ang casters natin, they just said they were doing really good on that very fast playstyle. And again, dahil nga ba sa utils ni Moj, or did they just fall apart?
Yan nga yung pinakaunang katanungan, di ba? Kasi constantly, syempre, hari ng si Cypher, hari ng B-side, syempre. Pero pagdating sa mga utility na pwede makapagsira sa mga utility ni Cypher, nandun, meron silang mga proxy, may ASO sila, meron boombot. Again, maraming pwedeng makasira. Pero si Moj, naka-adjust siya eventually despite the 0-4 start because you still get intel nonetheless. So, feeling ko sa pag-adjust pagtawag dito sa pag-adjust, sa operator pickup ni Kiwi, nahirapan na rin itong si Evil Geniuses na pumasok.
I think yung maganda din is with Cypher, yung scans talaga. Sabi nga ni Vil, maraming off angles, a lot of ways for them to get these unexpected kills. And in addition, of course, we have the KO involved on that side. So a lot of the util that they want to use, nasa-suppress din.
Exactly, and I think, going into this, we're going to be seeing them on, on the switched roles. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Foot just managed to do that. But can they bring that Cypher on the attacking? And, can EG gain that confidence back? But again, we'll never know because this still does seem very, very close. These two teams perform very, very well on this map, right?
Oo nga, sobrang close ng so far ng kanilang performance. Pero excited ako na makita QE with his double initiator on the attacking side naman.
That's right. Any last thoughts? Do you think Foot has the maybe upper hand here?
They're playing a lot better than the stats and 20% run rate before this on split. So now they're getting momentum. Malapit na sila magpalit ng side. So a lot of hope for that.
That's true. And I think, EG has a 66 here on split, so it's really good to see na Foot was able to, again, gain their footing dito sa second half ng first half. But we'll have to see how they perform in the second half. So we'll be throwing it back to our casters, the mods. Take it away.
Maraming salamat sa
Thank you so much, Fluffy.
Thank you so much, Fluffy. So yun.
Action star magsalita si Fluffy ngayon no? Nahiya si FPJ,
Hindi ko kasi
Back to the game! Dahil si Demon, wala ata siyang buff ngayon dahil linggo.
Wala, Sunday ngayon
Wala Kita mo hindi na nga kaming lumabas.
Wala.
Sunday family day.
Buti nga, 1 pa yung nakalagay. Pag 666 pa yan.
Ay, nako!
Kukunin na yan.
Siya na lang yung mahihiyang sumali ngayong araw na to. Sabi, bakit first day kami?
Wala, may konto siya sa ano. May konto na siya sa impyerno. Pero... Kapitan.
Naman si Fluffy. Galit siya. Wala siyang bawi, guys. So, okay lang yun. Demon. Posibleng makita nga niya dito si Janong Games mamamatay right now. But at the same time, QE, gusto niya makapag-trade off. Ang kaso, mukhang rest back ata ang panahon. Para sa kanila, pop flash tumama pero yung spray down tumama din.
Yung pop flash sobrang tumama nga pero ready yung mga players nga ng EG for him to take down the players of Foot nga. Parang basang-basa nila, alam nila yung narinig nila dun nga sa may ropes at yun lang yung ginawa nila. They hold yung site na yun, hindi sila gumalaw na. Ang ginawa lang nila syempre talaga pinatay lang nila isa-isa lahat ng nakita nila. Parang literal na dinala ng Foot yung mga sarili nila sa kamatayan.
Hindi sila nanalo sa engagement Hindi sila nanalo pagdating nga doon sa duel na meron tayo. So, to say the least, syempre,
anak mo.
Para sa si Wendell.
Silip
Para
na
sa kanila, obviously, nakalimutan ko tuloy yung sasabihin ko. Kasi ikaw
Sorry. Si Wendell
ano ba yun? Alimutan ko talaga.
Seryoso?
Ayun nga, natalo sila sa engagement Kung hindi tatama yung shots mo sa pistol, wala talagang mamamatay, men. Tapos yung flash pa. Andun na sana yung rest back. Kinulang lang talaga.
Hindi talaga makakapatay pag hindi tumama.
Tama naman.
Diba?
Pag hindi sila online, di paano sila maglalaro?
Exactly, di ba?
Mindset lang yan Paano masisira umaga mo kung hapon ka gigising? Ganun lang yun, mindset lang.
Ba't ka mabubuhat kung hindi ka marutulog? Di ba?
Tama.
Di ba? Paano ka mabubusag pag di ka kakain?
Tama.
Ay, nako. Pero yun na nga. Spray and play lang with a Stinger and Spectre. Ang ginagawa nga ng EG ngayon. Magandang hold na ginagawa nila. Pero meron pa tao sa may heaven ngayon. And now come with a swing. We'll catch one. Ethan from the backside will actually take one down with a right click onto that classic. 9-5 already. And now EG. At least, paunti-paunti na silang nananalo dun sa mapang pinili nila.
Flawless round pa nga makikita natin dito. Again, EG, may upper hand sila pagdating sa round na nakita natin or before this one. But magiging official buy round na to sa wakas mula naman sa side ng Foot. Again, ang ganda ng spray down nila dito, especially playing around the smoke. Hindi yan, kung lalabas nga naman si Moch ng ganon.
Wala siyang
kaalam-alam. Inaantay talaga siya. So, wala siyang choice kung hindi mawala na lang pagdating doon. 5-9.
At pwede pa mag-6-9 to kasi nga sila ang may lamang ngayon. Pero ang tanong kung tatama ba sila isa-isa. Demon, one tap to the head lang ang kailangan niya for that Guardian niya. Just try to bait out that orb for them to swing out pero mukhang hindi ata mangyayari yun. Yung mga players nga ng EG, all they need to do is wait nga. But for Foot, nasa kanila ang...
Obscuring vision.
Tawag dun?
Ang bola.
Ang bola. Nasa kanila ang pressure sa Foot. Ay, naku. Hindi nag-cast
Oo nga, English na ng English
tagal ko hindi nag-cast, bes.
Ay, nako. Host ka kasi ng host.
Sorry.
But,
hindi ako trabaho.
Anyway, FUT, they're taking it a little slower this time. Ito nga yung buy round nila. Once the smoke dissipates, makikita naman nila na may tao sa heaven Pero kung may nagda-dash in sa kamatayan, QE ang pangalan niya.
Diyos ko, literal yung satchel, binato sa kanya. Si Jano Gibbs mag-isa. Ang tignan natin kung he will fall dito sa game na to. Mr. Fallen.
Nasa kanya naman yung spike, to be fair. Kaso alam, pabalik ata yung punta niya, hindi pa punta sa site. Ayun. Going towards A, meron pa siyang isang guiding light na hawak-hawak. Kung sakali man he wants to use that up as well. But he actually has space to plant the spike. Not a problem.
15
Di niya
seconds
lang alam.
Yeah, di na nga alam kung nasa talaga yung mga kalaban niya. Pero at least meron siyang flash game for him to know exactly nasa ba yung mga kalaban niya.
Winnable,
And 1v3, winnable nga. Naramaan siya, vulnerable ng konti, pero pwede naman siya mag-repossession. Doon lang sa may basa for him to get more angle and possession for him to take these players off guard. One tap na lang to. Demon and Butcho, sila ang pwedeng maging ally. Then biglang swing kay Com if ever. But he's actually playing close. Ayun na nga! At winnable pa nga to, best. But Butcho says no!
That was a little scary para sa side ng AG. To say the least, sobrang low na nga ni Com doon. Sinusubukan nilang i-wallbang. In the end, hindi pa rin tumama. Na surprise pa rin sila na nandun nga sa backside na nag-aantay, hindi sa may elbow. 10-5. 5 rounds lang naman ang kailangan habulin dito pero kalahati pa rin yun nung mga rounds na na-win o naipanalo nga para sa side dito ng EG kahit papano.
And that is a bonus round ng EG, di ba?
Sulit, ha?
So tanggal ngayon ng pera. Pero sabi ng Foot, sige, light buy muna tayo ngayon. Kasi nga, andito na sila sa punto nga na kailangan nila maghabol. And with this kind of buy, malay mo makayanan pa. Pero kailangan nila maging aggressive dito kahit papano if ever gagawin ba nila.
If they can go aggressive, kasi usually yung play na ginagawa nila dito is more on really those play for pick angles na kaya nilang ipanalo yung engagement na nakikita natin. Well, let's see. May seekers ka sila dito from Mr. Fallen na pwedeng gamitin. Other than that, wala na rin ibang util eh.
Actually, maganda yung ginagawa nga ng EG ngayon. To the fact na meron naman silang poison cloud for them na ilagay nga dito sa mid. So medyo mahirap din talaga pumasok dyan kasi wala kayong idea if ever meron bang tao dun sa may ramps or dun sa may mail nga. But for Boostyo, staying on the position, dun sa favorite position ni Moj nga. And actually maganda rin yun if ever si Silep, si Com, dun lang sa may B main, pop siya ng util dun. Concuss, Gravity Well, kahit ano, dun bigla siya magsisay for him to take these players off guard, to take these players down nga. But Com, celebration nila dito lang sa may heaven, Kiwi dashes in, Boostyo, double pick ang mangyayari dito best if ever.
Yun ang inaantay nila, yung Seekers na lumabas. Pero isa lang ang makukuha ng Stinger na to. On the other hand, nandito na yung ibang Nesbak mula sa team ng Foot. They go try and plant the spike right now mula kay Mr. Fallen. And ito na nga yung magiging retake scenario ng EG right now from the two duelists itself. Demon goes for the first kill. Dalawa ang mawawala agad, making it a 2v2 and make that a 1v1. Moj versus Demon. Uy! Napadash out pa!
Piso! Alam ba niya to?
Headshot kailangan niya, men.
Oh, men, headshot talaga. One tap to the head. At tama ba? But Demon is a better angle at alam niya kung nasa si Moj.
Tsaka tumatagos pa rin yung bala dun sa corner na yun eh. So, ultimately, gusto mo yung i-pre-fire. Alam mong sobrang low HP na rin ng huling player na yan after that tag.
Alam niya na dink eh.
Alam niya na dink. Pero, kumbaga, by chance na lang din eh. Yung moment na yun, yung 1v1 na yun, walang lamang, walang kulang. It just so happens na yun nga, Moj, takot din siya sumilip dahil sa low HP na yun.
Ang isa sa dahilan ko bakit EG ang nandito, si Demon.
Totoo.
Talaga buwabawi na nga talaga sila. And, bebe, tuwan-tuwa na.
Masaya siya today.
Yeah. And for the side of EG nga, di ba, may pero o wala, sila pa rin talaga nakakakuha ng footing ngayon. Well, this is a map that they picked. So talagang kailangan talaga nila makabawi ngayon. Well, this is the first time nga naglaban sila, yes. So, maganda ang statement na binibigay nga ng mga players ng EG dito to if ever that they are a huge force na dito ngayon sa side nga ng Masters Tokyo. And for themselves, di naman sa Foot, kailangan nila makabawi pero paano?
Parehas mapapansin mo eh, they have this certain fear na sumilip ng basta-basta. But at the same time, nagiging cons din siya because when we see slow movements, mula for example from EG a while ago dun sa first half natin, lalo na kung may operator in play, you really don't wanna go, either you go for wide swings or yung talagang fast-paced na gameplay. Kasi nga naman, kung magpe-play for contact kayo na ganong klase, hindi mo alam kung saan nakasilip tong operator. Sobrang clean shot, clear shot.
Kumbaga, hindi sila nag-overextend. Ika nga. And for EG, and sa foot as well, kanina, they know when to peak, they know when to back off, they know when na kukunin nila yung engagement na yon. Pero talagang EG lang din talaga ang nakakapanalo doon. I mean, yes, saktuhan doon sa pagtiin nga ng foot, pero in terms of duels, raw aim, EG ang nananalo doon. Lalo na si Demon.
Totoo. Lalong-lalo na nga si Demon. Not only that, si Jogemo din naman. So yung dalawang duelist talaga nila dito. Nakita mo pa naman dun sa retake, di ba? Yung 4v2 scenario, literal na nabaliktad pa nila. So again, Foot, may neural theft sila for that ult. But EG also has a Blade Storm here. Not quite sure kung ilalabas yan this time around. But to say the least, prepared naman yan kung kinakailangan nila. Isa na lang din need nito para sa Seekers and sa Viper's Pit.
Yeah, grabe yung foot talaga, no? Talagang they really want to control the whole site. Layo-layo lang sila, magsasabayan, pag-pace lang sila dito sa BF Ever. First contact, dito lang kay Kiwi, then bigla magpo-force in, dito yung mga sila Kapitan Tantan. And now Kiwi, finding all these heads dito ngayon sa kamay nga ng EG. They have the money already and they need to win this, but wala silang idea ito. Si Com nandun na, hindi siya gumagalaw. But Moj will get an opportunity for him to take down these players. Boostyo, after that flash, makakapatay pa ng isa, but it's all up to Captain, and that swing will be in his favor. 5-12 already in EG is on a match point already.
May kasama pang flash mula doon sa kanyang kakampi, no? Hindi ka tunay na Sky kung hindi mo ipa-flash yung mga kakampi mo. But again, EG, they're taking this step by step, round by round, kumbaga. Especially mula kay Com, doon sa kanyang unang naging hold. Nabasa siya agad-agad nung Foot, but in the end, spray down sa spray down ang labanan, and they still needed to make an entry happen here in the side of EG. Grabe si Como. 17 kills and 7 deaths.
Oo, pero malayo yan. Lagi siya nagle-lurk, ha?
Ito.
Hindi mo nakikita yan sa harapan.
Nahuhuli niya lagi yung rotation eh. That's the problem para sa side nga ng Foot. And that was such an easy kill towards Demon.
Actually, yun nga, di ba? Sabay silang iswing. Alam nila yung mga galawan ng isa't isa, pero nananalo pa rin ang EG dun sa mga engagement nila. And now Boostyo setting up all the traps here in Garage. So alam na ng Foot yan na hindi sila pwedeng pumasok dito na parang wala lang. Kailangan nila ng follow-up dito para lang at least mapatay ang Boostyo niyan kasi sobrang hirap na to if ever. But dapat siya mag-smoke, yes? 4v5.
Very, very slow take means very dry and slow peaks as well. Maganda yung gravity well na meron tayo dito. Alam nila na si Boostyo nasa may likuran lang, but they have to answer to Jogemo first. Ang dami masyadong players na ng EG na nagsama-sama sa B-site. Literal na firing squad ang makakasalamuha dito ni Mr. Fallen as EG secures Game 1.
Grabe yung utilities nga na ginagawa nila, knowing to the fact that if ever papasok sa B-main, madali lang i-counter. Flash ka? Sige, mag-gravity well ako. Ganun lang ka-basic yung ginagawa nila. At the fact na dalawa pa yung utility doon, literal na hindi ka talaga makakapasok na buhay ka. Literal na mamamatay ka talaga doon pa lang sa gravity well na yon. And the fact na si Demon, napaka-basic lang din yung mga kills niya.
Even on the operator place, mura rin naman kay QE, EG had the same problem, diba? Nung nandun tayo sa first half natin na kailangan nilang umentry dito. Just so happens as well na may mga round sila na nakuha nila yung retake, yung mga 4v2 scenarios, na nanalo sila pagdating sa duel, na nanalo sila pagdating sa engagement. And again, no matter how strong the team may be, kung hindi nga magkoconnect yung shots, paano sila mauubos?
In terms naman sa pag-utilize, napakaganda ng utilization ng EG Strong Utilities. Napaka-utility heavy ng ginagawa nila with that Astra. With all of this flashes nga na meron din yung mga players nga ng Foot ngayon, pero mas na-utilize nga ng EG ito. Lalong-lalo na nung nag-change sila ng side, we really thought na makakabawi na
This was such a good round.
Yung Foot dito, pero hindi eh.
Ang ganda nung round na to. Ito yung pop flash na nagmula sa KO after na maipit nung ating Astra in the corner. And managed to save the day actually pagdating sa kanila. One of the issues as well na nakikita rin natin is yung timing ng utilities pag slow pace yung laro natin. Na laging may guiding light na nakasunod. Kung nag-aantay man sila ng magpupush sa A main, for example, masyado nang late dahil mahahanap sila ng knife, mahahanap sila ng guiding light, wala ng oras.
Yeah, yun nga. Yun yung at saka isipin mo split, pero sobrang tagal talaga nila gumalaw dito sa mga rounds na to. Well, medyo mahirap na din talaga to the fact na si Astra and medyo makipot nga yung mga daan na to if ever gonna compare that to other maps as well. But for the side of EG, nanalo sila dun sa mapang pinili nga nila. And yun ata pinakamahabang highlights na napanood ko sa buong
Oo,
buhay ko.
parang doble ata yun.
Napansin mo.
Times 2
Tagal
ata
no? Grabe yung highlights na yun.
Grabe yung highlights na yun. Pero ang dami kasi ring nangyari pagdating nga sa round na yan. And nakita naman natin that EG still managed to survive and pull off this first game na meron nga tayo. Meron pa namang second game, best of 3 to. So, you never know.
At this is a split, di ba? Talagang Japanese map agad ang nauna dito ngayon sa Tokyo if ever. Pero yan, pag-usapan na natin kanina kung talagang mas na-utilize talaga ng EG, yung mga agents nila, sobrang utility heavy nila. And dito naman ngayon sa side nga ng FOT, at least dun yung Cypher, gagawa siya ng mga plays na tulad ng gagawin niya ni Viper tsaka ni Astra nga ng EG, na lurk lang din ang gagawin niya. Pero wala, hindi din talaga nila nagawa ng paraan kasi nga ko-control din ng FOT yung buong mapa. Pero mas na-control masyado ng EG yung mapa na yun.
Totoo. And that's just the first map. Again, na nakita nga natin dito sa ating Valorant Masters Tokyo. Pinakauna sa buong Valorant Masters Tokyo, basically. Meron pang susunod, kaya huwag kayong alis because Valorant Masters 2023 will be right back.
back sa inyong lahat dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo. We have just concluded ang first game natin in our first series between FUT and EG. And again, 13-6? 13-5
even.
in favor of EG. So medyo this was a very intense na laban to, and I think in the beginning we did see na this was more in favor of EG. FUT did find their footing in the first half, kaso wala talaga sa second half eh.
Oh, parang nahirapan talaga sila pagdating sa attacking side nitong si FUT, no? Parang especially nung nag-pick up na si Demon 1 ng operator, parang hindi na nila alam kung saan aangulo. Especially the fact na ang mga kalaban nila double controller pa. Ibig sabihin, mas malaking tawag dito, control sa space before they can even get inside the site. So, namumroblema talaga pagdating sa second half. Kaya yun yung isa sa mga biggest factor, kumbaga. Kaya nahirapan si FUT.
Exactly. And then yung isa pang factor is EG kasi napaka-aggressive yung team na to. Opening up already 4 rounds, stringing it together nung first half. Tapos pag second half, walang pigil. Dire-diretso lang yung game. And 13-5, you know, sabi mo nga earlier, FUT, kala natin ba kaya pa nila kasi naka-comeback sila. Pero EG just shutting them down.
That's right. And I think na this also just shows we were highlighting, you know, si Demon 1, si Kiwi on both sides, you know, our duelists here. Pero I think, I do want to say, we did see our team MVPs. We had Calm on one side. And I feel like, I think deserved niya talaga yung game MVP here because I think that his walls were such an essential factor kung paano, like that really allowed the rest of EG to just really push these sites. And, you know, Jojimo and Demon 1, of course, is doing their job enabling that team. And it was just such a flawless team play from EG.
Yeah, agree ako sa'yo dyan. Si Calm, siya diba yung MVP as we can see on our screens? Kasi especially kung siya yung nakakuha ng kills, that means more access dito sa Viper's Pit, which means you have more access dito pagdating sa control on one of the sites, which is very difficult to begin with. Kung isipin natin yung B pa lang, is one of the most hardest things to penetrate, kumbaga, lalo-lalo na sa split.
I feel like weird din yung playstyle ng FUT for this opening. Maybe it's nerves, maybe it's something else. Kasi meron naman silang tools sa kanilang composition na para gamitin para ipigil yung mga very early aggression coming from EG. But despite that, kahit may Cypher sila, meron silang KO suppress, hindi na pipigil yung aggression because Demon 1 just keeps going in. And when he gets that opening pick, yung momentum talaga, tuloy-tuloy siya sa the rest of the round.
Exactly. And, you know, just like you said, you know, aside from the utils, they were trying to, you know, deny EG as much as possible. But at the end of the day, you couldn't deny yung parang yung peaking as a whole. And again, that aim, you cannot deny that aim. You might deny utils, but you cannot deny name. And here we are at our AIM Labs practice shootout. So again, this is, I believe, who for each? I can't see his name here, but if you'd like to get his crosshair, you can scan the QR code in the bottom right of the screen so that you can also practice just like the pros. And I think that is split, diba?
Yeah,
that's split on AIM Labs. Wow.
You know, maybe FUT should have done this before the game.
Shots fired, literally. But I mean, I think it's the moment of silence there for FUT. But I mean, like, they did play out their hearts here. And I think going into the second map, I believe that this is going to be their pick on Lotus. So I think that this was EG's pick on Split. They were very confident. And I think coming into this might be, I'd say we might be looking at a 2-1 series here.
I feel like that's the case indeed. Because remember that one of the, yung isa sa mga specialty, diba, ni FUT is definitely yung controlled chaos nila. And how to access that controlled chaos is yung mga 3-site maps. Katulad ng Lotus. So, again, most likely dito na may enable yung kanilang mga specialty, yung kanilang playstyle and comfortability din pagdating sa laro. So, yeah, it is gonna be a 2-1.
I feel like it's also very hard kasi kung sa 2-map site pa lang nahirapan sila with dividing their team into 2 and they can't even fight that full stack from EG. Pero ngayon, divided into 3. So mas konti pa yung resources, mas konti yung players. But even though that's their specialty, kaya ba nila mag-survive sa unang contact and pressure coming from EG before they try to mount whatever plan they have?
Exactly, and I think, you know, coming into the way that nakita natin na naglalaro si EG, they were playing very much together, and I think where they started to go wrong was when they started splitting up. Yun yung times na the players of Foot were just picking them off one by one, and they kind of just fell apart here. And being on Lotus, sinabi mo na they are more split up here. So I feel like this is also kind of like a way for them to also open up EG's weaknesses.
Yun nga eh. Yun yung syempre aantayan na opening kumbaga ni Foot. Kaya nga, kagaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy, dun talaga sila nahirapan. So hopefully, they take advantage of not only their own playstyle, but the, what you call this, yung parang weakness na pwede nilang punteriyahin. Especially when we go over their attack. Maganda naman yung defense nila kanina eh.
Wow, that was a...
Yung pinunteriya, yung ba yun?
Yeah, parang first time ko ever na narinig yun.
Siguro kakanood ko ng yung Tagalog anime dub.
Wow! Tagalog anime crossover, just like the Filipino broadcast. But speaking of like the anime crossovers, I think like we were talking about this kanina, like the way that the production here is, especially yung mga graphics natin. It's so my subtle taste of anime, and here we are just jumping right into our prime gaming select. So again, we have that neon from Kiwi that you were talking about. So this is going to be a really exciting Lotus. Again, that controlled chaos that we all love.
Grabe yung movement gaming ni Kiwi na aabangan natin on Neon. And syempre, magsha-shine siya dito. On such a large map such as Lotus, he is definitely going to be everywhere.
I mean, for EG as well, meron silang Breach, and I think that's one factor that Breach versus KO, very interesting because you have that stall, a lot of plays for EG, and of course, nasa kanila si Demon 1, so he can always capitalize on that. But for Foot, they have that knife again. Didn't do as well on the first map, but they've been playing KO on almost every map, so it's something that I'm sure that they're very practiced at here on Lotus.
Agreed. Although I feel like, again, maybe we're not getting that full value out of KO here. Maybe we could have seen a different, maybe initiator, I'd say. But I feel like, again, if they do utilize KO here, he can be a huge difference here, especially if he's able to deny that Viper, especially.
Very in fairness, they also don't need the Breach since meron silang Neon, so they have stuns on their team as well. So if they have lineups or setups, I'm sure na magamit yung KO because one bigger advantage that he has is, of course, yung perfect pop flash.
That's right, and it looks like we have some EDG fans already, right? I think they're gonna be for Game 3, but again, we're still here in a series number 1. It's again Foot versus EG, and again, whoever wins this, if EG wins again, this is going to be the end of the series. If Foot wins, we will be going to a Game 3. So, we're feeling 2-1? 2-1?
I feel like it's 2-1.
I mean, Puffy.
I think it's 2-0, honestly.
Oh, well, we'll just have to see. I think it's time we throw it off to our casters, the mods.
Irishayumase!
Here in VCT Masters.
Watashi wa Teiro desu.
Watashi wa Veiro desu. Sa imong tanan.
Wala, pinractice namin.
Irashaimase.
Yun ang sinasabi natin. Pag-welcome sa ating lahat dito.
Tapos pagpapasok tayo Toki-Toki.
Oo, pagpapasok tayo ng Toki-Toki, yun din ang sinasabi nila. Yun pala ibig sabihin nun, welcome. Alam ko sinisigawan lang nila ako eh. Pagpapasok ako, Irashaimase.
Irashaimase.
Akala ko sinisigawan lang nila ako. May meaning pala yun.
Welcome. So right now, dito sila.
Pinalakpakan nila. Thank you guys.
Ay, thank you guys. Rotus. Rotus des. Rotus.
Mahirap, man.
Tech pass. Ay, bawal yan.
Tech pause agad, no? Simula, pauna pa lang, pahapyaw agad.
Tech pass.
Nagising ata si Ray Ray.
Oo nga.
Oh, well.
Uy, best din June 2, 3, 4. Nasa Lotus tayo eh.
Nasa Lotus tayo. Ay, totoo. Katabi lang natin yung Lotus.
Oh, Rotus.
Well. Para sa mga kaka-tune in lang.
Sana di naman nila start, di ba?
Sa ating broadcast, syempre, nagsimula agad tayo sa Tech Pause Gear.
Kanya.
Inaayos nila yung mouse.
Oo, yung W daw hindi daw gumagana.
Oo, yun lang yung meron sa keyboard.
Ayun.
Ng Asia Pacific. Di sila sanay eh.
Oo, tama. Vandal or Phantom?
Vandal.
Depende. Pag maraming smoke, Phantom.
Wala na eh. Binawasan na nga yung magazine eh.
Oo nga.
Hindi ka na nga makapag-prefer.
From 90 to 60 na yung Phantom.
Hindi ka na makapag-prefer ng maligaya at masaya. Kumbaga, pag binatuhan ka pa ng Seekers, babasagin mo pa.
So ibig sabihin wala nang spray and pray na matindi.
Wala nang hindi na ganun.
Through the smoke.
Hindi na ganun kalala yung mga spray and pray kumbaga natin. But anyway, heading in and jumping in sa mapa na pinili naman ng Foot.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see if ever makakabayo pa sila dito kasi nga kailangan talaga din na manalo dito if ever. Bes, bago mag-start to, matindi pala ang araw natin ngayon kasi 3 games. Ang tatlong games ang ikakas natin ngayon. Medyo marami nandito talaga pero wala tayo no choice kundi gawin na. But the players of AG, it's off to get that retake nga. But Kiwi is inside already and right now, mukhang wala tayo sila makikita sa magandang utility pinapakita ng AG ngayon. Ethan goes in pero yun nga, yung foot sa C sila muna.
Wala nakagat ng Trailblazer, lumabas lahat ng utilities nila, bulag na bulag pati dito. Si QE, wala siyang nagawa at all pagdating sa B side. But it seems like, gaya na sabi mo, it's gonna be a C hit instead. Alam na rin to ng EG at naririnig na rin nila yung pagpa-plant ng spike. Rotation-wise, yung jet na lang yung kulang sa aksyon.
3 versus 5 right now. Isa lang nawawala ngayon and Sol up to Fallen. Si Jano Gibson lang mag-isa. Pero Jogimo, gonna jumping right click will connect onto him. 1-0 already for the side of AG. And matinding nga talaga yung mga depensa dito. And if ever nagtatanong kayo, sino ba talaga ang may laman dito? Attackers or defenders? Pero lately, sa buong mundo, defenders ang mga nananalo dito lagi.
Totoo. Yung mga traps, lalo na kung may Cypher sa kabila, napakahirap pasukin, no? Kumbaga, especially if the setups are good, but to say the least, wala tayong nakikitang Cypher pagdating dito.
Yeah.
At mapapansin nyo rin naman, it's a double control setup mula sa Foot Esports, Foot rather, and si Fallen, tsaka si Captain. Sila yung may hawak ng bola dito. Sila yung nagko-control ng timings.
Ito, maganda yung control nga nila kasi nga medyo global yung galawan dito ng Foot eh. With that Omen and with that Viper as well, sobrang layo nga ng coverage nila. But for the side of Boostyo, alam niya na baka may nagpupush niya. And with that smoke, talagang yung angulo na ipupush nila ngayon, might as well talagang kunin ng EG ngayon pabalik nga sa kanila. But Moj gonna go in, 69 HP. Nice.
May alarm bot sa labas ng smoke na to. It will pop anytime soon unless mawala yan na dahil sa knife. Yun exactly ang mangyayari. But the spray down continues as Com is towards Waterfall. At si Boost na bahalang umubos. Flawless!
What a perfect execution niya!
Malinis.
Kay Com, nakadalawa, then yun nga, lahat sila titingin sa Waterfall. Pero si Boostyo, biglang nagpakita, nahulog sila sa patibong ng EG ngayon.
Very much normal play kumbaga pagdating sa setup. Kung setup, this was, again, well executed. Pero the big help towards this was also the economy anyway. Diba? Wala rin naman mga barrel yung Foot that time eh.
Pero in terms of execution, sobrang sleek,
Malinis.
sobrang perfect, sobrang linis sa execution ang ginawa nga ng EG doon. Pero ngayon, meron silang pera at dito naman talaga sa malaking mapa, dito sila makakapag... na sobrang aggressive ang ipapakita nila. But for the side of EG, konti na lang kay Booster, may lockdown na siya.
QE, medyo umaamba pagdating din sa mound. At the same time, para sa EG, waiting game lang naman sa kanila to. They have again an alarm bot here. Alam na rin ng Killjoy na yan kung paano magbato ng knives, if ever. But those are the stuns coming in. Yung alarm bot this time around, nagpalit nga at nag-iba ng pwesto. Natunaw ng kaunti yung ibang mga players. Hindi sila makapag-plant agad-agad, but they can still set it up.
Ito na yung flash will connect on to Kiwi right now, pero magandang off-angle to. Pero flash, yun nga wala sa kanya. Meron pala tao sa may likod. Jogimo will catch one. Come as well. Pwede kita 4v2. Fallen, kailangan nila makabawi. Pero yun nga, yung spike, nagtitik na. Mr. Fallen just gonna get all the angles nga that they need in order for them to get that post plant done. But it's all up to Com. Mag-isa. 1v1 with a great one. Moj is low on HP. Nilapas yung classic. Let's see if ever playing close ba siya. Pero sabi ni Moj, hindi ata.
Play for mound, it is mula sa kanya. Pero isang bullet na lang ang kailangan tumama dito. Alam na rin nila exactly kung saan hahabulin na nga ata dito ni Com. But he has to peek out. Nilalaro lang siya. In-outplay siya ng 16 HP, man.
16 HP, ang kailangan lang niya is mag-antay. And alam naman ni Killjoy dito na lamang siya sa barrel anyway. And maganda yung pagka-plant nga sa mound. Well, yun naman talaga yung usual talaga na pinaplantan. Pero ang sabi dito ng Killjoy nga ng EG, basta na niya eh. Alam niya na kung saan sila pupunta. And good read nga. Kasi C, yung pinuntahan nila.
Tsaka to be fair, it was a little bit messy dun sa initial rounds na nakikita or dun sa initial start ng round natin.
Yeah.
Especially dun sa entry na ginawa nila. Dahil nga, na-display sila because of the alarm bot, the placements of the traps,
Swarm.
of the killjoy, nag-iba completely.
Yeah.
They had to answer, mabilis na adjustment yung kinailangan nilang gawin doon, pero nagawa pa rin nila.
Yeah, they had to go back nga, ika nga. So, at least, nanalo sila doon sa round na yon. And for the side of Foot, ito na literal ang pareho lang silang may baril, pareho lang silang may mga utilities ngayon. But Jogimo, napaka-notorious ng angulo niyan if ever kailangan nila dyan. May flash, but that is a slide onto your face. Kiwi gonna go in, will catch one, buti kitang 4v3, lamang pa rin ng EG in terms of head count.
Nailang siya doon, iniwasan niya literal. Pero nga lang hindi niya na-estimate ng tama kung saan magsaslide dito si QE. On the other hand, Demon, control towards A main. Napa-TP out si Mr. Fallen. Makakaligtas siya this time around, pero 3v2 pa rin to.
Yeah. 2v3 right now, Mr. Fallen. Meron pa siyang from the shadows ngayon. Pwede na ibigay yung spike nga kay Fallen, din bigla siyang lumipat nga sa A. Pero Demon, medyo mahirap lang din talaga kasi alam nila na meron pang tao sa A. And now Kiwi, gonna go in here and see already. All you need to do is wait. Meron pa siyang fault line, meron pa siyang flashes, punong-puno pa ang mga utilities niya, pero pa siya makabawi. Planet the spike already, and it's time for them to get that retake nga. 2v3, EG lamang, pero once na mapitas ng isa-isa ni Kiwi to, mahirap na.
Ay, the flash settles in. Isa yung mabubulag, pero prepared si Mr. Fallen para sa bait and switch na yan. Pop flash to the face. Walang follow-up, and that's gonna be Ethan going down. 2v1 and Demon as well isinama sa hukay ng Foot.
Maganda yung gagawin nga dito ng Foot na at least they need to force the 2v1 or 2v2 na pumasok sila sabay, pero deadly pa rin yun. Once na nag-flash nga sila with that bait and switch, mamamatay sila pareho doon. Pero yung ginawa ng EG, nag-back sila eh.
In-anticipate na nila eh. Double flash yung magiging play dito. Not other than that, EG as well, especially mula kay Boostyo, yung 2 initial pick-offs niya towards C-Long, helped a lot for the team. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi nila masagot here is more on that engagement duel na kaya nilang i-provide, lalo na si QE kapag nagda-dash siya.
Ethan is now down for the count and Mr. Fallen popping in. Talagang at least nakakabawi na rin talaga ang Foot dito kahit papano. But for EG, well, wala naman silang pera ngayon. But for Boostyo, he can actually use that lockdown mamaya or malay mo ngayon, nakadepende kung 3v2 or 2v2, malay mo talaga pwede nang gamitin yan. But for the side of Foot, yung lockdown nila, pwede nilang gamitin din yan ngayon. Demon, one tap to the head lang ang kailangan niyang gawin, pero nagpaparinig lang sila dito lang sa may trees, dito lang din talaga sa may danger. But Boostyo, he knows what's up.
Breakable doors, still unbroken so far. Yung knife nagsettle in na rin. Alam to ni Demon at aware na aware sila na may tao o may umaambas sa A-main. Kaso nga lang, after sirain yung door na meron tayo dito, Overdrive is ready to take on the action. Matitrade off agad-agad di Kom.
2v4. Good take pa rin. Good eco. Nakapatay sila ng isa, pero he needs more. Jogimo will catch one again! Diyos ko po, muntik na! Moj will catch one. Mr. Fallen will end this day again with a win. Sinimulan niya with the first blood nga na ginawa niya and will end in his last kill pa rin. 2-3 already. And for the side of Foot, this is the first time na lamang na sila.
Totoo, the first time na lamang na sila finally against EG here. Not only that, they're taking this slowly but surely, especially sa mga rounds na nakikita natin. Completely na-utilize nila yung mga ibang parte ng mapa dito. Na to the point na makikita mo, you think it's gonna be A, but then sabay-sabay sila nagde-decision, basagin natin tong doors and let's go B instead. That fast decision making is helping everything or helping out itong Foot.
Ito yung mga rare instances na makikita natin si Omen naka-Odin. Minsan lang mangyari yan. Pero ngayon, ilalabas nila yan. Boostyo, they got that lockdown for him to prevent the possible push na gagawin nga ng Foot dito. Pero sagutan pagpikas nga na gagawin din ni Moj. There's no way na masisira nyo yan. But for Craxis, one orb away for them to get that perfect entry with that null command.
Odin still in play mula sa side ng EG. Pinapaulanan lang ng bala. Kumbaga, ang mga players dito ng Foot. That's good for one. Kaso nga lang, makakasagot pa ba si Boostyo doon sa trade? That's gonna be Captain going down as well. Yung Odin, medyo naiilang sila. Best crossfire nang hindi mo nakikita.
Just go, give me the ace nga. Abet Boostyo!
Killjoy, by the way.
Men, napatay niya! Nano-swarm lang!
Kahit nano-swarm, wala. Kahit
Si
sila
Neon.
nagulat, si Neon nagulat eh.
Neon des! Grabe!
Neon
Oh,
something. Ay,
Diyos.
hindi, Korean pala yun.
Neon. Diyos ko! Pero yun nga, di ba, Bes? Literal na... Diyos ko, ang hirap nun.
Na-bother din kasi sila dun nga sa Odin eh.
Oo.
Dahil nga may nagpe-pre-fire ng Odin, kahit si Potter natuwa eh.
Sobrang ganda replacement nga ni Omen doon. If ever pumasok ka doon sa may breakable doors, patay ka pa rin eh. If ever pumasok ka doon sa may rotating doors, wala pa rin kasi nga may Odin doon eh. So ang ginawa ni Busio is trying na mas mapatibay pa yung posisyon nga na meron sila. But come with a rolling thunder, kailangan muna nilang malaman kung nandito ka ba talaga.
Magsasagutan ng paranoia tong dalawang to. Rolling Thunder, agad panimula, mukhang stun at huling-huli. Si Kiwi, ang kaso nga lang may mga kasunod pa. Chogimo goes for the second, pero meron nang nasa likuran. That's gonna be Mr. Fallen on the way from behind. Busyo this time. Kakais na lang, pero hindi na siya pagbibigyan.
Ang ganda ng posisyon nga na ginawa ni Foot dito. Talagang decoy lang yung mga ibang players ngayon ng Foot. But Captain with the Viper Spit, with the spike being planted by him. Pero ito 2v3. Lalaban pa sila Demon and Ethan, pwedeng hindi. Pero kailangan nila makapatay nga ng isa para for them to go inside already. Pero at the end of the day, talagang operation pa rin ang gamit ni Demon ngayon.
Yun nga eh, may operation.
Wala,
May
out na to.
operator nga dito na hawak-hawak ang EG. They would rather go for a save unless something happens. Pagdating dito sa round na to.
Di na, out na.
Ethan, out na siya. It's gonna be an out for EG. For the meantime, at least nagawa nila yung damage na gusto nilang gawin pagdating sa economy ng Foot. At may op pa sila.
Ngayon lang nila nalaman yun eh. Actually si Demon nga kanina talaga medyo malayo pa siya. But for themselves, ilan ba yung ginamit ng utilities ngayon? Ginamit nila yung kay Com sa Rolling Thunder nga, nakapitas pa sila. Pero wala silang idea na si Captain umikot all the way from B. Inikutan sila doon sa may waterfall and everyone nga na try to be aggressive nga doon sa side na yon. And safe play lang din ang pinakita dito ng mga players ng EG. Hindi na sila nag-overextend. And for Jogimo.
Emo siya eh.
Taking on 7 years we
It's
go.
not a phase. It's lifestyle. 3-4 ang scoreline na meron tayo. Operator Odin still in play mula sa kamay ng EG. Grabe.
Magpupush ba si Demon o hindi? Nakashorty ba siya? Yan ang tanong. Wala, mahal na shorty ng 300 na, bes. 5,000 sarado pala, no? Pag bumili ka ng ano?
Oy.
Ng ganyan.
Operator? Ay,
may
naghahanap
makikita pa
siya ng angle. Walang gustong sumilip. Mula sa side ng Foot, they know better, they say. Pero delikado tong beaming kung sakaling mahuli sila ng Odin.
Konti lang bawat yan kasi laruan yan. Pero,
Okay.
Blast X yun, di ba?
Blast X, Blast X.
Gusto ko yung Blast X mo eh. Ay, gusto ko yung Phantom ng Blast X. Uy!
Aray! Sakit din ka.
Sabi ni Jogimo, kung vandal sana gamit ko, patay na yun eh. Di ba? Di ba? Nadik mo lang din talaga. Pero yun nga, alam nila nasa breakable doors na and they need to go in. And for themselves, at least retake na lang ang gagawin nila dito sa B at yun yung plano nila. Jogimo, spray and pray through that wall, will not connect. Captain, para the spike already. Pero ito na yung retake na gagawin nila. Pero naunahan sila ni Kiwi ngayon. But Kiwi will fall down this one in the hands of Booster. Pero Booster gonna pop off. Will actually take down 2. Pero Caraxis all the way from the right side will actually catch 1 as well. But we'll get out 3v3. Mod, low on HP. Demon will catch 1 too. But yun nga, marinding mga trade-off lang ang pinapakita nila.
Oh, Caraxis versus Demon. Caraxis pa rin ang magwawagi pagdating doon sa shots. Odin versus Vandal. Ang makikita natin, halfway diffused na yung spike. Go to the re-smoke. That's gonna be the Omen. Tamang TP in, tamang tap ng spike.
Ay!
No,
Jebaited!
Jebaited!
Diyos ko, jebaited ka. Alam niya na Vandal yung gamit niya at alam niya na...
Lakas talaga ng mga...
Diyos ko!
Asyano, men.
Oh, Asian ba yan?
Kimer.
Taga-Cambodia siya.
Kimer. Last talaga pag...
Jebaited!
Ay, nako. may Asian buff kumbaga.
Wala. Plus 5 aim yan.
Plus 5 aim siya, kumbaga.
You know?
Na-outplay siyang malala dun,
Outplay dun!
Kaya nga, once you saw the smoke or how the Omen smoked it off, to be specific si Joge mo, alam mo na he's gonna go for a TP tap, tapos lalabas siya dun Yun ang hindi aware ang Foot during that time! Open na open! At habang!
Sirain mo, pare! Sirain mo kasi papasok ako. Pero yung nga lang, di mo naman talaga mawawala ka kasi sticker lang naman ang gamit niya. Pero Ethan, with a Trailblazer, nakikita ba yung iba? Pero yun nga, mukhang isa lang ata nakita. Pero alam nila na marami pang tao doon sa may A-main.
May Odin play pa rin dito So still a 4v3 again. Curaxis talaga yung nag-stand up pagdating sa side ng Foot dito. When it comes to engagement, napakabilis, napakaganda ng mga kills na nakikita natin from Curaxis.
Diyos ko, isa-isa silang nahuhulog sa patibungan ng Foot. But Captain putting it on 3v2. They have to from the shadows, pero there's no way naman nagagamitan na yan. Siguro reposition pwede sana, pero ginamit na kinuha na ni Captain yung operator Kukunin sana niyan para syempre i-save lang din, pero Captain... Winnable nga. Paranoia will not connect onto these players. Flash as well. Ethan. Diyos kong hirap nito.
Ayan na yung re-smoke nila. May manggagaling na pre-fire mula sa B-main na alam din nila na merong nasa heaven. Pero pinusuan lang! Second round in a row for a defuse. Not only that, for outplaying.
Pero yun nga, di ba? Doon lang sa may upper, hindi kita yun So, sino ang mag-first contact doon? Siyempre yun doon sa B-main. And, ang ginawa doon ng mga players nga ng EG, hinarapan na.
Not only that, dahil nga yung snake bite, ine-expect nila tatama
pero
yung pagkaka-defuse niya ng spike, napakatalino, men. Hindi mo matatamaan ng kahit anong lineup. Hindi rin tumama yung Viper Spit dun sa taas ng box na yun.
Yun nga, isipin
Last
mo
sa Dasma.
Men, jump lang ang gagawin niya. Hindi na siya matatamaan dun kahit konti. And yun yung mga kailangan nilang i-fix nga. And nagugulo sila, hala, paano nabuhay yun? Yun yung tanong nila sa mga isip nila.
Dapat off na yun Kung sa isipan nila, off na yun, kumbaga. But look at this one-way smoke and mukhang tatlo ang gustong pumush in. Demon already with the knives. Nagkamali siya ng dash doon. Kailangan niyang habulin o hahabulin nga ba niya?
Pero meanwhile, Boostyo, talagang sa sandwich na sila. Kiwi will catch one. Boostyo, sige, pasukin niyo na. Nandito na ako. Mag-iingalay na ako sa inyo. Pero Boostyo, still getting that too. Pero yun nga, nakukas mo siya and will get that kill as well. Pero meron pa sa likod. Pero yung nga lang, Diyos ko, Boostyo, patay na pero nakapatay pa.
Oh my God, the 3v1 situation. Yung mga traps, yung mga patibong ng EG.
Grabe.
Tinatapakan lahat ng Foot. Curaxis, alam natin kung gaano siya kainit ngayon pagdating sa mga engagements. The shots perfectly connecting. Ang kaso, ang laki ng problema niya. Yung spike na drop all the way kung nasaan yung players ng EG. Joga mo to close things off here. EG's doing wonderful.
Grabe yung boost yung services.
Boost yung services ka.
Diyos ko! Men! Basang-basa niya kung saan mapupunta yung mga kalaban niya na kahit ako ang kasya, tatama pa rin. And with that nade, Diyos ko, Mr. Fallen!
Kahit si Potter na ellipse, man! Ay, nako, buti na lang ginamit niya yung mga tinuro ko na Killjoy setup.
Ang sabi ng mga English casters dyan, how did you do that?
Ay, just ask Taylor. Yun ang sabi. Sa Pinas, boost your services.
Boost your services ang ginagawa nila doon. Pero yun nga, boost yo, poison cloud sa mukha.
Walang damage.
Kamukha naman si Killjoy.
Okay lang.
Pero silang may salamin.
May lockdown na si Boosto pwede gamitin. Nagamit niya yun actually bago siya malagyan ng ult ng KO. This is gonna be the stuns coming in. Walang tingin-tingin. No one takes the corner. Boosto to go down. Pero sagutan na naman na malala. Andito pa yung lockdown na kailangan nilang basagan. 3v2 situation. Piso peligro.
2v3. Let's see if ever makabawi na ito. Pero ang Kiraxis, binuhay na yung patay. Di mo gonna dash it already. Pero this is the flash. Tumama nga sa isa. Pero Ethan, mukhang second flash will connect on these players. Pero Mr. Fallen, bago pa mag-pop yung flash mo, kitang-kita na kita.
Grabe tong dalawang teams. Parang the more they get comfortable, the more na mas umiinit yung mga engagements nila. Yung sagutan na ginagawa nga nila. And so far, Boosto here has been doing amazing, has been doing great. andyan secure access na maaasahan mo pagdating sa mga duels at engagement.
Diyos ko.
At si Mr. Fallen na napaka-clutch material din.
Si Jano Gibbs, 11-7 score lang nga na pinapakita niya.
Killjoy diff, no?
Oh, 29?
20 kills, 9 deaths.
Kung nag-smurf sila sa Masters Tokyo.
Sila yung nasa
Demon?
defense eh.
Demon, alam nila kung nasa may mga kalaban na, pero nga lang alam na rin nila na nandun ka sa Gedli ngayon. Jogimo with a follow-up will catch one. Pero Jogimo with a paranoia mo wala ata makukuha. Pero nga lang, at least meron siyang flash din sa ginawa nga ni Com. Muna ito 2v3. Lahat sila may ultimation ngayon.
OMG, this is now the Viper's Pit being used up. And yung pagkakasetup ng Viper's Pit dito, makakalabas pa sila safely kung sakasakali man nagugustuhin nila. May dog naman though, so this can still be cleared out, especially for EG side, but they have to respect the lockdown first. Oh,
Ay,
desisyon
hindi alam
na
ni
po!
Ethan! Muntik na siya. Kinabahan siya sigurado kasi hindi na alam kung saan siya pupunta. Pero Trailblazer, oo, nakita mo nga, pero hindi yung pinaka-importante, which is si Viper nga. Flash on these players, pero wala kang follow-up dyan. Paranoia, Snakebite, tinamahan ka ng lahat ng utilities ng foot ngayon. Paano to?
Ang hirap nito. Feeling ko, it's either just gonna be a save or really a fight! Nahanap nila si Monch, pero nga lang, Captain still alive and kicking! Ang hirap, mahirap yung positioning nila, mahirap yung retake scenario na yon for them. But they had to fight kasi wala nang next round eh. Wala nang save-save eh.
Wala sila no choice nga. So at least for the side of foot, yung lahat ng ultimates nila, nagamit nila dun sa perfect round nga na kailangan nila. Na-flash sila, yes, pero maganda rin yung follow-up na ginawa dito ng foot. Lalo si Captain na talaga nakabawi talaga na sobra.
Totoo, nabawi nila dito kahit paano yung mga rounds na nawala sa kanila. Not only that, pero syempre, yung mistakes din na lumalabas from both sides of the team. Pero tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang sasabihin ng mga panelists natin na umiinom ng kanilang mga tea. Wow! Rebby, take it away!
Irashaimase. Welcome to the halftime shop. And again, you know, we've just seen a very close second game here for our first series. And this looks like Foot, again, has finally found their footing here. Again, map pick nila to. And I think that, again, we are seeing EG kind of just pop off in terms of that team coordination, yung strats nila. I think the rotations, the outplays, the peak timings, everything. I think we can all attribute this to Potter and as well as Boostio. Kasi how many swarms did he get without even being there? Like that's communication right there.
Communication, timing, you know, game sense, instinct. Grabe yung pinakita ni Boostio. Imagine, naka-ace pa siya, diba? That was absolutely insane. Tapos, again, this time around, yung first half quite similar, di ba? Parang close. Pero not gonna lie, when I look at its foot angle, kumaga, for some reason, I'm really expecting a lot from Kiwi on this Neon. So far, ginagamit niya more very straightforward. Laging more aggressive, front-facing, rather than setting up flanks, rather than going around, wrapping around, and going through unexpected, you know, places.
I mean, of course, when you're running that double controller, mahirap talaga if your duelist is trying to do something else. Really, at this point, has to be yung unang contact at the vanguard, always ready to fight. And I think he's been doing a good job, but the problem is that, yun nga, sabi namin on the side of EG, they have that preparation set up already. Tas marunong sila mag-respond correctly. So, I also think that although sabi namin kayo na on the panel na mas maaga yung, or mas favored yung Foot on this map, it seems to be relatively similar to how they played on Split.
I think, you know, again, Foot does come in a bit more prepared kasi map pick nila to. But I think, again, like you said, EG is just is light years ahead. They're 2 steps ahead in this 4D game of a Valorant chess. And I just feel like it's just whether EG can adapt or not kung ano yung outcome of the round, diba? But I mean, we'll just have to see how well they transition when they swap sides. So we'll be passing it back to our casters, the mods.
Nani?
Grabe sila doon, no? Umiinom sila ng tea. Kasi nga, VCT. At si Blaze, sabi niya, ano ba naman to?
Ba't pa ako napunta dito?
Balik niyo nga si Wendell.
Balik nga si Wendell.
Yun ang sabi niya eh.
Hindi, pero siya yung susunod nating anak best. Papakita natin kung sino ba si Blaze.
Siya nga. Bagong kapatid ni
Comic
Wendell.
ni Phoenix. Si Blaze. Letter B yung ano nga, di ba? Si Blaze, di ba? Mamaya makikita niyo siya, pero siya nga si Boostio. With that entry.
Nakakita ka na ba ng Killjoy na umi-entry?
Diyos ko, humana sa harapan siya.
Mauna pa siya sa first kumbaga Anyway, QE on the other hand, on the other note, nag-aantay lang din dito, na-detect ng knife. When it comes to the KO, itong mga players ng EG, Demon on the other hand, sumusubok makipaglaban with the duels itself. Jogimo spots one already. At ito na nga, yung engagement, 1-to-1 lang.
Nice flash yung pinapakita lang nila, pero Boostyo, one tap to the head, pero mahirap to kasi ano yan, Bes? Glass cannon build ang ginawa ni Boostyo. Wala siyang traps na kahit ano. So, for the players of foot, Moj, low on HP, pero Boostyo waiting patiently. One tap ka, pero nga lang may friends sa harapan mo. Diyos ko, ang hirap niyan kasi taas pa ba may kalaban ka. And Boostyo, turret lang ang kailangan niya kasi sheriff siya.
Oo, ang ganda ng ano nila dito, setup nila dito anyway. Pagdating sa B-site, alam nila yung strengths, especially nung teams natin dito.
Double Aries.
At double Aries na nga ang nakikita natin.
Joke lang yun.
Joke lang. Isa lang pala. Isa lang. Sa kamay lang ng Sky, if I'm not mistaken. Pero nga, yung pagkakasetup nila, knowing na dito rin yung dalawang players, Diyos ko, nagulat ako. Ganun pala siya sumigaw. Akala ko naman mas malalim pa yung boses ko. Ganun pala siya sumigaw, man. Akala ko normal links lang, pero okay.
Kasi siyempre, ina-expect na, ganun ang
yun
boses niya.
ang expectations.
Pero nga yung demonyo, nakaisa na. Pero ito, 4v5.
Totoo naman.
Diba?
Yun ang pangalan.
Demon 1, di ba?
Buti na lang hindi letter U.
Demon. Demon.
Diba?
Anong tawag sa bagong demon?
Ano?
Demonyo.
Tito, ayos-ayosin mo ha. Porket naka-polo shirt ka today ha. Hindi ibig sabihin yung joke mo, mag-iiba din ha.
Ito na. Demon. Demoni. Uy. Paldo pala to eh.
Gusto niya lang naman mag-TV paalis. Kom, makakahanap nga ng isa. That's towards Moj yet again. Kom, for another. Good nga ba?
Ay! Right click lang! Tumama! Ulo pa! Punta kita ko 4v3. Ito, Bes ha. Pinusuhan to ng mga players ng foot if ever. At least patali nila sa com sa good eco na ginagawa nga nila. Jogimo. Ito na. Spray and pray with the Dairies. Kapitan Tantan, mag-isa! Nakita ang bulldog sa mukha, pero busto nandyan ako para patayin ka.
Marshall, by the way, at para sa side ng EG, a successful round yet again. Full buy naman tong susunod mula sa foot. Not too bad, especially on that round na may bili itong Evil Geniuses. Nakasagot pa rin sila kahit paano eh. Nakabawas pa rin sila ng ilan sa mga players, but just not enough to get the round itself. Kita mo si EG, walang pera.
Grabe si Buscho, 25. Titira mo si Demon, 4-8.
Kaya
baliktad sila eh, di ba?
Ang layo ng scoring, kaya nga siya na lang umi-entry, men eh.
Kahit pag dikit-dikitin mo, kahit i-plus mo yung mga score nila.
Pag samasamahin mo, hindi pa rin naaabot sa kills. Boost your services ka. Kasi
grabe si Boostyo, men. Kahit pinili niyo yung mapa na to, okay lang.
Mapa niya daw to.
Mapa na to, men.
Specifically sa kanya lang, no? Boostyo for the entry, ladies and gents. Totoo
diba?
naman.
Siya talaga, Boostyo. Kaya po siya nakakita ng isa. Pero yun nga lang, Moj will get that kill, get that win. Jogimo, ito yung bonus round nila.
Kumbaga si Demon pala ang taga-trade off. Yun ang trabaho niya pagdating sa round na to. 4v4 pa rin, Seekers available for use. At mukhang tina-timing lang naman nila to para gamitin as well. This gives intel, this gives info. Jogimo! Nakalabas yung knife!
Diyos ko!
Busy maglakad.
Gusto sana mag-lurk pa ng problema. Napitas nga na siya, pero yun nga lang, Demon, super low on HP. That is the heal already na ginagawa nga ni Ethan, pero mukhang hindi na ata mangyayari yun. Demon together with Com na lang ang natitira ngayon. Alam na nila, fault line, well connect, pero si Fallen hindi siya tumitigil dito kahit isa. Konti na lang mga kaibigan, pero ang problema, ang dami niyang kaharap doon, kundi tatlo. Captain will get the 3K, 8-7 already, but good bonus ang ginawa dito ng EG.
Sinusubukan lang sana nila patayin yung nagde-defuse ng spike eh. Kasi after nilang mapatay yun, they can play a little slower and really minimize contact against foot. Ang kaso nga lang, the breakdown as well, especially coming in from this round, was si Jogemo, nahuli siya eh. Doon pa lang sa rotation na pinapakita natin. Namatay siya nang walang kalaban-laban, literal.
Wala siya.
So, it was a little bit of a waste of resources, I would say, from EG's side. They have to be a little bit more careful pagdating sa mga ganitong scenarios.
5v5 pa rin, malamang. Hindi sila nagkakapatayan, pero si Kiwi, matinding literal na bombastic, telefantastic to. Kasi nga naka-judge siya. Ang kailangan lang gawin is for him to confirm kung meron ba talagang tao doon, for him to dash and slide away to pop everyone's head off with a judge on hand. Pero mukhang meron munang magkakaroon nga ng sabugan. Kasi nga, yung tatlo from players of EG, delikado na. Kiwi, ayan na, mag-aantay ka lang. Ang kailangan mo na, siyempre, patient ka lang! Nakatalawa na siya! Pero kung Kas, will connect on to Com. Pero at least, ando dyan sa safer side na hindi mo na siya papasok ngayon. Boostyo! With that entry, with that push, we'll catch one.
It still works. It still works. EG still takes a side here. Hindi pa sila makakapag-plant dahil yung rotations maka-cut off pa rin mula nga kay QV. 2v2 situation pa rin to at wala pa rin idea yung EG kung ilan. Pero right now, nakuha nila lahat ng intel na kailangan nila.
At least hindi siya nag-engage doon. Yung impormasyon lang, muntik na siya doon. Pati ako, kinabahan.
Pero alam mo
planted for mount, nilabas ngayon yung Aspin. Alam niya na meron nakita ang dalawa dyan, pero yun nga, mukhang magpupush pa siya. Meron pa silang fault line, meron pa silang aftershock. Ang kailangan lang talaga nila is mag-antay. Fault line muna, sige, flash muna ngayon, pero mukhang bait lang din ata yun for him to get that repossession. Siyempre, yung displays na gagawin nila. Com TV, 1v1 on
play for time.
Oras!
Wala! Hindi na kailangan! Lalabanan nila. What a Red Bull clutch coming in here. Mula na naman sa side ng EG. Diyos ko, itong series na to, itong game number 2 na nakikita rin natin, parehas na team nag-iinit na. Ang ganda nung initial judge pick-offs na nakita natin dito. Kahit yung breach, hindi siya nakabawi dun eh.
Tama, wala sila. Literal na one-hit delete silang dalawa. Sabugan talaga nangyari siya eh.
Pati sila na pa-clap na lang. Kumbaga, pagdating doon sa mismo on-site. Lockdown, available for EG. You also have Com na may Rolling Thunder pa rin. Hindi pa rin nila ito nagagamit mula doon sa post plant na meron sila kanina.
May drawing ba yan? Pero yun nga, Mr. Fallen 1. Yun ang literal na one-hit delete na ginawa nga ni Jogimo. Wala siyang nagawa, wala siyang bawi doon. But for Com, at least meron sila pang entry with a Rolling Thunder boost you as well para makuha nila itong site na to talaga. Pero Moj, at least, yung Nano Swarm, isa lang ang kailangan na once na mag-tick ang turret na yan, Nano Swarm talaga malala. Pero hindi mo pwede siya makapasok with a dash as well. Pero kailan mo nila gagawin yan? Nagpaparadig na sila. Boost yo with a lockdown. Pero nasan yung delay na gagawin ni Moj?
Yan ang kailangan nating antayin, no? If they would actually assume as well na
alam
merong
niyo,
nandyan. Kung may entry na naman si Kuya Mo Boostyo, di niya na naantay yung lockdown natin, pero mahuhuli pa rin dito si QV. Sakto din yung fault line na meron sila. 2 players detained, nakaiwas sila kahit papano kay Demon. This is good for the reset so far right now for Foot. But again, QV meron siyang Vandal dito. Siya yung magiging saving grace.
Iko to na ginawa nga ng players ng Foot ngayon, pero pwede kita 5v3, ay 5v2 rather. Diyos ko, napakahirap ito. Wala na siyang dash. Demon, nagpakita, pero nasa yung swing ng iba. Demon mag-isa. Pwede kita 1v3 right now with that swing. We'll catch one. 10 seconds in mga kaibigan. Nasa yung spike nasa kanya. 8 seconds, malapit nang mawala. Pero mukhang mag-reposition ata siya. 4 seconds in. Nasa yung swing na gagawin nila with an off-grab, pero wala na siyang oras.
Played around the time itself. Thrifty pa nga mula sa Foot. Well-executed round to say the least. After nila makuha yung importanteng kills, especially dun sa 4v2 situation na meron sila.
May sentinel. Wala na.
Hindi na sila lumabas. Hindi na sila nag-overpeak. Hindi na sila nakipag-engage any longer. In the end, inabangan na lang nila yung rotations na gagawin dito ng EG.
Yeah, nung nakapatay dito si Moj, yun yung simula eh. At least wala na sila Boostyo. Si Boostyo lang naman.
Okay, entry si Boostyo eh.
Oo, sila talaga matinding pagbawi dito na pwedeng gawin nga ng EG if ever. Pero at least close yung game nila dun sa mapang pinili nga ng Foot ngayon at baka talagang makabawi pa sila. 4 ultimates up, make that 5 if ever si Moj makakuha ng isang kill or orb and kayang-kaya nilang manalo dito sa round na to, bis. Wag lang silang, wag lang silang mamamatay sa one tap ng EG.
Yun nga eh, wag lang sila ma-excite. Kumbaga, lalo na eco disadvantage dito yung EG. Hindi magko-connect yung knives, or rather, yung knife ng
Boost
King.
yun!
Oh!
Ganda
Yun
sana,
lang! Ang ganda na nung pop flash eh.
Oo. Sobrang ganda sana yun. Pero yun nga lang, Kiraxis with that reaction. But Demon will catch one from afar. Gagawin sana pangalawa. Pero nga lang, Kiraxis will catch his head. Dalawa yun akong cast. Delikado to. Pero yun nga lang, Joe Game mo pumapasok. Siya pa rin talaga mamamatay doon. Great click onto Ethan. Wala siya makakuha ng baril ngayon. Moj will catch one. Puti kita 1v3. And right now, Kiwi with a re-engagement. Ubus lahat ng nakita nila.
Engagement after engagement, yan ang hinahanap ng EG at that round. Lalo na yung aggression na meron sila dito on an equal disadvantage. Anyway, yun naman yung thought ng magiging play nila. They go for the kills as much as they can and maybe get those pick-offs. Gulatin sila, play around the util, especially yung mga stuns na usually naman nagko-connect for the side of Evil Geniuses. You have a fault line mula kay Com na nagko-connect simula kanina. And then you also have QE na so far, yung kanyang mga stuns naiintensan din yung kabilang team to a point na kailangan nilang iwasan yun. They have to respect the stuns coming in from both sides.
Yeah. And dito nga sa ginagawa nila, wala na silang no choice kung hindi. Dito naman sa mga players nga ng FOT, yung pressure talaga nasa kanila eh. And the fact na 4 lang yung kukunin nga sa ito yung qualifying rounds, diba? Tama, ito yung qualifying rounds, diba? So, they have at least two chances para makapag-qualify sila sa playoffs ngayon. So, itong first game nila ang isa sa pinaka-importante sa lahat. Kasi ito yung statement na ipapakita nila eh.
Seeding eh. Kumbaga, yan ang tinitignan nga natin.
Uy,
Evil
lalaro ko yan.
Geniuses, let's go win. Yan ang sabi ng ibang mga tao. Wow, full stack. Alam nyo naman sa Tokyo, not in Tokyo, pero Japan, Valorant, Japan, nako, pagsamahin mo yung dalawa, napakadaming tao talaga.
Valorant Japan. Pero syempre, hindi sila kahit walang Japanese team sa isang broadcast.
Malaki pa rin yung viewership talaga nila
15K, 20K.
Normal day yun.
Normal day yun, no?
Normal playoffs lang, ganon. Normal VCT Japan, actually.
Kahit Monday to, meron silang memo sa mga office nila, it's okay for you to watch VCT. Please come next week.
Ganon yung memo nila.
Yun ang sabi ng mga boss nila doon. Pero FOT, time out muna sila.
9. Pantay naman yung laban nila eh. Talagang mag-gauge na lang pagdating nga dito sa swap ng sides. Lalo na ang, syempre yung attacking nga natin dito, nagre-rely heavily dun sa mga entry. And obviously, alam naman natin na malakas si Boostyo eh. Dun sa defense na meron tayo. But the overconfidence to hop in on a site, openly, outside the smoke, for example, yun yung mga bagay na hindi mo ginagawa as a killjoy, specifically.
Tingnan mo yun, sino pa si Booster ng Ichi? Sa mods ng FOT. Ang layo, bes eh.
Ang layo
Pero
nga
tingnan mo si Demon, 9-12, di ba?
Yun
Kung
nga
ano yung kinapop off niya kanina.
Kaya nga nagsaswap na rin sila ng roles kung tutuusin. I mean, you can dash in all you want. Kung hindi ka nga lang tatama, wala rin kwenta yung dash in mo, di ba?
Parang siyang si SK Soul. Pero the players of EG nga, nag-entry na siya. Talagang, grabe yung confidence. So, literal na naghahanap siya doon. Tapos yung mga kakampi na nasa likod.
Si Boostyo naman din kasi talaga yung nagiging shot caller nga dito for the side of EG anyway. So, really aggressive type of, a type of aggression na kaya nilang i-provide. Nandito kay Boostyo talaga eh. So, 3 players now trying na gumagapang nga pagdating sa A.
Yeah. In terms of retake potential, kayang-kaya ng mga players nga kasi sila meron ngayon no command on Karaxis. Pero dun sa time na nakapag-rolling thunder na yung mga players ngayon ng AG, Captain, Anchor this side, will catch you. Karaxis as well. Pwede kita 5v2, 5v1, Boostyo na lang mag-isa. Men, isang ultimate lang ang ginamit nila. Lahat sila nawala.
Hindi nila in-expect yun at all. To be fair, si Captain, na-stun na siya, na-flash na siya, pero in the end, nakapatay pa siya ng 2.
Ayun nga, yung thing ngayon, na lahat ginamit nila yung utilities nila to the fact na 5 yung online sa FOT ngayon. null command lang ang ginamit nila at wala silang nagawa kasi alam nila na in terms of utility na talagang doon nagsashine yung mga players nga ng EG. Pero pagkapindot niya ng X, wala na silang nagawa.
Wala nang sagot kumbaga para sa side ng EG doon. Flawless even. Prime Gaming flawless pa nga ang makikita natin. Exactly this kind of scenario, especially the holds na nakita naman natin dun sa first half kanina. Curaxes, ang ganda na nung pinapakita niya dito. And then moving forward now that they have to hold the site, nag-work out pa rin in their favor.
Napakatindi na pinapakita nila ngayon pero yung nga lang makapapasok ata sila na sobrang aggressive pero sabi nila back out muna tayo. Alright, kalmado lang sila. Demon with the Sheriff, Jogimo as well. Lalo si Busio, kailangan sila makapag one tap dito if ever. May pera sila o wala. Talagang nahanap na rin talaga ng footing nila. Mr. Fallen, paranoia. Tumama sa lahat pero ang problema, wala silang follow-up ngayon. Pero Mr. Fallen, dito lang sa likod ng box. Ethan with a swing, with a stinger, will catch one at libreng baril sa iba.
May lockdown silang pwedeng gamitin on the defense if they wanna use that ASAP. Pero it seems like mag-aantay muna sila dito ng rotations mula sa kanilang teammates. Moj, sa setupin na to, this has to be respected or either that or lalabanan nila. Pero with the knife coming out, they have to move away from the site itself. Nag-aabang lang yung operator, pati overdrive, pero mukhang pinatumba.
Libreng operator ngayon sa kamay nga ni Jogimo. Napakahirap na retake to if ever kasi nga, yes, meron silang Viper Spit pero ang problema nila, sobrang kontrolado din talaga ng EG itong game na to. Com will catch one. Mag-isa na lang si Moj ngayon with a Vandal on hand. Ethan low on HP! But still, foot pa rin talaga ang mananalo doon. Sabay-sabay silang nagpakita doon.
Aabot ba?
Oh.
Aabot ba? Kasi nakalabas, okay, aabot naman. Malayo pa, 2 seconds pa. That's gonna be a round for foot. Again, kung titignan natin yung round na nakita natin na yun, eco round pa rin yun eh. To say the least, it was an eco. Na-force out yung overdrive, hindi man lang nagamit. Na-force out yung lockdown ng Killjoy. Nirespeto nila yon. They managed to pick up 4 kills. Not too bad of a round for EG. Pero kailangan to ng foot, especially mapa nila to.
Yeah, they have better firepower, yes. Pero wala eh. Yun nga yung sinasabi natin kanina na once na tumama yung one tap sa inyo, wala ka na talagang magagawa. And hindi lang din talaga na-utilize ni Jogimo yung operator nga ni Neon kanina. Well, at least, nakakuha nila yung operator ulit. Yun ang importante doon. And ngayon, sa side naman nila, timeout sigurado for the side of EG2. 9-11 na score, di ba?
Probably, yep. 9-11 nga yung scoreline natin. Timeout muna para sa side ng EG. Pakita nyo muna si Potter. Nag-low-key request eh, no? Pakita nyo muna si Potter para masaya naman kami.
Tapos tinipe nila direct dito eh, no?
Potter
cam. Pero hindi na dapat maliit.
On nyo lang buong time. Ay, nako.
Andito ba si Johnny? Si Coach Johnny?
Si Coach
Ayun
Johnny.
na, narinig bes.
Nakita na naman. But anyway, EG, again, ang ganda ng simula nila eh. Lalo na dun sa hold ni Buscho. Hindi lang talaga ngayon nag-workout.
Strong start nga eh.
Obviously, si Buscho, hindi naman talaga siya pang entry.
Oo. Kailangan ng
pang-hold
follow-up.
siya ng flank or lurk eh.
Oo.
And this time, hindi siya masyado nakakahuli when it comes to the lurk even.
Yun nga. Kailangan niya mag-step up eh. Kasi si Demon down nga eh. So, siya yung kapalit na lang talaga ika nga. But for Boostio, ang kailangan na lang nila, grabe naman yung overhead flash onto these players. Captain with the repossession, doon lang sa may boxes. Pero Ethan will get that trade na ginagawa nga nila. And now, yung firepower na meron ng EG is down. Si Boostio wala na.
Siya pa yung nawala eh, no? Pero ang importante, yung nakuha nilang kill din dito is towards Captain, na napakalakas din when it comes to engaging on duels. Seekers has been used at QE, nag-aabang lang din kung kailan ba maglalabas o masaspatan o pwede makita yung mga kalaban na meron sila dito. They spot the operator, pati aso humabol pa.
Napahirap nga nun, Jogimo. Paranoia, on to Moj, tumama pa Jogimo ngayon. Trying to be really aggressive. No, makita pa na si QE. Jogimo will get that head instead. 4v3 from the shadows online kay Mr. Fall. Pero saan ba gagamitin yan? Flash will connect to these players. Pero this is the...
Wow.
Grabe si Moj.
Good read coming in from Moj here. 3v2 scenario. Nagawa niyang literally patayin yung dalawang members dito habang nagsiset up, habang sumusubog mag-set up. ang players ng EG. It's a wild rotation all the way to C side dahil nga may control naman din yung si Demon towards B. So actually, it was a good plan.
Okay, si Demon, napakalaki ng trabaho niya. Hindi sa cut off all the rotations nga na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng mga players ng Foot if ever. So kailangan talaga niya makabawi ng isa. Demon, alam na, pero mukhang alam din natin ni Kiraxis yan. And now the position is now compromised. Buti kita 2v2. Ethan, waiting on the players, lalo na kay Moj, but Demon mukhang alam ata niya na meron tao sa may likod. Operator, wala. Flash, magkakaroon na si Ethan, konti na lang. But Demon with that off angle, napakahirap nito. O yun, alam ata nila.
Mapapaatras ng kaunti, pero crossfire malala towards Waterfall. Doable round. And even with all the disadvantages na meron yung EG at itong Foot at that point, alam pa rin nila kung kailan sila magro-rotate. Alam nila kung ano yung titignan nila dun sa rotation nila. Especially, napunta lang naman sila sa ganung scenario eh. They just have to react. Paano tayo makakapag-rotate? Paano natin mariretake yung site? And it was clean.
Talagang sobrang nabawi na rin talaga ng Foot yung mga nawala sa kanila kanina. Well, talagang parang nanalo sila dun talaga sa lahat ng mapa nila, no? Well, yun naman talaga pinaka-importante doon. So, the players of EG is on a hunt. Medyo pressure sa kanila pero hindi ganun gaano kasi alam nila na meron pang isa. But for Foot, at least, yun yung tulad na sinabi natin kanina, alam natin na medyo may bawi talaga pag defending ka.
Totoo. Itong operator, kapag dinahandahan na naman nila in a slow peak setup, mapapatakbo si QE though. Good on the fault line. At least, na-displace yung gusto nilang i-displace. Aside from that, gagamitin na rin nila yung lockdown.
Grabe yung ano. Grabe yung mga narinig ko. Grabe yung base yun Ramdam na talagang kailangan mo talaga mag-mamba out. QE, no, wala siyang idea kung nasa ba si Omen ngayon. Nasa loob na nga. In-outjo game up at the spike already. Everyone with a follow-up. Ito na yung follow-through nga na dire-diretso na din sila once na napalat nga yung spike. And with the smoke talaga around B site. Wala na sila no choice kundi pumasok na pero napakahirap nito. May flash nga pero Kiraxis, dalawang yung tao dyan nagbabantay. Counter flash onto Kiraxis pero kailangan nila dito mag-antay kasi lahat sila nasa loob na. 3v5, Diyos ko po, lahat sila nawawala.
Viper spit ba to ng Foot right now? I think it is. Kailangan nilang i-retake to, kailangan nilang i-defuse yung spike, pero yung EG talagang pinangahawakan nila is itap mo lang, itag mo lang! Oh my God! Pulse show! Not good for the ace this time, pero grabe yung ginawa niya doon. Ethan, 1v1. This is already around para sa side ng EG, but again, Boostio!
Si Boostio! Nag-Viper spit yung mga players nga ng Foot, pero pumasok siya, isa-isa nang nakita. Muntik pa sana siya makapag-ace ulit, pero hindi mangyayari yun.
Siya nga kasi yung entry, guys.
Boost yung services.
Grabe cleared kung cleared. Tumama rin kasi yung flash. Tumama yung mga stun nila. Again, props pa rin dun sa mga members ng EG for actually making those utilities connect towards Foot.
Grabe si Boost. Ganyan ka rin maglaro Ganyan ka rin mag-killjoy, diba?
30 kills? 30 bombs?
Get that 30, bro.
Grabe.
Flash, wala ka na-counter these players pero nga nag-kiwi delikado siya, kailangan mo mag-mamba out pero yung mga initial na pot shots nga na ginagawa dito ng EG at least nag-connect sa kanya ng konti. Sustain, wala.
Kailangan nilang umatras ng kaunti. Play again around themselves. Not only that, syempre, pati na rin sa katahimikan na to, kumukuha pa rin sila ng intel. Anytime soon, this wall can go down at magkakakitaan yung tatlong players kung sakasakali man! Timing! Ang ganda ng timing sa flash!
Diyos ko, perfect flash! All these players, wala sila nakita kahit isa!
Tsaka one
QE! Yun nga! Men, perfect execution! Nung nawala, biglang nag-flash! Grabe yung timing nga talaga! 10-12 already, but QE together with Moj. Kalma lang sila. Hindi pa sila nagpapakita. Well,
save ata
save na to.
I think it's gonna be a save for Foot side dahil, syempre, yung operator ayaw nga rin nilang bitawan right now. Not only that, but it just gets closer and closer. Pagdating sa susunod na round, Bes, wala silang pera. Tatlo sa kanila, walang pera.
Mag-OT ata tayo, Bes. Pero yun nga, si Moch makakapag-drop naman siya. So it's fine. QE as well. So, ang EG, bumabawi pa. Yun lang talaga yung mga matinding timings na talaga na nangyayari ngayon sa game na to. And yung timing na kay EG talaga. And finishing that round without getting any damage at all. Si Boostyo lang ang nabawasan, konti pa.
The fact na ang puhunan mo 250.
Flash lang, oh.
250 lang ang puhunan ng EG dun sa play na yon. Literal, the flash settled in perfectly. The wall went down dun sa foot perfectly. Parang parte sila nung magiging play.
Literal sa harapan talaga nila.
3v3 eh, no? 3v3 talaga yung naging scenario kanina.
Time out muna sila. Kailangan talaga nila mag-time out sa ganun.
It's either they go OT kasi or tatapusin nila tong match na to na sila yung mananalo dun sa map pick nila.
So yung round din, yun yung kailangan nga ng mga players ng EG Game para makabawi. At yun nga yung maganda, di ba? If ever na defending tayo, dun tayo nakakabawi. At yun yung pinakita ng foot ngayon. Grabe, no? Kasi na sa pag Lotus talagang defenders talagang bawi, no?
Pero believe pa rin talaga ako kay Boostyo.
Oo, syempre.
Mapa-defenders, mapa-attackers, umi-entry yung Killjoy. Defense, kahit yung Swarm, patay na siya, pero napop niya pa din. Bago siya mamatay.
Dinodrawingin na ni Coach yung monitor,
Oo
men.
nga, sinusulatan na ni Coach yung monitor dyan.
Marry me, Ethan.
NA on top. Okay. Wala si TS, guys.
Wala
Kaya
si TS.
NA at top.
Hindi kasi bes, yung TS kasi nandun na.
Oy, inaantay na lang sila for champions. Ano ba naman kayo?
Champions na yan, guys. Kailan ba nag-masters ang TS? Never.
Hindi.
Berlin sana, di ba? Pero give chance.
Give chance to others tayo.
Give chance. Give chance to others. Gusto niyo ba yung mga ibang region sasagasaan natin? Pero
Wag muna ngayon.
baka di sila maglaro eh.
Tama. Give chance to others nga muna. Operator in play still dahil nga sinave nila yan from the previous round.
Bulldog Spectre kay Captain and Kiraxis nga at least nakapag-drop yung iba. Medyo pantay-pantay lang yung pera nila pero Busi with a lockdown right now. Pero ano ba ang sagot nila? Si Moj pwede? May lockdown din siya at yun na nga.
Venn diagram it is pagdating dito sa B-side. Sagutan na nakani-kani lang ang mga lockdown. Kanya-kanyang labas din. Isa ang na-detain. Pero malaki pa rin ang pwesto ng EG para makapagplanta. Yung lockdown na to, hindi abot buong site.
At meron pang na-detain si Boostyo na isa. But Moj, alam niya na meron tao nga dito lang sa may lane. Pero papasukin ba nila? Meron pang dash si Demon dito. Pero pa siya mag-re-engage. But meanwhile, that is Ogimo from afar. Demon! Kahit na flash siya, spray and pray lang. Dilabas ngayon na Blazer, mga kaibigan, with an object. Alam na meron tao sa harapan niya pero hindi na talaga tumatama. Mr. Fallen will catch one. Pero naka-spectre lang siya.
Eto na siya.
4v2. Pero from afar, si Ogimo nandito na. Wala siyang idea na meron tao sa may likod niya. But Huey, with a push, paranoia. Hindi na kailangan ng paranoia dyan. Kasi nga mapapatay ka na nila. OT.
OT it is! EG secures another round here. Mapupunta nga tayo sa overtime. Just the play itself didn't work out. Kung tutuusin, walang nakita si Demon doon. Literal, pinusuan niya lang yung spray down. Pero ang ganda rin ng rotation ni Jogemo. In the end, kung magkaroon ng problema sa loob ng site, yung rotation niya yung magsasalba sa buong team na meron tayo. Ginamit niya yung ult niya eh. Nag-TP siya all the way to A site para lang makuha yung CT. Sabi niya, bahala na muna kayo dyan. Huwag muna kayong mamatay. Magro-rotate ako. And just like that, naipit nila lahat ng players ng foot.
At saka ganda nga rin talaga ng paranoia din na ginawa ni Jogimo dito lang sa may link na to, sa may C2. And talagang kahit hindi na napatay yun, meron pa siyang support ang pwedeng ibigay. Guarding Light will be activated. Will actually not catch anyone dito ngayon sa side nila.
Nagpa-vlog si Aniglis. Uy, may sumili pero hindi pa rin makukuha yung kill. Nagkasilipan lang sila.
Pero
Wala
talaga. Ito rin normal na nagagawin talaga nila. Pero katamaan na nga with the poison truck right now. Kiwi gonna go in. Pero yun nga, Diyos ko, ano ginagawa mo sa Jogimo?
Kala niya kakampi niya rin eh. Parang, wow, wait, what? Nandito pala siya sa may looban at doon nga nahuli ang
Galit si
smoke
Pato
ng EG. It's not gonna be any smokes for this round para sa kanilang side, pero sa foot, they still vowed to make a take happen. Boostyo na naman ang makakatapat nila. And once you see Boostyo, you go back.
Oo, tama. Si Boostyo hindi siya crack. Crunchy rin siya. Lahat talaga sobrang crispy pinapakita niya. Meanwhile, isa-isa sila nagmo-modeling. Rumaramp sila kay Ethan.
Nag-rotate din kasi sila eh. Siyempre natakot nga sila dahil nandun si Boostyo, man.
One more orb for that null command for
Plant
them.
yung spike. Pwede na.
Makabawi nga. Frank's gonna plant the spike already, pero nasan ba yung reaction na gagawin ngayon ng EG? Ito na sila. Null command will be activated. Demon with a swing. Oh, alam bata niya? Oh,
Rinig,
Sko,
actually,
timing yan. Timing yan. Ayun na nga.
nahuli na nga dito yung isang player.
Fallen.
Mr. Fallen, siya na lang ang
Katabi na lang
naiiwan! Kung makukuha niya yung kill towards Boost Show, it might be a chance, but if you think about it, iba rin yung nagde-defuse nung spike. Busy na masyado lahat. EG takes this round and sila pa ang mapupunta sa match point.
Diyos ko, baka ma-2-0 pa nga. Men, yun na nga, diba? To the fact na alam ng EG, pag defending tayo, dun tayo makakabawi at nangyari nga. Tignan mo si Potter, yung
Saya
bebe
niya.
mo, tuwang-tuwa na.
Ganon-ganon lang siya.
Kamukha mo.
Si Potter? Ang layo, bes ha?
Buti nga, maganda nga yun eh. Ayaw mo pa. Buti nga, pinuri kita.
Saan pa nagalit? Ito na, make or break round. Para sa side ng Foot, are they gonna lose a map that they actually picked?
Alam mo, pag dinalo dito ang EG, may
Masakit.
napaka-heartbreaking nito sa Foot. Alam mo yung masasabi mo?
Ano?
Hindi ba tayo sabihin?
Pati si Blaze, nagising eh.
Oh, diba? Kino ba sasabihin mo talaga niya? I know.
Si Monj, dalawang orb pa kailanganin for a lockdown. Again, reset to kasi nga overtime tayo eh. So pare-parehas ng pera. Kung mag-operator ka, wala kang magiging armor. It's a complete reset. Tingnan natin kung kakayanin pa ng Foot. Gawin pang another overtime.
Let's see if ever talaga makakabaya ba sila. Double swarm, and now yung
Triple.
isa pa. Diyos ko, lahat ng swarm nila nilalabas na nila. Pero kailangan na talaga nilang pupush ngayon. Demon will catch one. Kiwi, dun lang sa may taas. Magkikita pa sila pero mukhang hindi ata. Kiwi, oh no. Point of no return. Delikado ka dyan. 4v3 mga kaibigan. Si Kiwi walang nagawa kahit isa. And for Foot, ilalagay ba nila ang tangke sa loob ng mall?
Nataranta kasi sila eh. Pag silip nilang gano'n, nataranta rin dito. Si QE, but it's over. It's done. EG, sila pa nga yung nanalo sa map na pinili ng Foot.
Ay nako! Sa totoo lang si Kiwi! Ay nako! Nung nakita niyo...
Lahat ng maling wrong mistake.
Oo!
Mali na wrong na mistake. Nakita niya lahat.
Wala na! Literal na point of no return yun! Napaisip siya, tama pa na nandito ako!
Pagka-paranoia, dun siya nagpanic eh.
Oo!
OMG!
Hindi naman siya
Ano
matamaan
mangyayari? Yun nga eh, walang bawas si paranoia. Na-paranoia lang siya.
Oo.
Eh kaso, nag-slide siyang ganun.
Oo, yun nga eh!
OMG!
Hindi, basta natapilok siya, nahulog siya eh!
Natapilok siya, nahulog siya.
Oo.
Nakita niya yung ano, yung aftershock.
Oo.
Sabi niya, OMG!
Sa totoo lang yung aftershock na yun, talaga hindi rin naman talaga alam ni Brice na nandun
Hindi
siya
nga
eh.
din eh.
So precautionary measure lang yun.
Ginagawa lang yung aftershock na yun
Oo.
para i-clear talaga yung angle na
Yun
yun.
nga.
And exactly, nandun pa siya sa timing ng
Diyos
aftershock.
ko!
Kung sa lahat-lahat ng pagkamalas, yun yung
Wala!
moment na yun.
Foot! Ay, nako, kailangan
Langkat ni
talaga...
Potter.
Kailangan na talagang maglagay ng tank sa loob ng isang mall. Kasi nga, EG, 2-0 na kayo.
What a game. What a series itself. Again, EG, sila nga ang magwawagi this time. Kaya siya pinakamataas compared sa players niya.
Kanya, no? Kami sa pots, ah.
Well. EG, sila nga ang, again, ang una nating winner dito sa Valorant Masters 2023 sa first series na meron tayo dito sa panimula at mukhang maganda ang panimula nila. Lalo na si Boost Show.
Grabe sa EG, man. At least sobrang solid nga na pinakita na yung team set. And si ano yun? Si Davay.
Si Jogi mo.
Oo, dito si Davay, man. And yun nga, yung mga, lalo-lalo si Bustyo.
Grabe
If
si
ever
Bustyo.
nagtanong kayo, sino ba talaga ang nagwala dito?
Si Bustyo,
Si
man.
Bustyo lang talaga.
Siya lang ang umi-entry na killjoy na nakita natin dito.
You know,
But just a
ace.
quick rundown on the replays as well. Ito yung ace niya, no? Ganda, oh. Kasi may crossfire ng Odin.
Ayun, no? Yung bigla niyang tinap yung dalawang nano swarm grenade.
Nagulat ni Jay.
Nagulat na rin din siya. Hala, nag-ace pala ako. Lakas ko pala.
Lakas. Oh.
Lakas,
Lakas, oh. Pero yun nga, aside from that, muntik pa ulit siyang makaisa. 4 kills, kumbaga.
Oo.
It was just like the final blow to or basically the final
Ito yung outplay ni Jogimo dun sa...
Oo, maganda din yun.
Oo, yung
Dito nga pala
outplay
nangyari yun. Ang haba kasi nung...
Haba kasi nung highlights
haba
natin
kasi nung game number 2 natin
Oo.
na dito pala nangyari yung outplay
Ayun,
ni
isa pa.
Jogimo.
Diyos ko, perfect placement. Doon sa ginagawa na, it's like alam basang-basa ng EG. Kung saan pa talaga usually nagpa-plant.
Nakabawi lang actually yung foot dito. Nung once na nag-swap tayo ng side, si Demon kasi alam natin na down low na nga siya for this map that we had just had. Na nag-swap talaga sila ng roles ni Busio. Na si Busio talaga yung naghahanap ng fights na yon, ng engagement na yon. And I think doon sila medyo nagkaroon ng crisis kumbaga as a team na hindi nila mahanap ulit yung footing nila, especially doon sa attacker side.
And ito sa foot, they started really slow nga talaga na medyo naghihirapan pa rin tayo. 7-5 ang first half na 6-6 ba? 7-5? 7-5. So, at least, kahit ganito nahihirapan masyado ang foot, at least nabawi pa rin nila kahit paano putting it onto a match point. Pero ang problema nga nila, nung nag-match point sila, dun pa sila umawit. Dire-diretso ang pagkapanalo ng EG.
We went to overtime. Nakita natin kung ano ba ang pinagdaanan ng mga teams natin dito. Yung frustrations, even sa mga mukha rin ng players, kitang-kita rin natin yan. But in the end, EG stood taller pagdating sa ating unang series nga na meron tayo dito. Pero hindi pa tapos ang lahat.
Meron pang isa.
Meron pang pangatlo.
Tagal
Kaya
pa to.
naman, ipapasa muna namin sa ating mga panelists. Rebby, Fluff, at Riku, please do take it away.
Maraming salamat, the mods. And that concludes our first series today. Again, a 2-0 in favor of EG. I really think na they played this series so well and deserve talaga nila yung win na to.
I know. It was, again, a lot of preparation. Kita natin yung, again, yung adjustments, especially sa mapa mismo ni Foot. Evil Geniuses, there was a very big difference nung split performance nila versus this one. It was a big highlight dito kay Bustio. Yung gap, look at that, there's 35 kills. I think there was one point na parang 35. Again, because of that ace, because of multi-kills throughout that entire period, talagang he was on point. He was making sure that isa siya sa mga natitirang tao pagdating sa round. Every single time, ang laki talaga ng impact niya.
Yeah, I like how EG really isn't just about one player mismo. Lahat ng players dito nagsa-step up. Ethan, I think, especially played really well on this map on Sky. And pagdating yung foot, of course, we have Captain on the other side for the MVP.
Exactly, and I think like gusto ko yung term na yun na stepped up because again, we did say like sabi ni Vil na Demon 1 and Jojimo, they are doing their jobs, they're doing what they have to do for the team. But si Bustio, he really just stepped up and took the opportunities that he had, to get those kills. He was being, he was that sentinel, but he was also like, I am not just a sentinel.
Yeah, he was even sort of entering para sa kanyang team, pumapasok siya sa C side. Nag-shift walk lang, but still taking a lot of space for the team, actually.
Exactly, and I think yung mga moments na yun where he takes up the space, especially sa mga aces niya, like you could see, he just had so much spatial awareness. And again, yung mga swarms niya, like he had one ace and I think 2 or 3 quadras, right? And those were all, I think, signals from his team, like, I'm dueling someone right now on your swarm, pop mo na yan, and he did, and it just shows na how in sync they are. And I feel like, again, we can also contribute that to Potter. Again, these rotations and the way that they're just playing, I feel like they are so well practiced, especially to go against Foot. I think na alam nila that this would be their harder match dito sa group stages. So this was a really, really good adjustment coming from them.
Yeah, it's actually sobrang ganda ng momentum boost nila kumbaga pagdating dito sa very first match at this point. Like really, really solid showing.
That's right, and I think looking up here we have Bustio. Definitely, no one will question this. He deserves this MVP because again, he held down those sides, he got those multi-kills, and he just did everything for his team, securing them and pushing them. Sa the last push para mag-overtime to secure this series 2-0. By the way,
I think more importantly, just having a killjoy that's active and not just reactive is always helpful in a lot of these situations. And of course, it's Foot's map. They did so well. They made it all the way to 12, but they're not able to close out because of the heroics that he did.
Oo nga eh. Yun yung funny thing. He got an ace on the first half, pero sa second half, parang muntik na rin, di ba, siya magkaroon ng second ace. It just shows na no matter what side etong si Bustio, he's just so scary and effective.
That's right. And I think, to kind of shift the focus din dito sa foot, like, again, they did play very well. This was their map, but I think that we also were seeing them kind of not get the full value out of their team comp. Again, we had that Neon. Ang ganda ng mga executes. May, like, naramdam mo yung intention, pero we don't really see it, like, getting its full impact,
Yeah, yun nga eh. Parang hindi na-unlock yung controlled chaos na dapat na ini-expect natin from foot. Especially nung nakuha na nila yung Neon, parang nagiging, what do you call this, linear. Yung approach nila. Therefore, ini-expect nila kung saan manggagaling itong Neon na to.
Yeah, and of course, kung meron silang info, maraming options yung other team of what to do. Meron silang Breach Aftershock, may Paranoia. A lot of these things that really stop that big push, which is something that, especially on the attack, that Foot really wants to do.
That's right. And I think I'm just wondering here, because again, this was their map. Could we have seen something different on Pearl? Did we, what do we think that Foot kind of, where did they go wrong,
Oh, man. Honestly, I just feel like Evil Genius just did such an amazing job sa series na to. Kaya sila nahirapan. Kaya sila yung parang usual na game plan nila na gusto nila gawin sa Lotus to bring it to Game 3, hindi gumana. Dahil, again, I do think biggest factor, let's just say lahat ng performance ng players ni Evil Genius was just very solid and consistent. Si Bustio talaga. Honestly, like every phase of the round, beginning, mid-round, pati kunwari mga clutchable moments, nandun siya. Walang player doon sa Foot na pwedeng tumapat sa kanya that has the same impact as him pagdating sa Lotus.
I mean, especially when you're starting out like that, tas meron ka lang confidence building in. But overall, I have to agree with Riku. I think we said earlier sa ating panel na yung plan of doing your game versus caring so much about what they're gonna do. I think in this game, Easy just played their game a lot better than Foot played their own.
Exactly. And I think, there's still so much to dissect from this game. It was such an exciting first series, but we're going to have to be throwing it to a short break. Pero wag kayo alis because we will be back with game number 2 between DRX and attacking Seoul Esports.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat and welcome back dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo 2023. Ako nga pala si Rubexco, ang inyong panel host for today, and together with me is Riku and Fluffy. So guys, we just concluded our first series, Foot versus EG, in favor of Foot, our first winner dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo. So how are we feeling so far going into, the whole league?
You know, it's so funny because ang naalala ko, bago tayo nag-broadcast, nag-prediction tayo. Di ba lahat tayo, Foot? Sorry.
Exposed.
Sorry na lang.
At least, wala yung predictions kanina. So,
it's
hindi
not on
counted.
paper.
Hindi counted yun.
Tama,
Yeah.
tama.
In fairness, I was kind of worried about if Demon 1 would play kasi may visa problems daw siya, sabi sa VCT America. But apparently, he was playing. Dapat EG talaga ako. But, oh well, it's still Foot all the way. I'll stay true to my word. But again, we are going to be going into our second series for today, which is DRX versus ASE, which is Attacking Soul Esports. So again, history lesson, DRX, we've had a lot of them here dito sa VCT Pacific. What do we think going against the international stage, right? How do you think they place themselves dito among these 12 teams?
Oh, DRX? Wow. Is it like the heart, yung pusong sagot or yung parang ano yung tawag? Logical na sagot?
Let's go logical. Kasi medyo, I think yung kalaban nila ngayon is very interesting as well.
Parang naput on the spot. Baka meron ng idea, Flavo, na,
Well, if
teka
you're
lang.
going for yung classic na tier list, I think, of course, DRX leading Pacific League for us made it all the way here. They didn't get the spot that they were dreaming of because of Paper X, but they still had that massive group stage advantage. And I think dahil dun, DRX is always going to be one of those contenders because outside of Pacific League, they've always been sa mga malalaking international events.
Anong numero natin? Are we thinking like number 4?
Number
si DRX? Out
sa
of the
lahat ng 12.
Are thinking number 4, 5.
4, 5.
4, 5. Nag-agree kami. 4, 5.
You too?
Yeah.
Okay, 4, 5. I think I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that too. Pero okay, now we have Attacking Soul Esports. So again, these guys are the underdogs of China who've recently, found so much success this year. Again, a lot of people argue na on par sila with EDG. So, what do you think of these claims?
Yeah, I mean, it's parang syempre maraming nagulat, 'di ba, yung naging champion sila, especially ang daming expectations dito sa Edward Gaming, especially for this year. So parang it was definitely close, on par kasi it was a very close series, naging 3-2 siya, it went all the way. So ayun nga, there's a lot of mystery kumbaga dito sa team na to. Pero very excited to see how they do in the international stage.
I feel like meron silang similar story with DRX na malas din sila on the group stage, but slowly as the tournaments progress, more teams evolve, dun sila nahirapan.
That's right. And looking here at their team lineup, again, we've got Bunt, we've got Life, we've got Wai Chen, we've got HFMI. I'm going to say his full name because I did not sleep last night because I was trying to memorize his name. And of course, we've got Monk here. And again, just for another brief history lesson that, again, this team was on kind of a losing streak back in, the China League. They were on a 14 lose streak until recently they picked up Life, who came from EDG actually. So, which is a really interesting backstory. He came back after their Champions 2022 campaign. And I think Life really was that impact that Attacking Soul needed and really just turned things around for them.
So parang siya yung nagbuga ng buhay.
Life brought life into the team.
Yeah, buga. Tama ba yun?
I have to push para tumawa.
No.
So is it funny?
Is it funny?
Double
Please
check
laugh.
na eh.
Yes, buga. Yes, buhay.
But right, I think it's very powerful as well that one player is able to bring so much life to the team. And again, we've seen this from Foot as well as from EG just now, that one player really can just kind of round everybody up.
True.
And it's really good that Life is able to do this. But again, against a team like DRX, do you think that this one miracle man is going to bring this together?
Honestly, that's a very good question. Kasi ang laki ng expectations, 'di ba? Si Life parang siya yung potentially nagiging face, 'di ba? When we look at Valorant, China Esports, kumbaga. So it's very exciting to see what else kung pwede niya pang maibuga dito, especially in this new team.
That's right. And I think, looking here at DRX, we know these guys so well. We have Foxy, we've got Buzz, meron dito si Stack, si Mako, si RB. We are not seeing Zest. I think yun yung big question mark, exiting VCT Pacific is how come they didn't field si Foxy 9 kasi siya talaga yung, I think, nag-MVP siya over and over again, if not for Buzz and Mako. But again, still looking strong as ever, DRX.
Para sa akin yung DRX, baka magulat lang sila kasi there's not much info on their other teams. I think for most people, kahit mga viewers at home, hindi ganun ka-familiar ASE compared to DRX, who you've seen so much of sa mga malalaking events and even in Pacific.
Oh, yeah.
But they are always the type of team, I think everyone can agree, that they falter, yes, but they always adapt and they always overcome for the most part.
Yeah. I think that has been yung parang pattern ni DRX, kagaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy, di ba? Parang they lose a couple of rounds una, the download muna sila, and then nag-adjust sila, and then that's how they win. That's how they're able to get a really long streak up until they met Team Secret sa group stage. Pero again, to point out, they have Mako, which we've asked, di ba, na parang he's literally the #1 player in VCT Pacific. And he has been very consistent. He's been amazing. It feels like he has no off days, kumbaga. That's the reason why he is, again, a lot of respect coming from, his VCT Pacific peers.
Exactly, and I think arguably one of the best smokers in the world talaga, Mako. It's undeniable what he brings to DRX. But again, here with, the whole roster of DRX coming into this, again, with so many superstars as well on other teams, it's kind of also difficult to kind of put this spotlight just on Mako here because we do have Foxy 9, we also have Buzz as well. RB also had a lot of moments back in VCT Pacific, and it just shows how much more well-rounded DRX has become thanks to VCT Pacific. So it's great to see this team of a bunch of superstars, again, known for being the coordinated kings of, entries and great executes down to the millisecond. It's great to see them all going, so well together. And I think that just opens us up for our predictions here. So again, a team that we know very, very well, and a team that I think a mystery to a lot of people, but again, it still seems like a force to be reckoned with. Maybe an undiscovered gem, a diamond in the rough per se. So predictions.
Wow. Okay. Me first? I mean, of course DRX. Of course. VCT Pacific. Pacific tayo diba?
Okay.
Well, I have to agree there kasi para sa akin, DRX din ako. I think consistency over something, just one-off surprise gimmick is always going to be better overall. But there is a small doubt because nahirapan talaga yung DRX track record-wise international events at least.
That's true. I mean, I have to agree with both these points here, and I really agree with what you said, na consistency. And again, DRX is so known for that. You can't go wrong where you have all of these practice executes and things like that. So I'm also going to have to go for DRX here. So I think 3 out of 3 DRX dito sa panel natin.
Yay!
So hopefully this one.
That's the hope. I mean, again, parang malaki yung tiwala ko that DRX is going to win this. Even though, let's just say, there's one thing na parang yung nakakatakot is that there's not a lot of information pagdating dito sa ASE. Therefore, dun sila mahirapan when it comes to download. The download will happen pag kinakalaban na sila, not pre-download.
That's right.
Yeah, pre-installation.
Exactly. Not much sa my preparation, more of adaptation. And I feel like DRX, the bigger question talaga para sa akin is gano'ng kabilis sila makaka-adapt will they do it round per round, or will they maybe wait one map? We'll just go that 3-map series before we finally see yung results ng adaptation nila.
I think, DRX does have a trend na they do that. They kind of figure things out. I was okay, this isn't working. Mag-time out muna tayo and then come back. And I think this is perfect against a team like ASE because they're kind of unpredictable. And like looking at their members as well. Speaking of members,
Ayan na. This is your moment to shine. Here we
hindi
go.
ako nakatulog kagabi hanggat na-memorize ko yung name niya. He tweeted this, I think, a few months ago that he was like, I want the casters and the panel to say my name fully and I will not look at anything. I will close my eyes. Okay, close my eyes.
Close your eyes.
His name, HFMI 0DJZC9Z7.
Wait.
What's I off by one? It's
you're
switched.
off by one.
It's ZJ.
Yes.
Yeah. It's okay.
My
It's okay.
preparation.
It's just the first day. It's just the first day. There's still a lot of
Babalik
days.
ako for day 2. Is he playing? Is he playing tomorrow?
I mean, depends. So.
Cheers na lang.
Cheers! Cheers to that.
Nice.
In
Yeah.
fairness, it's yummy.
Ang cute ng... Ang cute ng ng mga nickname niya, no? Parang binigyan siya, ano yun? Parang alphabet brother ba yun?
Alphabet, bro.
It's like,
Valorant internet password.
Ikaw nga may nickname dun eh.
Anong nickname
Si
ko?
HDMI.
Hi! Don't expose me.
I think he does.
Nagkamali lang ako. HFMI.
HFMI.
Ayan, HFMI.
Pero I think like in terms of like cutting it short, right? I think we do call him HFMI for all the fans out there who want a shortcut. If you can't
Especially when you gagawa ka ng caster call, no? Parang, HFMI did a quadra kill, o diba?
Oh my god, that would be, imagine like I have so much I would respect the caster who does that first.
Yeah.
Yung sasabihin yung full
Yung
name,
full name.
right?
For the biggest moment of his career. Aabangan ko talaga yun.
Oh my god. Maybe today with our caster.
Malay, pwede. Shout out sa...
Hint, hint.
Wink, wink. Pero siguro para sa ASE, di ba parang ang magiging approach nila kasi it looks like base sa mga games nila, parang kadalasan attacking side sila. Nagkakaroon ng mas maraming wins, mas maraming rounds. And it makes me wonder, di ba, parang depende pa to sa map. Kasi kung titingnan natin yung map expectations later, siguro when it comes to their best maps, it's actually Fracture and Haven. They have an 82% win rate sa Haven and Fracture 75%. So parang, ano tawag dito, parang it's one of those things where malaki yung expectations ko na syempre na mapili yun na map para they can have their utmost performance.
Yes, especially because yung mga maps na yun reward yung mga aggressive playstyle. And if there's something, maybe you don't know specifics about the team, but the region itself, especially if you look at teams like EDG who also play there, they have insane aim, probably one of the best in the entire world. And I think that that's something that they can always rely on. So if the strat doesn't work out so well, they can somehow dig themselves out of it. And it's, in a way, a strength that a lot of teams don't necessarily have. Pero dito, makita din natin yung differences because it's arguably kind of similar to a lot of playstyles natin dito in Southeast Asia or sa Pacific. So it's not that unfamiliar for DRX din.
Exactly, and I think that this is also one of the things that we can highlight about DRX na yung strength nila as they really prepare for these teams. They kind of, they already know that they are, some of the greats out there already. But again, they don't underestimate kung sino yung kalaban nila. And again, against a team like ASE, I think yung parang mystery behind this makes them all the more want to study them, right?
Yeah, I think yun yung curious ako kung saan sila parang ano yung regional mold nila, kumbaga kung anong playstyle, yung signature nila. Dito nila maipapakita ang yung specialty, either even from ASE or even from Edward Gaming later on. So napaka-exciting considering the fact na makakalaban nila yung Pacific teams twice, by the way, in a row. It's very, very exciting to look forward to. Especially siguro, I think for me, yung specific focus ko, are they going to have a bit of, East, Western, combine the playstyle, or is it going to be just their own as a region?
I mean, for DRX, I think they're still constantly looking for that info, always trying to adapt. Kasi nga, in a way, they have to also prove themselves. Yes, they have always managed to make it sa stage na to, sa level of Valorant na to, but they've never actually won one of them. So what they're doing is working to get to here, but they're trying to get to here. So now, paano na nila gagawin yun? They still have to constantly get the effort, practice, develop more strats, because what they do is working, but it's not enough to get their goals.
Exactly. And I think, again, here in the group stages, I'd say, like not to put ASE, a little bit down here, but again, DRX is going to be coming at them with full firepower because, again, this is a double elimination. So you can only make so few mistakes here, diba? And I think ASE is going to be trying just as hard because this is kind of like yung proving grounds nila. Like, they were sentenced to the distinction of China's worst team at one point.
Yeah.
And this is such a huge, step for them to, qualify here for Valorant Masters Tokyo. And again, imagine for them to even exceed group stage, beat DRX. Again, DRX has shown that they can bleed back in the Pacific, and I think that's also been a great place for, ASE to kind of study them as well and see where, those cracks in DRX and where they are.
I think yun yung parang beauty, no? Yung pinanggalingan nitong ASE. And I think it's yung pinaka-biggest difference, kagaya ng sinabi mo kanina, is the addition to life and how, yung experience niya with Edward Gaming, kumbaga na, ano tawag mo dito? Na, hindi ipaubaya, hindi yun eh.
He
spread,
yeah.
Yeah,
Parang he
niya
planted the
experience.
seed.
Yeah. Shinare niya yung experience, and then it's napaka-obvious, no, ng impact na ginawa ng roster changes, kumbaga. Because after, sinabi mo na parang, after so many losses, biglang, they're the champions of FGC, Valorant, sa China. So parang, ang laki ng pinagbago.
That's right. And I think, to add on to that,
You were so worried
about DRX.
I agree. No, man. I mean, they are coming off from a loss from PRX. So, in a way, it's like the opposite of the other team, ASE. But DRX, it's not like an unfamiliar situation. Like, they always have yung veteran status na, okay, this is what happened. How do we bounce back from this? And then ASE, on the other hand, I'm not sure how well their experience is there. Yeah, live, sure, maybe he has that, but the rest of them, I don't know how playing on a bigger stage like this, how that'll affect them, because outside of the game, there's a lot of different things playing on that.
Exactly, and I think katulad ng both of your points together, it's just that although life brings that kind of experience to the team, it kind of shows na ASE did have this roster of players, its configuration, it did work. They just kind of needed to be pointed in the right direction, kumbaga. But again, going against DRX, this is not new to them. This is probably just going to be that kind of moment of adjustment, kind of finding what feels weird and, attacking them. And again, because they're just that team that is able to download, assess, and then once they come back into it, especially after those timeouts, it's very dangerous when it's DRX.
Oo, ang hirap talaga pag sa DRX kasi hindi lang si Mako, 'di ba? Ikaw mismo yung sabi nung kanina, hindi lang si Mako yung kailangan aalahanin sa team ng DRX. Kumbaga lahat. The reason why si DRX napaka strong as a team, especially during group stages, is not only the ability para mag-download ng anong pwede pang gawin, but the ability na lahat ng individual players ay napaka-consistent and napakagaling that they can do sort of fit any sort of adjustment or strategy na pwede mo itapon sa kanila, ito yung gagawin nyo. Kunwari, di ba sabi mo, during a timeout, itong gagawin nyo. Boom! They will do it. And I think that's the reason why yun nga, napakalakas ni DRX, especially ng group stage.
I mean, I have to agree kasi DRX, wala na siya sa nerves pag sanay ka na, pag meron kang practice, preparation, lahat. And even though, you haven't played against a certain team mismo, baka naman may similar experience ka that you can draw from. You played so many games together. I think this is one of the most long-time running rosters. So I'm sure it's going to be something that they're oddly familiar with.
That's right. And this looks like such an exciting series to get into. Again, we have DRX versus Attacking Soul Esports.
So I wanted to start with the higher seed coming into this match is DRX. So you would choose Team A or Team B? Team B. So Attacking Soul, you will be Team A. Are both teams familiar with the pick ban process? Good. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. So we will go ahead and get started. You have about 45 seconds per pick. So Attacking Soul, your first ban. Split, your ban. Lotus. So map number 1 by Attacking Soul.
Hit by Fracture.
Fracture, side on Fracture. Attack. So map number 2 from DRX. Pearl. Side on Pearl.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, we're going to go through our next set of bans, starting with Attacking Soul. You have Ascent, Haven, and Bind.
So ban will be Bind.
Okay, they will ban Bind, your ban, you have Ascent and Haven. Ban Haven. Map number 3 will be Ascent. Attacking Soul side on Ascent.
Dodging will die. Defense.
Alright. I'm gonna run through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. So first set of bans, I have Attacking Soul with Split, DRX with Lotus. Map number 1 is going to be Fracture with DRX on attack. Map number 2 is Pearl with Attacking Soul on defense. The next set of bans are Bind and Haven with map number 3 for Ascent with Attacking Soul on defense. Perfect? Alright, good luck to you both. Attacking Soul, you're up.
And there you have it. We've just gone through our map select here. So again, that's going to be Split and Lotus banned from our bans. And then we're going to be having Fracture, Pearl, and Ascent. So this looks pretty interesting. Can't really...
Yeah.
I think we've got Fracture with DRX on attacking. And then Pearl with ASE on defense.
Super interesting kasi nga, kagaya ng sinabi natin kanina, dalawa yung parang specialty map dito ni ASE, no? Haven at saka Fracture. Curious ako though kung nagpalit na yung parang leaning composition nila kasi parang dito sa Pacific, parang hindi naman tayo nagdo-double sentinel pero sila gusto nila mag-killjoy and mag-sage. So curious ako kung gagawin nila ulit yun.
I mean, for me, looking at all the maps in general, parang leaning siya towards DRX ng contest, especially the latter two. But I'll be surprised if they're able to really get a foothold sa my Fracture kasi yun nga, it's not necessarily their best map, but it's also not worse by any long shot. They've been really doing okay on the map. If they can show up today and stop a lot of yung early pressure, feeling ko kaya naman na ng DRX.
Okay, when we remember yung mga moments ni DRX, parang nahihirapan nga sila sa Fracture when they went up against, at the top of my head, Zeta ata yun? I could be wrong.
I remember that. It was a very close game.
It was a very close game. Kumbaga yung mga maps, yung mga performance nila sa Fracture, hindi siya komportable.
That's right. And I think, going against ASE, I think we were talking about this kanina, like before the game even started na, they kind of have a similar playstyle to Zeta. Yung parang, they'll take the side, pero they're not going to plant, right?
Yeah.
They'll wait, they'll stretch out the time, maybe go to another side. But I think that was also where Zeta went wrong kasi ang daming times na they gave up those rounds that they supposedly secured all because of that waiting time. And I think DRX having that history against Zeta are going to be taking that into account here against ASE.
I don't know if this is going to be like a running theme or anything, pero napansin ko lang, between this game and the last game, teams are just avoiding bind. So I have no idea if baka naman that's something that teams are just bad at, or maybe they're just trying to save that for something in the future. But looking at this game though, ASE, we have the breach, very standard, DRX as well, but the fade is going to be kind of interesting because there's a lot of combos with that, with the ultimates coming from actually so many different kinds of indirect damage plus fade Cs.
That's right.
It's super classic, no? Na parang fade, what do you call this? Sees into the paint shells on some chokeholds. Tapos kay Attacking Soul Esports naman, double duelist ang kanilang gagawin.
That's right. We have a lot of interesting, a really interesting lineup from our Prime Gaming agent select. So it all just goes down to that execution here on Fracture. There's so much potential for util, delay as well. And it's just so exciting to see what these two teams can bring to counter each other here.
I'm super duper excited, honestly. Kasi magkaiba yung kanilang approach mamaya. Tapos si Life pa, tapos si HFMI, yung double duelist pa. Meron tayong, again, kayang-kaya nila i-1v5, pero DRX yan eh. DRX and, oh wait!
Oh, it's a little alpaca. Is this baby from Pacific?
I think so.
I think it's an alpaca.
Yeah.
I was gonna say sheep, but then she said alpaca. Naalala ko yung alpaca with Ian.
That's true.
Did you see the video where
Yeah.
all the VCT gang, I think Victoria was there as well, and Ian's haircut.
So galing pa yun, ano?
I think all the way from VCT Pacific. Well, I think oras na para magsimulan ang laban. So we're going to be passing it off to our casters, Vil and Honeyglaze. Take it away.
Mga kababayan, mga tropa, kami nga pala yung caster for the day. Ako nga pala si Vil with a double L and Honeyglaze with a double E. Pero ang tanong, kung sinong makakakuha ng W?
Dahil dito natin na malalaman kung ano ba yung mangyayari na nga against Attacking Soul. Dahil nandito na si HFMI.
Happy Feet, si Tropa.
Si Happy Feet.
Si Tropa lang.
Meron
Ito,
tayo niya, diba? Happy Feet.
Meron. Ayokong problemahin sarili ko na sasabihin ko yung pangalan niya.
Oh.
Okay? Si Tropa. Tropa natin yan, mga tropa. Pero yun nga, this is gonna be Attacking Soul Esports versus DRX maglalaban-laban ngayon. Well, this is the first time nga na magtatapat sila and for DRX, men, 2-0 ng TS niya.
Patay tayo dyan. Dito tayo magkakalaban ngayon. Pero ngayon, may tumumba kaagad na ulo from DRX. Nakagat din naman kaagad si ng RB. Pero, tingnan mo naman, 3 laban sa 3 na lang kaagad ang natitira.
Nung nawala yung, nung pagkalagay ng smoke, bigla sila nagkasabayang bigkas dito. Nagkaharapan lang sila. At yun na nga, dalawa na rin talaga yung nawala dito sa ASE and now DRX. But for Bunt, oh no, yung frenzy na muntik na tumawabad si HN, at least through that smoke will catch one. Si Tropang Happy Feet is just right there onto that moment. 2v1 right now. RB na mag-isa. They have an idea, yes. And now si Happy Feet with that retake, claiming that this is our throne.
Oh my God, si HFMI! Nakuha niya ngayon yung panalo para sa side na nga nila sa Attacking Soul Esports. At ala, pumipilit, gumugusto. Ay, DRX pang ginaganyan nyo.
Grabe, gumugusto. Ito si HF, kasi ganito kasi yun. Bago kasi gumawa ng IGN mo, di ba, pag-iisipan mo pa yan. Pero sabi ni HF, bahala na. Bigla na ginanon-ganon yung sarili niya sa keyboard. Kung ano lumabas dito, ito magtatawag nyo sa amin. Pero itong tropa na to, men, pangit ang trip nito eh. Ang gusto lang niya is mahirapan to yung mga caster.
Yun nga yung lagi niyang pinapoint out kada interview na gusto niya buuin daw every letter, every word, every number na meron nga sa IGN niya. Pero hindi natin ipipilit yan. Mahirap eh.
Mahirap talaga. Tulad ng ginawa ng DRX dati kasi nahirapan silang talunin ng TS noon.
Oo.
Di ba?
Sila yung tumumba eh. Grabe yun.
Long time mo siya. Nagis, ganun tayo nagkasama. Yan.
Character development.
Yun. So, yun nga. Siyempre, masaya ako kasi dito na si Miss Maria. Dito sa game na to.
Kailan mo ba makakalimutan yung Marie?
Kailan ba mapapatch na mawawala yun sa pangalan mo? Feeling ko never talaga. Pero nagtatanong ko na si Taylor, may nagka-cloudburst sa labas. Kalmado lang siya.
Huwag niyo munang hanapin dahil mamaya magtatago.
Oo, mamaya na siya, men. Kasi alam mo naman matanda, di ba? Kailangan niya magpahinga at yun yung ginagawa niya. Oo, di ba? Pagkatapos sa every cast namin, ganun agad ang ginagawa niya. But for themselves, that is life. Yung buhay. Nakadalawa pa siya. But that is a trade-off lang nila for DRX.
Naging tuloy yung DRX ngayon dahil napiluhan kaagad sila dito with the defense na meron na nga kaagad. Nakikitungo dito ang ASE getting in the kill. Pero buti na lang si Stax dito kahit isa ay nadalihan siya na nga mula dito sa Attacking Soul.
Grabe yung confidence na pinapakita nila dito ng DRX dito. Kahit ito na yung baril nila, meron naman silang lineup ngayon pero alam ni Mako to na lahat sila dumidiretso na talaga. Pero yung oras na yan kailangan na talaga mawala. Pero Mako, Aftershock will connect onto one. Pero nga lang, kailangan niya mag-swing ngayon pero first contact muna kay Tropang Itse pero nga naka-stinger siya. Pero at the end of the day, at least DRX alam nila na lamang sila kasi bonus, buy round yun ng Attacking Soul Esports. Ay, naku po, delikado to. Once na nag-attacking sila, mas malakas sila.
Kasi attacking sila. Siya kasi nasa kanila yung buhay.
At saka depends, di ba? DRX, you can spell depends without D.
Tama nga naman. Pero tingnan natin kung doon nga talaga papahawi ang DRX dahil dito pa lang sa first half na ito. Grabe, Attacking Soul.
Tama. Ito, huwag ka mag-alala kasi pag nag-joke ka, sasabayan kita.
Yan!
Kasi yung isa mo kasing... si Tropang Darwell kasi...
Nade-delay siya eh!
Nade-delay ng konti pero nga lang. Meanwhile, that is Mako and RB getting all the skills that they need. Bring it off 4v3. Pero nga lang, yung Tropang Monghe, delikado nga siya kasi shorty lang ang gamit niya at medyo malayo pa siya na talagang mapapatay ba niya yung mga kalaban niya. Yes, pwede sana if ever pumasok sila. Meron marami naman traps dyan.
Oo nga, ito magiging problema nila. No? Dami patibong pero makikiramdam muna sila dito kung ano ba nangyayari nga sa loob ng site dahil si Stax unang makakapag-whip dito laban kina RB. But RB na lang kaagad ang natitira.
Ito na, Bunt mag-isa. 1v3 right now pero meron pa naman Nightfall si RB dito pero ang problema nga niya, wala siyang idea kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban niya. Bunt, Molly, muntik na siya. Prowler will connect. Alarm but as well, lahat hinabol na siya. Bunt, puno pa ang buhay niya. I mean, yes, Molly para ma-displace yung isa pero nga lang RB mo kung alam ata niya kung nasan ba siya. That is a hunt already and now being denied by Bunt. Pero Diyos ko po, napakahirap ito kasi may line up pa si Mako!
Ang layo niya sa site. Inayaan lang nila dito si RB. Pero namamaghanapan dito si Bond. At wala na rin talaga siya dito ayoko sabihin kung ano title niya.
Ako rin kasi delikado pag Kimino.
Nakakalimutan ko.
Nawa. Okay, Nawa. And now,
Nawa means name.
Nawa na yung mga players nga ng DRX sa pagkatalo at ngayon nakabawi na sila.
Bawing-bawi nga naman kasi talaga DRX, kailangan nila ito, lalo na't Byron nila. Kaso nga lang nabawasan sila ng 2. Kaya naman, medyo mamamahala muna dito yung kanilang eco. They are holding on to the half armors lang.
Yeah, kinabahan ako kasi naalala ko kung bakit nakakalimutan mo. Kasi binasa ko sa isip ko, buti na lang hindi ko binigkas. Kasi
yun na yung nakasanayan ko, lagi ko naririnig.
Tama, pero si Raf magiging proud siya for sure. Pero
mahirap na?
Napakahirap talaga. Lahat sila magbabato na. Uy, ano to? Pero yun na.
Hirap niya na.
Walang makita kahit isa. Pero 9 po ako din players si Life. Walang marinig kahit isa. Monghe! Nakapitas pa. Trade-off lang.
Di porke monghe ka, pagbibigyan ka na namin. Sabi dito na DRX, papasok na sila fully committing into the side, planning in the spike. Meron pa rin naman sila dito ang pang postman dahil meron pang available na rolling thunder dito si Stax.
Grabe yung si Mako. Alam na meron tao muscle may likod. And now, si Tropa wala na. Kundi kita 2v4. RB, low on HP. Pwede siya yung first contact para syempre para sa mga kakampi niya. But RB nga nakakapitas pa ng isa. Yichen, I mean yes, with all the utilities on hand, 4v1 baka.
Baka makakuha pa. Dahil si Ichen dito, napapaligiran na rin kasi naman dito ng DRX.
Si Chen na lang?
Siya dito. Ay, si Chen. Ichen.
Pangit. Chichen na lang.
Meron kasi tayong friend, di ba? Ichan naman.
Oo nga, Ichan. Shoutout nga pala yun sa taga-arar. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo. Nag-PM yun sa akin eh.
Si Boss.
Sa'yo ba?
Oo, nag-PM din eh.
Nag-PM din sa lahat, man. So yun nga.
Pumema na daw ako. Sorry, hindi ko pa nare-reply.
Ako rin. Ang tanong kung meron ba nag-reply? Ako kasi hindi. I mean, sorry kung narinig mo ako. Pero yung RB.
Bawi na lang kami bukas.
Para sa'yo.
Yeah. Ganda lagi ng panapat dito na attacking Soul Esports dahil sinasabayan nila dito yung DRX eh. Ang problema nga lang kapag umaabot na tayo ng post-plant, mas namalamang yung DRX. They have Mako na lumalay na pa kada makakuha na nga sila ng plant, nakakapag-secure sila dito ng enough space.
Yeah.
At problemado yung ASE.
At saka sobrang din yung initial nga na Nightfall na ginawa nga ni RB doon. Pero at least si Monk, hindi naman siya natamaan. So nagkaroon siya ng footing nga rin kahit paano para lang syempre makapag-trade off siya ng isa. Pero that kill na ginawa nila is huge already. Live, first place, so not gonna connect onto these players. Pero Prowler lang, at least yung informasyon nandun na. Dahil sa Rolling Thunder will connect onto these players. Monk, at saka yung iba na tamaan siya. Grabe yung utility play ng DRX, men. Talagang nakakabaliw talaga.
Baliw na nga sila, kaya naman isa-isa na silang tumumba. 2 na kaagad na wala sa mapa, pero si Chen dito nakakuha rin naman ng isa. It's all up to him though, pero may aftershock pa rin naman nakasama. Delay in the spike, pero problema 4 pa. Kalaban niya.
Si Chen walang makita kahit isa. 1v4 baka. And now Mako will actually take one down. And dun nga sa initial na utility play na ginagawa nga nila, di ba? Si Life nagpakita anong sagot ng DRX. Prowler muna, Rolling Thunder, plus yung mga smoke. Literal na wala silang nakita kahit isa. At bago makakita ang ASE ng isa, mamamatay muna sila.
Totoo, yun ang problema dito for ASE. Parang hindi nila masagutan kung paano ba dito nakakapag-control ang DRX with their entries. Dahil, yun nga yun, nasabi mo, utility play lang yun.
Yeah.
Alam nilang eco round ito ng ASE. So, prone yun with the shorty picks na meron nga sila. So, unfortunately, hindi gumana.
Sa bayang pagpikas na pwede nilang gawin ngayon kasi nga si Mako may ultimation lalong-lalo na si Monk, so pwede talaga niyang makounter lahat ng ilalabas nila. But the players of ASE, ang kailangan nilang gawin, more likely talagang sabayan lang nila, pero Diyos ko, Bant, huling-huli sa akto. Hawak niya yung iPad niya, nakapatay na sila. 3v4 right now. Meron pa silang showstopper, meron pa silang orbital strike. So si Mako, talagang line up na lang ang pwede lang sagutin ngayon. 3, galing sa dulo.
Hirap kasi dito for DRX, kung paano ba tapatan dito ng ASE yung DRX dahil nag-a-amplify dito. Sinang RP, sina Foxy9 with the picks, with their utility, but now on the post plant, hirap nito para sa side na nga ng ASE.
How? Pero Showstopper is still online onto the side of them though. Pero nga lang, Buzz na lang mag-isa. Lockdown, isang orb na lang kailangan niya. Puti kita of 1v2 right now. Meron pa siyang lineup, Diyos ko. Pero yun nga lang, being direct. Alam nila kung nasa Buzz ngayon. Pero open sa kanila! And si Tropa! Nakapitas pa! Diyos ko, nakakapit naman. Pati siya natawa.
Oh my! Trinay naman ni Buzz dito tapatan yung showstopper na yun. Pero ang problema, wala na. Napasabugan na siya kaagad eh. Pati siya gulat
Alam mo sinabi niya? Nani?
Nani?
Yun na lang talaga masasabi niya. Pero sobrang silent talaga si Bunt, biglang nahuli.
Oo. Sayang yun na yun eh. Dahil may lineups na ang problema, na-counter ka kaagad, nakapag-react kaagad dito si HFMI. Dizzy. Nice try.
Diba? Wala siya nagawa, magtitisyo na lang siya.
Bata ng coach nila.
Kakasilang lang niya. Pero yun nga, di ba? Ang DRX galing sila sa pagkatalo. Huling game nila, talo sila ng Paper Ricks. Pero yun nga, merong umaasim ata si Tropang Chen tsaka si Tropa. Mukhang gusto ata nila pumushkin. Pero si Buzz! Muntik na! Pero mawawala muna siya. 5v4 right now. Foxy is inside already. And it's time for them to get that retake nga.
Naghahanap pa man naman siya dito. Nagbabatay lang naman siya ng mga flank. Pero ngayon, hindi na nakaligtas kaagad si Life na nawalan na nga ng buhay. 4v4 na kaagad yung laban. Pero post-plant na kasi dito kaagad para sa DRX.
And now, for the side of ASE, they have the retake potential, they have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Orbital Strike ngayon, pero yung the clock is ticking already, and tamang satchel muna siya! Showstopper will not connect on to these players nga, sobrang sayang ni Foxy na lahat na nilabas niya, pero napatay pa siya, RB will fall down as well, 3v2, meron na naman sila, Diyos ko po, yung aftershock, dun lang din talaga, tapos meron pang Molly, ay nako, baka ma-diffuse mo, 2v3 na lang to, pero grabe yung delay factor yung nilalabas nila, flash on to these players, will connect on to one, Mako will catch one, Mohe mag-isa, may na-phone line pa, wala na, 4-3 already. Ang ganda ng mga posisyon nila.
Reserve na reserve pa yung utilities dito for DRX. Alam nilang kailangan nila ito. Alam nilang kaya naman nila kaagad umentry sa loob ng site. Ang hindi ginagamit dito yung Molly, hindi ginagamit yung aftershock. Kaya naman yun tuloy yung kahihinatnan ng ASE. Kinaya naman nila yung push eh.
I mean, grabe yung post-plant nila. Ang dami nilang lineup. Salamat YouTube talaga. Hindi ko alam, kailangan nilang next sponsor eh. YouTube na eh. Dito sa gilid nila eh. Kasi,
Mayat malala gagamitin yung mga lineup eh. Imagine, si Mako, tapos si Buzz. Siyempre, yung mga facial pa dito ni Foxy na hindi magpapuli, pero si Life. Oh my God. Buti na lang nakaisa siya dito.
Isa lang ang napatay na dito. Life 1 na lang ang pangalan niya. Pero 4v4 right now, at least wala yung pang-entry nila at buti na lang si Mako yung nawala. Kasi nga in terms of post-plant, delikado sila. Pero Buzz at least meron naman siya lockdown ngayon, pero RB holding that area. But Diyos ko po, sino bang mauuna sa inyo? RB with a swing right now and RB with a kill. Pero ito a 3v4. They have the Rolling Thunder pero wala silang pera ngayon. Pero si Chen, lahat sila mawawala. Yung Monghe na lang ang mag-isa. Pero sino ba ang susunod sa kanila?
Hirap nito, lalo na 5 HP na lang natitira sa kanya. Out na lang muna. Meron pa rin naman siya Phantom dito. So save na lang talaga ang magiging sagot niya. Dahil ano pa bang magagawa niya? Ang dami pang utility dito. May lockdown pang kasama nga si Buzz. At anytime pwede pa naman dito magkaroon ng hunt si RB. So hirap nito.
Grabe si Monk.
Retake eh.
Yun nga, in terms of post-plant, boss, napakalakas ng pinapakita ng DRX. What we see is what we say. Hindi tayo nakikipag-bias dito kasi bias naman talaga natin ng TS eh. Pero dito lahat ng mga utility play din ang ginagawa ng DRX kasi sobrang perfect, sobrang linis nila. And yeah, in terms of firepower, lamang naman talaga ang DRX. Buti nga nakakawanta pa yung mga si Life, di ba? Pero hindi lang din talaga nakadalawa.
Di siya makakasagot nun. Rifle pa naman yung katapat niya and mabilis din na nakapag-follow up dito yung mga players ng DRX. So hindi nila hinahayaan na isa lang yung mapipick off dito kaagad ng DRX. So now, buy round na naman nga dito ng ASE pero half armors lang kasi.
Half armor meta laban sa full armor na meron ngayon ng DRX. Napakarami nila ng pera, hindi nila kailangan mag half armor ngayon. But for the side of ASE, kailangan nilang mag-ipon ng pera. That is the lockdown already. May Rolling Thunder ba? Wala makakapagbigil kay Tito Boy ngayon.
Wala eh. Papasok na kaagad sila dito. Pero tingnan natin kung makakaligtas pa ba si Life. Oh my God,
Detain.
yun lang.
Men, siya ang alay. At least nakapatay siya ng isa. Yun ang importante doon at mawawala na nga siya. Rolling Thunder na ginawa nga ni Tropang Chen. Pero ang problema, inuubos na sila, di ba? Diyos ko, Nanoswarm, tinunaw sila ng buhay. Pero ito, 2v3. May Rolling Thunder pa si Stax pero alam niya kung nasan ka. Mako, pero ito spike already. Pero let's see if ever makakayanan pa ba nila. After siya, not gonna connect. But Mako! Through that smoke! Buhay sana si Mok doon pero nahuli siya ng naliligaw na bala.
Di niya na kailangan hanapin, di niya na kailangan makita. Spray through the smoke lang dahil alam niya pwede may mag-follow up, pwede magkaroon ng trade. Gusto ko yung ginawa sana dito ni Life na naging alay nga siya sa loob ng site. At least nakapag-execute sila dito ng Rolling Thunder.
Nahont.
Nahuli pala.
Huli pala, nahont pala siya.
Ganda.
So yun pala, utility play talaga sila bumabawi ngayon. Pero at least si Life, di ba, nakapatay siya ng isa, so inalo niya yung buhay na point of no return, kumbaga.
Oh, pwede pa rin naman sana yon for the retake. Ang magandang katapat ng naman talaga dito ng DRX is tapatan mo on their entry.
Yeah.
Pero kasi kapag tinatapatan mo, na-outduel ka naman din. And then, the utility play pa ng DRX.
So yun nga. So retake, hindi pa rin nagagawa. Tapatan, nanalo pa rin ng DRX yun. Ganun talaga kalakas ang mga tropa natin sa Pacific, di ba?
Hirap tapatan yan. W Gaming yan.
Oh, you can't spell Pacific without P. Pinoy.
Di ko nahanapin yung Pinoy sa DRX.
Meron.
Meron?
Si Buzz, Tito Boy. Si Arby. Robin. Badilla.
Double.
Mako, in short for mahal ko. Oh,
Pwede. Pasok.
Marami rin. Pero
Magtatago lang pala sila, no? Sa
Foxy.
IGN nila.
Hindi si Foxy. Sino yung isang wala sila? Si Mako, RB. Sino yung isa? Kalimutan ko na. Shoutout nga pala sa inyo, ang lakas nyo. Pero mukhang ngayon, tahimik muna sila. Kalmado lang sila, iniba na yung pace nila, pero this is the entry nga, the initial entry ginagawa nila. Satchel will be denied, but ginagawa nga ni Tropang Chen ngayon, pero si Buzz and Stacks will do the job done as well. Pero Mako, at least may orbital strike siya, pero nga lang all the way from up top, that is Bond, denying the possible entry na gagawin ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng DRX. Putting ito on 3v2. Make that a 2v2 instead. Mako, pushing it, kailangan niya kunin yung spike, pero ang problema si Bond nasa rafters na. But 10 seconds in, Kutito Boy, wala ka ng oras, magta-time ka na.
Magta-time na kagad dito, pero hindi na hayaan na kaagad maubos ang oras dito ni Bond. Tapatan si Buzz dahil kaya niya naman eh. Ang ganda na naging pakitungo na dito ng ASE dahil sinabayan na nila, alam na nila yung gagawin dito nila RB, alam na nila yung gagawin dito nila Foxy 9 na kapag meron ng Prowler, meron ng Hunt, magpapatuloy sila with the picks. Pero nag-abang sila dito with the double pick kaya naman hindi nakasagot agad si Foxy 9.
Si Bond talaga yung yung naging gulat factor nila. Hindi nila ina-expect na nandun pa siya na kahit Guardian lang ang hawak niya. Siya yung nagpagulo sa pwedeng gawin ngayon ng DRX. I mean, yes, meron tao doon isa, pero wala silang idea na dalawa pala.
Nalito nga si Mako dun eh. Parang saan galing yung mga bala kahit mga one-tops lang yan. Masakit pa rin yan dahil Guardian ang hawak niya. Pero ngayon, wala na silang nagkasisagot pa dahil na-delay lang ng pick dito sa HFMI.
Hindi ini-expect ng ASE na makokongkas silang dalawa doon. So good read na nga na ginawa ni Stacks. And maganda yung intuition na nila. Hala, meron pala talagang tao doon. But Bunt will catch one. Mako is now down. So medyo okay na yung post-plant. Medyo okay na din talaga yung pwede nilang gawing retake kasi wala na yung post-plant nila. Pero Orbital Strike onto these players will not catch one as well. Pero Bunt, at least may smoke pa siya, may molly pa siya. Stacks is low, 3v3. Paano nila gagawin to? The clock is ticking already.
Si Buzz, ang layo pa dito ng pwestuhan niya dahil may lineup siya nakasama. Now it's all up to RP na nasa loob na nga ng site. Makakakuha ng isa. Pwede pa rin naman ito for Buzz. Pero magiging problema, hindi umabot yung molly niya. He needs to free fire. Pero ngayon, huli niya pa sinabok. At hindi na nakasagot, hindi na nakapagtasal pa. Na maagot nila yung round mula sa kanila.
Alam mo, best, ready na ako na sabihin, ganun ang mangyayari pag wala kang molly, pag wala si Brimstone. Pero, yung dun sa initial nga na alarm, na nanoswarm nga na ginawa niya, hindi umabot eh. Pero, hindi mo sabihin alam niya eh. Pero, pre-fire na lang yun eh. At so, syempre, ine-expect nyo ng mga players nga ng DRX na alam nila na merong playing close. And yung reaction time na pinakita ni Tito Boy, nag-connect talaga.
Kailangan niya pa naman yun para hindi na makahabol dito in a really good spot for this half ang ASE. Dahil ngayon at this last round, sa half na ito, medyo broken ba yun na talaga? Dahil Spectres ng Stingers nang kaya nilang mapanindigan din eh.
Mahirap yan pag broken ka. Pero Buzz muna with the lockdown right now. Yan muna ang simula bago matapos ang lahat. Lockdown, kailangan nila to respetuhin, pero nga lang si Bunt. Diyos ko, anong respeto? Papatayin na namin kayo lahat, pero si Life buhay pa rin! Baki sa mukha! Walang nagawa si RB kahit isa!
Oh my God!
Diyos ko, yung isa pa!
Life to talaga ang pangalan niya. Pero ngayon may showstopper pa. Oh my God, buhay pa rin naman na si Mako. Pero hindi na rin naman na tumagal pa ang buhay niya. Still a good half for ASE.
Sobrang silang kawawa doon. Pati sila natawa. Isipin mo si Bond nakadalawa na agad. So hindi talaga ini-expect ng mga players to. Ito so yung mga players ng ASE, pinusuan na lang talaga nila malala. No, okay lang, sige mag-lockdown ka dyan, pero I'll make sure na makakadalawa ako, makakaisa ako, life as well. So if ever talaga hindi sila nag-push, dalawa silang madedetain doon. And yun yung mga Hail Mary talaga na pwede na mangyari. Pero nga, napapasa muna natin sa panel. Let's go.
Grabe talaga. And maraming salamat, Vil and Honey Glaze. So, ayan, medyo dikit na dikit yung laban na to. And I think very unexpected. But also a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. Because honestly, diba, nag-throw na tayo. Throw to the game, diba? Yun yung ginawa natin. Paglabas natin to like the talent holding area para manood na tayo ng games. Tapos na yung pistol round. Ang bilis nila maglaro. They really finished it in a flash. And they're able to, I think one thing that's good going para sa ASE, they can really match, mechanically speaking. They're like really good. Grabe, ang galing talaga nila. Kaya nila i-challenge si DRX.
I'm more surprised that it's so close. Like, I think even the previous series, parang round per round, salitan lang kung sino mananalo o hindi. And overall, I think DRX doing a good job stabilizing, but then I'm still struggling to figure out kung sino talaga yung makuha ng lead dito sa Fracture.
Yeah.
Exactly. Medyo, this is kind of hard to say, but I think na ASE is kind of doing this thing that we're not really expecting from other teams against DRX, which is going in against DRX with confidence. And it's parang walang fear. You don't sense it, right?
Yeah.
Especially with these entries they have.
Yung nakita natin yung parang camera nila, di ba? Yung para player cams. Tumatawa, chill si ASE. Pero yung last na nakita natin si Mako, parang he looks stressed.
Naging stressed.
Yeah. So parang hopefully si DRX makakuha ng reset. Like I feel like maybe they are expecting so much from themselves na parang this should be more maybe stompy. We should be doing more. That's probably what's going on in their heads.
That's true, kasi expectations-wise naman, one team is clearly very favorited, the other one, no info na nga, di nga sure, tas yung pala, parang halos patas na yung score. So, less pressure on them can really just have fun, honestly.
Right, I think it's again, it's like that kind of nothing left to lose sort of thing, and this is their proving ground. So, again, they're just showing how hungry they are just to be here in Valorant Masters, and it's so exciting to see, especially against DRX. It's very refreshing. Not to put DRX, not that we want to see them lose, but it's very exciting to see this new blood and competition here, right? But anyway, that's it from the panel. We'll be passing it back to you, Vil and Honey Glaze.
Kinakabahan si Honey Glaze kasi pinapasa niyo na, pero ako nagsasalita pa.
Magaling.
Nagkakentuhan kami dalawa, di ba? So, yun na nga. Si Tropa.
Bilang na bilang.
Alam mo ano yan? Beta yan sa Valorant 2.
Sabi nga ni Taylor kanina,
Ano?
password yan sa wifi. Yung default.
Oo.
Kasi hindi naman talaga malayo, parang password talaga ng wifi.
Oo nga eh. Pero nga si Life, kinuha na ang buhay niya. Ay.
Ganda yun.
Kung may Mako, siya si Buko. Buhay ko.
Buhay ko.
Kung inaakala mo. Uy, alam mo ba? Yung ano na yun, nakakalaro ko siya. Nakakalaro ko yun nung kumanta.
Si Jerilyn?
Oo. Sila Wolf, lagi siya nakakalaro. Legit yun.
Player din
Oo, nagbabalorant siya habang kumakanta.
Kaya pala nabuo yung buko.
Oo.
Ay, nako.
Papasok na ata sila kasi si Bas makapitas pa ata pero tamang crouch lang sa harapan nila. Pero si Bas talaga na pero without foul nga ni Bot. Diyos ko po, ang gulo na talaga. Muna kita 3v3. Stacks will catch one. Pero mukhang ito naman ata. Chen mag-isa. Kumuha ng ghost ngayon para makabawi na rin talaga. Pero ang problema nga niya, si Stacks nandyan na with a frenzy on hand. Tatama ba? One tap lang ang kailangan na siya ngayon para makabawi. Pero Hot, alam niya na kung nasan ka. Diyos ko, parang 3v1 yung nangyari. Wala na siyang pakialam sa Hunt eh. Point of no return dyan. Kasi if ever pag pinatay niya yung Hunt, mamamatay din siya. Lalabanan na lang niya.
Kaya nga, maganda yung ginawa niya dito. At least, hindi niya hinayaan na magkaroon ng advantage agad-agad dito ang players ng DRX. Pero una sa lahat, akala ko magiging point na to kaagad for the side of ASE dahil sa mga initial picks nila laban dito sa DRX. And DRX, para silang naapi dito sa entry nga na ginawa nila live. But the problem is, yun nga, inabot tayo ng post plant or inabot nga tayo dito nung sa loob ng set. Nahirapan sila dito
Kasi Bas galit na galit, pero ngayon kaya muna sama-sama muna sila. Lahat sila nandito lang din. Let's see if ever may sisilip ba. Lahat sila nasa dish. Watch dish.
Kahit walang mag-watch this dito. Watch this talaga sa apat na papasok dito all the way from dish. At etong mga players ng DRX, di na na-expect ito dahil yung attention ay nanggaling na nga dito all the way from A-Bait. Foxy9 though was able to get in at 2K. RB naman dito, hindi man lang pinagbigyan na sina Chen na makaligtas. And now, it's all up to 2 players na lang nagtitry pa rin naman mag-plant ng spike.
Pero tingnan natin kung makakaya na pa ba nila. 2v4 baka. Pero at least sa patay nila sa Foxy9, okay na yun. RB, oh no. Buto talaga na plant to ng mga players nga ng ASE. Diba at least may pera sila next round. Pero RB with a reaction will catch one. Bunt mag-isa. Mako, mahal ko, kukunin ka. 8-5 already. Pero importante na pala tinrespect. Nakapatay sila ng isa. Good eco na rin talaga.
Kaso nga lang, for their bonus, or for the buy round dito ng Attacking Soul Esports, we have Bulldogs na meron nga ditong in-exhaust for DRX. So this is a really good buy for them para dito sa bonus round na ito. At may possibility pa talaga mahirapan dito ang Attacking Soul Esports dahil lalo na't ngayon, only half armors lang kaya nilang bilhin. We have Foxy9 on that Vandal. Pero kita mo naman, with their executions, sa lineup pa lang, sa mga utilities pa lang, na-hold off kaagad ng ASE.
Bulldogi sa lahat. Kasi nga, taga-Korea sila. Pero ito mga players nga ng ASE, ito talaga yung mga half armor meta na nakikita natin ngayon. Well, in terms din naman, kaya naman nila makabili. Pero syempre, kailangan pa nila na enough footing para sa next round ngayon. And for ASE, let's see if ever sa 6-9 ba nila kasi lamang naman sila sa barrel pero one tap, oo. Pero at the end of the day, Bulldog pa rin yan. Masakit pa rin yan. Isang burst lang sa'yo, typats ka na.
Totoo yan. Dahil ngayon, half armors nga lang din. As I mentioned kanina, yun, inaabangan pa nga sila with that smoke. Mahirapan pa rin talaga sila makapila ng isa dahil ngayon, it's all up to 4 players ngayon ng ASE na hindi pa sigurado kung saan pupunta.
Si Foxy9 doon sa position na yun, meron siya escape plan eh. Yung escape plan, kahit hindi mo mapatayan, at least makakaalis ka dun lang sa may pintuan nga. And if ever na makaalis siya, meron pa siya trade-off dun kahit pa paano if ever may mag-push sa kanya. But yung mga players nga ng ASE, unti-unti na sila pumapasok kayo sa side nga ng B. Si Chen nakapitas ng isa. Puti ito 3v3. Pero RB, ito na ngayon talagang hirap pag naka-bulldog ka lang. Pero meanwhile, dun sa likod, si Foxy9 trying to get that anchor nga all the way from B.
Ganda nito. May utilities pa kasing kasama coming in from stacks. Magkasama sila ngayon nila RB. They're making a runway already para kay na Foxy9. Pero we have the blind. We have the concuss. May ipit ngayon. Oh my God. Ang ganda nun. Coming in from Chen. Pero si Stack nakakuha pa rin naman na ng isa.
Ito okay, sobrang ganda na ginawa nga ni Stax na fault line, tinamaan si Chen, pero si Chen sinagutan din ng fault line eh. Talagang ini-expect niya na once na mag-pop yung fault line, alam ko na meron talaga pupunta sa harap ko, and sobrang ganda ng timing if ever. Yes, nag-smoke nga siya para syempre makakuha pa si life ng isa, at yun na nga. May trade-off sila.
Ang maganda dito for Chen is hindi lang doon sa pwesto ng B-main yung paglatag niya dito ng fault 9, paglatag niya dito ng concuss. Doon mismo sa pagtatalunan nga ni Foxy9 at wala tuloy siya nasagot.
Yun nga eh. Saktong-sakto. And kahit anong mangyari, buhay pa siya kasi nga si Life nandun sa tower din. So, nice one, baby. Yun na nga, 6-9 na nga. Nice talaga sa mga games na to, sa mga players na to. Pero kalmado lang sila. At least, si Foxy9, meron siyang exit plan nga na kahit matamaan siya ng kahit ano, mamba out muna siya. Pero if ever sa Asia naghahanap, at least ando naman si RB pang trade-off sa kanya.
Layo nga lang dito ng pwesto ni RB dahil hindi pa rin siya sigurado kung sino ba yung bubungad sa kanya all the way from dish. Dahil namumuon na rin naman na yung attention dito going in the A-main. Pero ang problema, hindi pa talaga fully committed dito yung ASE. So ang daming haka-haka tuloy. Ang DRX exit na naman dito coming in from HF. Pero Wala pa eh.
Yeah.
Wala pa talagang bardagulan sa kanila eh.
Pero si RB, tama, hindi talaga muna siya talaga dapat tumingin sa A-main kasi ginawa yung kanina ng ASE na 5 nga sila nasa dish, di ba? Just go watch this talaga. But Boss gonna push it already. Will actually catch one. Pero makapapasok rin ata yung iba. Pero tamang mamba out muna kasi nga may molly pa sa harapan, may smoke pa. Pero Monk gonna push in. Pero si Mako nasa harapan na niya. Pero ito na rin talaga yung ginagawang sandwich yung mga kalaban niya. Pero Monk, ayun na kayo spray down. We're gonna call to these players. But will catch one. But Stacks onto the rescue. But Ichen with the deny again and again. Foxy9, 1v3. This is gonna be really hard kasi nga si Bot may orbital strike siya, may molly pa.
Ang mahirap pa dito, masakit na talaga yung attacking side ng attacking Seoul Esports dahil nga, nasa pangalan na nila eh. Nakakakuha sila dito ng problematic approach laban na nga sa DRX at DRX. Wala na, mamama sila dito.
Yeah, sobrang ganda ng pag-set ng tempo na ginagawa ni Chen dito. Yung fault light, yung flashes, yung aftershock. Sobrang on point talaga na hindi alam ng DRX kung paano sila makakabawi ngayon. At ito yung mangyayari pag lahat sila may baril talaga. Kasi kanina, DRX yes lamang sila. Pero what if bigyan mo ng baril din ng ASE? Ano ba ang mangyayari sa kanila? At talagang nag-work in favor of them. Kasi nasa pangalan na nga nila. Talagang attacking ang gusto nila. But DRX, yung depensa, talagang nawawala na sa kanila.
Di pumapabor ka agad ngayon sa DRX dahil ora mismo, dalawa pa yung duelist dito na makakatapat nila, diba? We have Life, we have HFMI, tapos magiging problematic pa ito dahil nga doon sa mga utilities nga binibigay dito nila Bond, and then there's also Monk with the lurks, kaya hirap tuloy makasagot. At hirap tuloy makapag-decide ang DRX kung saan ba talaga patungo dito yung ASE. Pero ngayon, ang tapang ni Life. Dalawa kasi buhay niya, may operator pang kasama, mayroon pang
yun nga eh. Talagang wala eh. Attacking ka, di ba? At least, hindi siya makapitas na isa. Ilan ba yung kasama niya? 4. 4 naman sila. So, kung di siya tumama, edi yung 3, magsiswing sa'yo, edi okay na yan. Pero si Lifa, ina-expect niya na baka maging aggressive na rin ng DRX. Wala naman silang pera, di ba? Broken by naman sila. So, might as well, all or nothing na, bahala na. Kung may mapitas ako, edi okay yan. At yan ang gusto ko kay Life. Ayon na ayon na operator ang gamit niya, which is yan din ang gamit ko.
Linis yun eh.
Ano bang pakinong iba, di ba?
Pero totoo naman kasi, ang pogi naman kasi talaga ng Ion kapag nagamit mo na as an operator. Pero...
Mas pogi si Ian.
Ay, syempre. Ang bilis mo eh. Baka nanonood eh.
Si Tito Boy, buobogain na lahat na makita niya. Paige will not connect on to him. Pero Bont, alam ata niya na meron ata pumunta doon sa may likod. Tatlong tao nandun. Firing squad talaga malala. Pero meanwhile, Life, initial shot, not gonna connect. Chen will actually take one down. Break it off 4v2. Si Buzz, si Tito Boy, buhay na buhay pa. RB, kailangan mo na pumush para makapasok yung isa. Pero RB will catch one. Oh no, binigyan mo pa talaga buhay yung iba. Pero si Tropa, nakaisa na. But Life mo ang alam ata kung nasan ka.
Alam na kung anong babantayan niya, kaya naman patay at hilata na muna dito ngayon ng DRX. Unti-unti na nakahabol at mukhang pulito-pulito na nga dito yung mga nagiging estratehiyan nilalatag na nga kaagad ng ASE. Dahil tingnan mo naman, diba? Sobrang na-overwhelm yung players ng DRX. Pero yun din naman ay save round. Nang din naman para sa side ng DRX, ano?
Grabing grabing pagka-on point naman si Tropa doon. Lahat ng tinignan niya through the smoke, nakakapatay siya. Happy feet talaga.
Lumulundag eh. Race pa naman gamit niya.
Half Mio, this is 9Z7 pero nga lang. Showstopper on 3 players, make the 9! My Life! Okay na sana yung marami siya mapatay. Actually, 2 to 3 ang mapapatay niya. Pero yun nga lang, mas magaling siyang pumatay ng langaw sa taas. RB will catch one. This is a trade-off nga na ginagawa nila. Meanwhile, Stacks na spray and pray. Bunt inside that smoke. 3 pa kalaban mo. Pero nasa yung spike, literal na nasa harapan mo.
Di bali nang hindi niya naiputok dito yung kanyang showstopper dahil meron naman siyang info at napatuloy yun with Stacks going in with a kill at alam nilang magdedere-derecho na lang dito ang ASE. Now, we only have the smokes dito coming in from Bond. Hindi niya na alam kung ano yung hahanapin na noon tititigan na angulo dito pero double digit na kagad ngayon ng DRX for this round.
At least, kahit namatay si Foxy9 dito, ito naman ang pagbangon ng api ng iba. Foxy napatay kasi kaya kami na ang bahala. At yun na nga, di ba? Talaga sinabay ng tinaga ng mga players nga ng DRX yung pag-push ng ASE dito.
Oo.
Ay, nice. Wala talaga, nice na talaga masasabi nila. Pero sayang, kasi it's gonna be a whole different story if ever tumama yung showstopper doon ni Foxy 9. 2 to 3 ang mapapatay niya kasi dikit-dikit yung zoning nila eh. And dito naman ngayon sa ASE, time out muna sila. Hindi ko alam kung time out to pero feeling ko ito na.
Kailangan pa naman nila talaga ng timeout ngayon dahil double digit na eh. 3 na lang yung rounds sa kailangan punuin dito ng DRX at magpapatuloy na ito on their momentum. Yun na nga, we have the timeout given to ASE and really good call dahil unti-unti na yung momentum na nabubuo sa kanila. Ang nangyari lang talaga is nasalisihan sila dito ni Stax. Nakakuha siya dito kaagad ng info coming in from Foxy 9 Showstopper at nagpatuloy ito with the picks na meron na sila dito coming in from RB. Kaya nalito yung ASE kung ano yung gagawin at ano isasagot nila sa loob ng side.
And for this timeout nga, ito na yung kailangan nilang magawa para makabawi na sila dito kahit papano. Well, itong mapa na to, pinili naman to ng ASE. So, malakas din ang DRX dito.
Yun nga ang problema.
Yun nga lahat ng mapa dito, talagang for the side of ASE, pipiliin lang nila yung mapa kung saan pa sila komportable. Huwag nila isipin, malakas DRX dito. Hindi. Isipin nila kung saan kayo komportable. Kasi ito yung magiging statement nyo on towards sa mga susunod na games kasi you only have 2 games para makapasok sa playoffs.
Kapag nalaglag ka pa dito, magiging problemado ka pa kung makakaligtas ka pa. Dahil ngayon, wala nang nakaligtas sa mga bala niya. Life was able to take down onto Stacks. Foxy 9 though, getting into 2K. And now that's wild enough para naman dito makabawi yung DRX. Ang kaso nga lang, may nagisagot ka agad dito sina Life. 3v3.
3v3 on this game right now. Pero si Mako, meron pa siyang pang-delay kasi kami orbital strike siya. Pero ang ganda nung angulo niya. Kitang-kita muna yung kalaban niya bago siya yung makita. Pero ito yung problema nila. Orbital strike, RB! Magpaalam ka na! Pero napakaganda kasi nga si Buzz buhay na buhay pa. Pero may lockdown pa sila. Napakahirap to kasi wala siyang makita. May turret pa sa harapan nila. Then pareho pa silang may line up.
Oo nga. Ang hirap nito dahil ngayon meron ng info kaagad na mag-gather dito yung dalawa pero sabay naman sila magpipit kayo. Swing na nga laban kina Buzz pero buti na lang talaga mas nanaig dito. Mas malayo yung agwat kaya hindi niya na-transfer kaagad yung spray.
Sobrang solid ng DWS na ginawa nila. Alam mo kung ano yun? Double wide swing.
Akala ko yung WS.
Ano ba yung ginawa nila? DWS, di ba? Double wide swing. Man.
Tama din naman yung
talaga pinindot nila. Ang hirap pinindot nila ng DWS. Hirap nun, man. Kailangan mahaba yung daliri mo. Pero, ayun na nga yung ginawa nila dito sa game na to. Kasi, alam mo, if ever napatay pa ni Buzz yun, Diyos ko, magta-time out ulit ang ASE kahit kaka-time out lang nila.
Wala naman silang time out kanina first half, di ba? Pwede pa naman.
Malay mo, pero dalawang time out pareho. Pero
Kasunod na round.
Meron namang gumagawa nun. Pero tingnan natin kung gagawin ba nila. Pero si Happy Feet, dire-diretso na siya. And ito yung maganda, this is the first time na nagtapat sila. This is the first time na itong team na to nakapunta sa Masters pero dumidikit sila sa number 1 ng Pacific.
Yun nga, ang parang nagiging
formerly.
Totoo naman kasi, di ba? Dahil DRX dito, parang nawiwindang ko ano ba yung pakikitungo nga ng ASE sa mga pushes nila, sa mga nagiging aggressive nila. At parang nagugulat sila, bakit isa-isa silang napapatay dito ngayon? Katulad nito.
Diyos ko, ang kapal ng smoke. Wala sila makita kahit isa. Pero at least makakuha naman siya ng Bulldog dito. And now, meanwhile, si kaibigang Monghe, napakalayo niya. Si Life nakaisa pa. Puti ito, 2v5 baka. May rolling thunder pa sa stacks, yes. Pero napakahirap nga nagawin niya kasi wala kang idea kung nasa yung mga kalaban mo. And si Tropa! Si Tropa hindi mabasa ang pangalan, nakadalawa pa.
My God! Dumikit yung ulo niya sa bala dito na ibinuga all the way from dish. Yun na yun eh. Meron na silang info. Sabi mo nga, meron pa tayong Rolling Thunder. Pero ang magiging problema dito is mas komplikado nga at mas madami pa yung numbers dito coming in from ASE. So, alam na kaagad nila kung ano yung babantayan. Tingnan mo naman, nakaabang kaagad si Life, diba?
Sobrang on point talaga lahat na pinapakita ng Happy Feet kanina. Sorry ng ASE ngayon. At kanina, sobrang saya ng DRS pero ngayon nananahimik na sila. And for themselves, at least yung timeout na ginawa ng ASE, ilan yung nakuha? Dalawa.
DRX na ngayon, ang kailangan
time out to. Time out to, man. So, tingnan natin kung ano ba ang gagawin ni Termi. Kailangan jumping lason ba? Sila yung may ganun, di ba?
Yun pa naman yung meta.
Jumping lason talaga si Termi ngayon.
Sayang yung lead ng DRX. Nahabol lang kaagad dito ng ASE. No, 10-10 na kaagad.
10-10 na. Kanina, wala eh. Ito yung mahirap yung Terry maganda yung AAP nung kabila. Ano ba ako? ABP ako nun eh.
ABP?
Plant.
Oo. Beast yun, di ba?
Oo, Beast.
Yun yung kumikrit.
Kumikrit yan, man. Tapos may Ronin pa. Ay, no.
Tapos ay nako. Napaalala mo yung
Si Bitson
alaala.
Yung Beast.
pag tumataw.
Sim, tama yan. So at least, diba, kitang-kita natin ang HD ng mga camera nila. Pero yun na nga, syempre kailangan nating i-appreciate yung buong production nga ng ginawa nila sa Tokyo kasi, men, napakaganda.
Grabe yun,
Wow. In Japanese, wow pa rin yun.
Sugoi.
Sugoi desu.
Sugoi desu.
Gosh. Baka may sabihin naman.
Hirap na, wag na natin yung magpatuloy pa dahil patuloy na rin naman ng Romaragasa dito. At DRX ngayon, makipagtapatan lang sa kanila. We have the Mollies. We have also the entry coming in from HNFI. Pero nandito na si Mako, sila Stock na magkasama. Bumabuelo laban sa kanila. Dalawa na lang kaagad ang natitira.
Grabe yung pagpigil na ginagawa dito ng DRX. Lahat ng pumasok, patay. Pero nga si Mako, si RB lang natitira ngayon. Pareho silang low HP. Literal na 1 bullet na lang silang dalawa. Pero tignan natin si Mako with a reaction time! With a 3K! Pinigilan na nila! Yamete talaga!
Yamete kung sa side talaga ang mangyayari, may bibigkas sila dahil hindi na sila makapasok pa. They try to make an entry happen, but the problem is, ready na rin naman na kaagad sina RB, sina Stax, and I really love the connection dito nga nila Buzz, Mako, and Stax dahil yun eh. Nagkaroon sila ng crossfire.
Men, si Mako, nadik siya, diba? Pero wala siyang pake.
Hindi naman siya nakikita eh.
Wala siyang pake doon, men. Diyos ko.
Aray.
Yamete kuda stop. Ano ba sabihin Yamete? Stop, diba?
Stop.
Kalma ka lang.
Sana naman yan sa pag...
Alam mo, isa yung pero yun na nga, bago ko sabihin yun. Pero bakit okay lang talaga? Kasi feels good talaga. Yung mga player nga ginagawa ngayon ng DRX, literal siya talaga ang pagpigil sa bawat pag-entry ng ginagawa ng ASE ngayon. Sandwich sana, pero shorty sa mukha. Tumama pa ata, pero meron pang isa. Pero sabi si Monk, wala na.
Kikipaghanapan na nga lang talaga dito. Si Chen na lang ang natitira all the way from tower. Ang buti na lang talaga, nasa kanya yung spike. Pero kasi dalawa yung makakapag-pick sa kanya. Kita na yung balikat, pero makikipag-adjust sa pangaba. Kita-kita na din ba ako dito? Nagre-reload sa harapan na niya mismo. We have the Mollies. Binabatuan na kung ano-ano. Dos na lang kaagad na natitira sa kanya.
Diyos ko, kahit duraan mo yung play na yan. At yun na nga, Mako! Mahal ko! Nakapatay na nga ng isa. Ladies and gentlemen, DRX is on a match point already. Mainit na pinapakita nila. At least, doon sa pagka-timeout nila, ilan na nakuha nila? Dalawa din, di ba? Pero meron pa naman silang timeout nga. So pwede pa silang mag-usap-usap nga na para maulit yung nangyari nung kanina, nung Lotus. Na kahit match point na kayo, babawi pa rin kami. So ito rin talaga yung timeout nga na ginawa ngayon ng ASE na siguro dito ngayon sa game na to, what do you think? Babagalan ba nila or bibilisan? Play for picks? Anything is possible actually.
Yung ang kanina nang nangyari sa first half, di ba? Kapag inaabot na nga tayo ng post-plan, nahihirapan mas sumagot dito yung ASE. So dapat nilang tapatan dahil kinakaya naman nila eh. Nakaabot nga sila dito for a 10-10 scoreline. Nagsimula tayo in the second half na 7-5. Lamang dito ang DRX. Pero ano ang nangyari? Unti-unting nakakagapang yung ASE. Pero the point na nagkaroon nga ng timeout dito ang DRX, nagka-refresher sila, man.
Isang minuto lang ang kailangan nila para ma-refresh yung mga utak nila na hala, masyado na pala tayong galit na galit. Masyado na tayo nag-overextend. Pero for themselves, at least ASE, I mean, this is the first time nga nakinas natin sila, di ba? Pero grabe pala sila.
Ganda.
Diyos ko, ang lakas pala nila, men.
Kung hindi lang nabubulol, sabihin yung pangalan niya. Pulido na yan. Si Taylor na lang mamaya.
Miski siya, siguro hirap na hirap sa pangalan niya. Hi guys, mga pala si HFMY. Ang haba, di ba? H-up na lang sasabihin niya. Happy
Kita
friends.
ko pa yung pangalan.
Siya lang yung IGN na haba eh. Talagang ilang characters lang ba ang kailangan sa IGN maximum? Pero siya, men, sinagad niya.
Para daw talaga mahirapan yung mga casters, di ba? Pahirapan natin na nga din dito ang DRX dahil pinapatitutuan ka agad dito ni Life. Wala nga lang siya makita.
Life is on a hunt right now. Pero meanwhile, ito na. Magkikita ba sila nung Killjoy? Pero mukhang hindi ata. Mga kapit naman sila pero okay lang yan. Pero yung mga ginagawa ngayon ng DRX, at least, lalo na si Buzz, waiting patiently, and yung DRX, inagaantay na sila ng execution dito.
Alam naman nila na kaya nila ditong pagkatiwalaan si Buzz kahit mag-isa lang siya sa loob ng site. And ngayon, dalawa na kaagad at tumaba dito for DRX. Paano na kaya dito on their defense dahil hindi pa talaga fully nasa loob ng site ang ASE.
Showstopper, not gonna get on these players, pero meron man tao dito sa may 2F nga. Pero this is the Showstopper na tama ba? And finally, nakapit na silang isa! Shen! Mag-isa mga kaibigan. Buti ko ito, 3v1, may lockdown pa kalaban nila.
Oh no! Chen na lang na dito. Wala pa sa kanya yung spike. Naka-triangle formation na kagad pero makakakuha ng isa. Quick reaction time coming in from RV to close things out for this first half. Ang lupit na naging laban na to talaga. 13-10.
Men, grabe yung... at least talaga... Ito magka-counter na execution din talaga yung mga players nga dito ng DRX with that flash dun sa may ropes, di ba? Pero nakapitas siya. I mean, si Life nakapitas din ng isa. Pero wala silang idea na meron palang tao dun sa may 2F. At dun sa 2F na yun, dun sila isa-isang nawala.
Hirap nun dahil dito na bumawi si RB or dito na bumawi si Foxy 9 ng kanyang showstopper. Hindi man napagana kanina but this time ang laki ng naging lamang, ang laki ng naging impact laban sa ASE. They had the advantage na maka-fully get inside of the site na makapag-commit na. Pero yung problem nga, si RB lang pala makakasagot at si Foxy 9 lang din.
Si Chen tsaka si Stars with these breach plays, diba? Talaga siniset talaga nila yung tempo. Sobrang perfect na mga fault lines nila. Nagko-connect talaga yung mga counter executions nila. Sobrang on point. And grabe si Happy Feet, man.
Totoo. Walang hesitation sa kung ano-ano. Wala sila dito pag-overthink na, top team yan from Pacific. Pero hindi nila binibigyan dito ng attention dahil kinakaya naman nila eh. First up nga, it was really close para sa kanila dito na umabot to 6-6 pero hindi ito pumayag nga for DRX. Pero tingnan mo naman, nasa kanila yung lamang dito nung nag-second half na.
On threes teams si Termi, I mean, pinapanood niya yung laban nga dito ng ASE, di ba? Pero sa VODs lang. So iniisip nila, okay baka kaya. Pero nung once na nakalaban na nila, ibang-iba pala talaga sila. And for sure, this is not a walk in the park na ginawa ng DRX. Nahirapan sila dito. Kasi kitang-kita mo sa mukha nila, nawala yung ngiti nila, nawala yung saya nila, kasi iba pala yung kayang ipakita ng ASE ngayon. And ito rin talaga ang longest highlight of my life.
Totoo.
Meron pa mga highlight na. Di ba gusto? Ay, nako. Itong laban ito, pag may OT, men, feeling ko mamaya na talaga matatapos to eh.
Wag na mag-panel, no? Dahil nakain na ng highlights. Dahil deserve talaga ng bawat players dito yung mga highlight. Lalo na itong final moments na nga dito nila RB, nila Foxy 9, nakapag-connect yung showstopper niya dito, which is kailangan niya. Dahil kung sakali man na may panalo nga ito ng ASE, abot tayo ng overtime eh.
Hindi man lang nakatungtong ang ASE dun sa site eh. May tao sa may 2F, meron na agad dun sa may city. So literal na crossfire talaga ang datingan nila para mapanalo nila yung last round of the day. Mga kaibigan, napakainit nun. Haba ng highlights. Diba?
Totoo?
Diba? Pero yun nga, pupunta muna kami sa very, very short break. Ako nga pala, si Vin with a double L and Honeycase with a double E and DRX got that W. Mag-break muna kami. See you later.
Hello, and welcome back dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo Filipino broadcast. Again, we've just concluded game number 1 of our second series today, which is DRX versus ASE. And medyo dikit na dikit yung laban na to. Unexpected, but a very welcome surprise. Diba?
Oo nga eh. Parang, eto na nga, yung parang table setting na nakikita natin between, especially, sunod-sunod to today, Pacific versus the China region. So, ASE, it felt like it was super duper close. Pero at this point, sorry, na-distract ako kasi. Anyway, si ASE kasi, di ba, parang it was a blank slate, coming into this tournament. Pero I felt like, para sa atin, parang na-exceed nila yung expectations. Nahirapan si DRX. Even though, like, for example, Mako, everybody else on the side sa DRX squad, kayang-kaya nilang, put them on a tight leash, especially sa mga aggressive nilang pag-entry sa side, mga ganun. Kayang-kaya pa rin nila. Pero their aim is so crisp. ASE, man!
I think ASE is possibly with the aggression din na yun yung isang baka magulatan yung DRX doon. Pero they didn't crumble under the pressure, still able to stabilize. To my surprise at least, they got this map, which I thought would go ASE, because looking at the map pool overall, parang favored naman sa DRX yung latter two. So the fact that they already get this underdog map for them means that I think they have smooth sailing for the rest of the series.
Exactly. Although, I think this should have been the map that they got. Again, Fracture was their pick, so this should have been that moment for them here. But again, they were shut down by DRX. And again, Mako here, proving time and time again why he is one of the best players dito sa Pacific region. Again, look at that ACS. He just had ang dami niyang moments where he was able to take down ASE in like 2v1s, 3v1s as well. And it just shows how, again, we needed some hero moments coming from DRX here kasi ASE did play it very well, and Mako definitely was one of them.
I know. Kasi grabe, diba? Again, siya yung isa sa mga pinaka parang highly respected pagdating sa Pacific. Even considered to be one of the #1 players sa region natin. And he has no off day, pagdating sa Pacific, yung mga matches niya sa Pacific. Tapos, yung first match niya dito sa Masters Valorant, parang what? Sobrang consistent niya talaga. Yun yung wala talaga masabi.
Just another day in the office.
Yeah, for Mako.
I think also knowing his role then as the controller, that's something kind of rare kasi most of these very explosive players nakita natin sa duelist role, minsan sa sentinel role, so they really fends off.
Yeah.
But he's doing both the macro and the micro to really get the most value out of his position in the controller role.
Yeah, the fact that he's not on Omen. Kasi di ba Omen usually at least makaka-reposition ka, you can play around the smoke. But as a Brimstone, you're just there.
Nag-iPad ka lang, tapos minsan nakikita kapag may molly, ganun.
Exactly. And I think, going here into Pearl, we might see that Omen or maybe a Viper pick up here because this is DRX's pick. So again, Fracture was ASE's. This should have been their map and things are looking a bit grim for them, unfortunately. Like, wala akong masasabi dun. This is, DRX is definitely one of the teams that you want to be looking at when you're looking at how to play Pearl because they are one of the best, truly, like around the world, especially. And although ASE is very coordinated here, they play off of each other. I think that the way that DRX sets up Pearl is just going to be too much of a challenge for ASE here. It might be overwhelmed or just they cannot outplay it.
I mean, I think that's the problem though kasi nahirapan na nga sila dun sa hindi nila na ipanalo yung map sa Fracture. Ano pa dito sa Pearl, which is, I wouldn't really say that this is their worst or best map on the side of ASE. It's kind of just in the middle, kumbaga pagdating sa performance. Pero kung titingnan natin sa angulo naman ni DRX, ang dami nilang success dito sa mapang ito.
Yeah, I feel like DRX talaga isa sa mga masters dito for our Pacific region. Pero one notable change overall is a lot of the stats that we've been seeing is on that old Pearl, and now I think we're playing on the updated one, which helps with a lot of defense. There was an interview, I think, with Boaster the other day, saying that they're also a team that's very good on Pearl, pero a lot of these small changes really help the defensive side. You can't really just focus on one, looking to the right side when you're attacking towards B. Small things like this give a lot of life to the hopes and dreams of ASE to really stay and stabilize this Pearl situation.
Oo nga, which probably means that maybe some of the teams will go double controller or maybe less priority na to cover more ground, especially pagdating dun sa sa long. Kumbaga, that means commonly nakikita natin, di ba, harbor. Not common. Sometimes we see a harbor so that you can easily bridge that gap. Pero because of the changes, perhaps it's easier to control now as a defense.
That's right. And speaking of harbor, again, one of the Pearl staples, we are going to be going to our Prime Gaming Agent Select in just a bit. But, again, I'm kind of interested to see kung paano sila mag-peak here, especially from the side of ASE, because we did see a lot of dry peaking, especially from HFMI.
I mean, ganun talaga din yung region playstyle. Sometimes, maybe in their own region, they're kind of allowed to get away with some of these things. But here against a more practiced team that's very disciplined, probably the most disciplined. It's hard to argue who the best team is, but I think the most disciplined one, DRX for sure. And as we move closer to the Agent Select, you can also tell a lot more differences in how teams are going to play. Surprisingly to me, still double controller for both teams, even though I would argue it's a bit less needed. You still want to play a lot of that post-plant meta, having the Viper always very helpful.
It's very interesting too that, Attacking Soul Esports is opting for more of the double initiator, guiding life most likely to enter throughout these sites, which means sacrificing yung itinuturing natin anti-flank versus DRX. Mas marami silang informasyon na magagather with their Killjoy as the biggest difference.
Exactly, and I think dito, what we can see from our Prime Gaming Agent Select is that this KO pick here kind of tells me, with that Sky, is ASE really wants to fight here on that second half. They know that they have a bit of an advantage here on the defense, especially katulad ng sinabi ni Fluffy na, it does seem more defender-sided. So I think they're banking off of playing that new buff that they have here with the changes and then carrying it over into the second half with that KO pick. But again, DRX here, that Killjoy translates so well on both sides. So it's very difficult to say here.
Sorry, na-distract ako sa stats because as we get to see a 7... Am I wrong to see 67, 21?
60?
67? Is that 67?
That is 66 and 71.
Whoa!
You're blind.
That's a lot. That's a lot of games for Buzz here.
71.
71. And for Stacks too. Grabe. Dami nilang games. Meanwhile, si Foxy9, 7...
I think it's map a win percentage for the whole team.
Oh! I thought 71 times played on the agent.
Comp played. The whole team comp. So I guess DRX plays this team comp over and over again. Again, they found so much success.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Okay na, gets.
Well, again, we are just about to go into game number 2 of our second series. We're going to be passing it off to our casters, Vil and Honeyglaze. Are you ready?
Yes.
Hindi ready. Akala ko alam ni Honeyglaze siya yung mag-i-intro. Pero mukhang ready na nga kami, Miss Reby. Let's go.
Maraming salamat, Ready na nga kami dito sa second game, second map of DRX and ASE. Malalaman na natin in a bit kung magiging 2-0 na nga ba ito or talaga mananatili dito with the aggression ng ASE. Dahil grabe yung ASE kanina. Tingnan natin kung kakayanin ba yung composition nila ngayon. Wala silang anti-flank.
Grabe yung stats nila sa Pearl.
Puro 0.
Pero yun nga, syempre, kinonfirm natin yan and later on papakita natin. Pero kung napapansin mo, Pearlas na sila nga na dito nalungkot ang lahat. Dahil nanalo ang Paper Rex dyan. And pagdating lang dito, kitang-kita mo talaga yung pagka-anime nila sa swing. Alam mo yun, talaga sobrang solid talaga. Pero dito naman ngayon sa game natin, dun sa mapang pinili ngayon ng DRX. Let's see! Sila ang meta changers. Sila ang meta makers pagdating dito sa mapa na to. Pero ang tanong kung makakabawi ba sila dito?
Yun nga. Magiging tuloy-tuloy na nga ba ito for DRX dahil ngayon nang hinayang tayo sa mga blinds na ginamit nga dito ng ASE all the way from A main dahil sa puntong nagbigay na nga dito kagad ng info ang ASE. Umatras ang DRX. Patungo na sila ng B-side kaso nabawasan sila ng isa.
Glass cannon ang ginagawa ni Life ngayon na nakapit na siya ng isa na wala pa yung initiator nila, wala silang flash at all. Pero Life, oh no, galit na. Yung mga players nga ng ASC, lamang na lamang sila. Pero sa RB, meanwhile, one trap to the head lang ang kailangan nila. Tamang wallbang lang ang gagawin nila. Pero nga lang, si Happy Feet all the way from Hall will fall down to the hands of Mako. Pero puti 2v1 instead. Monk, mang isa. Yung monghe, nagsiselfie na. Yung spike, ipaplant na nila. Yes, pero paano ba ang gagawin ni Monghe ngayon?
Ay, makikipaghanapan siya dito, lalo na't ngayon, may free upgrade nga siya dito.
Ay,
Makukuha nga
grabe.
lang yung info. Oh my God, sige, makipagpatintero sa lahat ng mga walls na available dito. Now, still in a crossfire kasi dito, DRX. So, still, makukuha nila yung round.
Grabe, salis nila na nangyari doon eh. No? Wala siya nakita kahit isa. Pero we really thought na makukuha na ng AS ito. Ito sa totoo lang in order for you to prevent this kind of setup nga ng gagawin ngayon ng DRX, ang kailangan mo dito is tapatan mo.
Totoo.
Don't let them to create that space that they need in order for them to capture B. Pero yun ang hindi ginawa ng ASE. Talagang tinapatan nila si ASE, si Life, one tap.
Okay
Kita
na
no?
sana eh.
Sabi-
Yun na yun eh.
Kinasano.
Ang gulo na eh. Yun na sana yun. Magpapatuloy na nga sana na yun with the favorable moments nga na nakakuha nga ng picks dito yung ASE. But the problem is, pagdating nga dito in a close range fights, mas naging lamang naman dito for DRX. Now ASE, pinipilit na naman nila yung mga chances dito. We have Light already securing in that corner. Hindi pa siya pumipilit dito with a pick dahil mas lamang nga dito with a gun advantage ang DRX. Pero wala pa siyang info kung nasan ba dito, kung iilan silang dito ngayon.
Diyos ko, matinding crossfire talaga ang papakita dito if ever. Pero nga si Life sa talagang maninira nga ng mga buhay, pero mukhang hindi talaga nangyari kasi buhay niya yung nawala. Si Chen, low on HP, pero yung buhay ng DRC talaga punong-puno pa sila. Pero maligo muna kayo sa Waterworld mga kaibigan, eto na sila.
Raragasa lang nga sa loob ng side ngayon. Pero ang problema, close angles daw ang kukuhanin nila laban sa DRX. And DRX, they're backing away. Siyan dito is really low on HP. Free far lang pala makakasagot sa kanya. And now, ma-hold up pa dito yung vision ng ASE. Pero ano pa yung sasagot nila dito laban sa DRX?
Si Bant, literal na nagtatago lang siya doon sa Gedli. Huwag niyo akong pansinin. Pero 3v5 on this game, that is a spike being implanted by DRX right now. Off to a post plant. Pero for the side of ASE, try to reposition, pero yun nga lang, biglang nawala yung tubig. Nakita si Monk. Muli kita 2v5 right now. Ito na si Bant. Taming high tide na titraga, pero maganda yung traps ngayon. Sineset nga ng mga players ngayon ng ASE, pero nakadalawa pa sila.
Oh, pwede pa rin naman na dahil buy round nga yun ng players ng DRX. Ang tanging objective lang din naman nila dito is at least mabawasan nila yung players dito from DRX at maging equalize sila sa kanilang buy round mismo. We have a really good setup kanina para sa side na nga ng ASE. Pero ang problema kasi dito, may initiator from DRX. Na-check nila yung bawat corner at doon sa puntong yun na ilang oras na or ilang seconds na rin naman ng lumipas dito. Syempre, baka sakaling may mag-check na nga at makakuha na nga ng corner na yun.
Pero sa totoo lang, maganda yung ginagawa ng ASE ngayon. Talaga tinatapatan talaga nila ang meta makers nga ng mapa na to, which is DRX. Well, they know that this is one of their strongest map. So alam nila kung paano talaga bawiin to kahit pa paano handang-handa ang ASE. Pero ang problema lang, if ever talagang na-overwhelm na sila, if ever sobrang solid na ng momentum pinapakita, doon talaga sila mawawala ngayon. Si Chen with the repossession, but he's gonna be taken down by Fox kasi nga meron din tong reckoning nga nila ba si tropang Harbor, but at least Monk, wala silang makita kahit isa. Tubig at lason nagsama.
Hirap na lang talaga kung may makita at may mabawasan ka pa sa kanila at yun na nga talaga ang magagawa niya. But nakadali na nga dito ng isa, Foxy 9 tumumba. It's all up to 4v4 players na lang na natitira ngayon. Pero ang layo pala ng angulo dito ni Life.
Diyos ko, may line-up na naman sila ni God. Meron silang upper hand dito. Meron silang high ground advantage, pero si RB inuubos sila kahit Spectre lang ang gamit nila. Tandaan mo, ito yung buy route ng ASE ngayon, pero sila yung nawawala talaga isa-isa. Live, 2 HP baka! RB with a follow-up right now and Buzz! Siya naman yung titingin, nakapatay siya ng isa. Buy route yun ng ASE. Nagkaroon sila ng space nga because of the reckoning na nilabas ni RB.
Dahil doon, nagkaroon sila ng opportunity na makapag-plant ng spike. At yun nga yung nangyari kanina in the first game, in the first map. ASE, laging nagiging problemado pagdating na nga sa post-map, pagdating ng latter parts of the round. Dahil nga, hindi nila matapatan dito yung mga lineups. At bukod pa doon, na-overwhelm talaga sila dito ng bait and switch from DRX.
Ito RB main Spectre lang gamit niya. Pero
Yun
kahit
nga
malayo, talagang on point pa rin talaga yung pinapakita niya. Pero, grabe yun Ang ganda nun bago sumara yung yung cascade, yung flash muna, para talaga wala siyang makita dito kahit isa. But Life, Blades, hindi ko ba't ako nagbe-burp? Kasi nakakabusog talaga yung mga laban nila.
Totoo. Oh, ganda na pasok ha. Dahil din naman na siguro, ang dami mo rin na inom na tubig coming in from Harbor, ano? Ilang beses pa naman sila nagka-skate dito para lang makapasok nga sina Fox, si Nine at na-secure nila yung site.
Alam mo sa ito, mas maganda na nainom kayo kay Harbor kaysa kay Viper. Pero yun na nga, but we actually catch one. Stacks with a follow-up partner, but that is the pop flash na nilalabas ngayon ni Tropa. Pero siya na lang yung mag-isa eh. Kaya bahala na kung anong pwede mangyari ngayon. Pero tamang height and din talaga. Pero hindi na mababasag. Ay sorry. Hindi na mababasag yung cove na nilabas nila ngayon. Pwede kita 4v4. Medyo broken by ngayon yung mga players ka ng ASE kasi Blazer muna kay life ngayon. So if ever na talaga na makapit na sila ng isa, pwede sana. Pero in terms of lineup, meron ba? Buzz, Mako, kompleto pa.
Sila na naman ang magkasama dito ngayon. Kailangan nilang hanapin dito bawat isang miyembro na natitira from DRX. Ipipilit nila dito makipagduelo at yun nga, makukuha nila isang puno tumumba. Going in with life steal. Ano ko po, hindi pa tumama. It's all up to one. Buzz na lang ang natitira dito. It's 1v4 na lang kaagad. Butit nakadali pa rin siya ng isa dito. But the problem is, tatlo pa ang nakabang sa kanya. At madi-defuse pa rin naman na ng kalaban nila.
Yeah, grabe yung trust nila dito kay Tropa. Kasi nga, pare, hawakan mo lang yan. Sabi ni Chen tsaka ni Mong, ako ang sisilip. Kami na ang bahala sa iyo. And ano yung score nila? 4-1? Diyos ko! It took them 5 rounds para makabawi sila ng isa. And dito naman ngayon sa ginagawa nga ng ASP, ng ASE, na despite of them na talaga nilalamangan sila, nakakakuha na momentum masyado ang DRX, is napopush naman nila na 1v1, 2v2, hindi naman sila lagi na flawless.
Yeah, totoo. Hirap pa rin ang DRX dito. Nagsistruggle pa rin sila kahit nga they still have enough eco dito. Pero hirap pa rin naman sila dito na nakakakuha sila ng kill palagi on their initial impact. Papasok sila ng site pero bawas na kaagad yung DRX. Tingnan na lang natin yun kung ma-amplify dito. Ang operator shot coming in from live.
Akala ko si Wingman. Hindi pala. Pero yun nga, that's reckoning already. Flash will connect onto these players. Pero yun nga, live. Literal na wala siyang nagagawa. Oh my God! May reckoning na! May flash pa! May high tide pa! Pero sino yung may bawi ngayon? Si KO na nasa likod! Let's see if ever he's gonna get the days out of the pop flash already. Mako the only man remaining. 1v4 to this game. Ace denied, but Mako failing to get that clutch. Grabe! Kasi ang pinakadelikado doon, si Life. Pero si Chen yung literal na nagwala doon sa round na yun.
Totoo, tiniis niya lahat ng pwedeng ibato sa kanya. We have the reckoning already na pumapalakpak sa kanya. Kaliwat kanan siyang inaariba. Pero ang problema, tuloy-tuloy din dito yung DRX. Hindi nila mahanap si Chen dahil doon sa mga skate at doon sa mga walls nga binigay sa kanya dito ng kanilang Viper din naman for ASE. So ang laking bagay din talaga dito ng utilities din na nilagay nga ni Mo.
Pagka-reckoning ni RB, biglang bumawi si Bunt with a high tide. So syempre, paglabas mo ng tubig, basa-basa ka pa.
Medyo mabagal na yung galaw mo,
medyo
diba?
mabagal na yung galaw mo
Mabigat
kasi mabigat na, di ba? And nagkaroon ng space si Chen doon. Hindi siya natamaan ng tubig. Kasi pag natamaan siya, talagang patay siya kasi metal siya. Pero meanwhile, si Tropa nakaisa na. Yung isang controller nila yung wala pa. Yung isang pang lineup nila si Mako, walang-wala na talaga. Pero meanwhile, RB, wala siyang pakialam sa mga nararamdaman nila. Magkukove na lang siya, magpa-plant na lang siya, and time for them to get that retake nga. May null command pa sila.
Yun na nga ginamit nila dito pero it's too late already. Meron na kaagad na lockdown na kikinasa. Makakagat nga lang dito. Oh my God! Bakit hindi ka tumalikod?
Diyos ko po, unti-unti talaga sila nakakaisa. Pero meanwhile, that is Bunt being detained. Pwede ito of 3v4. Halos, hindi pala to full buy ng DRX.
Ay, frenzy pa. Ay.
Basag na yung cove mga kaibigan, Bunt. Trying to push. Getting all these utilities nga na meron sila. Utility play na meron sila. Wala silang pakialam kung patay na yung iba. Basta si Buzz buhay pa.
Ano nangyayari?
Hindi ko nangyayari.
Ang daming mga wall, ang daming mga smoke. At nakakainis pa dito yung wall nga ditong binigay nga ni Monk. At nagpapatuloy ito with their post plant or yung retake nila sana dito. Potentially pushing it out laban sa DRX. Pero ang DRX ka dito, mas sanay na nga sa post plant. Yung lineup nila, nireserva na nga nila yung mga mollies. Even though natumamba nga si Mako, nag-ingat naman si Buzz dito. At si Foxy 9, nadali po!
Oo nga, yun na lang din talaga. Kung makakita ka na sayang, naawit na play.
Yun na yun eh.
Yun na yun talaga. Isipin mo, kung kas ka na, frenzy lang ang gamit mo, napatay mo ba si Robocop? May napakasakit talaga nun.
Ang gastos pa.
Yun nga eh. Pero mukhang papasok na ata sila. Sige, i-push nyo lang. Para yung game matapos na.
Oo. Lamang na rin naman na sila,
Oo,
diba?
diba?
Bakit hindi pwedeng tapusin na lang agad nila?
Oo,
Dahil
tuloy-tuloy na lang.
pabor naman eh. We have full buys, or rather, half armors na pala dito kaya panindigan nga ng DRX. Madedetain na, or madedetect sila dito kaagad ng knife, pero di naman sila dito maalis agad.
Pop flash. Hindi nag-connect. Pero yun nga lang, makakapatay pa siya ng isa. Pero buti lang din talaga nakapatay si RB dito ng isa. That is the Seekers already to confirm kung nasa ba yung mga ibang kalaban nila. Isang tao sa may backside, isang tao dun sa may flowers. Pero pasok na ang DRX ngayon. Snake bite just to delay. Pero mukhang tatama. Oo, napakasakit nga. Pero at least vulnerable sila.
Walang paki si RB, no? Basta
Oo.
mag-plant, basta mag-cove, okay na yun. Dahil kompleto pa rin naman sila dito. They still have utilities to move it forward para sa post-plant na ito. At meron pa silang Viper Spit. Kailangan na maganapan dito ang ASE. Dito na makikita nga ang first pick coming in from Stacks. Makukuha niya pa si Von. RB naman dito, mga kalamang. Tatrol lang naman. Coming in from ASE. Tatakbo niya na naman dito yung operator at men. Mukhang narinig na yata siya dito ni Stacks, oh.
Wala. Nung nakita natin nag-Viper Spit si Mako, tapos naka-operator si Life, alam na natin kung ano mangyayari. Okay, mamba out na sila, pero for sure yun yung initial shot nga na gagawin ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng ASE. Sige!
Pilit mo.
Ayan na, sige! Isa-isa sila, rumarampa sila, flash sa mukha, pero mamba out na. Operator denied. At least, good trade yun. Napakaganda na yun. Kasi nga, walang pera ngayon ng ASE. Nakapatay siya ng dalawa, oo. Pero, yun na nga, di ba? Yung mga players nga, retake sila na to the point na wala silang initiator. Dito ngayon sa side nga ng ASE. Nung nawala yung Sky, at least, alam nila sobrang lamang na sila. Yung operator pa yung isa, so tatlo lang yung makakapush.
Nagabang sila ng mga push eh. Nagabang sila dito ng pwede nga maging mas agresibo for DRX. Pero ang DRX kasi dito, natansya na kaagad nila dito. Yung pagpasok, yung pagkuha nila dito kaagad ng mga site, at yung space na hindi kaagad dito na-recover nga ng ASE. So now, walang operator na na-save nga si Life.
Okay, grabe yung, if ever na barilan, normalan lang, walang skillan.
May nalkaman din eh.
Oo, may nalkaman din, di ba? Hindi, literal na normalan lang talaga. Pero Life, with that verticality, with this high ground, Marshall lang naman ang gamit niya. Kailangan ulo para 159 damage kasi pagkatawan 101 lang yan.
Grabe, reckoning na naman.
Pero reckoning onto these players, umalis kayo sa B kasi sa amin yan. Pero nga lang, Fox, with that verticality, pagka-updraft niya, ang daming pantao sa loob, okay, mamba out siya.
Hindi niya na pinili.
Pero meanwhile, tignan mo si Viper, tignan mo si Mako, tsaka si Bas, sama-sama sila. Okay, isandwich natin lahat. Si Tropa na nga isa, pero nga lang Chen, gonna go in with a mark, with a sheriff on hand. Mukhang ito ata ang pagbawi nila.
Pinilit yung B!
Diyos ko, yun ang pagkakamali nila.
Yan na yan eh.
Kung nagpumus sana sila, lahat sila man ang reckoning, di ba?
Yun na sana yun for DRX. Meron na ang info dito yung sino Foxy 9. Nakapag-exit nga eh. Nakaligtas pa siya. So, it can be an option for them to back away. Pero ang problema din naman kasi dito is, yun na eh. Meron na rin naman na tayo dito space na na-take all the way from B. So, that gave them confidence para magpatuloy pa rin on B. Pero ang problema, ready pa naman dito ang ASE for the trade-offs. Dahil nga, kahit dalawa dito si Buzz at si Namako na nag-push, di pa rin talaga na yung naging sapat eh.
May Viper wall din kasi. So if ever was sila, malamang vulnerable din sila. So medyo...
blind pa.
Oh, blind pa. So medyo awit din talaga yung mga buhay ng DRX din doon. Pero nga lang Life. Kanina pa si Life dyan na playing close. One and done possession yan. Bahala if ever makakapatay pa. Pero mukhang makakaisa pa ata siya. Oo nga. Mok will catch one. Will catch two instead. Pero mukhang tatlo. Wala siyang bala. 1v3, Buzz, si Tito Boy mag-isa. Nakuha yung spike pero meron pa naman siyang oras for him to plant the spike already. 1 minute pa. Pero mukhang iikutan ata nila. Kaliwat kanan tsaka harapan may kalaban ka. 10 seconds onto that turret. Si Chen, siya ang first contact.
Kailangan makuha siya nito. Kung hindi, mahirapan talaga sila dito to isolate in the fights. Ayun na nga si Buzz na makikidalahin siya na nga dito against sa A-main push. Pero ngayon, makadali pa rin. We have the blind ball. Mailang Buzz going in for the third kill. Meron pa rin naman third dito na available. Kaya naman ngayon si Life makikipag-push. Pero si Life alam na ang gagawin niya. Buzz was able to still get it aboard. And he even stood up to hype up the crowd.
Basang-basa!
Oh my God!
Alam mo yung ginawa niya? Basang-basa talaga sila. Kasi ano ba yung initial reaction, di ba? Oo, if ever nagpakita si KO sa likod, malamang magsiswing yung dalawa.
Totoo.
And alam na yung posisyon. At nagkaroon siya ng oras para magkaroon siya ng turret doon. At nung nagpop yung turret niya, biglang may tumira at alam na niya kung nasan siya.
Pinilit niya pa.
Last ni Buzz!
Yun na sana yung round na yun for ASE. Pero nagpatuloy ito with a favorable moments nga coming in from Buzz. Ang hirap nun para sa ASE. Ang hirap tanggapin.
Ang buti na din talaga, nakapag-react na si Buzz doon sa flash na ginawa nga ni Chen.
Kung
diba?
fully blind siya, hindi niya makukuha si Chen.
Hindi talaga, men. Awit yun. Pero, nagwawala na. Hindi namin naiintindihan na nangyayari.
Natatahimik eh.
Natatahimik na yung lahat kasi wala kami marinig kahit isa. So ngayon, si Derek inaayos na. Maraming salamat nga pala kay Joma. Pero mukhang babawi na ata sila kasi nga papasok na sila. May reckoning pa dito lang sa may A, may high tide na. Lahat na ginamit nila pero si Mok nandyan to the rescue. Pero Mok nakaisa. Pero alam nila may tao sa may backside. So yun gagawin nga ni Buzz. Binabawi pa na talaga na lahat. Alam nila kukuha nila. Pero ito 4v4. Buzz, may lockdown pa.
Ay, lockdown nga ito na pwede pa nilang gamitin to push away players from ASE and ASE. Ano pa ba ang gagawin nila? Dahil ngayon, medyo malayo pa nga kailangan nilang harapin ngayon dahil si Mako, wala siya na in action. He needs to go in.
Alam na nila.
Para lang dito makakuha ng push pero Mako was able to still get in the kill.
Kailangan na pupush ngayon. Si Life na lang dito. Puti kita 1v3. Diyos ko po, kung pwede ka na lumipad dyan sa may taas, pwede sana. Pero yung nga lang problema. Muntik lang makadalawa. Pero tsaka si Pan makakabawi ba? Phantom and Vandal pwede sana. Flash onto these players. But Arby's will get that kill. But Brett literally in front of you. That is Bunt and Stacks with a trade.
Grabe yung round na yun. It could have been it as well for ASE pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat pa sa kanila. Nice na nice nga yung round na yun dahil it was a really sweaty of a round para sa side na nga dito ng ASE pero hindi rin naman ito naging madali din for DRX. Ang buti na nga lang din yung flank. Nagawa ito ng paraan ni Mako.
Ito talaga yung sinasabi nga natin na sila yung creator, sila yung meta, talaga makers nga talaga dito sa mapa na to na kahit anong gawin nyo, tinatry nila na wag talagang bigyan ng space masyado ang DRX. Kasi kung napapansin mo talaga mas pumapasok ba ang ASE. Pinapasok talaga nila, wala silang pake. Pero nakakakuha sila ng kill.
Totoo.
May trade-off sila. Yun ang importante. At least if ever mag-execute na sila, kulang na.
Oo, yun nga maganda dito for ASE. Hindi sila yung basta-bastang nagpapakontrol lang sa tempo ditong binibigay nga ng DRX. Dahil sila mismo, harap-harapan nilang binibigay yung malaksyon na buhay nila dito laban sa DRX. And DRX at that point, some point nga, na parang akala natin yung mga rounds ay hindi maipapanalo nga ng DRX. Pero kasi pag umabot nga tayo with the clutch potential na bawat isang player dito from DRX, pwedeng-pwede pa kasi.
Si Chen, meron siyang null command ngayon. One orb on the null command, kailangan nila makabawi. Let's see if ever mag 5-7 ba to, mag 8-4 or 9-3. Pero sabi ng DRX man, ayaw nila mag 9-3.
Ilang beses na sila nadadali na
dinalo na ng Paper X, dinalo pa ng TS. So ngayon, if ever manalo ang ASE, sasabihin ng DRX, ay, salamat.
At least, diba?
Magpapasalamat sila sa ASE. Tignan natin ngayon kung makakabawi na sila. Pero si Tropa, baki na talaga ang gamit niya. Pero tamang frenzy lang si Monk dito. Pero alam naman yan ng DRX na kala-half-by lang ang ASE ngayon.
Pinakiramdaman pa dito ni Buzz. So that is an info ready para sa side na nga ng DRX. Kakasalisihan, pero maunahan niya pa rin naman na. May sagot na rin naman kaagad si Ban.
Diyos ko, at least talaga if ever na nakikita sila, meron silang trade-off talaga na pinapakita. 4v4, Seekers is online, recording as well, may pang-delay ang ASE. Pero nasa isip ng DRX, once na paplat natin yung spike, mamba out na tayo para hindi talaga ma-maximize yung full capability nga ng reckoning talaga. And now, Mako.
Saan ba talaga pupunta?
Creeping his way in B. Mawawala na yung wall niya pero yung nga lang na timingan siya ni Chen. That is the flash nga na ginagawa nila pero debated yung mga kuya mo!
Yun lang. Paapat na sila patungo dito in B at yung plant pala magaganap na kaagad here in A. Quick reposition na kaagad dito ang DRX. Masisecure na naman kaagad nila dito yung city area kung saan doon pa naman patungo na ang dalawa.
3v4 may tao, dun lang sa may secret may tao, din sa may flowers, and dun sa may A-main na rin talaga. Pero Stacks, being concussed, meron siya pang flash ngayon para syempre makakuha nga ng maganda position ngayon si Buzz. Pero eto na siya, Bud will catch one. Tamang tarot lang ang ginagawa niya, pero meron matao sa may likod at alam ni RB yan. Muna kita 2v3, lamang ang players ng ASE in terms of head count. Pero Chen will enter your life at hindi mo na mauulit ang ginagawa mo kanina. Pero yun nga, diba? If ever, meron silang oras. Pero if ever gonna check naman yung wall nga na ginawa nga ni Viper, which is si Mako, talagang kala mo magpupush sila eh. Pero hindi lang talaga. Hindi ko alam ba't ang dami mo talang hawak na... Ano ba sila? Pasmado ba sila? Yung isa nagpupulos ng table eh.
Yung heat pads! Kasi malamig sa studio eh.
May heat pads. Siyempre, may tissue rin sa tabi nila. Ganun talaga, pag nagpipisi ka, dapat may tissue sa tabi mo. Kasi what if natapon yung tubig na iniinom mo?
Sa bagay, ang dami nga naman hawak na cups ng ganito.
Exactly, di ba?
Dami na lang iniinom doon. Yan nga nangyari dito sa half na to, no? Hindi nag-9-3. Hindi tayo umabot ng 3 dito para sa side na nga ng ASE. Pinipilit pa rin naman dito ng DRX na makitungo on site. Pero ang magiging problema kasi dito nila is yung mga utilities pa rin naman na nila Bonk at nila Bond pagdating na nga dito in A at lalo na't ngayon may na-detect pa nga ng
nagkakitaan na nga sila. And ano ba yung pagbawi nila? They have the reckoning, they have the null command, they have the Viper Spit as well. They can actually stop the possible push of DRX if ever. Wala silang pangsagot dito, wala silang ultimate kahit isa. Pero sa RB, galit ata. Sabayang flash na ginagawa ng White Sway! Ang ginagawa nila! Diyos ko, nawala sila na parang bula.
Yun na yun sana. Dahil pabor na nga sa kanila yung info. Ang execution na lang nakukulang dito. Ngayon, may timing na nga kaagad dito para makapag-reposition ng DRX. May reckoning pang kasama.
Men, isipin mo si Ban sana ang pang-retake nila at siya pa yung nawala. Diba?
Nila eh.
Wala, pwede naman silang hindi lumaban, pero ang asim nila. Pero dito, lamang pa yung mga players ng DRX. Once na mag-defuse ka, si RB, reckoning lang siya. Pero at least sabay! Oh my God!
Patay!
Sabay!
Di niya na-cancel yung reckoning na yun, men.
Oo, sayang yun! Diyos ko, napakahirap nito, pero yun nga, RB will catch one at si Robocop na lang mag-isa. Flash onto these players, pero di na kailangan na makita yung flash na yan. Sayang! Kasi sabay yung reckoning, sabay yung null command.
Di tuloy na deny.
Timing sana, pati siya natawa si Paxi 9. Kahit wala naman siya doon.
Mapapanice rin na lang siya dito sa kalaban niya eh. Yun na yan eh, madedelay na sana dito yung postman na nga na meron sila laban dito sa ASE. Pero wala, pumalakpak talagang tenga dito nila RB. Hinanap si Robocop.
Sayang. Sayang yon. Timing. Sabay-sabay yung reckoning.
Cancel sana yan. Line up lang ni...
sayang. Pero yun na nga, nagkasayangan na nga tayo dito sa game na to. Pero syempre, napag-usapan na natin yung thoughts natin sa first half. And kitang-kita natin na talagang sobrang lakas din talaga ng DRX once na naging attacking sila dito sa mapa na to. Pero what if, ano kaya mangyayari pagdating mo sa depensa? So on to our panel right now. Reby, Rico, and Fluffy. Kamusta?
Ano guys, kumusta? 4-8 tayo dito sa Pearl. This is looking a little, again, very DRX sided here. I think medyo overzealous si ASE here. I think that they're getting ambitious, they're getting a bit overconfident, and I think this is punishing them.
Oo nga, kasi DRX parang ini-expect na nila yung nakita nila from Fracture, dadalihin nila sa Pearl. Kaya parang alam na nila kung anong kailangan nilang gawin. They're reading them correctly. And one of the examples was that, you see Buzz, halos nag 1v4 siya, di ba nakakuha siya ng quadra, being able to fend for his own and even getting all of these isolated fights. And after that, ang ganda ng ginawa niya, tumayo siya from his seat, looked at the audience, is like, praise me. Ang galing, ang galing. Ayoko. Ayoko na.
Pero I mean, you know, that was the first time I think we could also really hear the crowd roaring into everyone's microphones. You can really feel ang intense ng laban talaga. Like this one especially.
I mean, I think psychologically, I was telling her earlier na I think that also affects yung enemy team. Kasi mababa na yung score, tapos may morale issues, and then after that, this guy's just standing there. So you're like, what the hell?
I think na-pick up din ni Stax. I think he was also trying to like celebrate and things like that. And I think that, again, it is a very big player here, that morale thing. I think, composer check. I think that we were talking about, off camera, that ASE kind of seemed very chill.
Yeah.
And DRX, like, you kind of seeing that kind of mental shattering thing return to them again. But then towards the end, you can see na-point out in the Vil na they were getting a bit sweaty. I think it was just like a little bit of anxiousness happening. And again, 4-8 is not the scoreline that you want going into the attacking, especially.
Yeah, I think so too. Kasi parang, let's see though, kasi once the switch happens na, diba, na parang perhaps, because again, attacking side, nasa pangalan nila eh, diba? Attacking soul. Nasa pangalan nila, and most, again, this is a more of attacking sided team in particular. So perhaps things may change, pwede pa sila humabol.
I feel like there's a lot of things that they can do, pero yung important thing for me is this is DRX's map. Sanay na sila dito.
Yeah.
They have the strats, and even though they haven't played these teams, they already have some solutions already prepared.
Exactly. And I think aside from solutions, also yung clutch factor nila. We had RB had a moment just now, si Buzz as well with that Quadra again. It's also just those hero moments. We saw this on Fracture and it's happening again. And although ASE is trying to do their best here, they just keep getting shut down over and over again. And medyo, it is a bit sad to see, but again, it just shows how much DRX does not want to even let them get a single point on them.
Yeah, yun yung nakakatakot, diba? Kasi kung sa Fracture, nahirapan sila dealing with, Mako and Stax, dito naman sa mapa na Pearl, yung nagsi-step up naman dito ay sila, kagaya ng sinabi mo, si RB, tsaka naman si Buzz. It's like all these players, before you can actually get to, DRX, you have to go through all of these very talented individuals, really, really good players from DRX.
I mean, I think you put it really well sa start na napapunish talaga lahat ng ambitious plays na ginagawa ng ASE. And I think they have to also learn how to kind of calm themselves down because they are a capable team. But the problem is, they're kind of stumbling on themselves.
Yeah. Siguro, baka iba na yung resulta pagdating sa attacking side na sila kasi at least they're the ones dictating the pace. They don't have to do any sort of reactive plays. They're the ones who has to make the first move dito pagdating sa attack.
Exactly. And I think, diba, kanina on Fracture, we also saw ASE did start on attacking. And I think the fact that nasa kanila yung ball, to set how the game goes, I think that's kind of the sort of playstyle that they're used to playing. And again, we did see them come in with so much confidence, and with DRX kind of dictating that dito sa first half, I think it's going to be a little bit hard for them to come online in that second half.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is kind of a little bit dangerous for them because they didn't get where they wanted to be dito sa first half, right?
Exactly. But and I also think that even though, baka mas comfy kayo sa attacking side, baka doon kayo yung success, the fact that you're down 4-8, that also affects you. But then, as a pro player, I feel like it's your responsibility din na masanay sa mga situation and do it round per round instead. But if they're not able to do that, because I'm sure that DRX has that experience, pero can you say the same ba talaga about ASE?
That's true.
Oh, galing ni Coach!
Idol talaga, idol.
Nako.
Oh, true, diba? Especially on a big stage like this.
That's right. Anyway, I think it's just about time we jump into the second half. So, Vil, Honey Glaze, back to you.
Kala ko, di na babalik sa amin. Tagal nun.
Kinabahan ako. Hindi ba tayo naririnig?
Pero wala nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. So yun nga, for DRX, kailangan nila makabawi. Pero for the side of ASE, lalaban sila para makabawi.
Ganda nito, for their composition, lalo na itong attacking side. Oh my God, sinabayan kaagad ng mga blind. Magkakaroon ng for the goal at kaagad malaksyon ang kanilang mga buhay. Pero mabilisan naman dito ng exit din muna ang DRX. Kuha muna ng ulti orb agad ang ASE at exit na lang din.
Tama, exit lang sila. Maamba out na sila for the side of ASE. At least, itong wala silang sentinel. For sure, ang gagawin dito ng DRX is kailangan nilang
Sabayan nila ng mga blind
Kailangan nila sabayan to. Siyempre, kailangan nila mag-flank as well para siyempre ma-maximize nila itong sitwasyon ng wala kang sentinel ang ASE ngayon. Wala silang flank detection. So, ang magdidetect natin talaga is tao mismo. So, alam nila na merong isa na wala talaga sa loob ng site. Pero, si Tropa, nakaisa na. Together with Fox and I with a trade-off as well. Para stacks all the way from tower. At least, getting all these skills on hand. Kala ko yun na yung mananalo sila, pero yun nga ang pagbawi ng ASE ngayon.
Tatlo pa ang kailangan nilang habulin pero DRX still is in the lead. Maganda yung nagiging pangunahing intro kaagad ng players ng ASE dahil una sa lahat, inatrasan nila yung mga blinds ditong binigay nga ng DRX. Nagpatuloy ito with their aggression and then nag-rotate sila onto another side of the map. Paalam muna doon sa mga opportunity nga ng players ng DRX. Frustrated na rin sila.
Sobrang frustrated nga sila dito. And kasi nga yung pressure na sa kanila. Pero wag kayong magdala. If ever matalo sila dito, merong isa pa. So tingnan natin kung makakabawi ba sila, kung makakabawi ba. But for DRX, at least nasa kanila yung momentum. Nasa kanila yung upper hand ngayon. Panalo sila sa game number 1. Pero let's see if ever pupunta pa tayo sa Ascent. Pero sana hindi na. Kasi may isang game pa.
Kinakatakot na dito for ASE, is yung malikuran pa sila dito ng DRX. Dahil nga wala silang pang anti-flank. Ang kailangan nila dito i-cover up kaagad yung mga site na pwede nilang pasukan. Dahil katulad na lang ito, tumumba si Stacks.
Maximize the damage, maximize the profits nga na makukuha nila dito. Wow. Not a financial advice, by the way. Pero for the side of DRX nga, they need to maximize the damage na pwede nila ibigay ngayon sa side nga ng ASE. Para syempre, mahirapan pa sila, mawala sila ng pera next round if ever. But life finding kung nasa pa yung mga kalaban nila. Pero si Bako! With a 2K! At kahit yun lang yung gamit nila, kahit yun lang yung pera nila, makakabawi sila. 1v1 with a great one. Alam nila kung nasan si RB ngayon with the Cove, pero mo kasi silip ata. Oh no! Perfect yung gap, hindi siya nakita dito kahit isa. 1v1. Sino kaya? May Trailblazer pa.
Kaya may blink.
May Flash pa, dalawa. Hindi ko sino mananalo dito.
Alam niya na kung saan
Ay! Ay!
Nasaan na si Boss?
Nasaan si Boss? Hindi ko makita. Yung X-ray ilabas. Ayun, nakita na nga sila.
My God, buta na lang nasa tamang angulo siya.
Doon sa Jiggle Peak. Huli ka na.
Kung win-hide swing niya yun.
Oh, Mako, show me ace.
Diyos ko, yun na sana yung round na yun para sa side ng DRX. Magkakasama sila dito, nakakuha nga ng mga kills inside of the site. But the problem remained here nung nakakuha nga kaagad ng mga free upgrades ng DRX. And then nagpatuloy ito with the aggression nga coming in from HF. Kasos nga lang ng round na yun. Hindi ko na tinanong.
Men, sobrang gastos talaga. Na-force nila ng 1v1 at yun ang sinasabi natin. Maximize the damage, maximize the profit nga na makukuha nila. At sobrang ROI talaga yung mga tropa natin sa DRX ngayon. But ito nga, wala na silang for ASE. Kailangan nila bumili ng iba. Naka-vandal si Monk ngayon. But the players of DRX, let's see if ever babawi pa sila live. Diyos ko, napakasakit nga nung need na tumama sa kanya. The players of DRX, pa-rotate pa lang naman sila though. Pero let's see if ever makakayanan. Baba! Diyos ko! Muntik ka nang mawala.
Kaya pa yung retake dito coming in from DRX. Pero tingnan natin kung sino at ano ang uunahin nila. We have Doxy9 going in with a kill. Nandito yung mga plates. Kaso sila, yung tinamaan. Ang ganda nag-game follow-up kagad dito. Nila ako para at least hindi siya kaagad ma-stay dito nung nasa hall.
Si Foxy, alam niya na flash siya, so nakapag-follow up na rin talaga yung iba. Basang-basa talaga yung galawan nila. But meanwhile,
may Cove na naman.
May Cove na yan. Alam niya na mga players ngayon ng ASE at mukhang magiging 6-9 pa ata. Nice.
Nakakainis ito for Monk. Dahil akala niya, yun na yun eh. Akala niya ma-free fire na yun. Pero hindi, meron pa kasing Cove dito na titira nga for RB. Ito yung sinasabi natin for TRX. Sobrang maingat at sobrang reserva sila dito when it comes to their utilities. Kaya nila dito babain yung kanilang winning condition basta't umabot yung mga utilities nila on the ladder stage or on the post plant. At yun yung nangyayari multiple times na for the first 2 rounds or first 2 games na nga dito ng ating game, ng ating series. Kaya ngayon, 6-9 patuloy yung round.
Yun nga. Si Taylor, bored na. Sabi niya kasi gusto niya siya yung may diba? Yan. Sige, bored ka tuloy. Wala kang magawa. Magdodrawing na lang siya ng Squidward siguro dun sa illustration board niya.
Na-predict mo kagad, no?
Oo, diba?
Kilala
ko niyan, men. Pero ito, si Life at saka si Sky, nagbo-1v1 na lang sila.
Nalito.
Oo nga. Ayan. At habang nangyayari yan, parang ramdam na ramdam ko si partner babalik na. Pero on to these games, less than a minute left in the clock right now. Ang DRX partner, talagang sila talagang nangahari dito sa mapa na to.
yung lahat. Ayun! Muli tayo nagbabalik dahil muli ring magbabalik dito ang ASE. Stacks and Mako to go down already. 5v3 situation. May kasama pang knife mula sa ASE pero hindi nila alam na nasa Gedli lang is gonna be Foxy9. Makakaisa siya dito. Alam niyo may isa pa.
Grabe yung momento pinapakita nga dito ng DRX partner. Talagang hindi talaga nila hinahanaan na talaga na makapasok yun ng ASE. Well, this is the meta that they created. So alam nila kung paano i-counter to exactly. 4v4 on this game right now. Hindi pa nila napaplant yung spike. Pinapalagiran lang nila sila literal ng tubig ngayon. Hindi sila hinahayaan makapasok. Pop flash, nasan ba? Pwede mag-flash ngayon si Sky. Pero yun nga lang mukhang bago mangyari yun, makakapatay mo na isa si Foxy9. Aiming for that ace pang post ko sa Valorant Korea. But one bullet na lang! Pero wala na namang ace!
Isang bala na lang din, literal. Kailangan tumama kay Bunt doon para mamatay siya. Pero hindi pa rin talaga sapat, hindi pa rin ibibigay yung ace na yan. In the end though, good hold mula kay Foxy9 doon. Especially yung time frame din na kailangan nilang pumasok sa site. Napakaliit na lang. No choice na sila kumbaga eh. Kahit nahawak-hawak nila yung spike completely, you still have 16 seconds remaining to make a play.
At saka si Foxy9 din doon, di ba? I mean, at least meron siyang exit plan na kahit anong mangyari, alam niya na pag nawala yung high tide doon, makakapitas siya ng isa. And yun na ngayon nangyari doon. Na-pop na nga yung flash doon sa perfect time na nakapitas si Foxy9 doon. And speaking of tens na nabasa ko kanina, 3 taon nang may VCT pero never ko pa siya nakakast kahit isa.
Si Tens?
Oo.
Nga, no?
Sentinel,
Hindi siya
never.
nagsisentinels ikaw ever sa cast natin dati.
Oo, kasi pang umaga sila eh.
Wala talaga.
Cast natin ng Masters,
Prime
laging
time
first
tayo.
game. Oo, prime time tayo. Eh. Gabi
Ngayon
pa.
nga lang tayo ulit nagka-cast ng nagsisimula ng alas 12.
Oo, mga ganitong oras, nagka-cloudburst pa kami ni Taylor.
Sim, hayaan mo na si HD.
Mes, anong feeling mo
Sana
walang
siya.
ginagawa?
Bored na nga ako, naglalato-lato lang ako sa labas, guys.
Alam mo, ito ah. Ingat kayo sa lato-lato, ganun. Kasi yung kaibigan ko, natamaan, sumakit yung ulo.
Bakit? Kinantokan pala.
Ginanon ko.
Akala ko naman yung totoong naging balita nga na tinamaan daw ugat sa kamay. Kasi mabigat yun, di ba?
Actually, bumili ako noon. May RGB. Legit, meron ako, men. Akala ko matutuwa ako eh.
RGB?
Oo. Legit. Pag nagtutok-tok, may ilaw. Legit. 100 lang bili ko sa Riverbanks. Pero, Foxy9 with the operator on hand. Grabe si Chen! Literal na press W lang siya.
Walang pake, men. Nandun na kaagad sila dito para makapasok, para makapag-plant na nga ng spike. Pero yung cove dito ginamit para makapag-post na kaagad si Live. And now they have the upper advantage pagdating na nga dito sa post map. Pero mas gugustuhin nila ditong ilapag talaga yung aksyon sa loob ng site. Hindi sila lumalabas.
Null command on these players para lang syempre literal na normalan lang silang lahat. Barilan lang din talaga, walang utilities whatsoever. Pero makakaya madalang i-retake to. Napakahirap ka pagka-swing nila. May pakitang isa pero dyan sa mukha tumama sa kanila. Si Monk nasa guild, di lang nakatatlo pa. Pero itong mga players mukha hindi nakataka. Kaya kasi si Stacks na lang mag-isa.
Stacks dito makakakuha rin naman din ng isa. Pero kahit papaano, mahirapan pa rin naman siya dahil may pamboga pa rin naman na sa mukha dito si Life. It's still a good advantage, good lead pa rin naman ito para sa DRX. Pero kita mo naman, unti-unting nakakabawi, unti-unting nagkaka-momentum dito. Ang side na nga ng ASE.
At least yung...
Sayang.
At least yung yung timeout
pabor eh.
Na-convert nila as a win. At yun talaga may mga kailangan nilang gawin. 7-10 already. And ASE, pumupuso sila. And for DRX, akala nila, easy lang to, pare, hindi pala. Hindi naman sila mapupunta dito kung hindi talaga sila worth it, di ba?
Ganda pa rin naman ang binibigay nila dito, no? Lalo na dito sa mga aggression at lalo na hindi sila nag-hesitate. Iba to lahat ng utility nila. Para lang makapasok, meron pa rin namang judge na hawak dito, sina Bunt. But the problem is, yung mga utilities nga ditong nakaabang na nga sa kanila. We still have the Viper Split for them to use. Pero lalanguin kasi nila dito yung mga swarm grenades naman na available nga from DRX.
Na-force out na nila yung lahat ng utilities na meron sila. So wala na sila pang delay if ever. May high tide na, may Viper Split pa.
Naku po.
And wala na silang literal na makikita kahit isa. Yun na nga nagpakita na nga si Foxy9 ngayon at si Chen, si Tropang Chen. Kahit konti lang ang angulo niya, makakapatay siya ng isa. Buzz, bahala na if ever pa rin yung kailang stinger lang sa mukha. Diyan naman nasagutan na ngayon nangyayari yung ginagawa nga ni Life. Pwede ito 4v3. Yung Spike, buhay na buhay pa rin. Hindi pa rin napaplant. Pero mukhang kukunin ata nila para mabawi nila yung kailangan na wala sa kanila kanina. But Life, being flash. But RB, maganda ang posisyon niya if ever. Pero nga naman off jump and again, na ginagawa nga ni Stax. Literal na para siyang langaw na nawala. Pero Mako, again! Spray and pray lang kailangan niya. Viper Spit, denied.
Denied na kaagad dito. Yung pagkakataon nilang i-deny sa kanila i-defuse ng Spike. Dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira dito. Pero ngayon, sila ang nilalason ng kanila nilang mga operator at kanila mga judge dito. Oh my God, nilidefuse na yung Spike pero wala siya magawa, men. Sila yung nagbigay ng judge dito kay Mako at yun yung nagamit sa kanila din.
Diyos ko. Alam mo yung round na yun, parang kumakanta ka. Kasi awit talaga.
Awit!
Diyos ko, sobrang sayang nung nangyari na yun.
Tuwa siya, diba?
Diyos ko, isipin mo.
Updrap ka na eh. Ay, naku.
Alam mo, sobrang awit talaga kasi alam mo bakit?
Sayang yun.
Through the smoke. Uy, apiran mo naman. Oh, hindi na tuloy. Ito through the smoke. Stinger gamit mo, yung Viper pa yung nawala. Awit talaga!
Yan pa naman yung kailangan nila kasi yun yung lalangoyin na DRX kung sakali man na nabuhay pa rin nga dito sinamang. Pero the problem is, yun, nag-free fire na dito yung DRX at who would have thought na tatama talaga sa ulo ni Life dito yung bala ni Stax.
Reckoning onto these players para syempre magmamba out sila. Pero sabi ni RB, alam ko kung saan ka pupunta. Muna ito ang 3v5 right now. Ako may Viper Spit pa. Pero ang tanong ko, mapapalat nila yung Spike, medyo mahirap to. Kasi literal na kompleto pa yung utilities ng DRX ngayon. They have the flash, they have everything for them to counter or probably na madelay lang din talaga yung pagpaplat na ginagawa ngayon ng ASE. Pero mukhang magre-reposition muna sila. Finding yung mga players nga kung nasa ng DRX pero wala silang idea na lahat nasa likod nila.
Ay, pagpapatuloy pa nga ba nila dito yung A dahil wala na rin naman silang choice. We have 50 seconds pa rin naman na natitira dito pero wala silang idea kung na-sandwich nga ba sila dito ng ASE. Now the operator is at hand coming in from Foxy9. Nakasagot dito si tropa mo. Pero ngayon, dalawa pa rin naman ang natitira sa kanila ngayon.
Yun nga, dalawa pa. So, let's see if ever makakabawi ba. Pero si Monk parang hindi na ata 1v4. At least na-plant mo yung Spike at hanggang dun na lang yun. Match point already for the side of DRX. Maaga ata tayo matatapos.
Wala eh. Kung ihahandog talaga sa inyo dito ng DRX yung mga mabibilis ang mga laban ng mga gulo, talaga ibibigay nila eh. I-deliver nila dito yung kanilang aggressiveness on the first half. Tapos nagpatuloy ito with their defense, with how great they are. Pagdating nga sa paggamit nila ng mga utilities, man, ilang beses ba sila nag-recording dito? Kanina pa lang on the first half.
Diyos ko, literal na gusto nilang maligo itong mga tao na to. Sa Pearl pa talaga. But Buzz, at least may lockdown siya. Viper Spit on Tomako. Pwede na gamitin yan dito sa A, pero ang tanong kung gagamitin ba niya? Tingnan natin, depende sa galawan niya. Pero at least mukhang pwede ata niyang gamitin ngayon to prevent the possible push na gagawin nga ng ASE dito sa may A. Pero mukhang pupush ata dito si Foxy9 nakapitas pa ng isa. Yung flash pa. Yung talagang makakapagsabi kung nasan ba talaga yung mga kalaban nila.
Meron pa rin naman silang flash dito coming in from that KO. Pero ang problema dito, kailangan nilang magsama-sama na dito. Tol, 4 na lang kaagad sila natitira dito. At meron pa tayong lockdown for them to prevent any postman positionings coming from ASE. So, mahaba at mabigat na buntong hininga talaga para sa side ng ASE ngayon.
Foxy9, let's see if ever makapit siya. Yun nga si Robocop na wala pa. Buti kita 4v3 right now. Oo, wala silang Viper Spit pero labang sila in terms of headcount. Pero Foxy9 gusto pang umisa! At yun na nga, nakaisa pa. Shorty sa mukha, tingnan natin kung tatama. Si Bud nasa kedra, if ever nagpakita ka, patay ka talaga. Bud, parilin mo na yan! Kasi literal nasa harapan mo na yung kalaban. 4K already. Gusto ginawa ng DRX, ladies and gentlemen. DRX will advance sa bracket nila.
Huling halakak pupunta para sa kanila. ASE! Trinay naman nila pero ang naging problema kapag nagkakaroon na nga dito ng mga clutches, mas pumapapor ito para sa side na nga ng DRX. At sayang yung advantage.
Sorry, nag-enjoy ako sa BGM eh.
Yung ano yan eh, di ba? Parang alam mo yung nilalaro sa ano?
Sa arcade, yung mga kaganon-ganon ka.
Yun.
Kaya hindi naglilinis yun sa time zone eh. Kasi kasi yung mga player nililinis na nila.
may daw eh. May naitulong na daw sa kanila.
Ito, perfect execution na ginagawa dito ng DRX. Dun sa last round, hindi sila nakapag-Viper Spit. Pero inisa-isa ni Foxy yung mga kalaban niya.
Feeling ko, ang naging problema dito ng ASE, they are already creating in the momentum. Pero the moment na mag-stop down sila, mag-stomp sila dito, at matapilok nga dito with the advantages na meron sila, at biglang pumabor nga dito for DRX. Doon na unti-unting nagpa-falter yung kanilang strategy, yung kanilang tutok, yung kanilang momentum as well. So, yun, nahirapan sila dito pumawi, at kailangan nilang i-workout yun kung gusto nila manatili.
Ano kasi to eh? Parang Eurobeat something. Diba? Talagang mainit na mainit talaga ang mga tugtugan nila. Talagang mapapaindak ka. Pero sobrang saya. Kasi ka DRX na nanalo all the way from Korea. Ito na yung longest highlight of my life. Okay guys, mamaya pa
series mo naman.
Mamaya pa ito matapos ha. Antayin lang natin talaga.
Panoodin lang natin kung gaano init yung naging laban.
So nung ginawa nila, kinumpile nila lahat ng highlights all the way dun sa buong game.
Totoo.
At ipi-play nila, ipi-press play nila pagdating dito sa last game.
Kasama pa yung reaction nila, di ba? Kaya natatagalan tayo.
Yun nga eh. Pero wala eh. Minsan rin nila yan. Wala tayong no choice dyan. Pero kitang-kita natin kung paano rin talaga binawi. Ito, ni Buzz, itong round na to. Just go 1v3. You know, nakita ng turret, pam. Siyempre, ano gagawin ni Buzz? Yung turret, di ba, alam na. Pero hindi alam ni Jet kung nasan ba yung kalaban niya. So, angle isolation lang. Ang tawag doon, tamang peeker's advantage lang din talaga. Kasi, ganito
may info na siya eh.
If ever si Life, sisirain niya yung turret, patay rin siya kasi magsiswing din, di ba? So pag hindi niya pinansin yung turret, patay rin siya.
Yun nga.
Kay Joel.
Ang ano nga dito, maganda kay Buzz, is mabilis yung naging reaction time nila. Lahat naman dito for DRX.
Sayang.
Pero ito sayang talaga.
Si Banto.
Galing saan? Yun nga. Nice try. Okay pa rin.
Ito yung round na dire-diretso si KO sa loob eh.
Tabi lahat. Talaga. May mga walls naman na eh. Ganda talaga ng DRX dito with the postman. Dahil na-amplify nila dito, yung pwede maging pushes coming in from Fox and 9 with the utilities that they have. Yun nga eh, kinecreate nila yung runway kagad. Ang comfy naman ng watch party nila.
Wow.
Grabe naman, sana all.
Actually, itong watch party nila para sa T1 and ano eh. Para sa T1 and DRX, iisa na lang. Kaya kung napapansin mo, may DRX sa kabila at T1 din naman ang katabi nila. Pero yun na nga, nangyari na dapat nangyari. DRX, pag nagtaka si Kuya Bill, 2-0 talaga. Pero tignan natin, pag nagsama yung... tignan natin. Pero yun nga, any final thoughts sa game na yun? Kasi that was beautiful.
Di pa rin malabos for ASE na makahabol, makakuha ng Game 3. Dahil nagkakaroon naman sila dito ng momentum. Nakukuha naman nila yung gusto nila mag-stress. Lagi nga silang nakakapatay, di ba, kapag may initial pick sila. But the problem is, yung latter stages nga ng bawat round na ipapanalo lagi ng DRX.
Yeah, tama. And yun na nga, napunta na nga tayo dito nga sa game na to. First game, recap lang, 2-0 ang nakita natin. Pagdating naman dito sa second series, 2-0 na naman ulit. Pero, excuse me. Pero meron pa tayong pangatlong series pa ngayong araw na ito. And papasa muna natin sa panel. Tignan natin kung ano ba ang masasabi nila. So on to our panel, let's go.
Maraming salamat Vil and Honeyclaze. At ayan, we have just concluded yung series number 2 natin. 2-0 in favor of DRX. GG's to ASE. Pero, you know, nice try. So this means that DRX survives their first day here in the group stages. At si ASE, they need to survive and get another win in the next few days if they want to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, that's going to be incredibly important. I mean, even though despite a 0-2 on the side of ASE, I feel like they have it. Alam mo yun, kayang-kaya nila. It's just that DRX, they're the, again, sobrang experience nilang as a squad and ang dami nilang really scary players on their end. Pero of course, RB, the MVP, marami siyang, again, multi-kills per round, providing all of the utility, especially during attack to make sure that they're able to get the plant down.
Pero yun nga yung parang theme, no, na you can throw as many questions at DRX, pero palagi sila may sagot.
Oo, palagi silang may sagot talaga. Speaking of questions, si ASE, di ba? Yung question, Viper Spit. Anong ginawa ni DRX? Yung sagot nila, iniisa-isa nila, pinatay lahat yung ASE yan hanggang namatay yung Viper and they're able to still carry on with that round and win.
Exactly, and I think si RB mismo yung he was the one who did
Foxy
that.
9, I believe in RB, diba?
Yeah, and I think like it's really nice to see how the members of DRX, kahit sino, like whoever is those last two remaining, always have this way to again answer back. Kasi ang galing talaga ng reaction and adjustments ng DRX dito. And again, from that control game that they had against ASE, especially the way that they were guarding side, especially because ASE's response was to play into it. Pero hindi worth it yung mga nagiging trades nila. They would get picked off, and in the end, it would kind of be a 2v4 situation, and always leaving them in these really bad situations again with RB, who just, like you said, Riku, like sinisecure niya yung plant. Again, there were so many times na he was just denying ASE that kind of dry peeking that they like to do, and it was just kind of putting them in their place.
I mean, I think may sinabi din si Taylor sa talent room kanina na medyo tama na whenever there's a situation, it seems na palagi nag-overcommit yung ASE and wala silang proper protocol or response to a lot of things. Medyo basic yung let's just trade each other. But it doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, kumbaga kung meron sa PowerPoint presentation, parang linear. Wala siyang parang yes or no. It's always just do this, and it's always a straight line. Kumbaga yung parang plan in mind. And pag kinalaban mo si DRX, parang sila yung tipong prepare. They have a plan B, they have a plan C. Kaya mahirap talaga silang kalabanin.
Exactly, and especially on their attacking side, I think we were kind of banking that ASE would kind of come back here, especially with that KO and that sky pick, the aggression talaga. Pero like you said, when they try to get those pushes, makikita mo na they go into this kind of survival mode. Although madly effective, it's not effective against a team like DRX, because when you're like, panicking and thrashing and everything like that, DRX is just kind of watching you make your own mess and then, ending it for you like, okay, this is enough.
Oh, no, parang they really thrived sa Pearl kanina, no? Parang they were totally in their element.
That's right. And I think, going into this, although, ASE did put up a good fight, I feel like compared to the other teams here, I think a lot of people would say, nah, they are always in favor of DRX here. But I'm kind of glad that ASE also did show us that kind of mettle that they had, here coming into Valorant Masters. And I'm kind of looking forward to them in their second game and hoping that we do see them in the playoffs, because I think na may potential talaga yung team na to, and it's very interesting to kind of see how their storyline develops.
But it's also a little different kasi ngayon, less expectations on them, but now that you see how they play, pag nasa lower bracket, more pressure to really do well. Kasi kalaban mo din is not do or die situation.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yun yung scary part na when we look at ASE's angle. But I cannot help but think, diba, sobrang aggressive nila as a squad. They have really crispy aim. They, again, aggressive pagdating sa, when they enter these sites, they love to fight. So, makes me wonder what happens if they kind of adapt a little bit of PRX's playstyle.
Right?
and do that to DRX. But you know what? Maybe we'll see how they do on the following days.
Exactly. And again, it's just day one. There's still, we believe in the comeback here, but we're going to be throwing it to a short break because we'll be back with series number 3 with EDG and T1. magandang hapon sa inyong lahat and welcome back to Valorant Masters Tokyo 2023. We are back here on the panel. Ako nga pala si Rubixco, ang inyong panel host for today, and together with me it's Riku and Fluffy. So we just concluded our second series natin today, which was DRX versus ASE, and it was kind of feisty. Were we hoping for a 2-0?
I was hoping for a 2-0.
Yeah, we were hoping for a 2-0 because, Pacific.
Pacific.
Yeah, pero I think yun yung isa sa ano yung tawag dito? Mahabang highlights na nakita natin. Kasi puro bakbakan eh.
Exactly. I think even yung series before this, another 2-0, medyo pareho yung story where one team is really trying to push and another team that's slightly more experienced is just punishing.
That's true. I think, that difference in experience especially is also what contributes to these 2-0s especially. But going into our next series for today, again, we kind of have a repeat of the regions. Just now, it's Pacific versus the China region as well. So we have EDG versus T1. So EDG, again, arguably one of the best teams or the best team in China. Tapos we have T1, again, our third seed dito sa VCT Pacific. So kind of looks like a very enticing battle, first seed versus third seed. But again, T1 has also shown just how strong they've been, and I'm looking forward to just how much that they can bring to this.
Yeah, I think isa sa mga pinaka-paborito kong strengths ni T1 kumbaga is yung aside from yung innovation, lalong-lalo na sila yung mga pinakaunang team actually sa Pacific na nagdala ng bind. Sila rin yung pinakaunang nag-deliver ng panalo sa bind, at sila rin nagdala nung parang Gecko double controller Gecko, and as well as yung Sky into the race sa bind.
Yung mini zoo.
Yeah, the
T1
mini zoo.
zoo.
Yung T1 zoo composition. So parang yun yung linalook forward ko pagdating dito sa tournament na ito. Ano naman ulit na bago ang gagawin nila or gagawin na composition when it comes to this tournament?
For me also, I think similar nga sa previous game, ito yung team na I think is the closest to DRX, slightly lower in power level. Tapos on their opposing side is another Chinese team that's similar to the previous one as well.
Exactly, and I think, going back to the Pacific, T1 has kind of been that, di ko alam yung term, yung kind of little sister to DRX as well as to Gen G as well, right? The three Korean teams fighting for that top spot. And again, T1 is always trying to prove it again and again. And we just saw from the lineup of T1 that Intro is not playing. I think mula sa week 8 of VCT Pacific, we haven't seen Intro play. And again, we've also seen Carpe with drastic signs of improvement, now coming in, putting numbers on that initiator role, which is why I think now he's a staple here. And it's just so great to see that T1 is they've improved so much since their time of locked in, but is it enough to defeat EDG?
I think honestly, it feels like it's slowly parang seeping into predictions. Feeling ko kaya-kaya with the arsenal that they have right now. Kaya-kaya.
That's right. And I think looking here at EDG, they've maintained the distinction as, the best team from China. Again, they're one of the most experienced rosters as well in terms of international experience. So I think, again, mapaplay in yung experience difference here. But again, T1 is also there, that team, that anomaly with experience from VCT America as well. So this is definitely going to be a bit of a more even matchup in terms of experience and exposure. But again, EDG, I think they're one of those staples. And T1, I'd say it has a bit more has had shakier runs. So what are we feeling? Coach Fluffy.
I'd have to agree with you on T1 side. For EDG, of course, we saw them in Champions 2022 and Sao Paulo recently. Not the best run, to be honest. I think it was 1-2. But still, the fact that they got there is a sign that they've always been a consistent, strong Chinese team. So against a team like T1, I think it'll be a bit of a challenge.
That's right. Yun nga parang na-prove na nila sa kanilang region na isa sila sa mga pinaka-strong teams sa region nila. The fact that, again, the only team that defeated them was, yung kanina, yung si ASE. So at this point, talagang the international stage would definitely be the next step for them. And yung third seed galing sa Pacific would definitely be a challenge kasi nga parang kagaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy, hindi natin sila masyadong nakita yung performance nila dun sa lock-in kasi unfortunately they had to exit, early, diba? So at this point, this is the time, lalong-lalo na every single game counts.
Exactly. And, speaking of our two teams here, again, we have our really highlight players. And I think one of them that was very, very prominent dito sa VCT Pacific was Saya player. Again, on that duelist, just really enabling the rest of his team. I just think in those last few weeks, we really saw T1 shine.
Oh yeah. Itong si Saya player kasi definitely very consistent on the jet. At least when we look at the stats, sometimes na parang hindi siya at the tippity top, but he is definitely consistently doing his job, giving space for T1, and as well as again being just a consistent player overall.
I also think that Saya players is one of those key factors dun sa roster nila because when he does well, parang dun talaga gumugulang yung kanilang team. But when he doesn't, feeling ko din, he's one of the reasons kung bakit minsan nahihirapan sila.
That's true, and I think that's also just for like how the whole team plays out here. But going into predictions right now, again we have EDG and T1. It kind of looks I'm saying medyo here.
It's kind of close,
right? It's very close. So predictions, guys.
Ako una. Sige, ako una. Siyempre Pacific tayo.
Wow!
T1 tayo. Naniniwala ako sa again yung mga yung playoffs run din nila, malakas din yung naipakita nila, lalong-lalo na sa group stage. Again, their fundamentals are very very solid. Wala akong anong tamang term? Ikakabahala? Tama ba 'yon? Wow, ikakabahala.
For me, feeling I'm gonna go the opposite way. I love Pacific, but I remember tweeting nung lock-in pa that I said that EDG is probably one of those dark horse teams. Unfortunately, didn't work out that way. But hopefully, makabawi sila today because I think I believe this time around for EDG.
Well, I kind of agree with Riku here. I do like all the players. I agree na they have these fundamentals. I'm also such a fan of Munchkin, especially. He just had so many highlight plays here in VCT Pacific. But I do have to agree with you that I am kind of a fan of the dark horse teams. And deep down, I kind of wanted ASE to win earlier, and I'm kind of feeling the same about EDG. So I'm gonna listen to my heart this time. So EDG rin ako.
Wow! I'm the only one T1 here on this desk.
Well, I mean, still Asia, Asia buff.
Real.
Hashtag Asia buff. It's the
Hashtag. Okay.
Right? But I mean, going into this, right? We have again two very very experienced teams, and I want to go on to T1 here because we just highlighted Saya player, and we aren't seeing intro anymore. And it's kind of interesting that we don't see this swapping that we've always seen between him and Ban. So I'm just thinking that we've also seen a bit of role switches compared to what we saw during VCT Pacific. So it looks a little bit interesting between the interaction now between, we've got Ban on that flex still, Munchkin on that support, and Seda and Carpe, switching on that controller and initiator. But I feel like they've kind of solidified that now.
I feel like maybe they took a page out of Paper Rex's book, who recently also benched one of their starting players. Because I think they said in an interview the other day, I think Coach Alex said it, that they would rather focus on having a stable 5 before messing with any roles, because it's very hard to build yung mga team dynamic and mga ibang ganun pag palit lang ng players all the time.
Oo nga. Yung ibang ang ginagawa, especially kung meron silang extra player, di ba? They get that extra player na mag-train sa mga certain maps, tapos saka na sila ilalabas, and as well as get that role.
Exactly, and I think we na-interview namin si Seita one time, and he did mention na si Intro and Ban, they were switching them up depending sa mapa. Pero again, like you just said, Paper X, they did bench Benkai, right? And because they integrated something, and parang they found that really good configuration ng 5 players, and it kind of also removes that momentum every time when you're switching, and we saw that didn't work out for global esports as well. Constantly having those roster changes, just you don't get to jive with the same way with the team.
Exactly.
And I just think na kind of a good call here.
Yeah, to be honest, kasi hindi ganun karami na games pagdating sa group stages, diba? Like literally every game is like, what's that game? Sorry, no, not Valorant. Not Valorant. No, okay, yung parang hangman. Like you're trying to guess, and you can only have a little bit of like.
Is it?
You know the word? Never mind.
The guessing
word game.
Oh,
Yeah, and you
I
don't
think
have
it's
a lot of time.
hangman.
Yeah, it's
hangman.
Okay.
Pero
Yes.
like, gets ko yung sinasabi ni Riku is in the sense na you can't really experiment. There's not much room for you to just experiment with these players. And I think the fact na you want to bank on this solid 5 rather than those.
Yeah.
You have players who aren't warmed up yet, or like maybe may parang good
First time,
communication
good
that's going
communication.
around
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now,
yeah,
and you
yeah.
don't want to cut it short, especially in the middle of a best of 3 series. It's so short, especially you lose one, you can't give up that second one. So I think it's better now they do keep that consistent 5.
Yeah, that's gonna be super duper important. Feeling ko dadating na yan yung mga adaptation probably siguro pagdating na sa playoffs where you have a bit more of that breathing room when we look at the lower bracket kumbaga. But this time around there's only like 4 days, 'di ba? Kakaiba, no? We only have 4 days for that. But we were talking about the maps earlier. So I'm looking forward to pagdating sa EDG side naman. I talked about T1's Bind, pero pagdating sa EDG, one of their best maps or two of their best maps actually is Haven and Split. But when we look at the lower end, yung mga worst performing maps nila, mataas pa rin yung win rate nila. I feel like it's because of a lot of their regional performance. Napakalakas talaga when we look at, again, all of the games that they've won back home. So at this point, parang, ano kaya yung gagawin ni T1 mamaya?
That's true. And I think one of T1's best maps is also Haven. You know, we've seen them.
Yeah.
Ang dami nilang highlights on Haven, especially with Seda and Saya player. And I think also on Split, especially with Munchkin. But I have to agree with you here now. This could also be attributed to the local scene, right? And yung tanong now is, can they bring that over to the international? Because again, we have seen them getting, both these teams have been taken down very, very early in lock-in. So this is kind of their proving grounds of if they've really developed, all these months, 6 months later.
That's
I mean,
true.
that's one of the challenges and exciting parts dito sa Masters na you can see yung mga iba-ibang regional differences. I do think it's very valid though to see na, this works for us, might not work for this team, but also learn something na parang, this is how we adapt.
That's right.
Yeah. I think yung kagaya ng nakita natin sa ASE, there's a little bit of like the regional style. Kumbaga, there's a lot of aggression, really crispy shots going in, and then I think what was the term? Like getting away with it. They're
getting away
they're
with
getting
it.
away with a lot of like these instances. So parang pagdating dito, feeling ko dito sa Edward Gaming, ganun din yung i-expect ko sa kanila. Little bit similar style, but with their own Edward Gaming flair.
Pero yun talaga yung point na you cannot get away with it, especially against these Korean teams, especially against, we just had, ASE versus DRX. DRX is just so down to their fundamentals. And the same can be still said for T1, although they do bring a bit of that Western playstyle, to the Korean scene, they still do have that kind of solid Valorant by the book still there. And EDG, again, gunplay and dry peeking can only take you so far, right? And at the end of the day, there's still so much, Valorant has so much utils that you can utilize.
Yeah.
Utilize. But like, it's just gonna be a game like that at the end of the day, and this kind of looks like another punishment for that maybe.
Yeah, the fun part naman about Valorant talaga is you cannot stay stagnant. So you have to consistently keep learning, which is what the better teams do.
Exactly. And I think speaking of stagnant, ang daming times na this could just be, a heat of the moment thing, but like, the repeat peakings on the side of ASE earlier, and also just kind of not utilizing what they can bring together as a team. And I'm hoping that we don't see that from EDG. Again, we have very, very high hopes for EDG. Like I think you have had a lot of Fluffy has some, first-hand experience here. Like, can you inform us, like maybe educate us on the play style of EDG?
EDG is a very aim-heavy team. Malakas talaga sila in those situations. Simple trading, but in terms of strategic depth, I feel like dun sila nahirapan all of the time. And how quickly they adjust, because whenever they're presented yung mga tanong, yung sagot nila palagi is shoot.
Alam na natin kung anong mangyayari mamaya.
Oh no. Well, I mean, I think considering we do have, I think T1 also is kind of more on the power heavy side of Korean teams, especially like we did have Munchkin, who kind of reminds me of Boostio in a sense na, or like si RB na yung sentinel that takes charge, So I kind of think that we're going to be seeing that. But again, this kind of looks like a shootout, especially like sinabi mo, we're going to be going into maps very, very soon. And I'm really looking forward and hoping na hindi maban yung Haven, because I just feel like this is a great map to see where these two, like just who is the stronger of the two.
Yeah, and I'm very curious about that din. Kasi considering na, I remember back in Pacific, nung naglaban, di ba, si DRX and then si T1, meron silang difference, di ba? Clear difference. Si DRX yung tipong, I'll download within the game. Like, mag-a-adjust ako within the game. Si T1, feeling ko, malakas. Like, of course, every team has an amazing pre-prep. Pero si T1, ibang klase yung pre-prep nila. Parang, yung tipong iso-surprise ka na pre-prep. And I think yun din yung parang, let's just say, what type of preparation they can do against Edward Gaming, o kaya magfo-focus sa sarili na lang nila and play safe.
I mean, playing safe is obviously very safe, but it's also isa sa mga reasons kung bakit ma-perform at that consistent level at this level of Valorant. But I think there is a lot of value in experimenting and taking those risks, especially since slightly forgiving yung bracket compared to how it was in other events.
The single elimination
lock-in,
bracket,
especially. I think like medyo unforgiving siya again because once you lose, out ka na. Unlike here, you do have a chance to, you have one last chance, especially even if you make it into playoffs, it's also double elimination there.
Yeah.
So you have a total of maybe 3 mistakes max.
Don't wanna do it though.
Yeah, but you don't want to make any mistake. Actually, may tanong ako kay Fluffy.
Oh.
Related, Edward Gaming related. Because, like, we saw here, sa notes natin, that one of their subs, si Muggle, is coach muna. Di ba usually, you like player into coach? But ito, coach muna into the player. What do you think is the biggest difference dun? Na hot seat, no?
I think mas aware sila sa macro situation of what to do and is probably more trained to do the correct call when it's needed, but just fails shortly depending on the coach and the execution part. Because there are some players, or like you said, pros that are become coaches or coaches that become pros.
Yeah.
The skill level is not that far. It's the time commitment.
Exactly. And
okay,
I
that's
think,
the
I agree dun kay Fluffy. I'm not a coach, but I think na,
Same.
from a coach from a coach to a player, I just feel like you can kind of also kind of see it from a bird's eye view kung paano like the chemistry of a team overall, and you can understand what kind of points that you have to attack, because I think as a player you kind of get this tunnel vision on performing well and what you have to do, what your teammates have to do, and your coach is kind of there to kind of just reel you all in. And I just feel like it's kind of perfect, especially considering if it's diba, from coach to IGLing, especially. I just feel like that's why it's so perfect, especially, going back to our first series kanina, see Evil Geniuses with Potter and Boostio. I just feel like they just work so well together as a team, and I think that's, kung paano, that recipe for success that they have there.
Parang iba, no? Parang yung isa inside going out and out from the outside and then going in. So there are different kinds of perspective. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love that.
Team B. So we'll start with the first band from T1. And EDG, your first band?
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Map number 1 from T1.
Fracture.
Side on Fracture.
Champion.
Attack. And then map number 2 from EDG. Haven. Side on Haven. Defense. Okay, we're going to go into the next set of bands. So we'll start with T1. You have Bind, Lotus, and Pearl. Lotus. Okay, so map number 3 will be Pearl. T1, side on Pearl. Defense. Okay, I'm going to run through this really quick, make sure we're both good to go. So first set of bands, I have T1 with Split, EDG with Ascent. Map number 1 is Fracture with EDG on Attack. Map number 2 is Haven with T1 on Defense. Next set of bands were Bind and Lotus. Map number 3 is Pearl with T1 on Defense. Good? Alright, good luck to you both.
Alright, nandito na tayo sa stage opening natin. It's gonna be series number 3, EDG versus T1. And you just saw dito sa map select natin, T1 has banned Split and Bind. EDG has banned Ascent and Lotus. So we are gonna be getting that Haven pick from EDG with T1 on defense. And T1 has also picked Fracture with EDG on attack. So I kind of like the way that they went about this map select, although we do have a Pearl here, and I know that T1 does play pretty good on Pearl, but I don't know if we can do the same for sa side ng EDG.
Actually, it's just definitely one of their mid-performing maps dito according sa nakikita natin from EDG. So, I feel like okay lang naman sila. It's just that, syempre, si T1, praktisado na nila yung mapa na yan.
I feel like for me, I'm super interested dun sa mga unang mapa, yung Fracture tsaka sa Haven. Kasi confidence check din siya for how you want to play your game. Knowing that your opponent is also an aggressive team and you're an aggressive team, then if you decide to still lean into these maps, edi parang yun yung test na we're more confident in our game plan than yours. You don't really care if you're good or bad on this map or not.
Oo nga eh. I really like that I really like that point. Kasi especially kung yung transition map mo, pupunta ka ng Haven. Syempre yung confidence check, napaka-importante yon. Especially these teams may have similar players. EDG may pagka-aggressive din, which means they definitely want to take advantage of a map such as Haven.
Yeah, because ideally naman, you'd want to target a map where you know you're strong in and they're weak
Oh,
in.
yeah.
Pero dito, they don't care if they're strong also because they just believe we're stronger. But both teams also have this. That's why they both pick these maps that are fairly okay for both of them.
Exactly, and I think katulad ng sinabi nyo is that Fracture is kind of the decider or kung baga mag-set ng tone for that Haven. And again, I think winning that first map is going to be the main decider dito sa series. Whether it's a best of 3 or just 2 games, really this first map is going to be kind of where it all stems from. So both of these teams have to really go at it. But T1 picking Split, I know that this was one of Carpe and Van's most they had a lot of highlights on this map, and I feel like they do move very well as a team here. So it's going to be very interesting to see how EDG reacts to this, especially since they're going to be starting on attack.
Here we go. Excited ako malaman kung anong ipipick nila, kung may mga diferensya ba? Question.
There's
Parang
a raise.
wala. There's a raise.
It looked
double duelist is the
Yeah.
biggest difference.
Raise for Sky.
Yeah, this looks like a kind of like a very standard Fracture team comp from both teams here in our Prime Gaming Agent Select. You can't go without that Breach and Brim here, but I do kind of like the double duelist here on T1 side. Although considering they're going to be starting on defense, I still think the raise contributes to that delay, especially coupled with that Breach.
Yeah, I agree. And I think I like it a bit more that you don't just have one duelist, because we've seen kahit earlier today with the Neon in other maps that if you only have one duelist and that duelist fails, it's very hard to commit to your plan.
Ibig sabihin, ganun talaga yung reliance ni Edward Gaming dito kay Kangkang on that Jet with a double innie to support him back. So at that point, alam mo yun, siya talaga yung star player ni EDG.
Exactly, and I don't know, just looking at this now, I know that T1 has a very, very good win rate on this map, but EDG also, I can't shake the fact that they also have that Killjoy on.
Sorry, I saw
that.
I like watching DC because the best part is that when Edward says it's gaming time or something like that.
The question is, who is Edward? It's always that.
Oh, I love ECT.
Right. Well, I mean, our coaches, are very serious. We were looking kanina sa mga, with Potter and the coach of ASE. But anyway, I think oras na para magsimula ang series number 3. So ipasa na natin sa ating mga casters, Tayrar and Honeyglaze. Take it away.
Oras na talaga guys para iandog sa inyo dito ang huling serye natin sa araw na ito here in Masters Tokyo. I'm Honeyglaze the Double, kasama ko ngayon si Tayrar at muli nating makikita dito Edward Gaming. Sino nga ba si Edward?
Sino ba si Edward? Ha? Bakit ba siya gaming ng gaming? Una sa lahat, gusto ko lang magpasalamat dahil pwede nang hinaan yung aircon. Wala na kasi si Vil, no? So, siya kasi yung...
Hindi na giniginaw.
Hindi siya giniginaw. Ano ka ba naman? Nakatira sa Antarctica yun dati pa. Anyway, welcome back here sa Masters. We are finally heading sa ating panghuling series. Gaya nga nasabi ni Honeyglaze, pasensya ka na, hindi double R yung dulo ng pangalan ko. Pero okay lang.
Dalawa pa rin naman yung R.
Okay na, tatanggapin ko na. Pwede na yun. Tayrar. Diba? Yung R, double R.
Salamat.
Pinalakpakan nila yung joke ko, salamat.
Pasok sa kanila.
Pasok sa kanila. Pasok, swak para sa kanila. Pero eto na nga, pistol round muna tayo. Mukhang si Carp, 38 HP agad. Di pa nagsisimula. Saan galing yun?
Ang bilis naman dito kaagad makitungo ang players na nga ng EDG. Pero Saya player pa rin pala ang makakapagbigay na nga rin kaagad ng kill. 3 na lang kaagad na natitira dito for EDG. Pero nakadilihensya pa rin si Kangkang ng isa.
3v4 situation. Pistol round. Sobrang low ng mga players ng T1. Actually, kung tutuusin lang, if they manage to pull off some kills here, nakikakak na lahat ng pressure na to. 3v1 pa rin. Doable pa to, Honeyglaze, kung tutuusin lang. If he can manage to pull off the shots that he actually need. Dinedefuse na yung spike. He hops out for the first, pero nga lang, not enough para patayin yung iba pang players. Kayang-kaya sa ano.
Ilang spray lang ang kailangan niya dito, ilang reload lang ang kailangan kung ma-isolate nga yung fights laban na nga dito sa T1. Pero ang nakakalito kanina, nasa attacking side, nasa aimay na mismo ang players sa T1. So, by all means, parang nasandwich na nga nila dito kaagad yung Edward Gaming. So, nahirapan sila dito makatugon nung nakita nga nila na ang daming players in A-main. So, hindi sila nakasagot agad.
Mabilis yung movements ng mga players natin, especially for the region na we have coming in from China nga. Itong EDG, pati na rin yung kaninang laban nyo with DRX versus ASE, na nagiging close fight pa yung labanan natin. But anyway, second round it is. Siyempre, makakabili ng mga baril itong T1. They have the advantage, but so far, those shots wouldn't connect at all.
Buti na lang umexit siya kaagad dahil magiging problema ito sa kanila, lalo na't buy round nga nila. Pero ang maganda dito for EDG, hindi sila nagdadalawang isip, talagang pumunta, pumasok, going into B site kahit may mga nagiging guns na dito makakatapat dahil nagpa-farm lang pala sila ng orb.
Oo, gagawa kasi silang milk tea mamaya, HG. Kinukuha lang nila yung mga sago, kumbaga, di ba? Anyway, 4 yung orb mo dito sa Fracture. So why not? Especially, alam nila na lugi sila pagdating sa barrel. So why not farm the objectives and maybe you can pull off some kills. Kagaya na lang na ginawa ni Smoggy with that classic shot.
Hirap tuloy nito para sa side na nga ngayon ng T1 dahil syempre pinupush na nga nila yung boundaries dito ng kanilang side, ng kanilang mga sariling side. Pero EDG may palag pa rin pala. 4 pa rin naman or 5 pa rin naman silang natitira dito. Low on HP lang si Chichu. Pero tingnan mo naman kaagad, diba? Meron kaagad ditong Bladestorm na kasama si Kangkang. So they have enough firepower to make an entry happen at tinanap kaagad nila dito si Zeta. Pero at least 6 HP pa rin naman ang natira sa kanya, pero 2 pa rin pala ang makukuha niya.
Very low on HP yung 2 members ng EDG, yes. Pero nga lang, it is an equal round for them to say the least. Pero mukhang nagulat sila sa ginawa ng EDG dito for the side of T1 right now. It's all up to Munchkin na mamamatay nga din. Again, you have a Sky on the table. May sustain kang kayang i-provide, so why not?
Yun nga yung ginawa nila, no? Na-overwhelm nila yung mga tao kanina in arcade. Umikot sila going into B-main. Na-protektahan nila yung kanilang mga sarili from getting in that orb mula sa mga bala dito, mula sa T1. At yung T1 pa nga dito, nahirapan pa sumagot sa mga bala nga dito ng EDG. So, well really played para dito, kinakangka.
Kumbaga gumana yung Farmville simulation na gusto nilang gawin eh. Literal objective lang naman yung nais nila doon. Tapos nakapita sila coming in from arcade. Umikot sila dito. And in the end, sila pa nga yung makakakuha nung pangalawang round natin. Kangkang for the kill yet again towards Saya player. Yung 2 duelists nga na sinasabi natin kanina, naghahanap man sila ng laban dito pero hindi sila nanalo sa engagement.
Hindi sila makakuha ng isa, men. Dahil ang hirap eh. We have the rifles at hand already para sa side na nga ng EDG. Tapatan man nila dito ang players nga ng EDG pero mas malakas at mas matindi naman yung firepower nila ngayon. Now, natamaan ng bala, na spray down, sinamban, and it's still a 4-man survivability dito para sa side na nga ng EDG. Nakapag-save sila ng kanilang rifles ngayon.
Grabe, 3 orbs away na lang ulit si Kangkang pagdating sa kanyang Bladestorm. Para sa mga hindi pa nakakilala si Kang, aka si ZMJ JKK. Ayan. Hirap kasi ng mga pangalan nila eh. So, aka siya si Kangkang, guys. Baka hindi nyo pa kilala. But anyway, T1, dapat pabor sa kanila to. Pero nabaliktad agad-agad ng EDG. But this time around, may showstopper naman si Saya player na pwedeng gamitin. At mukhang ang EDG, so far, entry-wise, nakukuha na nila yung objective, nakukuha pa nila yung magagandang positioning.
Grabe naman yung molly ditong lineup. Mapaforce out talaga away from tower yung mga nagdedepensa. Kaya naman ngayon si Munchkin nilangoy ang sarili niyang swarm grenade para at least makakuha ng isa. 2 pa rin naman na tumamba dito mula sa kabila. Kaya naman pwede pa na makuha ulit yung round na ito mula sa kanila.
Worth nga ba yung pagpupush ni Munchkin doon? Dahil ngayon, wala silang traps, wala silang alarm bot any longer. Dahil nga nawala na si Munchkin. 4v3 situation, kung tutuusin para sa kay Saya player at kay Ban, may ultimate silang available dito for the time being. But we might not be able to see the Bladestorm. Maybe a showstopper, pero Mamamatay at mamamatay pa rin si Naban at Zeta. Saya player, still alive and kicking. 2v2 pa rin to, Honey Glaze.
Grabe naman yon. Clear nila yung B para pumunta at mag-travel going into A. Nakapag-rotate na kaagad sila at ngayon matatagalan pang makapag-decide dito ang T1. Yung dalawang natitira sa kanila, we still have here the showstopper. Pwede pa dito mabigyan ng impact ang EDG. Pero ang problema, hahanapin pa kasi nila ito. Bawat sulok na meron na nga sa loob ng A.
They have a showstopper na kayang mag-explode onto site. Pero kailangan muna nilang alamin, saan nga ba manggagaling yung mga players ng EDG dito for the post plan? Alam nila there's gonna be someone on 2F. Si Nobody nag-aantay na rin towards drop. They still have a guiding light na pwedeng gamitin pero mabilis na swing mula sa T1 and just the good reaction time coming in from them.
Mali yun ni Nobody dahil first contact sana iyon para sa sign na nga dito ng kanilang race. And unfortunately, nag-react nga siya kaagad. He tried to go in for the pick, pero yung reaction time kaagad dito, enough kasi sa T1 na makuha nga, ma-overwhelm sila. And that is such a clean kill, clean take para sa round na yon ng T1.
Kung tutuusin nga, kung hindi niya kasi nakuha yung kill eh.
Oh.
That's the problem. Yun yung una niya naging problema. Lalo na, sobrang low niya pa sa HP. So talagang literal na isang bala ka lang ang moment nila doon. 2-2 yung scoreline natin. Hindi pa rin nga nagagamit yung showstopper. At this point, mukhang nag-iinit yung dalawang duelist.
Oo nga eh. May Blade Storm pa, diba? Pangawakan ngayon ni Ban yan. Pero ang makikita, aabangan na lang natin kung gaganapin ba yon ngayon. Dahil we have your EDG, nagbabalak, nagtatangka, pumasok na nga ng A-side. Pero ang problema, daming utilities. Puro na lang dito mga swarm grenades. Kailangan nilang naisin muna ngayon kung ano ba yung tatahakin nila dahil they are going into sands. Wala silang makita na kahit sino from T1.
Ooh! Chicho! Mukhang napaalis muna dito dahil mabilis na trade ang ginawa pa rin ng T1 up until the very end. 4v4. As of this situation, nakalabas na nga yung Blade Storm as well from Ban, if I'm not mistaken. Makakapag-plant din yung EDG.
Planted na nga yung spike dito ngayon. They have already secured in their postman position, but the problem is, paano nila dito ma-overwhelm na nga yung T1. T1 going in with Ban na tumumba. Unang-una pa lang, pero nakasagot naman kaagad si Carp. 3v3. We still have here the Aftershock. May mga plays makasama. Nice entry coming in from Munchkin, but the problem is the trade is already happening. Late na yung smoke dito para siya makaligtas. Pero ngayon, kinalampag yung papaglahat sila lumundag. So paano pa nila mapoprotektahan? Paano pa nila ma-diffuse yung spike? Halos makakalahati pa nila.
Ooh, nag-miss yung shots! Oh my God! They missed the shots! Ping nyo yung spike pero hindi nila ginawa. EDG, they look so disappointed after this round. It shouldn't have happened in the first place na madideffusean sila ng ganon. The thing is, dahil nga dun sa smoke na nilabas din nila dito, Honey Glaze, hindi sila makapag-push in. Hindi nila mapilit eh. Ang tagal nung molly na yan. Either tatapakan mo or lalabanan mo with just the pre-fire itself. Kailangan mo nga lang talaga maging secure exactly where. Ang ganda kasi nung pagkakasetup ng smoke. Double smoke yun eh.
Magkasunod
Isang
eh.
A-main, may isa mismo sa site. So even if mawala talaga yung A-main mo, meron ka pa rin cover.
Saka nag-reposition kasi si Zeta dito. Tumayo siya, nagpatintero, nakaligtas doon sa mga bala ngayon. We have Saya players still pushing.
Pag nag-showstopper to, maraming iiyak, guys.
Ang daming mananakbo.
Here comes the... Biglang magzizipline yung mga yan. Diba? Tapos magdadash si Kuya Mukhang Kang! Carp! Good for the kill here. Nakakaramdam na ata si Saya player. Only good for one though.
Okay na rin daw, sabi niya. Kompleto na rin naman na puso niya. Pero ang problema, may sagot na dalawa, tatlo pa nga. Para kina Smoggy ngayon, dalawa laban sa dalawa. May palag, may laban pa rin naman na dahil si Munchkin natitira dito sa loob ng B. We still have here the utilities. But the problem is, baka malito sila kung ano at paano nila sasagutin dito ang EDG when it comes to the postman dahil malayo pa rin naman si Ban.
Na-pop na rin parehas na swarm pagdating sa B-site. Munchkin just waiting patiently. When it comes to Arcade, maganda rin yung angle na hinahawakan niya dito. But then, kung wala siyang matitrade off or rather, mahuhuli siya ng kabilang team, malulugi siya. Smoggy planting the spike. This makes it a 1v1. Yun na nga, nasaktuhan pa. They go for the stun. Hindi nag-connect and it's all up to Munchkin to defuse the spike right now and secure the round.
Sabi ni Munchkin kay Ban, hindi na kita kailangan. Maghintay ka
bahala
lang
ka dyan.
Ikaw na mag-defuse ng spike. Sige. Iyon pa rin pala ang kaya niyang gawin, ano, kahit nagamit nga yung mga utilities niya, walang lumangoy sa kanyang swarm grenades, malakas pa rin at matindi pa rin yung impact na nagawa nga nila Saya player. They gave a lot of pressure all the way from A main, kaya ngayon, natira na lang din yung option dito ng ETG para mag-push dito sa B. At buti na lang, doon nagstay si Munchkin.
Dito magaling yung T1 eh. Yung mga micro adjustments along the rounds, mapapansin mo every time they play, it seems like parang kaya nilang maka-comeback in any shape or like in any fashion na naghahabol sila dito or maybe the pressure is on them. Kaya nilang mag-perform under enough pressure. So for T1 to go up against basically one of the teams na meron tayo from China as well, which is EDG, na napaka-crack when it comes to aim duels itself. Kumbaga, outplay each other. Sino ba mas magaling mag-outplay sa isa't isa?
Yan nga eh. Yun na lang ang kinakatakot ko dito for EDG. Ano? Kapag nag-run wall na kaagad dito, sinakangkang, kapag nag-connect na kaagad yung kanilang mga utility plays and then their aggression, doon na sila magkakaroon nga ng mas magandang advantage. But then, matalino kasi dito yung T1 when it comes to their setups. At yun nga yung nasabi mo with their micro adjustments, they all know for a fact na kaya nila dito ma-overwhelm din dito ang EDG. Lalo na't pang-apat na itong beses na na-diffuse nila yung spike. So, better yet, kabahan na dito ang EDG. Pagdating nga, di ba?
Lahat pala ng rounds ng T1, na-diffuse nila yung spike. Ay.
Ganda, no?
Alam mo, sarap pala mag-cast dito pag hindi ganun kalamig, no? Hindi ko kasi nararamdaman yun simula lockdown, guys.
Nanginginig ka kasi.
Oo, nginig-nginig ako dito eh. Pag umuwi ako, kumbaga para akong nahamugan.
May lamig na sa likod.
Oh, may lamig-lamig na sa likod. Grabe si Vil eh.
Kaya ka pala laging nagpapahilo.
Oo, kaya ako laging nagpapamasahe. Dapat libre ni Vil yun eh.
Oo, ay.
Kasalanan niya naman. Pero ito, Howdong, prepared siya, ready yung kanyang orbital strike. When it comes to ultimates, ganun din naman si Nobody. May Seekers din siya dito. But the same goes for T1 actually, for a retake scenario.
Lockdown nga, no? Retake pa naman ang problema dito ng EDG kung paano nila tutugunan dahil kahit na makakuha man sila ng ilang players mula sa kabila, magiging problema pa rin naman. We have Howdong going in against Zeta. Makikita niya yung isan manggagaling nga ng stairs pero makakaligtas pa nga ba? Sino Carpi dito? Naku po, magiging mahirap ito lalo na't may lockdown pang kasama. Ang dami na nilang na-burn na time dito trying to get inside of A tapos wala pala silang mapapala.
Yun nga eh, they still respect this lockdown still. So kahit pa paano naman nakapag-create ng delaying factor dito, yung T1. Ang tanong, is it gonna be enough? Because Kangkang going in for that shot on the operator makes it a little bit scarier para sa side ng T1. Dahil magugulo pati yung rotation nila. Hindi na nila alam kung sa magagaling ibang players dito. Maliban na lang sa B main dahil naririnig na nila yung pagpa-plant ng spike.
Oh no, ito na nga, makikipagduelo na nga kaagad sila ba? Hindi nakareact on time with the trade-off quickly enough. Immediately laban dito kay Nobody. Si Saya player na lang kaagad na natitira, nakikipagbakbakan pa kay Kangkang ngayon to deny that operator and it is denied.
Pulot. Ayan. Napakabilis talaga. Saya player, nakangiti na naman po siya. 2v1, at least lamang ang EDG dito. When it comes to firepower, sinisave na lang naman to ni Saya player at the same time eh. Na-timingan pa si Kuya mo, Howdong. Nakapagtago pa. Hinahanap at hinahunting na to, HG.
Yun na nga, pero makakapatay pa rin naman na ng isa. Oh my God! Nabilis yun pa! Saya player, buhay na buhay pa rin with an operator at hand. Kumbaga parang panalo pa rin siya eh.
Grabe. Akala mo, mamamatay na siya doon sa pangalawa, pero hindi pa rin talaga. Mas mabilis siya makapag-react, especially against the two remaining players. Sadly, hindi nila makukuha yung round, but the value at least, nakakapulot sila ng operator.
Oo. Ganado ngayon, lalo na't ngayon nasa defense pa rin naman ang players ng T1. Pero hindi pa rin naman sama ito for EDG dahil isa lang naman dito yung lamang ng T1. At masasabi mo kaya naman nila makahabol pero it's still a good start para sa side ng T1 dahil yung mga defuse nila hindi natutugunan nga ng EDG. So now EDG, they need to be really wise on making the rounds quick para sa kanila.
Di lang yun kasi kung tutusin may operator nga sila dito, pero kala-half-buy pa rin yan mula sa mga players ng T1. They need to find the value of this op initially, especially sa maagang pick-off. Baka ito na yung opportunity, pero mukhang ayaw sumilip. ni Kuya mo Ban instead. Magro-rotate ang mga players dito ng EDG and might hit B instead.
Oh, muntik na naman dito kagad si Munchkin. Oh my God, hindi tumama. Pero ngayon, makakaramdam Munchkin. Makakakuha rin naman ng tatlo with just the sheriff at hand. Pero nakaagad dito nakita si Sasaya player. Pero ngayon, hindi na nila malaman kung nasaan na nga ba dito si Howdong. Howdong makakadelihan siya ng isa. Pero Scarpe ang bubulaga sa kanya. Stinger lang naman ang hawak niya.
Munchkin, the epitome of display. Literal, half-buy sila dito malala. And you can find that aggression coming in from Munchkin. Wala kasing nanggaling from B-main eh. Lahat ng pressure points mo, magmumula from arcade. And because smoked off nga sila dito, kahit papano, kailangan nilang i-check eh. Bawat tawid nila. Wala kasing tao sa B-main. Walang ibang choke points, walang ibang pressure hold.
Meron mang tao doon sa B-main. Pero kasi, yung attention niya na kay Saya player dahil nga natutukan siya eh. Natutukan siya ng Marshall dito. So, nagkaroon tuloy na free reign dito si Munchkin. Oo nga, ganda. Ganda na naging sagutan dito nila T1 and NDG. But still, yung lead nasa T1 pa rin. Ngayon, may bias na sila. So, mahirap na naman to for EDG para makahabol kahit may lockdown pa sila.
Ito nga yung sinasabi ni Reby kanina pagdating sa panel. Yung combination na kayang i-provide ng isang stun coming in from Zeta and then yung paint shells ni Saya player. Immediately, it chopped off half of the HP of Kangkang here. Kaya pang delay. They have a rolling thunder. They know it's gonna be a push. Especially ganito kadami. Di ko alam kung bakit siya peak na peak. Dahil nga pala si Saya player nasa ilalim lang niya. 3v1 situation. It's all up to Kangkang. Na again, half HP mula dun sa paint shell combination.
Mapapaano eh. Kaya pala, pumipik siya ng pumipik dahil may nagiging katulong pala. Saya player, grabe naman. Talaga nabibigay niya ngayon. Naging problemado pa dito si Kaka kung paano niya masasagutan or paano siya makakapag-react doon sa cheeky angle na hinold nga dito nila Carpe. 3 rounds leading na ngayon ang T1. Smooth and steady lang naman.
Double trouble eh, yung nakita nila pagdating sa ASE. Zeta plus Saya player, masakit talaga sa ulo yan.
Grabe,
kaya pala hindi na siya nagtatago kasi si Saya player na ang bahala mag-switch at mag-bait. In the end though, may rolling thunder sila doon kung gusto nilang gamitin sana. Buti na lang, nalalo sila pagdating sa round. At this round, meron pa rin silang rolling thunder. Pwede pa.
Lalo na't Byron pa naman to ng EDG. Sayang yun dahil syempre nakapag-pick na rin naman na dito yung EDG. Problema lang, hindi nila alam kung sino yung uunahin. Ngayon, yun nga, we have the concast, mas dedelay na naman sila. There's also the blind, sagutan lang naman sila para makapag-back away na. Ngayon, yung showstopper, wala naman mapapala dahil wala na, umatras na kaagad sila. Nanosa na mo natin.
Oo, ang bibilis, di ba? Ang bibilis mag-zipline ng mga kuya mo. Handang-handa silang tumakbo. Ganon sila kalala. Well, once na marinig mo yan, tapos may kasamang stun, mapapatakbo ka talaga. Sayang players still not yet done engaging here. Si Chichu, mukhang na-chuchu muna.
Oh, alis daw muna dyan, men. Ang hirap na naman ito para sa side na nga ng EDG. Lalo na't ngayon, meron na nga silang i-exhaust na Rolling Thunder. Pero isa na rin naman ng tumutumba, ang T1. We still have our 3 more players. May Rolling Thunder pa rin naman nakasama. Pero ang problema nila yung firepower. Carpe, nakikipaglaso na nga sa loob ng side. Pero siya pa rin ang unang madadali. We still have here the blinds, Rolling Thunder. Hindi na muna gagamitin dahil dalawa na lang din naman na sila.
Pag nakahanap si Saya player ng at least 2 of the players here, or even 1 actually, wala pa namang nakakaalam na nandito siya sa B-main eh. So really, focus sila sa goal pagdating kay Zeta. They have to find this initial pick-off and maybe use that Rolling Thunder. This is the first one and this time around, mauhuli pa rin. Saya player and Zeta to go down. Nandun sana yung timing ng Rolling Thunder like we said, but it just didn't happen.
Nabangan nga kaagad nila eh. In-anticipate na talaga dito ng EDG na anytime pwedeng ikasa ito. As you mentioned, one member down na pwede nga ditong mapagpatuloy yung retake na nga ng T1. Ay yun na nga, pwede na nga nila ikasa dito yung Rolling Thunder. But then again, anticipation is the key for EDG to win out a round. Dalawa pa rin naman yung rounds leading dito ng T1. Pero hindi na masama for EDG dahil dalawa na lang naman eh. Pwede pa maging 6-6 to.
Ni-nerf kasi nila yung shorty eh. Ayun, di na makapatay pagdating sa tower. Dati one-shot delete ka dun. Pero mukhang hindi pumabor pagdating sa side nga ng T1 at that point. Anyway, nagamit na exhaust nila yung Rolling Thunder mula kanina. Didn't work out. They still have an orbital strike in play. Ganun din naman for EDG. Kaya nilang i-cancel to using an orbital strike, but honestly, knowing T1, they would rather use it for a retake.
Ay, yun nga.
Ay, sinira.
Di pwede, hindi sila pumapayag, no idea, no entry. Kumbaga, ito na naman si Kang, ang pinipilit na naman na pumasok dito, going into tower, pero may sagot din naman sila para makaentrada na, pero wala pa rin naman na tumutumbang mga bangkay dito. No, nagpick siya, nakakita ng kill, pero ngayon si nobody pala makakasagot sa kanila. Oh my God, it's 2 players na lang. Gaganda na natitira dito, 41, at medyo malayo pa.
Di sila pinaulanan ng bala eh. Pinaulanan sila ng players ng EDG, literal. Kumbaga, pagsilip mo, nandun na lahat. And EDG, strength by numbers here on the side itself. Not only that, nakita mo naman kung paano nila na-force out yung positioning ng T1 doon. Kahit si Munchkin na pa-reposition siya because of that orbital strike. Not only that, stunned din siya at the same time eh. So, after this initial engagement, lalo na pagpasok nila ng arcade at na-clear out nila yun agad-agad, alam mo na yung mga kasunod. Parang domino effect lang, kumbaga.
Totoo. Dahil na-amplify nila dito yung bawat use nila, ng gamit nila dito ng utilities, and even yun ngang orbital strike nila, yun yung go signal nila dito para pumasok, going into arcade, at doon na nagkaroon ng problema dito ang T1 kung ano yung uunahin. Si Munchkin nagmamadali umexit sa loob ng site, tapos hindi na nga nila malaman kung saan at sino ba yung uunahin nga from EDG.
Ban? May double up draft pa siya kung sakasakali man. Chichu on the other. Makakahanap siya ng isang kill towards Saya player pero hindi niya na kayang tapatan yung knives dito ni Ban. It's still a 4v4. Hawak pa rin nila yung operator sa attacker side, by the way. At hawak na rin nila yung A side. Mukhang T1 pa ata ang kailangan umentry.
Ayun, ito na naman tayo. Ano? We have the blinds. There goes an opening. Pero ngayon, medyo matatagalan lang si Munchkin. Ang cute ng pwesto nilang dalawa dahil para silang pinagtadhana pero hindi pa rin pala magkikita. We have the blinds now going in for the rating na sana dito ang T1. Pero may mangyayari na nga ba dahil the time is already ticking for them at yun na nga yung concuss. Yun na rin yung go signal ni Ban. He goes in for the kill, he goes in for the shot pero si Smokey may sagot din naman. There's a good clobbers. Oh my God! Ano? Nadali!
Oh my God! What a mishap right here. How Dong, on the other hand, alam na rin. Alam nila kung saan ipo-force out si Smoggy nga.
Grabe.
My God. Muntigan. To be fair, EDG anticipated bawat anggulo. Lalo na nung pumasok si Ban, yung ibang tao mapi-face sila na, uy, may knives na ng jet, baka kailangan nating magtago. But EDG is a type of team na, sige, tara, labanan natin.
Yun nga yung lagi nangyayari. Kaya lagi nila na-force out dito ang players na ngayon ng T1 kung ano pa ba yung pwede nilang gawin, kung ano ang dapat na nilang gawin. But the problem is, nung kailangan at nung on the way na silang gawin yung mga strategiya para makasagot dito laban sa EDG, wala pa rin pala silang mapapala. Kaya ngayon, alamin na rin muna natin kung ano bang masasabi ng ating mga panelists dito sa first half.
Thank you, Honey Glaze and Terrar. Well, it looks like a very, very close matchup here. EDG had a very rough start, and T1 again holding that. You know, they were holding those rounds, but again, I think EDG has finally found a way kung paano sila to manage to put T1 in these awkward positions, baiting them out and kind of just making them uncomfortable.
Oo nga eh, despite the rough start nga ni EDG, ang ganda ng simula ng first 2 rounds actually on paper. Kasi nakapag-warm up si Kangkang. Imagine, for 2 rounds, he got 9 kills already. Gulat ako. On the second round, he has what?
Bladestorm?
Bladestorm
Yeah.
na. I was like, imagining things. I had to confirm from everybody. Tapos, yun yung nangyari. Nakita ko yung KDA niya. Which means na, what do you call this? Nakita natin yung epekto nun for the succeeding rounds. Kasi, ayan, meron na siyang, nag-pick up siya ng operator, which makes it a bit difficult, kumbaga, kay T1. It makes it a bit challenging to get through these sites. So, parang ang galing ng simula ni EDG for this first match.
Yeah, gusto ko din yung feeling na palagi sila nag-change ng pace, always welcome to bring out the operator, do something a little different, and I think more importantly, just keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
But I feel like that also brought into the fact na it's 6-6, it's equal, it's basically a resell. Is that really what they were hoping for though, picking this map to be one of their stronger maps?
Well, I think definitely not. I think they're definitely trying to get those round differentials. Pero grabe din ang comeback ng T1 dito. I think that, they broke their eco just to secure some rounds. And even there were those moments that, they were on that eco, but those rounds were still winnable, especially with those those gun pickups. We saw Saya player with that, I think, triple. Grabe yung timing niya. Like, it was just, luck was on his side. I think it was like a 1v2 with the on.
1v2 dun sa site, no? Ang ganda ng read niya and yung pagkasunod-sunod ng mga decision-making niya kung bakit ganun siya nanalo.
That's right. Well, I think the second half is about to start, so we're going to be passing it off to our casters. Honey Glaze and Terar, take it away.
Maraming salamat sa inyo, Rebby, Rico, and Fluffy.
Thank you, Fluffy.
Alam mo, pinigilan kong isipin na gawin yun.
Wala siyang boses eh. Wala siyang bawi. Guys, di siya makasagot eh. Kasi wala nga boses. Paano sasagot kung walang boses, di ba? 6. Ang scoreline natin dito, HG, pantay na pantay para sa dalawang teams natin right now. But, syempre, si Kangkang nga, mainit ang kamay sa gatilyo kanina pa.
Oo nga. Sumasabay talaga eh. Kahit T1, kilala na natin talaga. It's still EDG with those crazy angles, with those crazy shots. Nakakahabol at nakakahabol talaga. Now, 6-6.
Kalichi.
4v5 pa rin naman. May sagot dito sa Munchkin. Pero si Smoggy, may giging delikado pa yung pwestuhan niya. Pero magiging delikado pa pala ito mula sa T1 na nga. Dahil isa-isa din naman silang tumumba. 3v3 na lang kaagad.
Makapag-plant na yung T1 as of this moment. Siyempre, preparation para sa kanilang post-plant. EDG on the other hand, alam nyo naman to, maghahanap ng away. Tingnan natin kung meron to mahanap ng kill si Kang dahil hindi tumatama yung shots niya. And it seems like this is the worst possibility pa na meron sila na hindi tumama yung shots na yun. 7-6. T1 takes the lead.
Hirapan din naman ito para sa composition na meron na nga dito for EDG. Dahil, again, they are leaning on the double duelist setup kung saan mahihirapan sila dito kapag nagkaroon na nga ng akagad dito na magandang entries coming in from T1 at yung utilities nila ay pwede nga magkulang when it comes to the retakes na nga na pwede nilang gawin. Guyo.
Di tumama.
Siya naman yung katapat.
Nang asar pa siya eh.
Nang asar pa yung 311.
Oo eh, nang asar pa siya yung 311. Nang asar pa, guys. But anyway, Marshall na pick off mula kay Kangkang. Bawi ka na, sir.
Ang sarap, ang crispy nun. Hindi nakasagot agad si Ban kahit gugustuhin niya man.
Patay agad siya kanina.
Wala eh.
Sa last round, HG, siya din yung unang na pick off na una. Ngayon, magpapahinga na muna siya. Facebook muna.
Ayan na, intense rivalry na nilang dalawa, Kangkang versus Ban, pero mukhang mas lumalamang si Kangkang ngayon dahil 4 na lang ang natitira dito for T1 at hindi pa sila nakakapasok ng site.
They still have a 3-smoke setup na kaya nilang i-provide at mukhang lalabas na nga yan with the initial fault line as well. And syempre, sa tulong ng Aftershock, this will force out enemy. Wala na nag-aantay doon. Anticipated na rin to para sa side ng EDG. Kita mo naman yung accuracy ni Kangkang pagdating sa Marshall. Kahit yung bumbot, di nakaka-survive.
Ang bilis, kaagad niya natugunan. And now, this is a good start at least para sa side na nga ng T1. Kompleto pa rin naman dito ang EDG para ma-retake na nga itong site. Pero magiging problema nila is yung mga blinds. Ito na nga nakaabang, yung mga smokes. Ito na, papasok na. Pero ngayon, T1 makakakuha pa rin naman na ng isa. Kangkang, nakadilihensya pa rin naman na ng Carpe ditong nag-aabang. Pero ngayon, oh my God! Saya player making his life fully capable of taking 4 members down from EDG. At sabi niya, basic lang
Walang
naman.
reaction?
Wala!
Wala siyang pakiramdam.
My God.
Manhid. Grabe, wala siyang naramdaman sa clutch na yun.
Just another day.
Just another day in the office, ladies and gents. That's how we do it. Sabi nila dito, and Saya player, alam mo, I'm not surprised that he was exactly the one who did this clutch. Dahil those 3 kills anyway, nasa ano naman eh, nasa eco disadvantage naman kung tutusin yung EDG. Yes, but at the end of the day, nakita mo yung mga shots ni Kangkang. One shot to the head and it's over.
Hirap ka agad dito makabangon yung T1. Di nila alam kung anong gagawin sunod na nga eh. Pero ngayon, it's still a good start para sa side na nga ng T1 with their momentum. Buy round na ngayon ng EDG. This can be problematic para sa side na nga ng T1. Pero parang sumasagot pa rin naman sila dito with their entries. They are going in aggressively. Napa-force back dito si Kangkang pero makakakuha pa rin naman na si Nobody. Dalawa pa rin naman na para sa kanya. Ban, makakasagot din ng dalawa. Kaya 3. Labas sa 3 na lang kaagad na natitira. Pero wala sa kanila yung spike.
Good on the bait and switch. Kaso nga lang, gaya na sabi mo, na-drop yung spike. Tamang pick-up lang. Ginamit pa nila yung isang smoke para lang ma-secure na tama yung pagkaka-pick up nila dito. Munchkin on the other hand, siya pa rin na may hawak ng flank, lalo na nakasurvive siya kay Chichu. Pero this stun would connect completely towards Ban. Maybe an estimate na baka lumipat na si Ban ng ibang lugar. Pero this aftershock, hindi rin nila nakikita, di rin nila nasisilip. Di nila ma-anticipate saan manggagaling si Ban dito. Already with a triple kill. Winnable,
Sila pa naman yung nakapag-force back dito kay Ban. Pero Howdong, sabi mo nga, winnable pa rin naman na ito. Ang problema, wala nga lang siyang utility to support him and his retake going into B main. We still have here the smokes hindering him from trying to go in. Pero wow, that kill was really crispy enough dahil wallbang lang yun. Men, low on HP pa dito yung katapat niya. 8 HP mula kay Munchkin. Pero kasi no time pala para sa kanya na ma-defuse yung spike. So, di niya na pitek.
Ang linaw naman ng mata nila. Ka-pixel lang ang nakikita dito ng players pero mukhang napaka-linaw ng mata nila pagdating doon sa mga shots na yon. Kumbaga, ang key kasi talaga ng parehas na teams is yung anticipation Na kapag prepared ka na may mararamdaman ka, sure ako may darating na stun, may darating na breach play dito o kaya may darating na paint shells, kaya mo siyang i-anticipate, mas makakapag-react ka ng maayos compared dun sa hindi ka prepared o wala kang anticipation na hindi mo ine-expect yung mangyayari. And so far, T1 has been good on reacting on those. Ang kaso nga lang, EDG is also very good pagdating sa aim duels.
Totoo. Simulan mo pa lang kay Kakang, di ba? Initial kills talaga, napupunta dito kaagad sa kanya. At yun nga yung nagiging patuloy nila dito to try and win out their rounds. Pero ang nagiging problema kasi, endgame palagi ay pumapabor nga dito sa T1. They all know what to do with their adjustments. They all know where to anticipate players from EDG. Nagiging surprise factor lang dito yung info or yung mga kills nga dito coming in from Pangkam. Pero nakakapag-decide ka agad sila after one kill na makuha niya dito from T1.
Mainit din naman si Saya player kung tutuusin. 21 kills already on his pocket here.
Ganda.
10 deaths lang mula sa kanya. But nakita nyo naman kung paano kumlatch si Saya player. Kahit low on HP, itong mga player, itong dalawang teams to be fair, kahit low on HP na sila, walang katakot-takot mag-peak. Nakita mo naman si Munchkin, hinabol pa niya talaga si Howdong doon sa mga final moments. Pero ito, panibagong round na naman, eco-disadvantage na naman yung EDG.
Dire-diretso na lang din tuloy dito ang T1. Wala nang tingin kaliwat kanan kasi ngayon, entrada na sila going into Sands, going into main dahil na-clear out na rin naman na ito ni Ban. Wala sila makikita na kahit sino pero maganda desisyon din naman ito for EDG para kumpleto pa rin sila for the retake.
Di nga rin sila nag-i-invest ng ganong kadaming utility. Alam nilang walang tao on site, alam nilang hindi tatapatan. Because it's gonna be a 5-man rotation instead. Hindi man lang nalabas yung knives. I mean, nakalabas siya literal, pero hindi man lang knives. Walang ganun eh.
Walang natusuhan dito eh. Seta pa rin naman madalyo ng isa. There goes Ban with another. We hear the shots already raining all the way from Dish. Pero may magagawa pa nga ba sila? We still have here the smoke so pwede nilang gamitin. Pero kasi madami nang nakaabang. We have the podcast already connecting onto him. Lumilipad sa him papawid. Ban getting in his triple kill. We have 10 rounds na kaagad. 10 points. 10 to 6.
Binigyan pa tayo ng isang magandang Prime Gaming Flawless doon.
Sana all.
On the hands or in the hands of T1 here. Alam natin na, kumbaga, isa sa mga underestimated teams, yung T1. Comparison, obviously, in comparison naman kasi sa DRX. Di ba? And doon sa pagkaka-underrated nila, doon sila mas nagsashine eh. Kasi nga, ine-expect nung kabilang team na, eto lang naman yung sunod sa DRX Pero you just don't know how powerful. Natalo nga nila yung TS eh.
Totoo.
TS yung strongest team.
Aray!
Bias na
Team
bias.
strong.
Diba? So, it says a lot. But anyway, ang laking investment nito for Kangkang. It's an operator. So, let's see kung makakahanap siyang value.
Ang problema, wala nga lang tumatapat sa kanila. We have the Rolling Thunder. Agad-agad na nilatag na nga. Nobody nakaabang together with Chichu. Follow up na kaagad with the blinds para hindi na makapagsunod na nga dito ng mga follow-up. Pero ngayon, to the rescue, si Ban, naririnig na rin naman na ito nila Chicho, pero wala na rin siya nagawa. Kaya naman sila, nobody na lang ang bahala sa kanya. Pero isa-isa na rin naman sila tumaba. Hindi pa nga nila napaplant yung spike sa loob ng site.
Good hold, especially dun sa mga arcade na nag-aantay at nag-aabang, which is si Nobody. If I'm not mistaken, kasama niya si Chichu. Si Chichu ba ang kasama niya? Si Chichu nga ang kanyang kasama dito. That crossfire alone itself, at least na, kahit na may nakapasok ng B-main, sila pa rin yung may hawak ng arcade eh. Hawak pa rin, may control pa rin sila pagdating sa tower. Na mas mahirap mawala ng control pagdating sa arcade area as well. Na kung saan hindi mo sure kung may tao pa ba dito sa may tower. Kasi
yan nga eh.
Pasok na sila eh. Pero having arcade control, to say the least, for EDG, nagawa nila ng paraan.
Good follow-ups din mula dito kina Kangkang and kina Howdong para matulungan nga dito si Nobody after being pinned down. Pero ngayon, sila ngayon ay pwede nga ma-pin down now with that lockdown. The smokes are already raining going inside of B. Mukhang secure at commitment na lang talaga ito para sa side ng T1 and retake is real na lang din for EDG.
Subukan sana makahanap ni Kang ng value. Kaso nga lang, malayo talaga pagdating doon sa ating pagkakasetup nung ating ult coming in from the KJ. May setup pa si Munchkin ng kanyang nano swarm as well. Might be broken down though by the aftershock. Pero itong ating magiging scenario, pagdating, paswerte si Ban, walang page shell, guys. Pero si Ban mamamatay din as Nobody shuts him down away. Fault line, or rather, an aftershock towards the spike carp. Hinahawakan niya para hindi ma-defuse. Pero nagsama sila, natuhog pa nga. 1v1.
Wala na rin time kasi ito na nga, daming naging aksyon na buhay na dito binigay. 4K pa naman. Nandito kay Carpe yon. Laban na nga kina Nobody. Pero oh my God, that was so clean of a take para sa side na nga ngayon ng T1. Walang naging sagot yung EDG. Trinay man nila ditong sagutan. Trinay man nila ditong ma-commit yung kanilang retake. But the problem is, secured na kasi yung postman dito ng T1 at naging problema pa dito nung nagka-line up nga doon sa mga bala ni Carpe at naging pabor ito for him to win out a round. Vamos na vamos talaga para sa T1.
Natuhog. Guys, di niya in-expect
pa naman yun.
Na pagka-swing nilang ganun parehas din silang makukuha. Pero ito na naman ang operator ni Kangkang. Very deadly so far sa mga rounds na nakikita natin. Sinusubukan i-aggress ni Saya player just to push him out. And may showstopper siya dito eh. So, he can actually, pwede siya makabuelo.
Pwede nilang pang entry ito, at magiging problema ito kaagad ng EDG kung paano tutugunan, kung paano sasagutin. Para ngayon, mapo-force away back na lang dito si Kangkang all the way from dish ng
Four-man flank, ladies and gents. Apat dapat. Tingnan natin kung kaya ni Saya player. Nakita niya lahat. Isipin mo, may showstopper siya doon. Patay lahat yun.
Talaga yun. Di kasi siya sure kung ilan ba yung tatapat sa kanila. And now it's all up to Carp. Na-plant naman niya yung spike. May orbital strike na kasama. We still have here the Seekers na inahabol-habol na nga siya. Pero ilan ba yung susunod pa sa kanya? Magiging problema, hindi na nga siya. Nakasagot pa. Pero okay pa rin naman dito for T1. They still have rounds to lose para dito sa half na to.
Kumbaga, inevitable na yung final moments na yon, knowing na yung Seekers napakalalim din. So, alam nila na malayo-layo, rather, na yung pwesto ng Brimstone dito. Kahit gamitin yung Orbital Strike, iiwasan lang, ipipressure siya. In the end, made-defuse pa rin talaga. Kaya hindi niya na rin ginamit eh. Sayang
hindi
naman
niya nilabas
magiging band-aid solution pa siya para sa team ng T1. Instead, invest na lang nila pagdating sa mga susunod na rounds dahil wala silang pera pala.
That's what I like about T1. Yung mga adjustments, yung mga decision-making nga nila dito with just minimal time para makapag-decide pa. Dahil ang dami ng tension, ang dami ng nagiging impact dito ang binibigay nga ang EDG. And speaking of EDG, ang impact ay manggagaling na nga sa flank. We still have here Chicho still remaining trying to stay alive inside of the side. Pero ngayon ang problema kasi nila Munchkin, nilabad yung mga turret na nakaabang sa kanilang entry nga naman. Howdong though, getting in all of those kills. Nakipagpatintero lang naman laban sa lahat ng mga players dito from T1. Pero kasi, save din naman ito for them.
Cool, calm, and collected. Yan ang meron para sa side ng EDG. Not only that, dahil nga din may molly pagdating sa may tower, kahit pa paano, nakatulong talaga to para tunawin yung player na nandun. And obviously, magsiswing out siya kasi gusto niya nung trade. Namatay yung killjoy nila sa B-main eh. Yun yung opportunity nila to actually make a peek happen na makaka-catch off guard. Ang kaso, sila ang nahuli.
Yun nga, yung molly pala dito talagang nakatulong for them to secure in a round. Pero ngayon, Kangkang nandoon sa loob ng smoke with just a shorty. Iniulan na ng mga bala dito together with the showstopper and it's a big impact. Pero wala na rin magagawa dito. Sina Howdong, naunahan, nakaagad nila Saya player. Pero hindi pa rin naman masama ito dahil may Rolling Thunder na kasama for the retake. Lahat sila lumulundag na magkakasama pero hindi pa rin nila ma-plant yung spike dahil lahat sila cut. Hindi nila alam kung ano yung unahin dahil isa, dalawa na lang kaagad ang natitira. Pero ngayon, it's all up to Van with an operator. Adnan! Nilabas niya pa yung operator pero kulang naman ng oras para mailabas. May putok laban kina Smogen. Oh my God!
natalo ni Smoggy yun, paano niya i-explain sa teammates niya yung nangyari? Guys, wala eh. Hindi naman siya bumabaril. Hindi rin naman ako matatamaan ng op kasi nag-re-reload pa ng kaunti. So, kung natalo siya dito, mahirap mag-explain sa kakampi. Buti na lang panalo siya, ladies and gents.
Oh my God.
Ay, grabe naman. Shoot me.
Kalma.
Isihan nyo lang naman, guys. Anyway, T1. Unti-unti silang nahahabol dito, HG.
Kaya nga.
Dito pa sila mawawalan ng pera. Yung economy, mapupunta pa doon sa downside kung kailan double digits na.
Oo nga, yan pa naman ang pinakakailangan nila dito. They already have the momentum, pero ngayon nasasagutan na sila dito. Ora mismo ng EDG, dahil alam na nila eh, parang ito yung lagi nangyayari with the entries coming in from ban, nahuli yung setups coming in from a Saya player and the rest of the gang. Mukhang ito yung magiging tugon nila laban sa kanila. Pero ngayon, nagiging problema na din dito ni Smokey. Naging kampante sa pag-push nga dito all the way from arcade, pero buti na lang sumagot si Haodong.
Masisira tong lockdown na to. I mean, defender pala yung lockdown, so hindi siya masisira. Pero instead, sisirain sa mapa is gonna be a main instead. Gagamitan nila to ng orbital strike. Si Ban, nakuha nga ng kanilang lockdown. Sisilip ba? Pupush ba? Dahil nag-aabang na si Saya player. May kasamang rolling thunder towards the site itself. Kailangan mag-defuse ng EDG. Tumatakbo yung oras. Wala silang mga smoke dito. Kahit ano. May muli pa!
Muli pa! Nakakainis! Nakakairita! Dahil ngayon, nakikipaglabanan na nga sila. Isa na lang din ang natitira, pero 3 ang humarap sa kanya. 12 is the 10 for this map alone. At hindi pa rin naman na masama for EDG, pero ang problema, huli na ang lahat.
Huli na nga ang lahat. Kung tutusin, may isang round pa naman. May isang puntos pa silang pwedeng kuhanin dito. Pero napakadaming utilities yung kinailangang iba to sa side, even on the defense itself, even on the side of EDG.
Grabe.
Ang dami nilang nilabas na ult dito. Knowing that, parang wala ata silang magagamit na ultimation on the next.
Oy.
Wala nga.
Hirap na
May pera naman. Sige, okay na.
Pwede pa.
Pwede pa.
Magiging problema na lang ito kung hindi sila magiging kampante on the retake dahil ngayon isa ay tumumba na kaagad dito kaagad for the side of T1. They're trying to plan in the spike comfortably dahil wala namang tao ngayon coming in from EDG.
Makapag-plant na nga sila ng spike safely. Ang kaso nga lang, orbital strike has been used. Si Carp makakapitas ng isa actually from that. There's gonna be nobody dying. 4v3 situation. Operator dito, mama!
Dito mama, tinatry niya pa rin naman na. Meron pa rin naman siyang Blazer na kasama. At pwede niya na rin naman na ito ikasa. 2 na lang ang natitira. Pero nakaabang na si Carpe sa kanya. And oh my God, it was a close fight. Haodong na lang ang natitira. He needs to win out this duel. But unfortunately, with that elevated angle, it's still up to Zeta to win and finish out this round. Finish in this map. T1 ang makakalama.
Nakakatakot kung gaano kadikit yung mga rounds na nakikita natin dito sa Masters Tokyo actually. Kahit DRX yung naglalaro and ASE, biglang 13-10 and then makikita mo yung T1 EDG, 13-10 ulit. Napakadikit ng mga laban actually. And so far, ito naman yung first day di ba? Kumbaga parang talking stage sa mga teams natin. Kilalanin yung mga teams, yung playstyle na kaya nilang dalhin dito sa table. But at the same time, expected ko to Yung first game, T1, especially in a fracture, 100% win rate sila dito, HG. Wala pa. Hanggang ngayon, 100% pa din.
Kanila kasi talaga yung fracture na ito. Alam nila kung paano yung mga in and outs. Alam nila kung paano nila dito maka-counter. Madedena yung habol na nangyayari na nga from EDG. Pero yun nga close of a game. Let's not sleep on the players from all the way from China dahil ito nga, EDG, we also have attacking solo esports earlier. At kita mo naman na may palag talaga ang nangyayari lang. Nauunahan kasi sila
Isipin mo yung mga rounds na na-diffusean sila ng ganon, for example, could have been a round na pantay yung magiging scoreline natin instead. At dahil nga doon sa mga advantage na kaya nilang kuhanin, especially using up or utilizing yung kanilang mga utilities dito, not only that, pero kung tutusin, nahirapan yung T1 dito sa EDG side, lalo na nung nagkaroon ng operator si Kang.
Yung mga initial shots talaga yung nagiging problema. Kung hindi nila masasagutan ito earlier on, magiging malaking butas ito to the late phase of the game. At yun nga yung naging habol nga dito ng EDG laban dito sa T1 is kapag nauunahan na kaagad nila dito yung T1, nababaliktad nila kaagad yung laban. So yun yung naging reason kung bakit sila nakahabol, bakit sila nakakomeback. Pero ito, yung round na to, sobrang kailangan nga dito nila Howdong na maipanalo. But the problem is, yun nga, si Carpe lang din yung natira eh.
Grabe yung highlights natin eh, no? Season 2, Episode 3 na, guys! Haba eh! Nakukuha yung buong match eh, no? But aside from that, ang ganda rin naman ang pinakita dito ng Edward Gaming kung tutuusin. You have Howdong na clutch material din as a player. Ang dami niya ring rounds na naligtas o naisalba para sa side talaga ng EDG. Hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Game 1 pa lang yung nakita natin kung 100% pick rate or win rate to para sa side ng T1. Malaki talaga yung advantage na meron sila. But game number 2 is coming up, HG.
Di pa rin naman malabo dito makahabol nga ang EDG. Pero yun nga ba ay mangyayari? Papayagan ba sila dito ng T1? Dahil mukhang umaayaw din naman na sinaban eh. Saya player pa lang. Pero hindi pa natin malaman. Dahil syempre kanina, nakita naman natin sina Smoggy, di ba?
Yeah, nakita naman natin sina Smoggy. At makikita ulit natin sila dahil may next game pa nga tayo. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Huwag kayong alas because Valorant Masters 2023 will be right back.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat and welcome back dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo Filipino broadcast. At ayan, we've just concluded Game 1 of our third series today, which was EDG versus T1, again in favor of T1. And it's looking a little bit medyo expected na ganito ka-close yung games, but I'm still thinking na this shouldn't have been the outcome, especially considering how EDG kind of, we wanted to see more from them in that second half.
Oo nga, not gonna lie, parang na may nangyayari na deja vu kasi kanina, di ba, yung DRX, pati ASE, fracture din sila nagsimula. It was a bit close rin. Pero it was definitely a much closer map pagdating dito sa fracture. And yung nag-step up talaga are the two duelists. Saya player, kahit naka-rifle man siya, kahit kahit thrifty, mag-guardian on a lower buy, sobrang effective siya. He knows what to do at the right moment and at the right time. And it doesn't really matter kung meron siyang kasama. He can play like on his own kung siya lang talaga mag-isa. And I think that's the reason why, nanalo din si T1.
But speaking of kasama, din si Ban for any support and he does need to pumasok din siya compared to EDG playing that double ini instead. Parang nahirapan sila although they have the info of what to actually do sa gitna ng fight.
Exactly. Pero speaking of sa gitna ng fight, this kind of, again, reminds me of yung second series natin today, which was DRX versus ASE, where it's like, when yung plano nila fails, it's just that they go into survival mode and everything just falls apart. And at the end of the day, I think na EDG doesn't have that kind of ability to recompose themselves. And I think yun yung reason why they're able to not catch themselves again.
Yeah, exactly. Kasi kita naman din natin sa game na to sa first half, parang back and forth yung rounds, but towards the second half, it's just streaks upon streaks. And first, the moment that T1 gets it, nahirapan na yung EDG mag-recover, tapos na-close out ang T1.
Exactly, and I think, having here Saya player as our MVP, ang dami niyang highlight plays. I still want to recall that op play that he had, but in fairness, we did see Ban with a similar ACS. I think both of them were definitely the firepowers of their team here, and especially dito sa second half, maganda yung site takes nila, especially that post-plant discipline na we really saw that EDG was very locked out, and we could also see kung saan nahihirapan si EDG on how to pick up the members of T1 because it just seemed so tight fit, and the only way they could do it was forceful through force. And ayun, T1 had it locked down from the very beginning.
Yun nga parang kailangan tatlo, apat kayo na sumugod, even combined with the utility. I think yun yung na-encounter nila na malaking issue. Pero syempre, aside from Saya player, aside from Ban, gotta give props din to Munchkin. Whenever, again, the three, for example, unang few seconds of the round, nawala, andyan si Munchkin. Even his sheriff shots are really good. Kaya nakakatakot rin pagdating sa thrifty, itong on the lower by, itong si T1 kasi lahat ng players nakakatakot.
Exactly, always deadly. And speaking of locking in, medyo locked in din yung EDG sa next map natin, which is going to be Haven. And I think that's one of the maps that, at least in their region, they are for sure the experts of.
Exactly. And I think, going back to EDG, I think even though si Kangkang, ang dami niyang nakakagawa siya ng space and opportunities with his entries. Ang dami niyang first kills, especially he had 4 first kills, especially in the very first half where, again, he got himself that cloudburst very early with those 9 frags by the round 3. Pero in the end, T1 just seems to pick their plan apart. And in the end, EDG is not able to kind of capitalize off of these opportunities that Kangkang makes for them. But speaking of Haven, T1 just secured another fracture win, proving again how well they own that map. At naset din yung tono para sa second game natin here on Haven because this is going to be really rough for EDG kasi I think yung sa stats nila, EDG does enjoy playing on this map. But, with the tone and the morale kind of at a low place right now, I'm kind of feeling a bit nervous for them.
Not gonna lie, it felt like a really close game. I feel like, well, what do you think, Fluffy? Do you think that there's a confidence damage? Because honestly, it feels like it could have gone maybe possible overtime.
If it's that close, not 10 to 13, obviously may konting mental damage. But aside from that, I do think though that knowing that your next map is Haven, which is one of your, if not best map, you haven't lost yet. I don't think it's that big of a downer since your confidence is also that's okay, we win the next one.
Oh nga, I think regionally speaking, 100% yata. Sabi niya, haven't lost, 100% win rate sila. So I think napaka-importante yon especially to set the tone to take it to game 3. Because honestly, so far, diba, puro 2-0s. And gaya ng sinabi natin, si Kangkang was the one that sets the opening rounds. I think the one that really steps up pagdating sa mid rounds is si Haotong. I think he is really he reminded me kung paano maglaro si Mako dun sa Fracture kanina. So parang his impact, pwedeng-pwede dalhin yan sa Haven for sure.
Exactly, and I think, not all hope is lost naman dito sa Haven. I still feel that EDG, again, they were 10-13. It's still very, very close, and I don't think that this is demoralizing them per se. But again, si Haodong, I really feel like he was kind of that second, yung supporting piece na kailangan talaga ni EDG. But like going against a team like T1, they have like a whole roster. 5 sila na are, contributing so heavily. And I think EDG is kind of lacking here and there, like where the weight is distributed. And until they can finally... Who is Edward? Sino talaga si Edward? Oh my goodness.
Oh, I love esports.
True. I love, I like how these two teams, there are memes behind these teams, right? Anyway, we're gonna be just jumping into our Prime Gaming Agent Select here, and this looks really interesting for both sides. We have the Cypher pick from EDG and yung Sova on the side of T1.
Oo nga, no. It is going to be almost a mirror matchup except the Killjoy, except the Cypher. Kumbaga, iba-iba yung Sentinel pick dito. Really curious kasi syempre, di ba, Lockdown is definitely more on Munchkin's area of specialty at saka yung Lockdown is more of area of control. Cypher naman, iba. More on utility and intel, rather, for the side of EDG.
But I think that for me, at least on paper, I like the Cypher comp a bit more. Kaysa yung may Killjoy dahil sa dami ng indirect damage that is possible from EDG. EDG can destroy the Lockdown with Aftershock plus 1 combo, Shock Dart, and the ultimate, of course, with Hunter's Fury.
Exactly. Although I'm kind of surprised here why we didn't go for the KJ, but I can see now why Cypher kind of translates a little bit better in terms of like yung kung gaano kalaki yung size ng Haven. So I do think that it was a really good pick.
I mean, aside from that also, because wala silang Sky, and the only thing they have the Sova drone only, there's nothing to really break any of these trips. There's no raise, util, anything. This Jet, there's a high chance he just dashes into one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, especially entering into these sites. Lalo na si Saya player ba yan or si Ban yung pipili ng Jet this time around?
I think it was Ban.
I think it was Ban.
Yeah, well, I think, mag-start na yung second game natin sa ating third series. So, ipasa na natin sa ating mga casters, Terrar and Honeyglaze. Kaya na.
Irishayimase! Welcome ulit! Pagdating dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo at 2023. At nandito na nga tayo para sa ating second match para sa huling series natin. Honeyglaze at Terrar nga pala ang maghahatid sa inyo ng ating game number 2. At mukhang maganda so far ang laruan ng T1 dito. Mainit parehas actually.
Ayun nga Sobrang close ng fight nila kanina. At kung tutusin, yun ang hindi natin inaakala. Lalo na for EDG, di ba? Dahil ang tagal-tagal na nung huli natin silang nakita. So, it's still a good run para sa unang mapa. Pero, it can be too late na para dito sa second map.
Well, let's see kung mapupunta nga ba tayo sa unang map 3 ng araw na ito or 2-0 ba lahat at si Vil ang swerte. Ikaw ang swerte namin. Kasi lagi na lang napupunta sa 6 games no? Baka si Honeyglaze talaga. Honeygrace!
Blessing yan.
Ang makakapagdala ng blessing dito, Honeygrace.
Di ba? Nag-gets na.
Alam ko na ako nagsabi Malamang gets ko din yun. But anyway, dito nga tayo sa ating second game. Ang susunod nating, nakita na natin yung mga setups na meron tayo. Agent composition, yung isa, Killjoy, yung isa, Cypher. Saan boto mo?
Doon ako sa Killjoy?
Cypher ako.
May
Mas
hirap
strip
kasi.
ko na Cypher ngayon, di lang ako marunong mag-Cypher.
Parang ang hassle ng ng pag-setup nila ng Cypher Cage, ganyan. Para sa akin dahil it takes time talaga At iisipin mo, di ba?
Kung minimorize mo na,
Oo,
one
matik
way,
na kaagad,
walang
no?
problema. Tsaka at the same time din kasi kahit iwan mo nga naman yung mga traps o
Yung
tripwires
utilities
mo,
pa, no?
utilities mo, nandun pa rin naman at kompleto pa rin. You still have a camera pa na kaya mong mag-provide ng info kahit napakalayo mo pa, di ba? So, anyway, let's start this off. Pagdating nga sa pistol round na meron tayo rito as EDG starts on the attack.
EDG pa dito, nasa attacking side kung saan mas pabor nga naman sa kanila dahil syempre they have really such a good advantage kapag nagkaroon na ng momentum dito si Kangkang, pero yun ba ay makukuha niya muli? We have him already gathering himself, going into garage. Pero mukhang magiging problema pa rin ito dahil sa dami ng utility.
Oh no, crossfire malala ang ginawa ng EDG dito from mid up until here from garage itself. Di nila napansin, may tumawid na nga ng doors. And this is gonna be banned with a double kill to at least ma-level lang yung playing field na meron tayo dito. Pero it's still a 3v2.
Uy, paranoia, nakapag-create naman din ng opportunity sana. Pero ang problema, dami na rin naman na nakaabang sa kanila. 3 kasi ang naging laban nun, laban na nga dito sa T1. So, good start para sa EDG
Kanina nakita natin yung EDG, malakas to sa pistol rounds. Kung tutuusin, yung mga eco nila, ang daming or ang laking value yung nahahanap nila. Kung naalala mo yung game 1 nga natin, naging 1-1 yung naging score agad-agad, diba? So, you can definitely see how strong they are on a pistol round and it shows pagdating dito sa ating unang round na second map natin na pinili din nila.
Oo nga eh. Kahit na dehado si Kangkang, nakakakuha pa rin ng kill dahil even though na Marshall lagi yung gamit niya, nakaka-anticipate ka agad siya dito ng mga players na magpipick at yun na nga, sila yung magiging laban. Siya pa rin talaga makakabueno-mano kay Saya player.
Siya talaga yung superstar ng Marshall. Wag nyo nang labanan pa. Laban ng Marshall din. At because of that, mawawala nga si Saya player dito kahit walang ADS. Bawas naman si Munchkin. Anong kailangan ng ADS ng Marshall? Ginawang shorty!
Grabe naman yun! Hindi niya na kailangan mag-react, hindi niya na kailangan makita ng malinaw na malinaw dito yung player na ito na si Munchkin nga na naipit sa gilid. Ngayon, makikipagduelo pa rin naman. Pinipilit niya talaga. At gusto niya kasi alam niya, kaya niya. And now he is going up with 4K!
This is how 1,000 hours of Jet on a Marshall looks like. Literal, kapag sinilip mo yung PC nga, alt-tab, nakakuha siya ng guide. Nagpe-play sa background yung guide mismo nung Marshall na yan. But this has been happening since game number 1.
Kaya dito ako naging mas believe pa sa kanya. Hinabol niya talaga si Zeta. Si Zeta na impact. Nabigyan talaga siya ng impact at pati siya talagang natuwa sa ginawa niya dahil sino ba namang hindi apat yun kaagad, Marshall? Sobrang ROI, sobra-sobra pa nga ang bumalik sa'yo nun.
Dami niyang sukli, kumbaga. Talagang, kumbaga para sa side ng EDG nga dito, well worth itong magiging Marshall pick na naman nila. Because even if full buy round na to for T1, this Marshall can still hit the heads of the players. May knife pang kasama. So napakalaki nung dala-dala dito actually ng EDG and very much possible pa kung mag-e-explode talaga si Kangkang na makuha pa nila tong third.
Kung tutuusin, mas ine-expect ko na naman sila dito na magwala once again dahil yun nga, naglalapag sila dito ng mga runway for Kangkang to use at for Kangkang na makapag-entry na nga sa loob na site. Ang magiging problema na lang kaagad is kaya bang masustain dito na naman? Kaya mukhang hindi na nga dahil siya ang unang tumumba.
Makatago pa rin siya kahit sa smoke, kahit papano rather. Smoggy on the other hand, good on the sheriff shot here. 3v5 situation to. Naka-ready na yung post-plant ng players ng EDG. And si Kangkang, ready din yung kanyang knives. Nag-aabang lang sila when it comes to the retake. But Saya player, available at online. Naka-ready na rin yung paranoia para sa side ng T1. Hindi tumama yung knives dito ni KK, kaya naman babalik muna siya.
Saya player pa rin pala ang makakakuha sa kanya. And now it's all up to 2 players na lang na natitira. And now it's all up to 1. Howdong all the way from outside of the site. Nandito naman ngayon yung smoke. Papaglalaroan ni Ban. Pero ngayon he's still sticking up. Kinalahan. Hindi narinig ni Howdong. Oh my God! He's still there! Huli na ang lahat!
Nung nag-top siya ng Spike HG, sumakto yung pagbabaril niya. Dahil bumaril siya ng Vandal, hindi niya narinig na nag-top na ng Spike. Ban, nice assist, nice assist.
Good smoke, good smoke. Smoke niya pala yun.
Hindi, nice assist sa Vandal. Nung kalaban niya.
Grabe, pati siya, tensionado talaga,
25 HP, sambahala ka na lang eh.
Grabe yun!
Pinusuan at napusuan ng tunay at totoo itong T1 side. I knew it was bound to happen na mahihirapan sila doon sa magiging retake nila dahil nga ang init ni Kangkang. Pero nung nawala yung knives na yon, biglang parang, comfort.
Exactly. Parang nakikita ko dito for EDG, pagalat lang yan, ang init kaagad dito nila Saya player. Laban doon sa dalawang mag-pick sa kanya. Buti na lang, naka-exit agad siya. So now he's still alive. Pwede niya pa rin dito mabigyan ng epac or na-depensa dito yung garage. But still, di pa rin pala ito tatahakin ng EDG.
Slowly but surely, Yan ang gustong gawin ng EDG ngayon. They wanna clear angles left and right here. May konting paramdam. Pero mula kay Saya player, mamamatay yung nagle-lurk, which is gonna be that Cypher. May isa pa namang, dalawa sa kanila. From sewers manggagaling, dalawa from A main. Mukhang trades after trades, agad-agad from EDG. As Smoggy kills another here para sa kanyang pangalawa.
Oh, tutulong pa naman sana dito si Carpe for a good trade. Pero ang problema, siya pa rin pala ang napitas dito ngayon. Hindi pa rin naman masama dahil tatlo pa rin naman ang natitira dito for either of the teams. Hindi pa rin dito though nakakapasok ng site ang EDG. Di pa sila makapag-decide kung dire-diretso yun ba nila ito dahil kulang yung utility sila. Wala silang pagkas at na-pick pa sila kaagad ni Munchkin. Easy. Back away lang muna. Kaagad dito kay Ban and still up to nobody na. Nalinlang lang naman.
Alam nilang it's gonna be a sewers take mula kay Ban. Ang tanong is, ang read ba ni Nobody dito? Nag-rotate siya all the way to A main. Dahil there's no movements coming at all. At mukhang nakakaramdam naman siya. It's gonna be that sewers take instead! May biglang lumabas, pati ako nagulat! Nobody versus Ban ang natitira. This recon is gonna be shut down. Ban, on the other hand, will win the duel.
Grabe.
Day1 secures the round here.
Yun na lang talaga siguro ang kulang sa EDG, ano? Kaya nila dito i-execute ng tama yung kanilang entries, yung kanilang trade-offs. Pulido din naman, nakikipagsagutan sila dito sa T1. Pero ang problema, kung paano nila tatapusin yung round, laging napupunta sa side na nga ngayon ng T1 at lagi pa nilang nadidefuse yung spike. Sayang na sayang yung round na yun dahil again, they just needed to have the blind para maka-entry ng anong side. Pero yun ang naging problema, hindi nila ginamit.
Valorant is truly a horror game, guys. Kahit ako nagulat eh. Pag hindi mo pala nakikita yung outer perspective, oy, biglang may jet na nakangiti sa mukha mo.
Buti na patay niya pa rin.
Buti na patay niya pa din. Anyway, T1, pantay yung laban dito. Nasa pang-5 round pa lang tayo. Pero when it comes to utilities, para kay Smoggy, mukhang gusto niya atang ambahan gamit yung Rolling Thunder. This might be a fault line coming in. Sinusubukan lang nila i-clear yung site at this point, and it might be used for retake scenarios instead.
Ganda. At least kahit papaano, feeling ko na bait out nila ang T1 dito from trying to defend onto the spy or onto the side dahil again, meron ngang Rolling Thunder dito. Easy back away na lang kaagad muna sila. But now, this crazy smokes dito ni Ban, ano, sobrang nalalagyan niya dito talaga ng impact. Nalalagyan niya ng ng pressure dito ang EDG kung ano ba yung gagawin na nga ng T1 dahil it's space created kaagad para makapasok dahil ngayon si T1, Ban, going in for a kill and now it's all up to 2 players lang naman.
Dito mama, pagdating kay Haodong, kaso nga lang mamamatay pa rin siya dito towards Munchkin's side. Lumalaban si Smoggy but he goes down from the Blade Storm. 3v1, Chichu, siya na lang ang mag-isa at sumilip siya. 3 ang nakita niya.
Hirap pa rin pala. EDG, tinatry naman nila. They have also the Rolling Thunder. Pero ang problema kapag na-overwhelm na kaagad sila dito, nung rumaragas ang players coming in from T1, hindi na nila ma-execute fully yung gusto nilang gawin. But still, pwede pa rin naman nila magamit dito yung kanilang Rolling Thunder on the next round. But the problem is here, yun nga, paano nila maka-counter out dito? Yung smoke na nilalapag nga ni Ban. Ano, gamit na pala yung Rolling Thunder?
Na-caught off guard din naman kasi kung tutuusin si Sova eh. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, si Nobody yon. Caught off guard siya after that recon, as in hindi pa nakalabas yung baril niya. And good for the kill, agad-agad kukunin yon ng T1, especially si Saya player pa yung makakasalubong niya. Reset, malala for EDG. They only have stingers here, isang Vandal para kay Smoggy. And so far, EDG, hindi naman ganun kalaki yung gap nila when it comes to T1. It's just 1 point.
Di pa rin naman masama dahil 1 post na is all it takes para may panalo nga yung round. TP out na kaagad dito, coming in from Haodong and now, tatamaan na lang sila dito siguro ng mga free fire and now the lockdown as well will be creating a lot of space pero pwede na mahuli ang lahat dito para sa side ng EDG.
Parang di ako masaya sa post-plant setup na to. Mahuhuli at mahuhuli si Nobody. Kailangan niyang lumaban. Napakalapit niya. Shock Dart magkoconnect. Makakalahati na yung spike. It's still there. The tap on the spike. The pressure is on. Chichu to go down and still Munchkin wins the duel.
He was baited out, man. Nandun na yung sound cue eh. Nakalahati na yung spike. Onting-onti na lang din ang kailangan niyang oras dito at yun ay tinake advantage niya dahil natataranta na si Chichu eh. Kailangan niyang i-pick. May smoke pa kasama dito and I just gotta give so much comment dito kay Ban sa paggamit niya ng mga smokes dahil sobrang laking bagay talaga eh. We have a lot of openings tuloy para sa T1 na ma-amplify nila yung mga smoke, makuha nila yung space at mabigyan ng pressure dito ang EDG. And pressure indeed dahil 4 rounds na naman. Lahat yun na-defuse ng T1. Lahat retake.
Ganun din yung scenario kanina sa Fracture. Halos lahat ng mga rounds na nakikita natin na de-defuse ng T1, no? So, it just goes to show na T1 is a type of team na talagang would give space. Pero when it comes to retake, mas gugustuhin nila na mas kumpleto sila or mas matatapon nila yung utilities nila towards Edward Gaming. And for Edward Gaming naman, hanap kasi nila dito laban eh. Mapapansin mo kahit yung Killjoy lockdown na setup nila ng ganun, nilabanan pa rin talaga nila. Pinilit talaga nila to a point na si Smoggy, nakuha siya nung lockdown. Si Nobody, sinubukan mag-shock dart.
Kahit nasa garage sila, sobrang pangit nga na position dahil pwede pa rin ito ma-push out nga ng T1. And speaking of T1, they are trying to set up here a really good concuss coming in from Carpe and then swing na lang dito kay Munchkin. Ang kailangan niya lang dito is execution at wag gulat na nga kay Houndong at yun na nga ang nangyari. -1 na kagad. Yung controller pang nawala dito for EDG.
Smoke, wala na para sa EDG, gaya ng sabi mo, HG. Pero at least meron silang Hunter's Fury dito kung gusto man nila mag-create ng space. Pero hindi natake kailanganin. Si Kangkang lang pala ang kailangan nila. But good on the trade is gonna be Zeta instead. Nag-aantay mag-dissipate yung smoke si Nobody. Maahanap pa rin siya. Andito na rin yung mga resback ng EDG. Smoggy good for the kill. And now, naghahanap lang sila ng pwesto para mag-plant ng spike.
Ito na naman tayo. Kung ma-finish out na naman ba ito ng EDG fully. But now, this is a good use of that neutral theft para makuha nila yung info, makapag-decide agad-agad. Pero ngayon, malalaman pa nila kung paano nila tutugunan si Saya Player na nasa itaas. We have Saya Player still left alive. But the problem is, si Smoggy ang kanyang nakatapat. Hindi pa rin naman uli ang lahat para dito sa EDG. 4-3 ang laban.
Using that neural theft gave every info, not only that, pero this gave the play. Kung ano yung gagawin nila. Alam nila agad na nasa heaven yung Jet. Ano ba yung possibility to actually do that? Once na mag-tap ka ng spike, kita mo, papansin mo, ang tagal nag-antay ni Smoggy doon bago siya nag-plant ng spike. Inantay talaga nila yung neural theft para malaman yung magiging retake play ng T1 and anticipate it fully. Makita mo kahit si Cypher, si Chichu, nag-smoke eh. Paano mo mapapatay yung nagpa-plant ng spike? Basang-basa nila.
Hindi rin nakasagot nga eh. Parang hindi niya mahanap ni Saya Player ko sino ba yung nagpa-plant ng spike.
May nagko-crochet pa.
Aba, ayos ah.
Ang lupit naman nung ano natin.
Yung cam natin.
May crochet cam.
Ayos ah. Kano pala mag-crochet?
Oy! Naku po, isa-isa sa lang lumabas. Eco disadvantage din naman kasi sila, HG. So, kahit pa paano, yung aggression, okay lang yan kung sama-sama sila.
Ang kaso nga lang, kung tutusin, pwede pa rin naman na iyon maging spray and pray for Chichu to win out a lot of duels, to win out a lot of heads laban dito sa T1. Pero ang naging problema, hindi niya alam kung ano yung una. Dahil sabi mo nga, nagsama-sama dito ang T1. 4 pa rin naman silang natitira. And they have a free upgrade dito with that Phantom hawak nga ni Zeta. But now, with that opening, with that concuss, ano ba magiging tugon nila? Dahil si Kangkang nakakuha na rin naman na ng isa. Baka makakadalawa pa. Yung pangatlo, magiging sana na nga lang din para sa kanya. Pero it's all up to Carpe. May free gun naman siya madadabot dito. Pero ano ang magagawa niya?
Na-stress na lang siya. Na-realize siya, pinipindot niya yung 1. Bakit walang barrel? Na-stress siya, literal. Hindi niya siya gumalaw. Tapos talagang yung ulo niya parang, oh well. Yung mukha niya talaga, alam niyang hindi niya nakuha yung barrel at that point. Na-stress na lang din siya. Wala nang oras eh. So, there's not really a time to defuse the spike. May rolling thunder siya, pero wala nang oras. Yun lang talaga yun na nilalaro nga nila dito. And not picking up the gun, ibig sabihin, 1 second away. Literal lang yung nawala sa'yo. 4-4 ang score natin dito. For real, for real.
4-4, for real. Pwede pa rin talaga to for EDG, ano? Ganadong-ganado pagdating sa opensa dahil pinagbibigyan talaga si Kangkang dito with the use of the utilities coming in from Smoggy. Tapos alam ka agad ni Howdown paano siya i-assess with the smokes and with the utilities coming into play. Dahil ngayon, di sila ngayon tatapatan ng T1. Ibibigay nila yung site para sila yung mag-retake.
Like I said, ito yung gustong gawin ng T1 talaga. Retake potential. Dahil nga naman may Rolling Thunder sila, may Hunter's Fury pa. Kaso ang tanong, yun lang, hindi magkoconnect yung right click. Sagutan ng Hunter's Fury, kaliwat kanan. Ito na rin yung Rolling Thunder coming in. Yung 6-man nakapatay na. That's gonna be Munchkin. Good for the kill here using the turret. 3v3 situation pa rin to. Pero Munchkin goes for another. Alam nila na tao ay nasa backside. Pero that stun perfectly connects. Ngayon may kasama pang aftershock. Kung meron nung natago sa copy. Cage triggered para sa kanila. Cart defusing. Pinupusuan na lang.
Naku, wala na talaga siya magagawa pa. Kailangan niya pa mag-reload dito. At ngayon ang magiging problema dahil sa cyber cage ay hindi niya rin naman makita kung sino ba yung nagde-defuse ng spike, kung sino ba ang mga pumapalag na sa kanya. T1! Grabe yung retake na yun. Nakala ko mapupunta pa rin naman for EDG yung round na yun dahil after the flank na na-deny nga dito nila Chichu, there was also the Rolling Thunder naman na naisagot niya. Pero ang problema, in-anticipate naman din nila Munchkin kung saan sila. At yun pa, yung aftershock na yun na force out nga si Nobody from his spot, from his corner. So unfortunately for him, hindi niya na-gather yung kanyang sarili to win out the duel.
Sagutan sila ng Hunter's Fury doon kahit hanggang Rolling Thunder, nasagot din. Pero mukhang hindi muna makakasagot si Saya player dito dahil kailangan muna niyong mag-altab. 5v4 situation dahil mabilis na pick off using that operator.
Wala siyang magagawa eh. Palabas pa lang yung barrel niya doon at hindi siya nakapag-react quickly enough dito kay Kangkang. Yun yung advantage niya with that operator, with the marshal, or even the sheriff. Kapag may initial shots talaga siya, yun yung pwede mapanimulan dito ng EDG. But then, yung latter spaces or rather paces of the map off the round talaga yung magiging problema dito ng EDG. Kung kaya ba nilang tuldukan dahil doon lagi sila nagkakaproblema eh.
Ready na agad yung setup nila pagdating sa A site. May recon, may stun, may smoke. Lahat magsisilabasan na. Pero aftershock ang magiging sagot muna ng T1. Medyo masakit para kay Kangkang. It's still a 3v2 situation. Pinaulan na ng bala using that. Pero nga lang, Guardian, wala ng bala. Reset muna para sa kanya. Pero ang dami niyang makakatapat. 2v1.
Wala kasi siya bala. Hindi niya alam kung mag-reload or papulot paba siya doon sa sitwasyon ngayon. Now it's all up to Ban. May smokes na mga kasama. Meron pang paranoia na available ngayon. He knows for a fact na may nakapag-plant na nga ng spike. But yun ang pagiging problema. Hindi niya alam kung saan. Aabangan dito si Chichu. Kaya lamang na naman ang EDG ngayon.
Nako, yung operator na to, nandito pa rin ulit.
Delikado eh.
Nasa kamay na naman ni Kangkang. Nakita natin siya going really wild pagdating sa Marshall. What more can he offer, especially on an operator setup? Nakikita mo naman, because of that initial pick-off towards Saya player, you basically remove smokes, you basically remove firepower coming in from the team of T1 dahil isa rin siya dito sa mga kayang mag-explode at makakuha talaga ng majority of the kills. But Saya player really being pinched down here, lalo na sa kanyang mga positioning.
Yun yung mga nagiging problema dito sa Saya player kapag nauuna, na-anticipate ka agad siya dito, pero sayang yun. Pero buti na lang din kaagad na nakapatay dito si Howdown dahil they needed those shots, they needed those kills to happen, and Saya player was able to answer back ngayon, finally kay Kangkang, and na-wallbang lang ang kanyang tugon dito kay Howdown, pero siya hindi na makakalaban pa. Good follow-up coming from Nobody, that's 2 players na kanyang nalamangan.
3v1 to, Ban. Kailangan niya mag-hyper-rotate all the way to A site. Makakapulot ba siya ng baril? Wala. None at all. Sheriff lang ang magiging puhunan for this round. Kailangan niya mag-isolate ng angles. Not only that, but answer to the operator na hawak ni Chichu dito. May dalawa siyang smoke, yes. Pero napakahirap. Maybe he can get a gun this time at makatulong yun para sa kanya. Pero kita mo naman, post-plant setup pa lang.
Kaya nga eh.
Ayaw magpanalo eh.
Trinay niya naman lumundag, tumalon, isigaw ang pangalan mo, pero hindi pa rin pala aabot to. It's still nobody getting in the kill. At sila na, may lead ngayon. Gumaganda talaga dito ang pakikitungo nila Kangkang on their attacking side. Since by all means, nabibigyan naman siya ng opportunity dito nila nobody. And then, sobrang commendable pa nila Howdown dito with their follow-ups. At yun ang nakita natin on the previous round. Kaya naman T1, nagkaroon ng problema kung paano sila dito, kung paano nila maka-counter out yung ganong klaseng aggressiveness dahil lagi silang nakukulangan na kaagad ng isawan ng EDG.
Titignan mo sa EDG side, isa lang yung round na meron sila dito na actually nag-explode yung spike. Diba? The other rounds itself, naubos na lang sila. And it just goes to show how strong of a team T1 is in denying, and then not only that, but actually getting those kills. But so far, dahil nga si Saya player, lagi siyang maagang napipick off, hindi niya nagagawa to. Pero mukhang ngayon, ready na ulit siya.
Babawi naman na siya dito,
Tapos
finally.
Na ako. Okay na, game.
Okay na. Ito na yung real villain arc daw ni Saya player. But now, sayang na naman dito yung smoke. So pwede sanang gamitin dito nila Bana all the way from the retake. Dahil ngayon, ibibigay na kaagad nila yung side dahil wala nang makakaprotekta pa dito.
Hold the smokes. Yan ang sabi muna dito dahil nakasilip sila ng operator from CT side. Mag-aantay tayo. May lockdown pa na pwedeng gamitin. This is the final round, by the way. Kaya lalabas na nila. Or lahat maglalabas na dito. Pero hindi man lang nalapag ni Munchkin yung lockdown na yan. Wala yun sana yung pangkuha nila ng Space HG.
Yun nga, ipapwesto na siya, pero siya ay inabangan ngayon. It's all up to Saya player. Seta lang naman na makakapatay sa kanila with a gun. Blind, pero blinded din naman siya. We still have here the aftershock. Pwede pa, pero ngayon with that push, Saya player makakalamang. Tatlo pa rin naman, laban sa isa na lang na natitira. Pero with that blind, pinusuha pa rin naman nila ang pagdidepensa, pero tinagkatiwalaan niya yung tropa niya. Sige tol, i-defuse mo lang yung spike at 6-6 na tayo tuloy.
Yan ang tunay na tiwala. Literal, walang bitawan. Pagdating doon sa spike defuse, not only that, pero again, ito nga kasi yung kayang dalhin ni Saya player sa table. And if you eliminate him first, nakikita mo na nahihirapan talaga yung T1. But once you have him there, especially on a retake scenario, kung tutuusin, wala ng Killjoy lockdown, nagawa pa rin nila. Anyway, tingnan natin or pakinggan natin kung ano nga ba ang thoughts ng ating mga panelists. Kaya ipapasok ko na kayo kay Reby.
Maraming salamat, Terror and Honey Glaze. At dikit na dikit ulit ang laban. They're just trading rounds at this point, adjusting by the round, which is very good, proactive approach. And I think na simula ng round 6, EDG was not in a good place. And I think they changed their approach. And mas naging thorough sila really assessing the situation before even planting. Si Terror and Honey Glaze, they emphasized on this point a much. And I think na this is rewarding them greatly, especially assessing kung paano ang T1 how will T1 retake, right?
Yeah. I think yun yung gusto ko sa kanila, yung strength ni EDG. Pinapakita talaga nila kung bakit sila malakas dito sa Haven. The way that before they even plant or they're about to plant, handang-handa na yung mga post-plant position kumbaga. You can see yung Cypher nila playing really far. Therefore, Saya player, despite him wanting to flank and do a lot of highlight reels for a retake, nandun na nakaabang yung Cypher. And constantly, you can see this 1v1. Siguro nangyari na 3 times throughout that first half, which means ang ganda ng kanilang approach. And winning the 1v1, really, once you kill Saya player, it makes it really difficult to actually retake and enter the side.
Actually, when I'm looking at this, parang similar siya sa map 1 na pantay lang yung score, basically a reset again. But again, also very surprising for me kasi pag naisip ko yung Haven for EDG, naisip ko na ito yung pinakamalakas na map nila. And the fact na ma-equalize yung T1 means that they're also equally as prepared.
Exactly, and I think this was the same yung what happened to sa first map nila on Fracture. They were banking on the attacking side. It became 6-6. It wasn't really, they didn't get that value of that team comp and how they were trying to play. And I think here dito sa Haven, this is supposed to be yung map ng EDG. But again, I think yung sa first half, we were seeing that they were leaving themselves in these very vulnerable situations, not watching their backs. And I think nakapitalize talaga ang T1 nito. And this is why this match is as close as it should be. But again, it shouldn't be. But we'll just have to see what happens in the second map. So we'll be passing it off to our casters, Terror and Honey Glaze. Take it away.
Whew. We've seen a lot of good comebacks, pero mukhang ito na nga ba ang comeback ng EDG. Pumapasad naman talaga dito si Nakangkang, pero magiging huli pa rin ba ang lahat dito? T1 on the attack. kitang-kita naman natin that Saya player, lumalamang din dito minsan, kinakangkang. Pero once na magkakitaan sila, that can be a really big problem na naman laban sa EDG.
Totoo. Tsaka grabe yung boses ni Joma,
Kuya.
Past casters. Wah! Talaga naman!
Sinasabayan niya lang daw si Fluffy.
Oo, sinasabayan niya lang si Fluffy. Ganun lang talaga. 6 at gaya nga nasabi mo, gaya rin nasabi ng panel natin, kumbaga matinding reset to eh. Para kang bumalik sa 0 na scoreline na parang 12 rounds in total na lang yung natitira para sa mga teams natin. Pero mukhang Munchkin, kung kailan siya hindi tumingin, dun talaga silang lumabas.
Dalawa pa yung katapat niya. And now, we have the spike already planted. Yung mga utilities sila, ire-reserva na lang for the post-plant. Lahat sila dito nagsistay inside of the site dahil ang magiging problema dito ng EDG is paano sila haharapin. We still have here the Recon. We still have Shock Darts for Seda. Pero wala pa silang nakikita ni isa mula sa kabila.
Naghahanapan pa rin sila dito pero post-plant na to para sa T1. Ako po, nagulat sila. Biglang sumabog yung ulo ni Nobody doon. Pero mukhang sasabog din yung ulo na ibang mga players. Kung mapapansin mo, lahat ng kills headshot.
Grabe yun! Ang linis lang ng mga tutok dito inandog sa atin ngayon. Nila Howdong, nila Smoggy, at yun lang naman ang kailangan nila is masandwich nga ng tuluyan ang T1 sa loob ng site. There was a really clean kill mula dito kina Carpe all the way from Silom, but the problem remained is nung mga nakapasok na nga sila ng site. Dahil ng mga trees dito, ready na rin naman na para sa site ng EDG. Ano yun? Sana all?
Kumakain na naman si Vil. Alam mo, nagtatrabaho.
Tapos na daw kasi siya.
Tapos na kasi siya. Siya naman humiram ng lato-lato. Diyan muna, best maglato-lato ka muna dyan sa labas. 6-7 is the scoreline right now. EDG, may lamang nga sila dito. Isa lang yung round na meron nga tayo. So far, T1 is also really good, extremely well on pistol rounds. Kaso nga lang natalo sila dun sa una. Hindi mo kasi ma-sure eh. Dahil nga masyado silang prepared sa isa't isa. Alam mo, pag may naramdaman sila, fault line here.
Oo nga.
Matic silip dito. And because of those preparation, kaya nakakita rin tayo na sobrang dikit na matchup.
Kaya gigil na rin talaga ditong ilabas ka agad yung fault line dahil kailangan nila ito eh. They need to go in with that fault line para mabulagta nila kagad dito ang T1. Pero oh my God, hindi na kailangan ng ADS ng scope ngayon. Pero Smoggy lang naman na makakatapat sa kanya. Tatlo laban sa isa. Oh my God!
Ang bilis niyang mag-spray transfer do. Pati yung control towards the headshot. Oh, may kasama pang pass. Parang nagba-volleyball lang. May rally. Pero 3v2 situation. Planted na ang spike. Si Kangkang nakakuha ng kill, but Munchkin not gonna be enough any longer.
Sana naman pong round na patpunta dito sa EDG dahil kailangan nila ito eh para makapush tayo to game number 3. Pero that round itself, sobrang sayang yung naging simula nila dito. Saya player was able to create a lot of space but the problem is hindi nila kaagad nasagot kung saan ba dito nakatingin sina Smoggy. At yun na nga nangyari. Naging distracted pala kasi dito si Saya player na mag-change ng gun.
Tsaka wala kasi silang baril eh. Diba? So, pumupulot sila. Nagsha-shopping muna sila, kumbaga. Kaso, pagka-shopping nilang ganun, biglang sumilip si Smaglas. Si Smoggy.
Yung pala yun.
Nickname ni Smaglas yan, ni Smoggy. Kaya sumilip siya. Eh di ayun, GG. Pero ito, isa na namang operator setup ang matutunghayan nila when it comes to C. Kapag pumasok pa sila, may trap pa. O diba?
Ang sakit sa ulo ni Kakang pumesto dahil every time na makasilip siya dito may mapupugutan talaga ng ulo. Ayun na nga, pamangatlo pa. Apat, sige, kuhanin mo na. 12 HP na lang na natitira pero hindi pinagbigyan ni Chicho dito. Oh, wala na siya
siya, bakit mo kinuha ace ko? Ganun ang sigaw niya doon. Pero
ang bilis mag-clip eh, no?
4 kills in total on that operator. Ang ganda nung, alam mo, positioning niya anyway. Parang basang-basang niya kung saan magagaling bawat kalaban.
In-expect ko na talagang magkakaroon ng push doon. Oh. Ganda ng pick niya. Even though na-blinded siya, hindi siya dito. Hindi talaga siya nagpabigay sa impact.
Si Bill, board na to. Kaya ganyan.
Hindi ka nakakausap eh.
Wala siyang kausap sa labas eh.
Si Minisaur na lang sumasabay
si Minisaur na lang sumasabay. Pero game na agad after that replay. Pasok, or rather, bumalik muna si Nobody dito after that fault line itself. Pero kung mapapansin mo, T1 allows a rep.
Yan ang mahirap dahil again, they have already succeeded in the first few rounds kanina ng half.
Niyaya ko.
Gusto ko rin yan. Pero mamaya na.
Ay, naku, pag sumilip ka aking ka. Ay, hindi pala. Marshall pala to.
Ayun!
Joke lang as nobody shuts 2 down here. Si Ban makakasagot naman ng isa kahit papano pero Smuglass nag-aabang na rin. That's gonna be the kill. 4v1 situation. Si Zeta na lang ang naiiwan. Alam ko saan nagagaling yung bullet trails. Kaya naman si Chichu, kukunin niya na yung opportunity.
Hirap nito lalo na't ngayon. Kanina nga walang pera pero wala pa rin talaga ang nagawa. Ultimate kill laban dito sa EDG. Hindi man lang sila nakaisa. Now, they are holding on to the half armors muna dito para sa side nga ng T1. Hindi pa rin naman masama dito yung kailangan nilang habulin. Pero ang problema kasi, 3 na lang ang rounds na kailangan ditong buuin na nga ng EDG. At ano pa ba meron dito? May Rolling Thunder lang naman para sa retake. Nagaganapin nga dito ng EDG against T1. And T1, they need to be precise on taking in the kills dahil lagi na lang si Saya player dito yung nagiging buena mano dito kasi ng EDG.
Buena mano indeed. Kung mapapansin mo, it's either Saya o si Kangkang yung unang mamamatay. Dahil sila rin naman yung kumukuha ng advantageous position. And to say the least, yung iba, trabaho nila makapag-trade off. And so far, both teams have been doing great on trades. Dahil mapapansin mo, we are always left with a 3v2, 2v1, 1v1 even. Pumapantay pa din pagdating sa mga engagements. Not necessarily na ganun kadami yung mga flawless rounds natin. Pero meron naman, kahit papano. Zeta goes for the drone. Wala silang makikita, wala silang masuspatan. Daming kwento ni Vil, may action pang kasama.
Tropa mong di nawawala yung hindi nawawala yung acting pag nagkukwento dahil hindi rin nawawala dito yung pagiging agresibo ng T1 para makapasok lang na side. Pero problema, wala sila makita ni isa. Chicho, magkakaroon na nga ng impact dito all the way from garage. They're just backing away, giving up the side para naman makuha nila yung retake dahil Smuggy, available pa yung kanyang Rolling Thunder ngayon na pwedeng gamitin.
Yun nga nag-aantay sila dito ng retake scenario, no? Ginamit nila yung paranoia to take coverage pagdating sa garage. Pero Zeta, makakapatay pa rin siya ng isa. Kahit pa paano, gusto nga lang naman nila mag-push. This is gonna be now the Hunters, or rather not the Hunters, pero yung kalampag ng Papag. And ngayon si Monski lumalaban. Nobody, very low in HP, and that's gonna be Saya player to finish him off.
Hirap pa rin pala nun para sa side na nga ng EDG dahil hindi nila natumpok kung saan ba dito nakapwesto nga si Saya player. And there's also the availability nga ng Rolling Thunder or rather ng Paranoia dito to push back yung Rolling Thunder nga na nagmula nga dito sa city. So that gave a lot of space para sa side na nga ng T1 at ngayon kumpleto pa yung kanilang mga mga ultimate dito na pwede nga gamitin for this round. At sayang yung capability sana dito ni Nobody to clutch out a round dahil syempre kailangan nila yon para ma-deny yung momentum laban sa T1.
Oo nga Dito pa sila kumain no?
Ang tindi nyo
Kumpleto, parang Pasko. Pero ito, Hunter's Fury ang magiging sagot. Good pick-off mula ulit kay Kangkang. Kaso nga lang hindi siya nahuli ni Ban kahit na nag-from the shadows siya. Makakaisa pa towards sewers. And now, with the Rolling Thunder coming in, pushing out everyone, ipo-force out nila, pero tumama pa rin!
Ano yun?
Panis!
Panis! Sabi ni Kangkang ngayon, tumayo, hinarapan, pumuga, ako ang bahala. My God!
Grabe yun. Siguro yung kabilang team sinuntok ang pader. Ganun lang naging reaction nila dito.
Ito lang naman ako.
This is just me. In English ko lang. Kasi galing yung English broadcast lately.
Sayang yun
What a waste.
Van had the utmost opportunity to take him down. Pero ang problema, nakapag-react agad si Kangkang, nakapag-reposition na galit na galit. Gigil na gigil. Grabe!
Galit na galit siya, guys. Napa-time out yung kabila. Ano ba namang sinasabi nito ni Kangkang? Well, anyway, to be fair, ang ganda ng positioning niya parati.
Totoo.
Lalo na kapag naka-operator siya, parati siyang nakakapag-reposition to a point na kaya niya pang makakuha ng extra 2 kills. And ito yung minsan nagme-miss out towards Saya player. He's always good for a kill here and there, pero hindi kasing lala ni Kangkang.
Totoo.
Na kahit Marshall hawak niya, ubos lahat.
Yun nga eh. Ang maganda pa dito for Kangkang is lagi rin kaagad available dito yung gusto mag-trade para sa kanya. At hindi na nga kailangan ng trade eh. Siya na mismo makakapag-reposition for him to survive every bit of casualty ditong gustong ibigay ilatag sa kanya ng T1. Pero ang problema ng T1, laging di silang nauuna sa player. Anong nangyayari sa kanya? Dahil every time na tumatapat siya dito kay Kangkang, lagi sila talaga yung nagkakaharap. Lagi siya yung tumutumba pa.
Init na ni Kangkang, kaya naman nag-time out muna sila. Paano lang, pampalamig lang kumbaga, pampakalma lang mula sa team ng T1. A good reset is exactly what they need. Saya player, Bladestorm is available. Half by to from the other players itself. Si Zeta lang yung naka-phantom.
Kailangan pa naman nila itong ipilit dahil again, this is already close to a match point para sa side na nga ng EDG. Ipipilit din naman dito, ipanalo, iwagi na nga ang laban ka na Munchkin. Pero now with that paranoia, nag-connect na dahil dito ang bawat isang player mula sa kanila. Pero ngayon, kaliwat kanan naman silang tumaba. Ano nang nangyari pa?
Oh my God! Huli lahat! Nag-boil down yung play ng magiging play ng ng T1 actually dun sa magiging lockdown nila. But because of that lockdown na being set in place na agad-agad nang walang kasama, nilagay nila yun sa normal and usual corner na nakikita natin. Pero instead of the aftershock na gagamitin mo dun sa lockdown instead, ginamit nila yun mismo sa entrance ng sewers para hindi masundan kung sino yung sisira o babasag.
Totoo.
Ang ganda ng pagkaka-execute kasi the fact na alam naman nilang hindi makakabasag yung aftershock ng ganun-ganun lang eh.
Kailangan ditong bumawi dito ng T1. Dahil nandun na yung paranoia eh. Opener na sana yun para makapag-pick. Pero ang problema, isa-isa na naman sila tumumba. At yun na nga kaagad. Paalam na muna kay Munchkin dito sa round na ito.
Kang.
Nako.
Pinoy kasi yan eh. Kang Dupet. Malupit siya eh. 5v3 situation is what's left for T1. Tatlong players, tatlong star players even. May Recon, dalawang ini, isang duel, pero nga lang sayang player na ubus na ata yung fuel na meron sila. EDG secures game number 2. One of the strongest maps that they have in their team.
Definitely. Ang ganda na naging pakitungo dito ng players na nga ng EDG. Dahil alam nila kung paano nila kakounterin dito. Laptop ba yung gamit?
Sino?
Laptop yung ginamit pang taas ng picture.
Grabe si Kangkang, guys. Kahit siya na-hype siya sa sarili niya. Alam mo yun? Yung feeling na online ka. And he really shined through, especially here sa map number 2 na meron tayo. Talagang nagpakitang gilas siya. Kumbaga, kung ako manghuhula-hulaan ko, ito paborito niyang mapa eh. Ang ganda ng performance niya dito. Magmula sa Marshall, magmula sa Pistol, magmula sa Blades, magmula doon sa Operator Shots. Pasok lahat.
Sapol na sapol din bawat positioning nila. Ito talaga sobrang namangha ako dahil again, hindi siya nagdalawang isip i-secure yung space, hindi siya nagdalawang isip habulin yung mga kulang nga sa eco dahil classic lang din ang hawak dito ng players nga ng T1 from that round. Pero this, sobrang sayang ito dahil again, it was close for the side of T1 na mai-2-0 ito dahil again, 6-6 tayo nagsimula on the first half pero akala natin sa kanila na yung momentum nga.
Sadyang uminit din talaga dito yung EDG. Sa tutok nila sa lahat. Not only that, yung utility play, multiple rolling thunders, multiple paranoias is what we were looking at. And in the end, how can you play around those utilities? Lalo na yung mga ganitong sitwasyon sa post-plant sa C. Kaya nga hindi sila masyado nang nagsisi afterwards eh.
Totoo.
Dahil pagdating sa post-plant, mas smoke off ka ng long, nakukuha lagi yung garage, nahihirapan sila. But once na nahanap nila yung edge nila against T1, nahanap nila yung perfect site na laging nabubuksan para sa kanila, it happened.
Yeah, ang maganda pa dito for EDG is comfortable na nga sila ditong umigot pa around the map dahil again, they only have here the Cypher na pwede mo namang iwan yung mga utilities niya at enough na kaagad yun para makuha nga yung persa yung impact laban dito sa T1. Kita mo naman, gigil na gigil talaga si Kaka dahil he is already on his comfort play. He has already the momentum of his life para makuha nga yung game na ito at nag-push pa tayo to game 3.
Ay, syempre naman. Wala palang Honey Grace today. Fake pala. Fake news. Fake news pala yung 2-0 today lahat, guys. Na-jinx kami ng malala, no? Pero yun nga yung game number 2 natin. 1-1, at least final map na talaga tong susunod. And exciting to see kasi actually sobrang pantay yung laban. Tsaka ang ganda ng showdown between Saya player versus yung Kangkang. Parang anime battle eh. Totoong anime battle yung nakikita natin eh. But anyway, gaya nga nasabi natin, there's still gonna be map number 3 na dapat nating abangan dito. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Taylor at Honey Glaze nga pala, muling magbabalik later on.
Welcome back, guys, dito sa Day 1 ng Valorant Masters Tokyo 2023 Filipino broadcast. At ayan, we have just concluded game number 2 of our third series between EDG and T1. So, 1-1 tayo ngayon. So,
1-1.
Yung next map natin is Pearl. So, how are we feeling?
Okay. Parang nag-online 3 times si Kangkang dito sa Heaven natin dito. We didn't get a little bit of preview, diba, sa Fracture about what he can do, especially sa mga pistol rounds, sa mga early rounds. And then, he showed us martial kills, 4 martial kills, muntik na maka-ace at the first half. Sa second half naman, ganun din. Yung operator talaga really did a lot of damage in terms of pressure, in terms of, again, mitigating more, creating man advantage on the side of EDG. And one more thing, nahirapan si Saya player na on the flip side, nahirapan si Saya player na magkaroon ng mga opportunities. Laging sinashutdown, laging nakikita, laging si Chichu, always sort of knowing where Saya player is gonna be coming from. And kaya nahihirapan sila to get through get through Haven in general.
That's right. And I think, like a quick highlight din dito kay Smoggy because his ACS is just like 2 points behind Kangkang here. And it just shows na, with Kangkang as well and the rest of EDG, the rest of them are really stepping it up, especially Smoggy. They're all riding off really well off of each other. Sa huling mga rounds, EDG actually took a very offensive approach. And I think this is where Haodong actually really stepped it up with those offensive smokes and really making good reads kung saan mag-execute ang T1. And this just showed na, to the point na ilang segundo lang ang bawat round. So it was just kind of shocking to see how well T1 was just played by EDG here.
I think on the defense, EDG especially, if you look at their stats from the previous games in their own region, they always are so strong on the defense side. And it comes to show into fruition this game.
That's right. And speaking of their region, we got Kangkang here with that MVP. And again, this is them securing, keeping that 100% win rate record on Haven that they've brought from their region over to the international scene, making it known that they're also kings of Haven. So this is going to be really difficult for them moving forward because they have set the tone that it is even between T1 and EDG. But if Saya player cannot come online, I do think that this Pearl may as well go to EDG.
Ooh, that's true. It's like, how do you make sure, it's like the win conditions nandun na eh. Make sure that, Kangkang is online, which he is.
And the whole EDG.
A whole EDG too, yeah. Sinabi mo pa, Smoggy, tsaka si Haodong. Next up, syempre, how do you put Saya player on a tight leash, such as Pearl, diba? Let's just say, syempre pagdating sa utility, you definitely need those. And when it comes to, again, information gathering, Cypher really did the trick dito. I believe it was Fluffy that said at the very beginning na kung mag-dash man siya sa isang site, mahuhuli siya ng mahuhuli. And I'm curious dito sa Pearl because, it's very common na either mag-double duelist ka o kaya mag-killjoy ka. Cypher is not a very common pick recently, diba?
Yeah, I think T1, they normally run that double controller with the Viper Harbor.
Yeah.
And it's a map that they've played a lot, but they've not necessarily done the best in all the time.
And I mean, we might not get that Cypher pick here.
Laptop na mismo yung
Wow.
I have that, ang ganda ng the signs here dito sa Valorant Masters. It's been very creative, I have to say.
I agree. Yung favorite ko yung T1, where's Faker, tsaka where's
Faker?
Edward?
Who is Edward? Why is he gaming? Anyway, we are just gonna hop into our Prime Gaming Agent Select here. At ayun, we've had the classic Viper Harbors here. You cannot go wrong with those. But we are seeing it's pretty much a mirror matchup here, I think. Yes, we've got the Jets, the Skies, and the Killjoys.
I mean, no surprise from EDG. This is the literal one comp on the one game that they played in their local VCT. And for T1, a very tried and true comp. It's the same thing. So it's really going to be a skill difference and how they play the macro game overall.
I'm excited to see how Carpe is able to enable itong si Saya player, especially when they enter sites. I mean, they're starting defense muna at least, so they have to make sure that they can keep si Kangkang on a tight leash kasi yun yung problema nila. Sorry. Ang cute!
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, looking here at the stats between each team, we know that T1 doesn't exactly play Pearl, the best. But again, that still doesn't leave them. It doesn't leave them in this box. Whoa!
Okay, buddy.
That's a little. Medyo.
Wow! Day 1 pa lang tayo, intense na yung mga dito.
Well, this is just all the more reason for T1 to win, right?
Yeah,
again, prove them
Motivation.
wrong. Prove them wrong. Right, that's right. Motivation from the haters. Don't listen to them.
Real.
Grabe naman, Mr. Cameraman.
Yung hinighlight talaga. We were just talking about the stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Well, game number 3 is just about underway, so I think it's about time we pass it off sa ating mga casters, Terrar and Honeyglaze. Take it away.
Malamig man ang araw ngayon, pero mainit na mainit yung laban na ihahatid namin sa inyo dito. Taylor at Honeyglaze nga pala para sa game number 3, ang huling mapa para sa araw na ito.
Yun ang inaabangan natin dahil hindi natin pa masabi kung sino ba mananalo dito dahil lagi lang nakakahabol dito ang EDG at yun na nga ang nagawa nila on the second map. Yun ba ay magpapatuloy? Danging tanong na lang natin dahil syempre, this is still T1 na kanilang makakalaban.
Totoo. Tsaka mapa ng Korea to, bes. Pearl is gonna be the next map. Makikita mo naman pati sa composition nila is very DRX, no? Double control setup, Harbor, pati yung Viper nandyan na. So we're seeing a very, very familiar setup coming in from T1. Ito na, ang huling laban para sa araw na ito. At syempre, kahit pa paano naman may brackets naman eh. So, not too bad.
May isa pa namang series dito kung sino mang matatalo. Siyempre, malalaglag sila on the lower bracket. May makakatapat pa rin naman na sila. Pero delikado naman din yung tournament lives nila dito. Going on forward on this round though, bagal ang makikitungo dito ng EDG. Nakakapanibago.
Slow-paced gameplay, lalo na sa pistol round. Kasi kanina, pag pistol rounds yung nakikita natin, bakbakan kung bakbakan eh. Para sa side ng T1 at EDG. Pero mukhang ngayon, dahil nga yung double control, nagigauge sila dun sa vulnerability na kayang ibigay nitong mga utility na to eh. Kaya hindi pwedeng mamatay sila ng basta-basta lang. Cove has been used para makapag-set up ng spike, pero si Kangkang makakahanap siya ng kill towards Saya player. Immediately, gumagana na agad yung retake, hindi pa nga nakakapag-plant.
Totoo. And now, Carpe dito, muntikan pa. Kaagad makaligtas. Pero maganda naman at mabilis dito. Nag-follow up coming in from nobody. Munchkin na lang kaagad na natitira. 13 HP pa. Ang kulang na nga natitira nga dito sa HP niya.
Oh no.
Grabe naman.
Malaking problema mula sa kanya dahil nga wala na rin siyang buhay doon. And again, EDG, they planted the spike. Andun na lahat. Post-plant na yun malala. Sobrang rare na makukuha pa nila o ma-retake pa ng T1 pagdating doon. But really good takes, especially for EDG here on B. Dahil nga din naka-double control sila dito. So, marami-raming ecoms ang makikita natin for today.
Yun nga eh. Ang na-realize ko pa dito, what you mentioned earlier, na kailangan nila slow pace lang muna, makiramdam kung ano ba yung utility na ibabato nga sa kanila. Going on forward para malaman lang dito ng T1 kung ano at sino na nga ba dito ang magpupush going into other side of the map. But this time, mukhang atensyon na inagagather na kaagad dito going into A main. Pero magpapatuloy nga ba ito dahil really curious of a push ang nagaganap dito sa mid. Tatlo sila ngayon nakaabang.
Nako yung turret, makikita nga si Saya player. Pero hindi pa rin detected si Carp. So if ever may tumawid dyan, crossfire pa rin ang makikita nila dito. They still have that guiding light. Kaso nga lang mauhuli si Carp dito towards mid. And instead, si Munchkin makakahanap siya ng kill pagdating sa Art. Pero mabilis na trade ang ibibigay ng EDG.
Kaya nga nalilito na rin ako kung gaano ba dito makakasurvive pa rin ba dito ang players from T1 from that kind of casualty na nagmuo na nga dito going into Art. Pero ngayon, wala na rin siya magagawa dahil Spectre and Run and Gun lang. Kaliwa kanan lang din dito ang chumachacha si Smuggy. Now still a really good lead. Good start na naman dito for EDG.
2-0 ang makikita nga natin dito mula sa side ng EDG. But again, we've seen this time and time again. Wala na akong tiwala sa kanilang dalawang teams eh. Alam ko parang magiging 6-6 na naman yung magiging half natin o magiging 7-5. But anyway, 2-0 so far, EDG, especially ito yung team na ngayon nakikita natin, hindi pa sa stat-wise, parang hindi pa lumalabas yung mga stats talaga nila. Clueless pa tayo, kumbaga. Pero sa T1, alam natin na itong strat na to, Korea ang bubuo, kumbaga.
Kaya nga eh. Doon na naman tayo with that wall, pero nakalagpas na kaagad dito ang EDG. Wala na talaga sila dito pag-aalilangan. Harap-harapan nila ditong kukuhanin yung special from dance of T1 at mukhang doon pa rin naman mamumuo yung tension. Going into mid, tapos mid link dito, makakita naman din ng info. Pero ano ba ang decision dito ng T1? Dahil medyo alanganin pa kung matatalo dito sa round na ito dahil by round nila eh.
Grabe naman yung geometry ng mga teams natin. Sa B-site, merong acute angle. Meron naman sa B, may half ng cylinder. Si Ban naman, mahahanap niya si Haodong.
Bilis na kills kaagad ang nakuha dito ng EDG. Kailangan nila yan. Pero ang daming utility. Oh my God, lahat ito lalanguyin. Pero wala pa rin pala makakaligtas sa kanila. It's still a 4v4 na magiging laban. Pero wala pa rin nakakalam kung nasa ba dito si Munchkin na si Munchkin. Nakadilihensya lang naman ng isa.
Wala nga kasi silang COVID. Namatay na si Haodong. So, this is such an open plan for them. Isa yung mawawala to say the least. Pero makakapag-plan pa rin sila ng spike. At kung mapapansin nyo, pagdating sa barrel, lamang na lamang yung T1. But remember, ito pa lang yung unang buy round nila. EDG, bonus lang to for them. Saya player, good for the kill here. A quick trade-off. Magmumula naman din from EDG side towards Kangkang. They go for a smoke, a tap to the spike. Pero Kangkang, isa na lang kailangan nilang problemahin. Halfway is gonna be that spike. Pero wala siyang idea kung saan manggagaling dito si Chichu. No way!
No! Nadala na naman ng Ninja Defuse from T1!
Parang walang nangyari, oh.
Grabe naman to!
Nadali na naman sila ng diffuse na ganun, HG.
Smoke lang, no?
Pero, good bonus pa rin yun. Kung tutuusin, sa kanila dapat yung round talaga. Pero in the end, good bonus pa rin ang sasabihin nila sa teammates nila dahil at least nagawa nilang isa na lang yung buhay for the side of T1. Grabe yung Red Bull clutch na yun.
Di pa rin nga nakaligtas dito si Saya player. Kahit na-defuse yung nga yung spike dito, problemado naman sila when it comes to the eco. So kung tutusin, panalo pa rin naman dito ang EDG dahil under by round, on this round, mas may lamang sila ngayon. We still have here the pushes na pwedeng kang gawin dito ng EDG going inside of A. At mukhang pwede mangyari na naman yung mga nangyari kanina dahil yung mga molly ganun na ganun lang din yung setup nila.
Marami-raming molly at snake bite ang makikita natin dito. Smoke already up mula sa kanila. Maaga yung pag-pop ng swarm. So at least may iwasan na nila yan. But you still have a snake bite to look out for. Alam natin na gagamitin nila yan especially once na maglabas sila ng util play. Smoggy on the other hand, kahit na-detect ng alarm bot, mukhang siya pa rin ang makakuha ng kill towards Munchkin.
Hirap pa rin eh. Dahil Guardian lang din ang hawak niya dito. Ang kaya niyang panugutan doon sa mga balang. Kaya niyang ibigay nga dito sa EDG. EDG, they are still committing it to the side. Nilalangay niya pa rin dito. Oh my God.
Buhay pa siya.
Delegates na yun, man.
5 HP remaining towards Zeta here. Saya player to the rescue. Alam nila meron ng pressure point when it comes to A main. Pero ito, napakadaming ecoms HG. Circular, rectangular, lahat na ng pwede mo maisip na shape. Nandyan nasa mapa mo. 2v1. But in the end, si Ban ang matitira.
My God, ito na naman tayo, Terror. It's still what is happening earlier on for our first 2 rounds. Kaya nga dito magkaroon ng initial shots coming in from EDG. Lagi silang nananalo pagdating sa mga initial contacts. Pero kapag kailangan na nilang tapusin yung round, mas nananaig dito yung composure nga ng T1. Dahil look at this, multi-kills na naman. Lang naman ang nakukuha dito ni Saya player. At kita mo naman, comfort na naman dito ng T1.
Oo, parang hindi siya nasa-stress kasi kanina, breach niya, nasa 311. Ngayon, 0-4. Pero nakangiti lang siya. Diba? Masaya lang siya. As long as nagagawa niya yung trabaho niya, mag-delay ng mag-delay ng mag-delay.
Yun naman din ang tanging objective dito as a utility agent para sa side na ito. Pero oh my God, yung reckoning walang naging palag laban kay Kangkang dahil debali na daw na may reckoning na pumapalakpak dahil yun lang ang kailangan niyang isagot. Blade Storm lang.
Palong-palo.
Grabe naman.
Palong-palo. Balong-balo. Yan ang meron dito. Kangkang. Grabe ka naman, sir. Reset pa yung knives niya, no? 3 para sa kanya anyway. Pero isa na lang ang natitira. At baka nga isa lang yung kailanganin niya. Pag nakita niya pa to si Zeta, malamang sa malamang, press W talaga ang makikita natin dito, SG.
Yun nga eh. Ang problema, hindi niya mahanap eh. Very cheeky of a corner. Naabangan na lang nila yung pick. Pero ito, na-timingan pang hindi nga nakita nga dito ni Kangkang kung saan siya patungo. It's still a good kill exit frag para dito kay Zeta dahil siya ay nakadalawa pa.
Pero 5 HP na nga lang siya. Mukhang alam na to ng EDG. This is gonna be their round right now. Ang ganda ng execute, lalo na coming in from the Blade Storm na meron si Kangkang. Tsaka yung flash ng Sky na yon, perfect din mula sa kanilang side.
Totoo sila.
Ang bilis naman nila mag-edit para sila si Miraclo. Posted agad.
May nakagat pa kasi na-distract pa dito ng Trailblazer. So, It gave a lot of time para dito kay Kakang na makapag-react. And oh my God, talagang hindi niya pinansin yung reckoning.
Grabe din yung tiwala niya sa Blades. Magre-reset to. Sure kill to, magre-reset to. Ready na siya agad dun sa susunod na kalaban after mawala.
Tutok lang eh.
Tutok lang talaga. Again, dun naman nagsashine yung mga Chinese teams natin. Like yung ASE kanina na nakatapat nga yung DRX. And ito ring EDG, nakatapat naman din ngayon ng T1. Pero syempre, Pacific tayo eh. So, let's go Pacific.
Let's go T1.
Nang bias pa rin kami, no? Hanggang dito.
Ala eh, kita mo naman na kaya, may potential talaga dito ang T1. Pero kapag na-overwhelm sila dito nila Kangkang, huli na ang lahat. Lalo na kapag si Saya player pa, yung nauunahan nila, ay nako, na lang talaga masasabi nila. And now, with that lockdown, ano pa ba? Pwede na lang gawin dito dahil mukhang pwersa talaga din palabas ng site ang T1 ngayon. At site lang naman ang natitira. Uy, blinded pa.
Saktong-sakto talaga yung pagkakapasok nila sa lockdown na to. Alam nilang mafo-force or alam nila na may butas na hawak-hawak si Zeta pero hindi magpapatalo ang T1. Saya player to the rescue already. Nagtaas na nga ng walls dito. Especially that high tide. Alam nila na yung drop pagdating sa spike, it might be on the back ends of the site here. Alam nga ba nila? Yun yung tanong.
Yun nga eh. Hindi nila sinecure kaagad yung position ng spike. And nag-aabang sila dito for any kind of pushes or any kind of info na makakapag-plant na dito ang EDG. At yun na nga, nakaramdam na sila. We have the Seekers already available, Cascade para makapag-push. Pero si Chichu lang naman ang kailangan na tumapat dito. It's all up to one! Ben, what just happened?
Na-debate. Na-debate yung T1, guys. Akala nila retake na sila. Akala nila labang sila sa positioning. Dahil nga naman, 4v2 yun. Ang kaso, pinake tap lang naman yung spike eh. After a fake tap, lumabas bigla yung Seekers. Nagulat din sila na dalawa na yung nagsiswing from EDG side.
Nakakalito dahil again, meron namang call pero ang nauna, yung mga pushes nila. So dapat ang inuna nila dito is yung call para at least ma-counter out nila yung vision dito ng EDG. Pero EDG, nilabangan lang naman nila dito with the crossfire eh.
Kala kasi nila, labang sila dahil magiging 4v1. Dahil nga yung isa nagpa-plant ng spike. Yun yung kinukuha nilang timing. Yung isa nagpa-plant ng spike para isa lang yung lalaban.
Hindi tinuloy eh. Pero
hindi tinuloy eh. Na-outplay nga sila dun eh. Na-debate talaga silang malala.
Yun na yung sayang na round na sana sa kanila dahil exhaust sila yung Seekers. Pero pa yun, ha?
Totoo, napatay pa yung lahat ng pwedeng mapatay, kumbaga. Nawalan din sila ng barrel. But again, by round nila to, may lockdown sila kung sakasakali man gusto nilang i-retake.
Retake na naman itong inaabangan natin kung sakali mang magiging pabor na muli sa T1 dahil ang tanging magiging problema lang naman nila is yung post-plant. We have the Viper's Pit already na nilatag pero ngayon yung lockdown, napakapino lang din naman. Pwedeng mapuwersa palabas ng site na nga dito sina Chicho at ang ganda ng take nila dito with that lockdown.
Good choice. Good, really good choice pagdating sa retake potential na gusto nilang gawin. At mawawala to anytime soon. Nahuli pa nga si Chichu. Si Ban, tinap na yung spike. Pressure is on mula sa side ng EDG. This is a retake bound to happen. Howdown goes down already. At ito na naman ang T1 sa pagde-defuse. Pupusuan lang habang yung iba ay lumalaban. Lumabas yung Harbor pero makakapatay pa rin. Hindi pa tapos. Saya player defuse the spike.
Grabe! Mala-action talaga ang buhay nila dito. Pero mala-action na buhay na dapat nilang ibigay, ilatag dito laban sa T1 na protektahan lang naman ng mga smokes, ng mga wall dito. Grabe yon, sobrang kailangan nila ng round na yon para magpatuloy nga with their momentum. Pero hindi pa rin pala papayag dito ang T1 dahil bukod nga doon sa lockdown na pushback sila, na takedown pa nila dito si Chichu with that Viper's Pit at hindi nila ito na hold off fully. So that gave a lot of opportunity na naman dito for T1 na manatili nga on their momentum para ma-push down, mapin down na nila dito fully ang EDG.
Grabe yung mga rounds na nakikita nga natin dito. Mainit na yung mga players ng T1. Pinasok nila yung EDG pero mas mainit ang kamay nila. But that is gonna be that slow coming in from the high tide itself. Mahirapan ka talagang lumabas dyan.
Dalawa na lang kaagad ang natira dito. Akala ko replay yung pinapanood ko. Nalilito ako eh.
30 seconds in pa lang tayo.
Action kung action talaga ang buhay nila. Ay, naku, mahihirapan na naman sila ditong hanapin, daputin yung Spite para makapag-decide. Pero with that positioning committed already by Smoggy, pwede pa siya makadilensya kahit papaano ng isa. But the problem is si Zeta ang katapat niya. Bulldog lang naman ang kaya niyang isagot dito. At yon ay napanagutan niya talaga. Chicho na lang na natitira. Alam niya kung nasaan niya Spike, pero hindi niya alam kung ano ang uunahin dahil flank nga ay maaari na dito kaagad for T1.
Nahuli pa rin naman niya si Munchkin, to say the least. At least, makukuha niya pa rin yung Phantom niya, masasave niya pa rin yung Phantom niya.
Nag-Viper Spit pa.
At hindi ko alam kung bakit nila pinilit tong Viper Spit. Siguro dahil din 2v1, respect kumbaga. Dahil kung tutuusin naman din talaga, EDG is very, very strong when it comes to engagement and duels.
Hindi mo rin kasi masabi dahil kanina nagagawa na lang naman na nila Chichu yon. Especially on Haven na kung saan overwhelmed, natataranta nila dito yung T1 and T1. They have burned, exhausted already the Viper Spit na pwede na sana nilang gamitin dito on the next following round. Pero ang problema, yun nga, na-exhaust na nila and now it's all down to the buy round nga muli dito ng EDG na makabawi. Or rather, Eco pala.
Wala silang pera. So, they only have to stick half buy.
Lagi nadadagdagan.
Nadadagdagan yung score. Kanina 13-2 yun. Ngayon 13-4 na daw. Ay, nako. Blade Storm available for Saya player and I think doon na lang siya mag-i-invest ng kanyang pera sa Spectre na lang muna dahil nga din hindi rin naaabot yung kanyang utility or kapag bumili pa siya ng Vandal. May Blade Storm naman siya. So not really a problem at all. Wala rin namang pera yung EDG dito. Kala half buy lang din yung meron sila.
Ang magiging problema nila dito kung sino talaga yung makakatapat nila dito all the way from A dahil nakaabang na rin naman na yung dalawa. We have Ban, we have also Carpe with the blinds ready na rin naman na. We have that double pick na pwede nilang maipanalo dito with the duel basta't alamin nila kung sino yung uunahin dahil ngayon una din namang tutumba si Ka.
Dry peak kung dry peak. And they get what they want. An initiation, an engagement. But Saya player, makakahanap pa siya ng isa dito. Proving na so far, T1, especially Saya player, meron pa siyang gas na naiiwan sa kanyang tangke. Chichu goes out and tries to hop out. Halatang halata, obvious na obvious. It is a crossfire indeed. Saya player ready to take on the action pero hindi pa pala tapos.
Ay, nalangoy lang.
Bumabawi si Zeta, bes, no?
Oo nga. Kailangan niya to dahil medyo
Kikik
kinulang.
daw siya pag Pag hindi pa ngayong araw, tingnan mo, saya niya lang.
Ngiti-ngiti
The
lang siya, no?
happiest player of the day.
Kahit 3-13 ng KDA.
0-4 simula. No problem!
Nagagawa niya yung gusto niya. Nakapatay nga siya dito. Finally, round for him, diba? Time out tuloy yung kabila. Malaki yung impact na yun.
Kailangan nilang tigilan yung momentum na nakukuha nga rito ng T1 kasi mapapansin mo, they get more comfortable each and every round. They get more aggressive each and every round as well. And that aggressiveness so far, mas nagpipay off kesa dun sa mga natatalo yung engagement or duel nila.
Totoo. Ang mahirap pa dito kapag nakakatapat nila si Kangkang, they're just really ready na kaagad with the utilities para ma-deny nila yung magte-trade. Ang problema din dito, kaagad na na-amplify nga ng ADG is na-overheat sila to win out the certain amount of duels na akala nila kakayanin nila. Pero ang mali nila doon is yung crossfire ngang hindi nila na-anticipate. So, unti-unti na nakikita dito yung flaws at na muling natutugunan nga kaagad ng T1 paano nila i-counter out ito. Pero hanggang kailan ito mangyayari? Dahil mula kanina, 6-6 yung scoreline bago tayo tumungo ng second half.
Yun nga, time out mula sa Edward Gaming. Lapit na rin matapos. And obviously speaking, kailangan nila to make a reset happen. Dahil nga rin naman, as much as possible, ayaw mo nang palakihin yung gap na meron ka. You wanna stop that momentum agad-agad as early as possible. And that timeout might help them para makakuha o makapagplano na maayos dito. Seekers available, lockdown available. Para naman sa side ng T1, may reckoning din sila.
Yun ang opening nila dito for a retake, no? Pero tingnan natin kung siya'y makakaligtas pa ba dahil ngayong may info na silang nakuha. They will have at least a bit of decision-making muna para bago sila dito magpatuloy dahil parang decisive talaga dito yung EDG na makitong makapasok na kaagad ng A. Ang magiging problema na lang nila is ano yung ang uunahin once again dahil after that blind, they all know for a fact na merong ang tao dito sa ARC.
Pero heavy rotations ang makikita muna natin. And kung mapapansin mo, kung napansin nyo sa minimap, the Trailblazer actually, ginamit nila sa A-main. Wala silang nakita ha. That's very deep of a Trailblazer. Tapos may guiding light pa silang ginamit doon. So, no intel at all. Gives them intel na it's a rotation completely.
No.
Alam nila to.
Ng crossfire siguro yung magaganap na naman or kaya naman may nagabang na on the corner. When speaking of the corner, maingat na dito. Kailangan ng tahakin nga ni Munchkin itong corner na ito, going into hall, trying to get in someone. At yun na nga mangyayari sa kanya dahil si Saya player nakaabang para makakuha ng trade, para makakuha ng kill. We have that left, pero ngayon nasa lisihan! Howdong lang naman ang makakapatay, makakadali sa kanila. At ngayon, isa-isa silang tumumba. Chichu with a triple K na naman para sa side na nga ng EDG. Well, very well executed yung entry nila.
Tsaka the fact na inexpecto ng T1 completely yung entry na to. Nagamit na yung Seekers, yes, but it all boils down to this. Tinangke ni Howdong yung nano swarm na yon. And if I'm not mistaken, sa kakampi niya kasi galing eh. Kaya comfortable siya na tapakan yon kasi hindi ganun kasakit. So after niya mag-swing out, saktong-sakto, syempre hindi titingin yung mga kalaban mo dahil nga alam nilang may swarm. So, they didn't expect that at all. Nagulat na lang din sila na naubos sila doon. Ngayon, wala na naman silang pera.
Ang naging addition pa doon is ang dami rin nakikiging attention kasi nung bago pa makapag-plant dito. At mukhang ang gusto maging objective dito ng T1 is deny already that plant. Pero ngayon, wala na naman. Si Saya player, magiging problematic na naman ito for T1. Lalo na't wala silang pera on this round and they need to pop on heads. Lalo na ginagawa na ito ni Munchkin. Kulang na lang, maging tatlo pa.
Pop their heads indeed. Yun nga ang ginawa ni Munchkin doon. Pero hindi mo mapagkakaila na mahirap talagang labanan, lalo na kung nakapistol ka lang. Napakaraming utilities ang binabato na nga. This will force out, this swarm will force out Zeta. Pero ang dami nilang nabato ha, just for the sake of clearing that angle. Because of that, mawawalan sila ng post plant.
Yun ang magiging tanong nga kung kakayanin ba nila dito yung postman. Dahil again, naghahanap dito si Ban ng kanyang free upgrade. At yun na nga, meron siya bulldog dito na magagamit and he needs to be careful on every angle dahil it creates an opening eh. Kapag nakuha niya na dito yung A-main, makakuha dito ng opening din naman si Zeta for a kill. Pero ang problema, hindi siya nakakuha ng bala laban sa isa.
Huli kam.
Sayang.
Lalo na doon sa mga nagro-rotate. Lalo na yung mga manggagaling pa pagdating sa flank. May isang swarm na nag-aabang dyan for the post plant already. But at this point, lalo na nung nawala na yung isang player ng T1, it would be rather a save or dying off the spike. Since wala siyang napulot, it would be the other choice or the next choice after that. 5-6, but in favor right now of EDG. Nagsasalitan lang yung dalawang teams at baka mag 6-6 na naman.
Yun nga eh, deja vu na naman ba ito?
Si Munchkin,
for EDG. And I'm really loving this para kay Munchkin. Munti ka na yun na maging triple kill. At ang naging mali lang dito for sometimes ang EDG, isa-isa sila dito nagpipick kung saan pwede naman sila ditong sabay-sabay ng kumuha ng kill eh. Dahil doon na-overwhelm ang T1.
DWS. No swing. Ano ba yun? Nakalimutan ko na yung pinag-usapan yun ni Vil.
Kaya nalito din ako doon. Akala ko kasi kiss.
Ewan ko ba sa kanya. Pero ito ha, yung op nakatalikod. Kasi akala niya may flash. Pero mukhang hindi tatama. Mula kay Saya player this time around. Tagal niyang naging vulnerable sa posisyon na yun. Ang tagal niya nakatalikod. Pero naramdaman yung op, umatras.
Yun. Yan ang magiging problema dito ng EDG dahil nadali tuloy sila ng isa dito ni Munchkin. So, ang magiging hakahaka na lang nila is makuha sila dito.
13-5 naman daw. Sige, pilit nyo yan. Papalipat-lipat, papalit-palit nung score eh.
Gusto ko yung updated, pati yung cameraman, inaabangan eh.
Tignan mo halos same na same yung style dito ni Kang tsaka ni Saya player talaga. Kahit itong round na to, parehas silang naka-op.
Alam naman natin, isang pitik lang talaga. Sapat na kaagad dito sa dalawa eh. But now, we have the Seekers. We even have here the wall. May info na silang nag-gather na merong ang tao dito sa mid. Pero ang tanging objective kasi dito ni Chichu is deny cut-off rotations na magmumula nga dito sa lane. Pero ngayon siya ay maglilikuran. Kaya naman tatlo na lang kaagad na natitira. They have already planted in the spike. Pero yung postman parang malalamangan pa nga dito kaagad ng Tiwa. Pero now, saan ka pupunta? And now it's the duel na inaabangan natin between Saya Player and Kangkang and Kangkang. Hindi siya nag-miss out ng shot pero kasi dalawa ang katapat niya. Munchkin still gets in the kill, gets in the lead. 6-6 pa rin ang scoreline.
Masyadong madami. Masyadong maraming nangyayari para lang makapag-react siya ng ganong kabilis. At gaya nga nasabi mo, 6-6 yung magiging scoreline natin dito. But it all started again. Si Munchkin kanina nung first half, obvious na nahihirapan siya eh. But moving forward dun sa mga games na napapanood nga natin dito, it seems like it just gets better and better. Parang ano lang, kumbaga aging like fine wine. Diba? Pero pasa muna natin to kina Reby para pag-usapan kung ano nga ba nangyari para sa ating first half.
6-6 ulit. I think this is the third 6-6 yung sa Fracture, sa Haven, and now dito ulit sa Pearl. These two teams, like, dikit na dikit talaga sila. And I think the main difference now that we're seeing, EDG has super come online, and especially Kangkang and Chichu are just crazy right now. Kahit sobrang bigat ang pressure na binibigay ang T1, they are just reciprocating and like giving it back to them like twofold. And although T1 is making the efforts to, you know, come back from here, it's only if they get those lucky picks off of Kangkang.
Feeling ko nga eh, yun yung approach lagi ni, what do you call this, especially Chichu. I feel like his job is to always, you know, lurk, try to fall back. Especially, di ba, double controller naman talaga yung kanilang, what do you call this, composition. The Viper Wall can be like, here, you can put it up from anywhere. So it's one of those things na parang ang job ni Chichu is similarly the same yung ginawa niya sa Haven. Basically, fall back, see the rotation sa mid, and see if you can get a pick off from there. Especially kung ang pick na yon ay si Saya Player.
And
I mean, it's like you mentioned, it's the same story again, 6-6, and it feels like these teams aren't even playing the first half, and the pressure's always on the second.
Parang nagre-reset lagi, no? Agad-agad.
That's right.
Yeah.
Parang handshake. Okay, next half.
Pero one thing that I really like sa adaptation ni T1 sa last round is that they also put a second or third layer, which is Zeta, to embrace and make sure na they eliminate Chichu off of these lurks. So, yun na, naka-assign na kay Zeta yung trabaho na yun.
Exactly. I think they're just, you know, reacting off of each other here. It's this bounce back and forth, you know, bounce back and forth between the players and between the rounds because, again, it's just so close and it's very hard to determine who's going to be coming out on top here. Again, we do have our second half coming in, but looking at the way that EDG is poised, especially with how so many of their players, like, ang bigat ng contribution nila here, and T1 kind of struggling to keep up, it's very unpredictable on how the second half will go.
Yeah, honestly, especially with the switch, kung ma-unleash na talaga si Saya Player this time around.
That's right. Well, I think our second half is just about to start. So, ibato natin sa casters natin ulit si Terar and Honeyglaze.
Ulit naman naming sasaluhin, Reby. Maraming salamat sa inyong tatlo at kami ngay nakatanggap ng bato mo.
Okay. Tinamaan ako eh. Sakit. Grabe ka naman. 6 at sabi nila, no? Parang lahat ng mapa natin. Ganun nga yung naging scenario talaga natin dito. Mainit ang bakbakan, guys. Reset na naman malala para tayo magsisimula sa 0 na naman ito. But this is gonna be the final 12 rounds we're looking at.
Ito na ang inaabangan natin kung magpapakain ba dito sa momentum ang T1 dahil lagi silang tinutuganan. Lagi silang kina-counter out ng EDG. So now, EDG binibigay lang naman ang site dito ngayon para may free reign sila on the retake. Munchkin, he has one job at ngayong yung job niya ay nagawa na rin naman na natuluyan dahil dalawa. Hindi naman ang tumaba sa kanya.
Pulot muna tayo ng Ghost. Yan ang sabi dito ng players ng EDG. 2-1. Yun yung trade-off na nakuha ng T1 right now. Really big on that, lalo na pistol round pa to. At sila yung pressured mag-retake sa kanilang retake scenario. Kangkang, we know how crack he can be. So, hindi imposibleng ma-clear out niya yung site ng basta-basta at bigla-bigla. On the other hand, ang ganda ng rotation sana ni Zeta doon, pero mahuhuli pa rin siya. Kangkang for a kill here. Tumalon sa baba, pero nga lang makikita pa rin nila mga players from CT. That's gonna be Saya Player. Natagda nila yung spike, pero nga lang, time's running flashing. No more. Not enough. EDG, hindi pa rin nila nakuha.
Init talaga ni Kangang, ang naging unfortunate lang dito for the events going on forward na naging downside ng players ng EDG is yung naging flank, yung pag-aabang ni Munchkin. Sabi nga natin, yes, only one job para ma-deny niya dito yung mga flank. And unfortunately, dalawa pa yung nakuha niya under his pocket. And now, unfortunately, ulit kay Kakang dahil after every action, after every head na tumumba sa kanyang ghost, hindi pa rin talaga sapat ang oras to defuse in the spike. Now, this is a round. Finally, may pistol round na yung T1.
Oo nga, no? Finally, nakuha rin nila yung pistol against EDG. Barely, though, dahil nga rin takbo ng oras lang naman ang tinitignan nila doon. And it could have been a different story altogether. But again, ang daming smoke when it comes to the side. Expected dahil double control setup parehas.
Nakakainis dito bilang isa sa mga players na pwede mag-hold sana sa loob ng side. Chichu, he only has the classic at hand. Makikipagharapan sila dito, makikipagbakbaan. Setup para naman ang mananatili dito makakuha ng kill. They are still alive to win out the duel against one last player left alive. That is nobody. 2 rounds leading na tuloy ang T1.
Kailangan nilang i-reset yun in case for the side of T1 anyway, dahil magdi-dissipate na rin yung smoke na hinahawakan nila o yung pinagsisetapan ng parehas na team. 8-6 nga yung scoreline natin dito as T1 closes off that first 2 rounds pagdating sa second half pistol natin. May Bulldogs na sila, isang Sheriff, yung iba naka-Spectre lang din. This is a bonus round they're playing on, and for EDG, hindi sila nag-orb control So, hindi mo mapapansin din yung mga utility nila dito, yung mga ultimates nila, hindi pa online.
Yun pa naman na madalas na lang ginagawa kanina in Fracture. Kaya mayat-maya sila ditong may reckoning, mayat-maya sila ditong may ultimate. But this time, T1, they have the advantage at hand na naman para marumagasa here in B. Dahil ang layo na naman na pinupush dito ni Saya player. Pwede namang cut off kaagad ng rotations dito from EDG.
Inaabangan ni Haodong!
Yun lang.
Siya pa rin ang magwawagi dahil mahuhuli at mahuhuli niya si Saya player. But this creates chaos towards B. Kailangan nilang mag-hit. Ito na yung time nila. Set to get 1 kill here pero 4v2 pa rin to! Nagkasagutan pa. 3v2 na.
Pwede pa pala ito para sa side ng T1 dahil may Viper split lang naman. Makikipaghanapan patuloy ang EDG dito for the retake. They have the numbers advantage pero what can they do to check in every corner before pa sumabog yung spike dito ngayon? They have the Trailblazer pero ang lawak kasi ng Viper split Anytime din dito pwedeng. Sumaklolo nga si Carpe outside of the Viper split.
Uy, Carpe, nahanap niyo yung dalawa and that's gonna be over and done with. Bonus round para sa side ng T1 at naipanalo nila yon. Lalo na nung nag-online yung Viper Spit. Kate.
Grabe naman yung
na-stress yung iba,
Yeah! Yun, Grabe kamukha niya, Nagkangkang,
Si Mok.
Si Mok.
Parang si Asuray lang. Odin, yung gagamitan at ilalabas na nga dito ni Munchkin. Galit na si Munchkin. To be fair, dahil nga rin may cove, bilis mo mabasag yan. Once na mag-set up sila ng mga smoke dyan, unlimited bullets ba naman yung uulan sa'yo?
Totoo. Madedenay matataranta ka na
nila.
lang kung itutuloy mo pa ba to. Akala ko yun na talaga itutuloy nga dito nila Munchkin. But now, tutuloy pa rin naman sila laragasa dito sa loob ng B-side. Dahil doon sila mas comfortable We have a really large side para sa kanilang makontrol. At yun, free fire lang pala ang magiging sagot dito laban kina Haodong. Magpa-plant sila dito ng spike kahit hindi nila na-check in yung corner dito sa hall. Pero huli na ang lahat. Si Smoggy ay makakakuha rin naman ng isa. We still have here the Cove para maka-disengage na nga from the side. Pero ngayon, si Kakang unti-unti na lang magwawala. Pero hindi pa rin siya hayaan nila Carpe ngayon. It's all up to Smoggy. He pops on to 1. But then, tatlo pa rin naman kasi ang katapat niya.
Di na sila nagpapasindak kay Kangkang no? Kanina masyado silang gulat na gulat sa mga nangyayari. Lalo na kung may tulong ng flashes, for example. But this time na kung saan kinekailangan nilang makipag-engage sa lungga, kumbaga, ng T1 dahil sila yung nakaset ng post plant, mas nahihirapan nga sila. They go, probably, itong EDG, sila yung nag-time out as of this moment. They have to go back to the drawing board, internalize and absorb ano ba yung play na ginagawa ng T1 dito at bakit di natin masagot.
Grabe. Alam ka agad ng T1 dito kung kailan nila itutuloy yung push, kung kailan dapat sila huminto sa push. Dahil alam nila close range fights lang ang kaya dito i-engage nga ng EDG. Dahil hindi nila tinuloy i-check-in yung hall. Nandun lang sila sa labas ng site, nagplant lang sila ng spike at hinayaan na lang sila dito makakuha nga ng mga pick-offs ang EDG. But then again, after that, nakakuha din naman na sila ng info at hindi na nila hinayaan dito yung EDG, makalabas pa doon.
2 puntos na lang din yung kailangan ng T1 para sa match point na to. At lalo na hindi pa nga makakuha ng momentum pabalik yung EDG. Obviously, yung kanilang economy would also take a toll along the rounds that we are looking at. Pero despite that, mapapansin mo na si Kangkang, bumili pa rin siya ng operator. Wala siyang armor at all. Wala siyang updraft even. Pilit na tong operator. Kumbaga, ito yung last saving grace nila to stop T1 from pushing.
Wala rin siya Blade Storm, ano?
Wala.
Wala siyang backup.
As in, ito na yung desperate attempt, kumbaga.
Kung hindi ito gumana, wala. Mahirap na rin talaga makatugon pa. Dahil ngayon, meron naman silang Seekers and Lockdown na kasama. Ang Seekers din naman ay available for Kuiper to use para sa eco or para siguro dito sa kanilang magiging post plant. Nag-aanilangan pa sila pumasok. But then again, nung nandito na nga yung wall, go signal ka agad ito para kay Saya player makitungo sa loob ng A.
Wala silang pakialam sa Nano Swarm. Basta sila, magpa-plant na lang sila ng spike. Gagamitan na lang natin ang ult. May reckoning naman na ako eh. We have a Seekers anyway. At gamit-gamit na nga to. May lockdown din na pwedeng gamitin yung EDG dito, HG.
Yun ang magiging possible winning condition dito ng players ng EDG. Ang kaso nga lang kulang na kaagad sila ng isa. Munchkin dito, makikipaghabulan na nga kina Zeta. And now, Saya player anticipated na kaagad kung saan sila lulunggay. Now it's all up to one. It's all up to Kangkang with this operator at hand. Nasa iisang pwesto lang naman silang dalawa. Pero ang problema, hindi nila mahanap kung saan yung apat pang natitira. Nagtatago sila.
Mali sila ng read eh. Magsisave to kasi may operator tayo. Ang read kasi nila dito actually was that operator was gonna go on B. B long dahil nga long range yung duels natin. Doon sila maghahanap ng pick-off. And again, the operator loses its value, especially when you have to retake a site already. Mabilis tinake to ng T1. Comfortable sila to take a site dahil nga alam nilang kaya na nilang mamain ngayon eh.
Pero at least, no, meron pa rin naman dito si ang players ng T1 or rather ang ED. Nag-stop dun eh. At least, meron pa rin namang operator silang magagamit. Pero, yun nga eh, yung impact, yung value nga ng operator hindi nila nagamit. And although lagi nga ditong, laging nagbibi ang side na nga kagad ng EDG or rather ng T1 kanina na pumasok sa loob ng B at doon magplant ng spike, naging problema ito ngayon na ni Kangkang na hindi dito tumuloy. Ang players ngayon na T1, jabait na naman sila. Mid-day kasi dito po tutuloy na.
Manggagaling majority of the players. They come from Art. They have to clear out the angle na hinahawakan ng Killjoy. Pero it seems like binigay naman yung space actually. And this is an important take dahil nga iniiwasan nila yung operator eh. Kaya rin sila nag-art. And exactly like that, namatay na nga si Munchkin from A main along. But at the same time, you still have 4 players for T1 to make this post plant happen.
Yeah, pwede pa rin naman. May lockdown pang kasama dito coming in from Snuggy. Pero ngayon, may idea na rin naman na sa kanila. Tichu with just the Sheriff. Makakakuha pa rin naman ng isa. They have already fully secured in the site with that lockdown. And now, opener pang sandwich. Magmumula na nga lang din sa A main. Dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira dito for T1. But now, they have a problematic approach. And we have Chicho all the way from Black. Muntikan pa sila magsama-sama.
Kinabahan ako ng slight pagdating doon sa magiging spray down. 13-11 na po, guys. At siya kasi yung scorer. Dito nagre-rely ang Valorant sa kanya. Hindi sa mismong barracks. Walang barracks. Viewers lang ang nagbibilang, guys. But again, they found value in this operator finally. Quick rotations coming in from them. But not other than that, dahil nga iniiwasan. Tama naman yung play ng T1 eh. Iwasan yung mga main, lalo na ng operator setup na yon. Pero nahuli pa rin talaga si Munchkin and that gave a little space for them to flank off.
Siguro kung tumuloy sila sa B, Mas okay pa eh. Dahil yun nga, na-bait out na nila dito. Yung pag-rotate nga dito nila Kangkang Pentnao. Kangkang nakakaramdam eh. Nakaabang na rin naman na yung kanyang operator dito with
Sipin mo,
his scope.
winolbang niya, no? Exactly like
Ay,
that.
Diyos ko. Patay tayo dyan.
Vacation! Yun ang makikita niya kung mangyari yun. Ay, nako!
Ay, sige!
Ay!
Iputok mo! Ituloy mo!
Morning shot! Baka tumama pa. Medyo kabado malala, pero yung cascade, nagbibigay na yan!
Oh my God!
Ang bilis ng trade-off ni Saya player, though. Ito na naman siya. Magwawala din daw siya.
Galit na si Saya player, nakascore na kaagad sa loob ng site. Pero ang problema, hindi niya na agad naabangan kung sino ba yung papasok, kung sino ba yung magte-trade sa kanya. We have Haotong though, still denying in the player here. Dalawa, laban sa tatlo na lang na nagtitira. Hindi sila makapag-plant ng spike dahil malayo sa kanilang mga kamay.
Oh no. May turret pa naman silang kayang i-set up dito kay Munchkin. Pero ang dami niyong utility masasalo. May Cove pa, may Cascade pa. Aside from that, magkakaroon na rin ng Guiding Light anytime soon. So, being being chill lang, kumbaga.
Triangle formation ba naman nang nag-aabang sa kanya eh?
Jumping
Ibang talaga
lang, flash lang, cascade lang. Hay!
Kahit ako, go overthink talaga kung ano yung unahin yan. Dahil anytime, pwede magsabay-sabay yan with their picks. Still saving up that operator for EDG, for Kangkang to use. Pwede pa rin naman pala ang habol dito ng EDG. I'm ranking already the holds na meron sa kanila. Pero gusto ko yung ginagawa dito ni Kangkang na hindi talaga siya nagkakaroon ng, or rather, decisive talaga siya dito maging aggressive on his picks. Dahil comfortable siya makakuha ng kill. Confident din siya dito, may mapapatay siya dito laban sa T1. At yun ang naging problema na nga ng T1. Paano siya ika-counter out agad?
Tsaka alam din niya kung kailan the rotation of coming in mula nga doon sa side ng T1 as well. Alam niya may kasunod pa eh. So really, the comfortability, yung tapang na lang, kumbaga, na sumilip each and every time. Kasi yun naman exactly kailangan ng team nila na makahanap ng initial pick-off na yon. And kung kaya nilang gawin in a surprising way, much better. Time out to for T1. Again, they don't want continuous rounds to go in the hands of EDG. Kung di ako nagkakamali, pag silip ko ng economy nila, this is the final buy bago sila mag-eco.
I think so too.
So, mawawalan sila ng pera pag natalo sila dito. As much as possible, gusto na nilang ma-secure yung match point.
Yun nga. Half armors lang talaga kaya nila dito i-secure ngayon dahil, again, if ever na maging reckless sila dito, still, it can be in favor of EDG dahil una sa lahat, yung momentum nga dito ni Kangkang hindi matumbasan every time na maganda yung space dito. Kaya naman ngayon, decision na lang ng T1 is A-site na lang, ipagpatuloy na lang ngayon. At tingnan natin kung yung retake by Papaboy pa para dito sa EDG dahil yun ba, makakaabot pa tayo doon.
Sagutan ng kalapate. Parehas na bulag. Same old. Pati yung Cascade, very much typical play na ginagawa nila ever since this game started. But Kangkang, this aggression just keeps on paying off.
Pabor na pabor talaga sa kanya. Every pick, hinahayaan lang siya dito. Hindi siya mawawala dahil ngayon, kayang-kaya na rin naman na nila. Nobody protectahan yung site ng lala. Wala pang nakapasok, wala pang paan na lumulutang dito para sa side ng T1. Magpatuloy, magplan na nga sa spike. Hinabol ng Trailblazer at wala na rin nagawa. It's all up to Munchkin. Wala naman silang nakuhang info pero maganda yung position kasi dito ni Smoggy.
Not only that, pero actually, nakasetup na tong mga swarms eh. Munchkin, alam niyang may alarm bot dyan kaya hindi rin siya lumalagpas ng sobre. Inaantay niya na may baka sumilip na ma-catch off guard niya. Kasi nga, akala nila walang tao sa art dahil hindi pa nagpa-pop yung mga utility ng Killjoy dito. Pero that waiting game needs to move forward dahil tumatakbo din yung oras ng T1 right now. Yes, they do have the spike, but I honestly think this would be a save for them instead. Dahil na-mention natin kanina bago mag-start yung round, ito yung panghuling buy round nila. Eco na naman tayo.
Mahirapan pa dito yung T1 kung sakali man na etong round na ito ay magpatuloy at magkaroon nga ng momentum para sa side na nga ng EDG. Still holding on that operator pa dito si Kangkang. Meron pa siyang Blade Storm. So may backup siya in case na mag-miss out yung mga shots niya. Pero yung bang pag may miss out ng shots, nangyayari ba? Hindi. Kangkang dito is really decisive, confident to get in the kills. Hindi ito masagutan ng T1. At laging pumapabor sa kanya dito yung bawat pick nga ng T1 na gusto lang naman uminfo.
Gusto lang makakuha ng intel, gusto lang makakuha ng info. At the same time, EDG really gauging dito sa operator play nila simula kanina. Yung investment nila dito
Totoo.
para maipilit lang tong op setup na to, nag-pay off.
Totoo.
Dahil ngayon, nawasak nila completely yung ekonomiya para sa side ng T1. And now, sila pa yung kailangan mag-adjust. Hindi pa secured yung match point nila. Yun pa yung masakit.
Yun nga eh. Yun nga yung nasabi mo, di ba? Simulat sa pula may operator dito, si Kangkang. Doon na nagpatuloy yung momentum din para sa kanila na madedenay man tayo dito with their push. Masasave natin to pero nakuha pa rin nila yung continuous rounds. Now, with a Viper Spit, ma-hold off ang T1. So, they are left to decide kung itutuloy ba nila dito yung B-side or magro-rotate na sila sa kabilang side.
Operator play na naman. Pero this time around, surprisingly, first time sa mid ata to
Oo nga.
Kasi laging bilong to kanina pa or A-main. Dahil nga nakakaramdam siya na medyo iniiwasan na rin siya ng T1 dito. Possibly, mag-rotate siya o kaya hawakan niya yung mid. Kasi may Viper Spit din naman So hindi rin siya makakasilip ng long B that much.
Yun ang nakikita, napapansin ko rin pala para sa T1, na kulang sila ng mid-control para magkaroon nga ng double attention na pwede ngang tugunan ang players ng EDG. Pero ngayon, hindi na sila magpapadalos-dalos. They have the Viper Spit already here. Pero na-counter out nila. Pababa ito ni Chichu. He's still alive. He's still there. Kangkang nakakuha pa naman ng isa. Paano yun?
Saan siya nakapatay? Paano nangyayari to? How dong? Siya yung makakakuha ng kill na yun, pero kung di naman masisecure yung kill, mapupunta pa rin kay Kangkang. Alam mo yun? 5v2 situation. I think parang blind shot yung off na yun. I'm not quite sure.
Sa wall?
Tignan natin yung replay later on, pero hindi ko rin nakita yung kill It's a 5v2. Save malala na naman ang T1. Adjust kung adjust. Wala silang choice, HG. 11, ano to kanina?
11-8
Tapos tuloy-tuloy, simula nun, wala na, napako. Hindi naman sila karpentero, pero napako sila.
Grabe yung take nila dito with the crossfires, with the follow-ups. Alam nila magiging aggressive si Kangkang at nakukuha naman ng attention dito ni Kangkang yung T1. But then, yun yung gina-amplify na nga ng EDG. We have the follow-up, agad-agad naman din sumusugod dito to get in the kills in a howdown. Dahil, yun nga nakuha ni Kangkang yung attention ng players ng T1. So, paano nakuha sila doon with just the baiting tactics na naman ng EDG at hirap na naman ito for EDG dahil again, with their buy-rounds, again, with their half-buys, half-armors, kailangan na naman nilang harapin dito yung operator ni Kang.
Kailangan lang nila ng isang explosive play na hindi kaya basahin ng EDG, men. Dahil nga, si Kangkang nag-aantay na naman. May nakagat pa. Si Howdong ang bahala sa susunod. This is the double trouble na hatid ng EDG. Kangkang for the win. Pero 2v1 pa rin to. Ban, buhay pa siya. He tries to tap in the spike. Pang-debate lang. No more checking around it as well.
Umikot na siya dito, trying to get in that kill all the way from the back. Pero disiplina parang din ang kailangan niya. Ang dami niyang bangang oras dito para at least makapag-rotate going into B. Pero ngayon, ang magiging problema nga dito ng EDG is Moggy. Walang ka-idea. It's all up to one. Nasa likod niya yung kalaban at hindi siya na-timingan. Ngayon, alam na din Chichu kung ano ang dapat gawin.
Mas may impormasyon siya. Yun ang advantage na meron siya, Bessie Wap, dahil tapos ang boxing sa 1v1 na yun. Ganun lang kina-basic ng EDG yung comeback na meron sila.
Nag-overtake si
Grabe
Ban.
si Yoru. Na-stress
Nandun niya lang ngayon strike ng hair niya. Oh my God.
Comeback Israel, guys. My God. Itong operator shot tapos yung combo. Pati yung harbor na masyado nang gumaling.
Yun nga lagi sila dito nagsasagutan with the kills. Hinahayaan nila dito magwala si Kangkang para sabi nila, Kangkang go kill. Just go kill. Sila yung magpipick. Bahala na sila dito with the crossfires at yun nga yun ang amplify nila. They have fully the attention dito ng T1 all the way to Kangkang. Dahil si Kangkang talaga yung nagbibigay ng impact. Pero little do they know, ginagamit lang ng EDG dito si Kangkang para doon sa mga picks, para doon sa mga kills.
Match point! Kanino mapupunta? Hindi tumama yung shot, pero si Chichu naman ang mag-show up this time around. Kangkang needs to go a little bit further here dahil namatay na yung dalawa niyang kakampi. 3v2 pa rin to. Anything can still happen. May operator ka pa in play. So pag nag-B sila dito, best, hindi ko alam kung yun yung tamang desisyon, pero ewan ko na lang.
Hirap pa rin sabihin dahil si Kakang matalino din eh. Kada pick niya, may mapapatay talaga ng isa, may bubulagta. Ngayon, dalawa na lang ang natitira. Hindi naman pwede mag-save na naman sila dahil pwede pa rin naman pala sila mag-save. Pero ang problema nito, talagang si Kangkang ang may sagot para lang din ma-implement yung impact. Ay, nako.
Sabi ko sa inyo.
Tuloy pa rin nila.
Hindi nila ako narinig, guys. Siyempre, isipin mo, baka nag-rotate na yung op.
Totoo.
Ang tagal ko na
Tagal
nag-aantay
din
dito, baka nag-rotate na yon. Pero hindi eh, may cove sila. Pwede nilang gamitin yung mga smoke as well para basagin to. Pero yung reposition talaga ni Kangkang ang nagdadala, isa sa mga nagdadala nito. Haodong bumabawi na nga. Shorty to the face nga ba ang makikita natin? That's it for the match point.
Diyos ko!
Baliktad na comeback pa talaga.
Totoo. Akala ko talaga para sa T1 itong Pearl map na ito. Alam naman natin kung gaano sila kawiti when it comes to the picks, when it comes to the usage of their utilities. And napigyan na nila dito ng impact ang players from the side of EDG nung game number 1 pa lang. Pero ano na nangyayari? Nakakapag-adjust na dito si Nakakang. They have explosiveness as well at hindi ito nasasagutan agad. Hindi nakaka-counter out ng T1 kung paano ba sila makakalabangan ngayon. Decisive na rin talaga siya eh. 13-11 daw eh.
Decisive it is. Jet diff daw, sabi ng viewers. Pero totoo, my God, Kangkang.
Every time
Nakakatakot na siya ngayon. Kahit ako, hindi na ako sisilip, kumbaga. Kasi, problema mo na nga si Kangkang, problema mo pa kung sino yung magtitrade sa kanya.
Totoo.
Laging nandun si Haodong tsaka yung Viper, dalawang magkasamang smoke.
God, ayun nga eh, magkasama ang smoke dito, hindi na alam kaagad ng T1 kung saan pang angulo titingin dahil ang dami nang ang smoke eh, ang dami nang naka-cover up kaagad dito at free reign dito si Kangkang. Good opportunity talaga ang binibigay dito ni Kangkang once na makakuha siya ng kill. At totoo talagang jet diff dahil every time na magkatapat sila, lagi si Saya player tumutumba, lagi nang uunahan ng pitik.
Ay, binitawan yung op, bes. Ay, hindi. Naka-ready na kasi. May pera siya eh. RK siya
extra.
today, guys eh. Mayaman siya, di ba? So, bibili siya parehas. May op na siya, may vandalism pa.
Simulat sa pool na na-save niya yung operator, doon na bumalagtay yung winning condition dito ng T1. Kanina, it's been them winning out a lot of momentum, a lot of lead laban sa EDG. 11-8 nga tayo nagsimula dito before mag-pop off si Nakangkang. At ngayon, delikado na ang buhay na nga ng T1.
Tinapon talaga nila yung op. Wala atang op this time around, I think ha. Kasi kung may op sila, yun yung una mo makikitang baril muna eh. Pero hindi yun ata yung mangyayari ngayon. Saya player. Hindi pa siya, buhay pa siya rather, pero mamamatay din siya sa kamay ni Haodong na naman. But good kill. Pupunta kay Kangkang. Baka ito na yung opportunity ng T1.
Oo nga, reckoning daw ay papalakpak lang din naman. Habang yung Viper's Pick ay nilatag na rin nandito sa loob ng ASE. Hindi pa sila nakakapag-plan. Pero ngayon, sa pagpatay niya ng laser, yung
nasama pati may-ari. OMG, Smoggy gets a kill on the shorty as well. Isa na lang ang natitira, mukhang overtime pa ata.
Overtime na nga talaga ang mangyayari na dahil sina Corpe gumana ang push nila. Sayang at mali siguro talaga ang desisyon na ginawa dito na Kangkang nabitawan yung operator niya.
Oo nga eh.
Diba?
Kasi
sana hindi niya nalang tinapon
ang iniisip niya rin kasi dito is for sure, i-expect na ng kalaban niya na naka-off siya. So, mas magiging dahan-dahan yung play na mangyayari.
Grabe.
Pero nga lang, ang bilis nang na-shutdown eh. And again, ano ba yung mga rounds na nakita natin na lahat nakabawi itong EDG? Yun yung mga rounds na buhay si Kangkang.
Yun nga. Ang problema doon sa round na yun, bago tayo pumasok in overtime is, nauna na si Kangkang tumumba. Bago pa man din makapag-plant ng spike dito ang T1. At naging problemado na dito kaagad ang EDG dahil paano ba nila sasagutin dito yung Viper's Pit? Meron pa nga kasamang na reckoning. At yung Trailblazer nga, naghahanap lang naman ng info sa loob ng Viper's Pit. Pero nauluhan pa rin si Nobody.
Grabe rin yung yung improvement along the rounds ni Haodong dito. Ang laking coverage para sa side ng team ng EDG. Dahil ito talaga yung nag-boost nung kanilang chances of winning, especially against T1 here. And completely na-shutdown nila si Saya player. Completely na-shutdown nila kahit nga sinaban na ang laki ng clutch potential ng player na to mula doon sa VPL natin. Pero mukhang dito, hindi sila makabuelo at all.
Parang nagugulat sila dito sa pwedeng ang i-approach ni EDG laban sa T1. At kitang-kita mo, rinig na rinig mo kagad yung lahat ng suporta dito sa mga teams natin. Especially dito for EDG dahil who would have thought? Ito yung mangyayari sa Pearl map na ito kung saan nananaig, mas lumalamang nga ang T1. Pero ang naging problema nga is may operator na naman.
Saya player
Saya player to,
At overtime to. So, ibig sabihin, wala siyang magiging armor. Complete reset to from the teams itself. Nakatalikod na siya, ready for flash, pero walang flash si Munchkin. Agad ang makakapitas. Di pa nila alam na nandito siya at operator ang gamit niya. Paalam sa'yo.
Tumamba talaga sa opening shot na ginawa na nga dito ngayon ni Saya player. Sayang masaya talaga. Mapapakanta na lang si Kangkang dahil yun na sana yung opportunity nila magkaroon ng lead. Ang kaso nga lang, Saya player kasi may hawak nito. Talagang ginaya niya na si Kangkang. Naging decisive na siya. Getting in that pick.
They have to rely heavily sa kanilang utilities. And the thing is, may dog pa ba sila? Meron pa silang dog na pwedeng gamitin dito Pero hindi mo mabibigla si Saya player. Up and online yung kanyang dash out. Kaya naman after that kill, mawala yung smoke. Automatic yan para sa kanya. But good on Smoggy. He was able to punish 2 players. At least makakapag-plan siya ng spike. Kung magpo-push forward siya, set up the traps, posible pa.
May lockdown pa nga kasama. So pwede pa, no? He can push out rather. 3 players pa dito coming in from T1. Nagiging alanganin na siya, checking in away from the side. Pero ngayon, he's picking in. Dalawa yung napupo sa kanya, isolating in the fight, going in with the angle. Close enough for him to clutch out around. Hindi pa rin pala sapat yung kanyang duelong ginarap na nga sa dalawa mula sa kabila.
Almost there. Muntikan pang maklatch. No? But again, good thinking, quick thinking coming in mula doon sa mag-retake o magre-retake ng side. Alam nila nakaset up yung
kung saan nakaset up.
Bakit? Sino bang ibang tao dyan? Yung Killjoy lang naman. 3v1 tayo. So why not? Labanan natin, push natin, make the pressure towards them instead. Ganun nga yung nangyari. Muntikan pa ma-triple kill. Pero buti na lang hindi para sa kanila.
Totoo. Dahil sayang yung push nila doon. At una sa lahat, syempre, yung pressure na maibibigay nga ng EDG is nandun. And speaking of pressure, nandito na naman si Kangkang with his operator. Mangyayari ba yung mga nangyari kanina? Lalo na ginawa na nga ito ni Saya player. Pero hinahabol kasi siya ng kaso ngayon, Trailblazer. Binatuan na ng Molly para hindi siya makapick. And now, what can he do next?
Lahat na ng repositioning ginawa niya na, guys. Pero wala pa rin siya nakikita dito. Pati flash! Sumakto pa! Ang ganda ng play ng T1 dito dahil hindi nakabuelo si Kangkang at all. Lalo na hindi niya kinuha yung verticality.
Yun nga, magiging problema niya pa dito is natumba at bumangga siya dito sa tropa niya. Kailangan niya lang naman dito umexit na nga. Pero ngayon, 3 pa rin naman natitira. Pero it's all up to Ban. Isa ang trabaho niya. Pero quick trade lang din naman ang sagot sa kanya ni Smuggy. It's still a 4v2. Doable pa rin naman kung sakali magkamali dito ang T1.
Pinorse out nila gamit yung Nano Swarm. Mamamatay yung isa pero matitrade off din nila agad. 3v1 situation. Si Smoggy na lang ang natitira. This might be over. Time's taking away. Pero hindi niya makukuha yung double kill na kailangan niyang kuhanin dito. And T1 secures the game and the whole series for the entirety ng ating last series.
Last series natin dito. Mainit talaga. Pero let's not disregard on EDG. Ganda pa rin talaga ng pakikitungo nila dito on this series. At kita mong they have a really good potential. Doon lang talaga sa mga operator na naging shots, na naging duels dito against each other. At kita mong lagi nilang sinasagutan. At sabi mo nga kanina, diba, na-deny na nila dito si Ban. Ang kaso nga lang yun, mabot tayo ng overtime
Oo nga no? Sila rin pala yung mananalo no? Pinaabot pa nila ng overtime no? Pero eto seriously speaking though about these 2 teams that we have right here, EDG, ang laki ng potential ng team na to. You have a player like Kangkang like this on a team, tapos i-polish mo yung support na kayang ibigay ng ibang mga team members niya like Smoggy and the rest of the other players as well. Nakakatakot.
Oo. hirap siguro kung maganda at mas pulido na yung mga players dito from EDG. Ang kulang na lang sa kanila siguro is yung composure para lang din matapos nga yung mga rounds. Ang lagi nga nilang nagiging issue kanina, enough na yung nagiging initial pushes sila, nakakakuha sila ng early kills, but the problem remains is paano nila tatapusin yung rounds dahil yun nga, may nakakapag-clutch from the other team. But then, nasagutan naman nila yon kanina in Haven and going into Pearl nung nagkaroon na nga tayo ng overtime. But wala kulang pa rin pala para lang matapos yung round, para matapos yung half.
Faker is proud, ladies and gents. Masaya siya ngayon, nakangiti sila. Isipin nyo si Zeta, masaya lang siya, men. Hanggang ngayon, masaya na naman siya. Lalo na sila pa yung nanalo pagdating nga sa naging series natin dito. Pero ito, welcome sa Season 3, Episode 4 ng aming highlights. Kung saan makikita natin kung paano winasiwas ni Kangkang lahat ng mga teams, lahat ng mga players dito from the side of T1.
Ganda ng mga pesto rounds dito ng EDG. Lagi pumapabor sa kanila. At isang beses lang yata dito naka-pistol round nga ang T1. But the moment nga na magkaroon nga ng momentum dito, sina Kangkang, nung nakuha niya na yung mga martial shots niya, hindi talaga sila nagpapadaig eh. Kaya niya talaga ditong tapatan nga ang T1. Na nagiging problema na lang nila is kapag nasagutan na muli sila dito nila Saya player.
Yung mga pressure din na nanggagaling mula doon sa mga ults. As well, yung reckoning, for example, pati lalo na yung double control setup ng parehas na team. Isa to sa mga dahilan din, that's why medyo mabagal yung first half natin. Nagpapasahan sila ng mga play. Not only that, pero tinatansya pa nila gaano ka-aggressive yung isa't isa pagdating sa loob ng smokes. Or kung pinapasok ba nila yung mga kumbaga, yung lockdown na nakita mo kanina, pinupush ba nila, pinipilit ba nila? And understanding that is the basic core of how you can utilize the utilities. Not only that, pero kung paano nila masasagot yung EDG dito. Pero nagsimula talaga ang lahat nung nawala yung op.
Yun nga, binitawan niya kasi. Yun na sana yun para kay Kangkang. Pero yun nga, ang mahirap kung ipagpapatuloy niya dito yung operator dahil syempre may reckoning eh. Most likely ang gagawin dito ng T1 is pag-push sa loob ng site at doon nila dalhin yung mga duels. At yun nga ang nangyari. We had the Viper Spit. At yun nga yung kinakatuwa ko for T1 is ready lagi yung reckoning nila para makapasok ng site. Ang dami, ilang beses silang nakapag-reckoning kanina in B. So, ibang klase ang series na to para tapusin nga ang araw.
Yun na nga, no? So that is actually the last series para sa araw na ito. Wow, ang aga, guys. 7 pa lang. Pero mukhang natapos na nga tayo dito kasi maaga rin naman tayo nagsisimula. But, nevertheless, nakita nyo na lahat ng games na napanood natin dito and especially itong tatlong map natin na pangatlong series nga. But that's finally it coming in from us dito as sa caster sides. Ako nga pala si Taylor. Siyempre, kay Vil na nauna nang umuwi. Kami naman yung iniwan niya this time. And Honey Glaze with a double E. Maraming salamat. Last words bago mag-break.
Ay, nako. Abang ako ulit dito, EDG, pati yung attacking Soul Esports.
Ay, Zol Esports?
Soul Esports.
Sorry, akala ko Filipino broadcast ng VCT. Pero yun na nga, tapos na muna ang aming trabaho ni Honey Glaze para ihatid sa inyo yung aksyon. Dadali naman namin kayo syempre later on sa panel segment natin. But right now, we're just gonna go on a very short break. Muling magbabalik ang Valorant Masters. Or, actually, diretso na natin sa panel. Oh, ayoko na nag-aantay eh. Panel, take it away!
Maraming salamat, Terror and Honey Glaze. At ayan, we've just concluded our third series for today. 2-1 in favor of T1. And I think, ayan, masaya nga si Faker, you know, for his the Valorant side of T1 naman. And I think na all of our series today, yung Foot versus EG, DRX versus ASE, and also T1 versus EDG. These series were just so full of life and innovation, and like this is just a really exciting group stage. And now moving on dito sa match results natin, Kangkang and Saya player are two Jets as the MVPs. You could see just how hard they work to get their teams this far.
Yeah, parang itong series na to nanood tayo ng classic shonen anime where yung one side you've got Saya player and on the other end you've got Kangkang. They're always trying to one-up each other and they're always trying to sort of parang mirror each other. But one thing that I have to give to EDG kahit talo sila dito is si Kangkang, napaka-consistent niya when it comes to opening picks, right? Again, kahit anong weapon man yan, kahit mag-martial siya, kahit mag-operator, kahit ano man yan, napaka-consistent and very flashy when it comes to that. Also, special mention din sa mga sa camera focus niya. Every time he gets like a multi-kill, grabe, like, yeah! Ganadong-ganado siya. Pero si Saya player naman, he tried to do his best then to mirror him. He picked up, nakita niya may operator sa kabila, magpipick up na rin siya ng operator to match. No matter what, kung attacking side or defensive side sila. Pero nung nagsimula na rin si Saya player nag-pick up ng operator, that was the time na parang si T1 was starting to gain some of these rounds dito sa Pearl.
Yeah, I think for me, medyo underdog players, there's both the harbors actually, because dahil sa kanila, meron silang space to really do what they want to do and allow their duelists to really go even further, especially sa map ng Pearl.
Exactly, and I think, just aside from also the Harbor players, just the rest of the members of both teams were seriously like, let's not just highlight the duelist here, kasi, let's highlight the duelist muna, kasi we do have Saya player here who, again, we were talking about that op, and I think that op was such a crucial factor for why they won so many of these rounds, especially here on the overtimes. They were basically leading EDG to make the same mistake that they were doing earlier, which was, falling into that trap of that op, getting picked off one by one. And again, EDG was showing such great team play, and T1 kind of just took that and made it their own.
Yeah, sobrang contrasting diba ng performance. Yung MVP kanina sa previous matches, it was First Blood 20%, si Kangkang. First Blood 7.7, pero yung impact ni Saya player mid-rounds is what made, again, T1 be successful and have a greater chance, kumbaga, na maipanalo. At kaya sila nanalo sa series na ito.
Exactly. And I think, now that we're going to be, it's the end of the series here, I still wanted to highlight those other players that we had because, from the side of EDG and T1, we had Chichu, we had Smoggy as well. And then for the side of T1, we had Munchkin as always, we had Carpus, Seda as well, getting so many of those rounds that are so crucial for them getting all the way to this overtime. But again, it's just such a crucial just how well these teams are able to carry that weight together on who pushes the furthest. And again, Saya player was our MVP here, and he definitely did make that impact. But again, we can't forget the rest of the efforts of T1.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, when we looked at the performances of what you said, Munchkin, Carpe, Zeta also trying to mirror Chichu, because Chichu was starting to get ang dami niyang impact plays even sa entirety of that series eh. Mapa Cypher man siya o mapa Viper. Kaya feeling ko, Zeta, nag-create siya ng third layer of that lurk para parang anti-lurk, kumbaga, to make sure to put Chichu rin. Para maganda yung rotate din ni Saya player sa mga certain sites at buhay pa rin siya pagdating niya doon.
Yeah, I think Chichu, especially nung first half, did a lot of work on the Viper, especially because I saw a couple of molly lineups also from the B side all the way to parts so that he allows his team not to have to clear those areas.
Exactly, and I think, they did a great job of, taking these sites very cleanly. And, just for the side of T1 here, because they did take the series, they really switched things up in that second half. I think na-point out din ni Terrar na they were actively avoiding that op, especially from Kangkang, because when Kangkang sees you on that op, you're gone, right? And they were doing a good job of, just going around the map, really utilizing that space. And I think this is where EDG was just finally they realized that they had holes and they couldn't close them fast enough.
Yeah, dun talaga nahirapan si EDG to constantly open up, opportunities para mag-shine si, si Kangkang, especially when you're on the defensive side.
That's right. Any, final thoughts here on our third series? Because medyo, it's stretched out because, again, like you said, every single first half, Pearl, Haven, and Fracture, it was always 6-6. We always had that parang reset. And, do you think how this would have gone in EDG's favor?
I think, especially in the first halves, kung kaya nila mag-adjust faster like how they do it on the second halves, then they might have gotten a bit more rounds and not have ended it always equally. And that could have helped them get at least one of the maps.
Oh, that's true. Again, I think Pearl was our decider here. I think definitely they did have a chance on Fracture, but I think they did throw that over to T1. But again, that concludes our third series for today. So our winners for today are EG, DRX, and T1. So they have just survived day one of the group stage. They still have to prove themselves dito sa next few days natin. But again, tomorrow we are going to be having NRG versus Navi and T1 versus whoever wins that series. So we're going to be having the winners tomorrow, followed by day 3, which is another set of 3 series again to determine who makes it into the playoffs. So you know, we're still very, very fresh into into Valorant Masters, but it's still so exciting, and we had the pleasure of seeing some really good games here.
What? It's just the first day?
It's day one.
It's just day one?
I'm excited.
Very excited.
You're excited. Yeah.
Well, hopefully, you know, let's also pray that Fluffy's voice comes back.
Please.
戻ってください。
Oh, we have to do to a successful day one, guys.
Okay.
You know, Kampai. Pero make sure to check back tomorrow, you know, 10 a.m. Philippine time, kasi we're gonna be back for day 2 of Valorant Masters Tokyo here on the group stage. Again, ako si Bixco, and maraming salamat Riku and Fluffy for joining me on the panel. We will see you guys tomorrow.